Chapter 1. Night has fallen. Here lies the enigmatic, elegant, and classical England. This evening feels particularly tranquil, especially in contrast to the peculiar and lively events of the day. On the quiet Privet Drive, certain occurrences are unfolding. A single sycamore leaf drifts down, caressed by a gentle breeze, and gracefully lands in the refuse bin of number 6, Privet Drive. Adjacent to number 6, separated by one house, stands number 4, the most renowned residence on Privet Drive. Whether it be the exceedingly corpulent Dudley or the exceedingly slender Petunia, or even their perpetually eccentrically dressed sister, the family is undeniably peculiar. A vehicle glides into the driveway of number 4 and halts before the fence. The car door swings open, and Dudley struggles to lift his foot out, panting heavily as he disembarks. Dudley is quite rotund, his face a canvas of flesh, adorned with a bushy beard. His neck is almost non-existent, prompting thoughts of his wife Petunia, whose neck is nearly twice as long as that of any ordinary person. Dudley is preoccupied with troubling thoughts, so much so that he scarcely considers parking the car in the garage. He recalls a cat he saw this morning, perched against the wall as if studying a map, and the throng of caped individuals he encountered on the road, exuding an air of celebration, as well as an elderly man clad in a blue cloak who referred to him as a muggle. These memories leave him feeling unsettled. Suddenly, he spots the same tabby cat still lounging upon the wall, and an inexplicable anger wells up within him. He bends down, picks up a small stone, and hurls it at the cat, though it only strikes the wall. The tabby cat gives him a fierce glare. It must be an illusion, he muses. Regaining his composure, he strides into the house. Their child, Dudley, is already asleep, and Petunia awaits his return for dinner, during which they engage in conversation. "Do you know?" Petunia exclaims excitedly. "Our child, Dudley, has uttered another word today." "What is it? Is it Daddy or Mummy?" Dudley inquires eagerly. "It is absolutely, 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 my dear. Our child is truly remarkable," Petunia exclaims, tears of pride welling in her eyes. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Dudley beams with delight, and they promptly decide to behold the world's most adorable little angel. The outcome, however, is that Dudley receives a sharp kick from Dudley, leading him to resolve not to wash his face for 3 days. As they lie in bed, Dudley notices a news report. Today, owls have been behaving unusually, flying about in daylight, leaving experts baffled. Meteors were spotted last night in Kent and Yorkshire. Dudley cannot help but ponder the strange events of the day. He feels a tickle in his throat and coughs lightly. "Petunia, how has your sister's family been lately?" Petunia's face pales instantly. "Why would you think to inquire about them?" Petunia's sister is a taboo subject for them. They never mention her, for they consider her and her husband to be aberrations, preferring to sever all ties. "That I seem to recall they have a child. What was his name?" "Harry. Such an ordinary name," Petunia mutters through gritted teeth. Dudley's heart sinks, as he recalls overhearing a group resembling the Potters discussing the child and Harry today. Yet, surely this has nothing to do with them, right? Dudley is blissfully unaware that his line of thought is quite notorious in China, referred to as the AQ spirit. They cease their discussion of that family. Lying in bed, Dudley ultimately concludes that all this should not concern them, and if it does, he decides it is best not to dwell on it. At the stroke of midnight, the doorbell suddenly rings with an alarming clang. Let us rewind half an hour to observe what transpired. The tabby cat at number 4, resembling a statue, suddenly stirs, flicking its tail as it gazes toward the intersection. A shadowy figure materializes, seemingly out of thin air. The figure advances towards them, tall and slender, with silver hair and beard cascading to his waist, indicating his advanced age. He is clad in a long robe, draped in a floor-length purple cloak, and wears buckled high-heeled boots. Behind half-moon spectacles, 2 bright azure eyes gleam with intensity, and his nose is notably long. His name is Albus Dumbledore. He approaches a street lamp, noting the illuminated windows along Privet Drive, and halts. From the pocket of his cloak, he retrieves an object resembling a silver lighter. He flicks it open and raises it high. With a click, one street lamp extinguishes. He repeats this 12 times, plunging the entire street into darkness. Even those peering from their windows can discern nothing. Dumbledore strides to the tabby cat's side and suddenly addresses it. Professor McGonagall, why did you not attend the celebration? The tabby cat leaps from the wall, transforming midair into a stern-looking woman wearing square glasses that mirror the patterns around the cat's eyes. She dons a vibrant green cloak, and her raven hair is fashioned into a tight bun. How did you recognize me? Well, it's because of your glasses. Have you ever seen a cat with panda-like eyes? Professor McGonagall's expression darkens. Look at them, casting meteor showers across the world. Donning cloaks in the Muggle realm, Professor McGonagall scolds the wizards in frustration. Dumbledore chuckles softly. You cannot fault them after so many years. It has finally come to an end. But on the day the Dark Lord vanished, Muggles discovered the existence of the magical world. I dare say this cannot be a delightful revelation, Professor McGonagall retorts with a hint of sarcasm. Do you truly wish for Harry to reside here? I observe them all day, and I have never seen such parents nor such a vile child. Professor McGonagall grows agitated once more. They are Harry's only remaining family here. He can grow up safely, Dumbledore replies with resignation. However, you must understand, Harry vanquished the Dark Lord, he will be renowned, and countless books will be penned about him. Many children will idolize him, he is destined to become a legend. You are correct, he deserves all of that. But then what? He will be exalted, aloof. Fame will be his undoing. Dumbledore asserts gravely. Professor McGonagall falls silent. What of Harry? She inquires. I have entrusted him to Hagrid. Oh dear, you have placed Harry in the care of that oaf. Are you aware of how careless he can be? Merlin. The oaf, a subtle expression crosses Dumbledore's face. I believe Hagrid will comprehend the significance of the situation. He will be cautious. A sudden, thunderous roar shatters the surrounding stillness. A dark shape looms in the night sky, gradually enlarging. Boom! A colossal motorcycle crashes to the ground, bouncing thrice before coming to a halt. Dumbledore turns to Professor McGonagall, saying earnestly, perhaps you are right. Professor McGonagall, if the motorcycle is indeed colossal, then its rider is even more so. The individual stands twice the height of an average person, with a width at least 5 times greater, presenting an extraordinarily imposing figure. His wild, tangled black hair and beard obscure much of his face, and his hands are as large as trash can lids, while his booted feet resemble 2 small dolphins. His muscular arms cradle a blanket. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore glance at the blanket, which envelopes an infant. A tuft of black hair crowns the child's forehead, beneath which lies a lightning-shaped scar. Professor McGonagall gazes at the baby with compassion. He has no inkling of the tragic childhood that awaits him. Pray tell, are you expressing discontent towards me? Dumbledore's expression grew somewhat stern. He lifted Harry and made his way towards number 4. 555555. My poor Harry, your parents have perished, and now you must reside with Muggles. Hagrid suddenly broke down in tears, his countenance laden with sorrow. Professor McGonagall shot him a sharp glance. Hush, do you wish to awaken the Muggles? Hagrid's sobs were immediately subdued, akin to a bullied child. Dumbledore strolled through the garden, gently placing Harry on the doorstep, then retrieved a letter from his pocket, laying it atop Harry, his bright eyes lingering on the boy for a moment. He raised his hand and rang the doorbell 3 times. After a brief interval, muffled curses could be heard emanating from within before he returned to Hagrid's side. Very well, it is time for us to depart. Let us await Harry's maturation. Dumbledore spoke with serene composure. Hagrid, while glancing back and weeping, revved the motorcycle. With a roar, it soared into the sky, vanishing into the night. A speckled cat darted swiftly around the corner, disappearing in an instant. Dumbledore approached the street, produced a deluminator, and with a click, the 12 street lamps flickered back to life. He turned his head, catching a glimpse of the blanket on the steps through the gardens of several houses. Good luck, Harry. From his sleeve, Dumbledore drew his wand. Apparate. With a crack, reminiscent of a whip slicing through the air, Dumbledore vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. The infant within the blanket slowly opened his eyes. They sparkled with a certain wisdom uncommon for his age, devoid of naivety. imbued instead with a tranquil clarity, reflecting the stars above and rendering his gaze even more crystalline. Do good people receive good fortune? The baby's lips moved as if whispering. The door swung open, and the infant closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness what was to come, wishing to cover his ears, but ultimately resigning to the futility of that desire. The woman who opened the door searched briefly before finally noticing the bundle at her feet. Moments later, realization dawned, and her mouth opened witty, a piercing scream erupted, echoing throughout Privet Drive. Chapter 2. 11-year-old Harry Potter. A gentle breeze stirred the neatly trimmed hedges flanking Privet Drive, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the ground in pristine clarity. Everything appeared unchanged, yet under the relentless passage of time, nearly a decade had slipped by. Harry was on the cusp of his eagerly anticipated 11th birthday, a day destined to usher him into a wondrous, magical realm. The sun ascended above the rooftops, casting warm rays upon the garden and flooding the house with light. Inside the bright abode, the mantelpiece was adorned with photographs of the Dursley family. Dudley riding his bicycle, Dudley enjoying the carousel, Dudley, and his father playing on the computer, his mother kissing Dudley. It seemed that this house was inhabited solely by these three individuals. Yet, every household on Privet Drive was acutely aware that within number 4 resided an exceptional child, polite, fond of smiling, and endearing in nature. That child's name? Harry. At that moment, in the smallest bedroom of the Dursley household, yes, the bedroom, not the cupboard under the stairs, a boy was admiring himself narcissistically in the mirror. Harry, gazing at his reflection in the full-length mirror, stroked his chin and proclaimed with delight, "It seems I've grown taller." The figure in the mirror could indeed be described as tall and upright compared to his peers of 11. Harry stood a head taller. This was undoubtedly due to his attention to nutrition and daily exercise. Dressed in a sleek, unwrinkled black casual outfit, Harry appeared neat and simple, which accentuated his physique. His still youthful face bore a hint of maturity. Perhaps due to his contemplations, Harry's appearance was not wholly Western, rather, it exhibited a blend of Western angularity and Eastern softness. This mixed heritage, appealing to both Eastern and Western aesthetics, combined with his gem-like, vivid green eyes, rendered Harry all the more captivating. Two features distinguished Harry: his raven-black hair and his unique predicament. While he certainly did not wish for waist-length hair like a girl, after countless frustrating haircuts every week, an exasperated Harry opted for a buzz cut, only to awaken the next day to find his hair had grown back longer than before. Harry had scarcely enjoyed the sensation of short hair, yet he detested the style that fell just to his shoulders. "I'm not an artist, so why should I maintain such a hairstyle?" Eventually, Harry simply ceased to care, only to discover that once his rapidly growing hair reached a certain length, its growth rate aligned with that of an ordinary person. Thus, Harry sported a mane that could easily serve as a testament to the prowess of a hair care brand. While Harry certainly would not adopt a goddess-like display or a pair of whimsical pigtails, he likewise did not invest much effort into the upkeep of his hair. He merely gathered it loosely at the midpoint with a black hair tie, in contrast to the girls who styled theirs at the crown. In fact, Harry Potter features numerous characters with long hair, such as Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Draco Malfoy. Consequently, Harry chose not to dwell on such trivialities. The second point of interest is the tattoo adorning the center of his forehead. A silver lotus design, this radiant tattoo irresistibly captivated all who laid eyes upon it, while a lightning-shaped scar on an otherwise handsome face appeared decidedly incongruous. Harry understood that it was an imperfection he could not erase. He contemplated various solutions, ultimately arriving at what he believed to be a stroke of genius: tattooing. With the majority of his accumulated scholarship funds, Harry chose to inscribe a tattoo that precisely concealed his scar. Opting for a lotus after much deliberation, as he was genuinely fond of this design, AS for the choice of silver dye. Red was out of the question. He was not a weirdo craving flamboyance. Black? Absolutely not. He had no affiliation with any dark cult. White? Equally unacceptable. He was not a member of any White Lotus sect. Thus, silver seemed an appropriate compromise. What? What did you say? I cannot hear you. Please repeat that. Still can't hear you. After gazing into the mirror, Harry felt undeniably dashing. He glanced at the calendar perched on his bedside table, where September 1st was emphatically circled in red ink. September 1st, the day Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry commenced. Just over a month away. At last, Harry's face radiated an exhilaration that he could hardly contain as he softly murmured to himself. Anyone entering a mysterious magical realm would feel a thrill, particularly someone like him, who had always lived in the mundane world. In truth, Harry had already encountered elements of the magical world. For instance, on the streets or on the bus, he would occasionally encounter oddly dressed individuals who would remove their hats and bow to him. Harry recognized who they were and did not freeze in astonishment. Instead, he politely returned their gestures, prompting them to become quite animated. Upon reflection, Harry realized that it was not immediately after purchasing his basic wizard supplies in Diagon Alley that he would enter Hogwarts. It seemed he still had to remain in the Muggle world for over a month before the school year commenced. In other words, the acceptance letter from the Magical Academy should arrive within the next few days. Harry clenched his fist, exhilarated, and gave a triumphant pump. After a brief moment, he descended the staircase. As he walked down the stairs, Harry recalled the cupboard beneath the stairs. However, he would not allow anyone to bully him as depicted in the original narrative. When Uncle Vernon had told him to reside in the cupboard, Harry said nothing, merely gazing at him calmly. Then the overhead lights flickered unexpectedly, as if the voltage were unstable, causing the kitchen utensils, doors, windows, and glass to tremble. Dudley was making a commotion nearby. Harry would never forget the way Uncle Vernon's complexion shifted from white to red to black. He mused that if Uncle Vernon were to learn the art of face-changing, he could very well become a master at it. Of course, nothing ultimately changed. However, that evening, Uncle Vernon certainly provided Dudley with a memorable experience, though the reasons remained unclear. Today, Petunia had just purchased Dudley's uniform for Smelting School, and Dudley was trying it on in the living room. The boy's uniform from Smeltings was indeed quite handsome, a brown-red tailcoat for the upper body, paired with orange knickerbockers. Additionally, there was a flat straw hat known as a boater, complemented by a multi-segmented cane, an amusing tool for play. This ensemble could lend an air of gallantry to an ordinary individual, yet on Dudley, it simply appeared comical. The rotund Dudley paraded around the room in his uniform. A broad grin plastered across his face. He then paused, giving a thumbs-up gesture in front of his chest while Petunia hurriedly snapped a photo. Uncle Vernon's voice was hoarse. "This is my proudest moment." Aunt Petunia, capturing the moment, wept. "My precious little pumpkin has grown up, and he looks so handsome. It is utterly unbelievable." Harry nearly choked with laughter. "Thank goodness I practiced." Harry struggled to suppress his amusement, desperately wanting to retort, "Thank you for curing my long-standing digestive woes." They were truly professionals in the art of comedy. Upon seeing Harry descend, neither Vernon nor Petunia offered him a welcoming expression. Harry silently shook his head. Was it really such a big deal that, just a few days ago, a massive python had slithered over Dudley at the zoo? Besides, this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him, truly. More genuine than pearls, I swear on my integrity. Petunia handed Harry a uniform, stating coldly, "This is your uniform for Stonewall High." Harry smiled as he accepted it. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." Petunia huffed in response. Compared to another Harry, this version was considerably more fortunate. Although Uncle Vernon and his family treated him poorly, they did not bully him, and at least this uniform was not secondhand. The notion of Dudley tormenting Harry, resulting in a tragic childhood, was utterly implausible. Harry could only chuckle at that. Instead, it was Dudley, "Oh, Dudley, who on this planet is the one you most fear?" "Harry. Harry is the one who terrifies Dudley the most." The impact of Harry's actions on Dudley's tender psyche was something Dudley would never forget, and of course, Harry felt deeply ashamed of this. After all, can one truly regard being a tattletale to teachers and parents as a point of pride? Harry remained grateful to his Aunt Petunia's family, as they had cared for him for nearly a decade, albeit while ensuring he was perpetually underfed and unable to flourish. Harry resolved to take some of his inheritance from Gringotts and gift it to Aunt Petunia. Though that was a matter for a few days hence. Stepping outside, Harry checked the mailbox for any letters, only to be met with disappointment. For heaven's sake, Can't they deliver the letter any faster? Harry felt utterly drained, unsure of whom to curse. Luo Bay. I find it quite intriguing that Harry's hair grows rapidly due to his wizarding nature. It lends him a distinctive appearance. Harry's scar is situated on the right side of his forehead. But for the sake of narrative convenience, it has been placed in the center. Chapter 3. The letter from Hogwarts. In the early morning, before dawn had yet broken, the eastern horizon glowed red. While Harry could still discern faint traces of stars above, Harry commenced his morning run. Upon returning, he noticed the postman delivering mail to the Dursleys' residence. Harry's heart raced. Is it here? An odd blend of anticipation, uncertainty, and a hint of trepidation surged within him. Honestly, it was merely a letter. Yet, as he reached for the mailbox, the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his inner anxiety. Could one blame him for feeling nervous? After all, he had waited for a decade. Harry retrieved the mail, which contained 3 items: a postcard from Aunt Petunia's sister, what appeared to be a bill, and, most importantly, a letter addressed to Harry Potter. A rush of adrenaline coursed through him, causing him to momentarily forget to breathe, and after a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled slowly. He gazed at the distinctive address format. Mr. Harry Potter, the smallest bedroom. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, the address inscribed in a rich emerald green ink. On the reverse side of the envelope was a wax seal adorned with a coat of arms. Encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, all surrounding a capital letter H. Harry swiftly concealed the letter in his bosom, glancing furtively around, as if terrified of being seen, exhibiting a most undignified demeanor. Were a police officer to witness him in such a state, they would undoubtedly conclude, this is certainly a thief. Upon entering the house, Harry tossed the other 2 letters onto the table, ascended the stairs quietly, entered his room, and locked the door behind him. Then he flung himself onto the bed, gazing at the letter in his hand, planting a fervent kiss upon it, and erupting into a series of gleeful chuckles. Congratulations to Harry for being awarded the best creepy laughter of the year. Taking a deep breath, he pondered, what? Not relaxing yet. Then another breath, and another. Finally, the beastly blood within him, the human blood, calmed down. Harry cautiously opened the envelope and began to read the letter. To Harry Potter, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore, president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Chief of the Wizarding Association, first-class wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1 SD. We await your OWL-S response by July 31 SD. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. A folded sheet of paper slipped from the letter, revealing the list of essential supplies. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students are required to possess 1.3 plain black work robes, 2.1 plain black pointed hat for day, wear 3. 1 set of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or equivalent material. For .1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. Textbooks. All students must procure the following books: Standard Spells, Introductory. History of Magic Magical Theory Guide to Transformation for Beginners, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi Potions and Elixirs Magical Creatures and Their Habitats Dark Forces, a Guide to Self-Protection, Other Equipment, a Wand A. Large Cauldron, Standard Size 2. Made of pewter, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are particularly reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. As Harry perused the contents of the letter, he could already sense the mysterious, shadowy aura of the magical world enveloping him at that moment. A flurry of wings echoed outside the glass window. Harry peered outside to find an owl. Who could it be? He opened the window and retrieved a parchment tied to the owl's leg. The note read, Dear Harry, I trust you have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I shall be coming to fetch you tonight to head to Diagon Alley in London to procure your supplies. Hagrid. Tonight is the night. The plot unfolds so swiftly, but I like it. Harry mused to himself. I must hurry and pack my belongings. A.S. the owl prepared to take flight. Harry suddenly recalled the note's contents and called out, "Wait!" The owl circled back and returned to the window. "It can indeed understand me. Could you deliver a letter to Professor McGonagall for me?" Harry inquired. The owl shook its head vigorously. "What on earth does that mean? If you do not speak, I shall assume you can." Harry sat at the table, took a sheet of white paper, and with a black pen began to write, "Dear Professor McGonagall." After a moment's thought, he crumpled the letter and retrieved another sheet, this time inscribing, "Dear esteemed and cherished Professor McGonagall." Satisfied with this opening, Harry nodded to himself. "What? Someone claims I lack shame. How flattering." Harry felt a tinge of embarrassment. He continued, "I have received your letter, and I am most eager to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am confident that under your esteemed guidance, I shall become an idealistic, principled, cultured, and disciplined young man. Yours sincerely, Harry." After completing the letter, Harry folded it neatly and tucked it in a Hagrid's owl's pouch. The owl took flight. Harry then commenced to gather his belongings. Books, which he had no intention of leaving behind, were packed, along with his wearable clothing and a few treasured mementos. Ultimately, after rummaging about, Harry managed to fill 2 large bundles and a suitcase with all his possessions. He also penned a letter to Aunt Petunia explaining his situation, lest she believe he had run away or been abducted, prompting her to alert the authorities, which would be quite amusing. During lunch, Aunt Petunia suddenly turned her gaze upon Harry. "Is something going on with you?" Harry, who had been lost in daydreams about the fun he would have at Hogwarts, nearly blurted out, "What in the world? Is this what they call a woman's intuition?" Harry lamented silently. That moment, he summoned all the acting prowess of a seasoned performer and feigned surprise, raising his head in confusion to ask, "Nothing's wrong. Why do you ask? Just thought you seemed a bit odd today, I suppose I'm just worried about Dudley's grades." Aunt Petunia ground her teeth in response. The afternoon passed in an uneventful haze. As night descended, the city's lights gradually dimmed, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Most people succumbed to slumber, with the exception of a few exceptionally unique individuals, such as Harry Potter. Harry lay in bed, utterly unable to sleep, merely waiting to a certain moment. A deep rumble resounded, followed by an explosion of light illuminating his room as bright as day, flickering twice before plunging back into darkness. Harry scrambled out of bed and rushed to the window, where he beheld a colossal motorcycle parked on the road in front of the house. Its rider a giant of a man, the motorcycle's headlights extinguished. The massive silhouette spotted Harry and waved enthusiastically. Harry stepped away from the window, retrieved a letter from beneath his pillow, placed it on the desk, gathered his luggage, and quietly exited the room, tiptoeing down the stairs and easing open the front door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he could not resist turning back to gaze at the house that had been his home for 10 years, a place he knew intimately. Filled with countless memories, feeling a pang of reluctance and unexpected solitude. "I am not a sentimental person. Such feelings do not suit me," Harry chided himself. Stepping away from number 4 Privet Drive, he was met with a bear-like embrace from Hagrid, who babbled incoherently. "Oh, Harry, it's been ages. I held you when you were just a wee lad." Hagrid's breath was akin to that of several adults standing side by side, rendering Harry completely obscured within the giant's embrace. "I must persuade Hagrid to take a bath," was the singular thought racing through Harry's mind as he emerged from the grip, his complexion pale from the overwhelming scent of Hagrid's peculiar aromas, yet oddly comforted by it. Forcing a smile, he remarked, "I know, it's been a while, Hagrid." Hagrid took hold of Harry's cumbersome luggage as though it were nothing more than cotton, placing on the motorcycle's rear seat and handing Harry a pair of goggles. "You'll need these. Otherwise, the wind will make it impossible for you to keep your eyes open." "Are we really going to fly to London on a motorcycle?" Harry asked, intrigued, due to the fact that many letters in the original text were not delivered. It was ultimately Hagrid who personally brought the acceptance letter, after which the two of them took the train to London. Indeed, at the speed of the motorcycle, by the time we arrive, it should be just about dawn. These past few days, due to the influx of new students needing to procure various items, Diagon Alley has been exceptionally bustling. You are not yet familiar with Diagon Alley, but I believe you will find it delightful. Hagrid mounted the motorcycle and lifted Harry, placing him onto the seat. "Are you ready? We are about to depart." Hagrid revved the motorcycle, which then began to ascend, rising higher and higher until they could overlook the city. Suddenly, darting forward, Harry held his breath. They were flying in the sky. He gazed at the unobstructed horizon, the vast expanse of the sky, as the houses below whizzed by, along with parks, colleges, and rivers. His thoughts drifted into the ether. Low Bay. Hagrid's motorcycle belongs to Sirius Black, and it shouldn't have appeared at all, but I thought riding a motorcycle would be quicker, so let everyone assume it's Hagrid's, after a night of bracing winds. Harry and Hagrid arrived in the classical London. However, as dawn had already broken, Hagrid had no choice but to lower the motorcycle and navigate the streets of London. The sun rose high in the sky, illuminating everything. Hagrid drove past bookstores, video shops, burger joints, and cinemas. Suddenly, the motorcycle came to a halt, and Harry noticed a very dilapidated little pub ahead. Although the streets were bustling with people, not a single soul glanced at this shabby establishment, which stood in stark contrast to the tidy surroundings. This pub was enchanted, causing muggles to subconsciously overlook it, while only wizards could perceive its presence. Hagrid explained casually. Harry couldn't help but exclaim, "How impressive! This pub is quite famous. We can enter Diagon Alley through its back." Hagrid walked inside. Harry quickly tidied his windblown hair and straightened his clothing, donning a hint of an amused smile as he stepped into the pub. If memory served him correctly, Voldemort would make an appearance here. With that thought, Harry's smile blossomed even brighter. "Voldemort, let us commence this delightful game." The interior of the pub was indeed filthy and dark. The floor, tables, and pillars seemed as if they had never been cleaned. In one corner, a few elderly ladies sipped from small glasses, while several men engaged in conversation. As Harry and Hagrid entered, the patrons turned their gaze toward them. For the room had dimmed when Hagrid blocked the sunlight. It appeared that everyone inside recognized Hagrid and greeted him warmly. However, upon seeing Harry, an odd sensation arose within them, the visage of a child, but with the calmness of an adult reflected in his emerald eyes, complemented by a sincere smile on his face. It was worth noting that all the other patrons were adults. The few children who had entered, though accompanied by adults, still bore expressions of nervousness and fear, yet this child seemed utterly unafraid. Moreover, he sported long hair, an unusual trait for one so young, and the gleaming silver mark on his forehead drew even more attention. The portly pub owner could not help but inquire of Hagrid, "Who is this child?" Others turned their attention to Hagrid, sensing that this child was exceptional. Hagrid smiled and simply stated, "I am here on Dumbledore's orders to retrieve him." The patrons were momentarily taken aback at the mention of Dumbledore's name, for he was the most renowned and powerful wizard of the time. Yet, realization dawned upon them, who this boy truly was. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor resonating throughout the pub. They gazed at Harry, their faces alight with excitement and disbelief, as if they were witnessing a long-admired idol in the flesh. Akin to fervent fans meeting their beloved star, the stout pub owner rushed forward, grasping Harry's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "Mr. Potter, I never expected it would be you." Before he could say more, another man elbowed him aside. "Good day, sir. I am Coddy. It is an immense honor." The displaced pub owner shot Coddy a resentful glance, as if he were a man whose wife had been stolen. Harry smiled and replied, "Hello, Mr. Coddy." Coddy nearly swooned with excitement. Others clamored to shake Harry's hand and greet him. "I am utterly thrilled, sir. Mr. Potter, I am a loss for words. I am so happy. My feelings are simply—" Harry graciously responded to each one, exhibiting remarkable poise. At that moment, a pale young man approached, his expression animated. Hagrid greeted him and turned to Harry, saying, "This is Professor Quirrell. He is one of the teachers at Hogwarts." Professor Quirrell stammered, "Potter, it is so lovely to meet you." "I am so thrilled." Harry raised an eyebrow, noting the thick scarf wrapped around his head. Voldemort was nearby, but Harry felt no fear. Voldemort was so weak now that he could only cling to others to exert his influence. He might not even be able to overpower Hagrid. Harry was besieged for another 10 minutes before he finally broke free to join Hagrid at the back wall. Hagrid chuckled. "Now you understand just how famous you truly are." Harry shook his hand, realizing he had underestimated his significance to other wizards. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. During Voldemort's tyrannical reign over the magical world, when non-pureblood wizards were hunted down, everyone was compelled to obey his commands. It was indeed a bloody, dark, and despairing time. Yet for some reason, Harry had defeated the Dark Lord, ending the war. No one could fail to express gratitude toward their savior, Harry. For instance, in Chinese history, Jing Ke did not slay the tyrannical Qin Shi Huang. Yet he became a legendary hero. Conversely, the Dark Lord, far more malevolent and ruthless than Qin Shi Huang, was successfully vanquished by Harry. Thus, it was no surprise that Harry garnered such respect. Moreover, as history unfolds, Harry's renown will likely only grow, eventually making him one of the most celebrated figures in history, of course. That is a matter for the future, at present. Harry simply wished to quickly experience what Diagon Alley and Gringotts were like. Hagrid lifted a pink umbrella and tapped 3 times on a specific brick in the wall. What followed was a moment of witnessing a miracle. The wall that Hagrid tapped seemed to ripple as if a small stone had been tossed into water. From top to bottom, the bricks trembled and slid apart, forming a corridor that was truly a magical sight, and it would have been even more perfect had it not been for the swirling dust. Harry followed Hagrid into the corridor, and as he walked through, he noticed the way behind him quickly closed up, as if the bricks were filling in a void, much like water rushing to fill a depression. After walking a few dozen meters, they emerged from the corridor into blinding sunlight. Turning back, Harry saw only a solid wall behind him. Before them lay a winding, cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Hagrid beamed, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry gazed in astonishment and excitement at everything around him. Shops stood shoulder to shoulder, and many cloaked men, women, and elderly folks traversed the narrow alleyway, occasionally conversing with shopkeepers and haggling over prices. The enchanting world of magic unfolded before him, and being in this place felt as though the world had always existed in this manner, ordinary yet vibrant. The wizards meandered before Harry, their conversations drifting into his ears, discussing matters far removed from the morbid thoughts of "shall we venture into the Muggle world to commit murder tomorrow?" Or "I have devised a spell that can alter the magical realm." Or "Tonight, I shall embark on a dragon-slaying expedition." Instead, their chatter revolved around mundane topics, such as a malfunctioning dishwasher at home that needed replacing, the abundance of equipment purchased by students this year, the exorbitant price of dragon scales. Truly, they must be deranged, and the lamentations over the unavailability of cornstone gummies. They were not the dark sorcerers of legend, but rather ordinary individuals. This sentiment brought a smile to Harry's face. He relished this feeling. However, regarding the cornstone gummies mentioned by the 2 children earlier, Harry felt a strong urge to voice his sarcasm. Sunlight illuminated a nearby shop, its entrance brimming with cookware. Not cups, but pots. Copper, iron, tin, and silver pots of every conceivable type were displayed. Harry remarked, "Is this what we need to purchase for our equipment?" Hagrid replied, "Indeed, but we must first visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds." As Harry and Hagrid proceeded, it truly felt like a delightful fusion of youth and beast. As they passed by various shops, Harry absorbed the novelty of it all, wishing he had 2 more pairs of eyes. His worldview had been thoroughly shattered. From a dimly lit store emanated strange sounds. Whimpering, flapping, and then squeaking. The sign read "Pet Shop," where cages hung at the entrance, containing numerous owls, in a shop that appeared to be twice the size of an ordinary one. Several boys were peering into the glass window, captivated by the latest broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. There were shops selling wizard robes, stationery, and magical ingredients, charms, quills, parchment, and a plethora of peculiar items. They soon arrived at a towering, snow-white building. The bronze doors stood ajar, and a small figure clad in a crimson and gold uniform stood at the entrance. Harry mused, this must be sheer extravagance fueled by wealth. It's only a matter of time before a group of burly men corners him and strips him of his garments. He thought darkly. Hagrid explained, "This is a goblin." The goblins were smaller than Harry, with dark faces and disproportionately long limbs. Upon entering Gringotts, the goblin bowed to them. The presence of a greeter was utterly bewildering. Inside, another door bore inscriptions that sounded almost prophetic. "O Harry." It seemed to convey a message. "Foolish humans, do you covet my treasures? Then come to Gringotts and seize them. But heed this warning. Those who seek trouble shall find it." 2 goblins ushered them into a grand marble hall. The first impression was one of opulence. The expansive space radiated a golden hue, adorned in lavish decor. Harry felt a mix of envy and disdain towards such ostentatious displays of wealth. Along one side of the hall, a long counter was lined with nearly 100 goblins diligently working on high stools. Some were weighing coins on scales, others inspecting a small pile of rubies under microscopes, while others were recording transactions, a blatant exhibition of their wealth. Oh, your parents know how arrogant you are, Harry thought. Striving to regard wealth as mere rubble, he silently declared, "Wealth shall not sway my heart. Evil spirits, begone. I command you." Despite their arrogance, the goblins were indeed formidable. Not only were they born with the ability to wield magic, but who knows what dragons lurked in the depths below, capable of attacking with a mere spit. Thus, it was precisely as the door suggested. Only a fool would dare to rob this place. The hall was bustling with goblins and wizards entering and exiting. Hagrid and Harry approached a counter. "Greetings, we wish to access Mr. Harry Potter's vault," Hagrid said, bowing his head to a goblin. The goblin strained to lift his gaze to meet Hagrid's. "Do you have the key?" "Of course." Hagrid began rummaging through his large pocket. One item after another emerged. A trinket, a bauble, a pouch, and a handful of items. The goblin's expression darkened further as Hagrid continued his search, muttering, "Where is it?" "The key is so small." "Ah, but it does match your goblin aesthetics." The goblin replied, "Do not impede me." His companion quipped, "We are not impeding you. Hurry up." The goblin retorted, and Harry watched Hagrid's antics with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, thinking, "Brother, I've had enough of this." He discreetly distanced himself from Hagrid, deeming it too perilous that I truly do not know him. Someone ought to expedite his demise. At last, Hagrid produced a gleaming golden key that dazzled the eyes. Harry could almost see the goblin's expression shift to one of relief. The goblin took the key, scrutinizing it with meticulous attention, again and again. Hagrid, growing frustrated, exclaimed, "Why is this taking so long?" The goblin smiled faintly. "We are responsible for the wizard's wealth." The goblin's demeanor exuded righteousness. Yet it was clear he harbored a desire for revenge. Truly, these goblins are a source of endless amusement. The goblin seemed eager to repeat the inspection yet again, but upon catching sight of Hagrid's fist, larger than his own head, he cleared his throat and said sharply, "Yes, no problem." Hagrid huffed and, in a hushed yet serious tone, added, "I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore concerning the item in Vault 713. This time, the goblin dared not toy with Hagrid, for Dumbledore was undoubtedly the preeminent figure in the magical world and deserved the utmost respect. The goblin carefully examined the letter Hagrid presented. "Very well, I understand." The goblin summoned another named Grip Hook, instructing him to escort them to Harry Potter's vault and Vault 713. Following Grip Hook, they opened a door within the hall. It felt like stepping into two worlds. The exterior was resplendent, while the interior was dark and foreboding. Inside was not merely a room but a vast cavern, with winding tracks below and torches affixed to the walls. They boarded a small cart, and Harry surmised that it would never be crowded except for today. The tunnel within the cavern stretched long and twisted, resembling a roller coaster. The scenery flashed by rapidly, and Harry felt a sudden urge to revisit the beef buns he had consumed earlier. Just as he thought he might be ill, the cart came to a halt, surrounded by numerous stalactites and stalagmites. Harry took a deep breath to compose himself. "Couldn't you improve this underground railway?" Harry inquired of Grip Hook. "Absolutely not," Grip Hook replied curtly. "Why not? Wouldn't repairs risk cave-ins?" "We lack the funding," Grip Hook replied, his expression impassive. "Ha ha." Harry beamed at Grip Hook, saying, "I bought a watch last year." Grip Hook pondered Harry's words as he opened a stone door that a plume of smoke billowed forth, and as the haze cleared, the treasures within were revealed. Harry involuntarily gasped, his mouth agape. Upon seeing the contents, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been, and he was utterly astonished. "I'm rich. I'm genuinely wealthy," was the singular thought racing through Harry's mind. Inside lay heaps of gold coins, silver ingots, and towering piles of bronze nuts. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of envy toward himself. Was it truly all right to be this affluent? I once believed myself to be a person who regarded wealth as mere refuse. Yet I was taken aback to discover how utterly inadequate I felt in the face of riches. Harry was deeply disappointed in himself. Nevertheless, I am willing to embrace this inadequacy. Let me become even more so. Hagrid produced a bag and began to fill it with coins. These are galleons, he explained. 17 sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts make 1 sickle. Quite simple. I assent it. Well, this should suffice for 2 terms. Harry silently calculated in his mind. 1 galleon equated to 493 nuts, nearly 500 bronze nuts, and here was a small mountain of galleons. Harry felt a rush of excitement. He secured the pouch of gold coins and once more boarded the wretched cart. After another jarring experience, he found himself at the lowest level, where the stone doors were few and far between. Hagrid approached the door, and without a key, merely tapped it with his finger. The door slowly vanished. Goodness, is this fingerprint unlocking? How technologically advanced? Hagrid bent down to enter, and through the gap, Harry glimpsed a tattered brown bag resting on the ground. He stared at the bag and muttered to himself. How ugly! Harry, is it truly wise to treat the Philosopher's Stone in such a manner? Hagrid placed the bag in his pocket, his expression grim as he settled into the cart. A philosophical wizard once said, "Life is like a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Even when you know the next one might taste like booger, you still have to eat it." Luo Bay. Ugh, that is utterly revolting. Then, swaying side to side, up and down, the cart finally returned to the main hall. Harry felt dizzy and lightheaded as he and Hagrid exited Gringotts, once again greeted by the warm embrace of sunlight. There is nothing quite like the comfort of a sunlit place. Harry and Hagrid leaned against the entrance of Gringotts for a moment, allowing their bodies to recover before making their way towards the shops on the street. The shopping expedition commenced. Shopping, a pastime predominantly enjoyed by women, often drives them to madness. The duration and exertion involved in this activity have long instilled fear in the hearts of men. However, men too harbor a love for shopping. Yet, due to differing mindsets, they seldom release their stress through such activities. Nonetheless, when a man is quite wealthy, shopping becomes a true delight for him. Hagrid shook his head and said to Harry, "I need to head to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink to perk myself up. You go ahead and buy your uniform at Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions." Hagrid pointed to a nearby clothing store. Harry nodded. All right. He then stepped into Madame Malkin's shop. Madame Malkin was a plump witch dressed in purple, her smile warm and inviting. Upon seeing her, one might easily think of the word mother, for she exuded a gentle aura. Or at least that was how Harry perceived it. "Dear, are you here to purchase the new student robes for Hogwarts?" Madame Malkin inquired cheerfully. "Yes, that I must say, if it weren't for your lack of a school uniform and your youthful appearance. I would have mistaken you for a 2nd or 3rd year student. The pattern on your forehead is quite lovely," Madame Malkin complimented. "Thank you for the kind words. Come in, dear, there's another Hogwarts first year trying on robes inside. Perhaps you will be sorted into the same house." Inside, a pale, slender boy stood on a stool while a witch measured him. The boy had striking platinum blonde hair that seemed to shimmer, with his eyes slightly rolled upward and a hint of a haughty smirk at the corner of his mouth, exuding an air of disdain for the world. Ah, what a fateful encounter this is. Harry thought, Malfoy, where did you learn that scornful expression and the knack for inciting hatred? Harry chuckled inwardly at the sight of the platinum-haired boy. Indeed, this was Draco Malfoy, the second major antagonist in the tale of Harry Potter. Malfoy could be considered Harry's lifelong adversary. What? You mentioned Voldemort. Please, has Voldemort experienced 7 years of love and rivalry with Harry at school? Certainly not. That is the essence of destiny. Oh ho ho. Luo Bay. I absolutely adore such plot-twisting setups. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, which is affluent and renowned as one of the wizarding world's pure-blood families. His father, Lucius Malfoy, is a member of the Ministry of Magic's Board of Governors, a born politician. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, is rumored to be a legendary actress. Pondering about young Malfoy, Harry approached him. Standing on the stool beside Malfoy, his height advantage became immediately apparent. Malfoy glanced at Harry before turning away. After all, he was still a child, unable to suppress the urge to engage with a peer. Striving to maintain an aloof demeanor, he inquired, Hey, are you going to Hogwarts? Yes, Harry suppressed a laugh. Suddenly, he recalled the various nicknames for Malfoy circulating online. Draco, Little Dragon, Draco, Arrogant Guy. They certainly fit him well. Malfoy, unable to conceal his arrogance. Declare my father is next door buying my books, and my mother has gone to find a wand. That he spoke slowly and deliberately, which was quite irritating. Then I'll drag them to see the broomsticks. I don't understand why first years can't have their own brooms. That I think I'll force my dad to buy me one, and then find a way to sneak it in. Ah, the classic Malfoy rhetoric, starting every sentence with my father. Harry responded, I also quite like broomsticks. After all, flying is really enjoyable. Malfoy seemed pleased. Have you played Quidditch? I'm not interested in that. I just enjoy the sensation of flying. Malfoy turned his head, somewhat irritated. How can there be a wizard who doesn't like Quidditch? It felt as though Harry had insulted Malfoy's belief. Harry found it somewhat exasperating. Was it really that serious? Malfoy huffed and continued, What house do you think you'll be sorted into? I'm certain I'll be in Slytherin, as my whole family is there. If I'm sorted in a Hufflepuff, I'll drop out. Malfoy, you're so arrogant. I assent that a bit much. Harry replied, I'm more concerned about Slytherin and Gryffindor. I hope I end up in Gryffindor, especially since there is a lovely girl named Hermione there. The last sentence was only heard by Harry himself. Otherwise, being met with Malfoy's disdainful gaze would certainly be a sorrowful tale. Upon hearing Harry express concern for Slytherin, Malfoy grew pleased. Child, your name is Innocence. Thankfully, I have traversed through time. Otherwise, hearing Malfoy speak of Quidditch and houses would leave me utterly flustered. Madame Malkin dressed Harry in a black robe, which fit perfectly, due to the height of new students. Our robes are generally longer, and then we tailor them accordingly. That I did not expect your uniform to be so fitting, Madame Malkin exclaimed. Harry looked down at the robe. Black, soft, tidy, and very comfortable to wear. Thank you, madam. I really like it. That he then purchased the other items on his list along with a pointed hat. Malfoy suddenly remarked, Look at that person at the entrance. I've heard he is Hogwarts' servant. Quite foolish, Harry frowned. It seemed that changing Malfoy's arrogant demeanor would take some time. His name is Hagrid. He is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, not a servant. And what right do you have to call him foolish? At the very least, he doesn't speak ill of others behind their backs like a petty person. Harry stated with a serious tone, each word deliberate. Although his voice was not loud, it conveyed a sense of authority. Malfoy stared at Harry, his expression frozen, his face stiffening, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes, for he had unexpectedly felt his father's imposing presence. Malfoy himself was unsure why he felt this way. His voice suddenly dropping, I am a petty person. Harry, I forgot he doesn't understand what a petty person means. He could only respond in a calming tone. In any case, do not speak ill of anyone behind their backs in the future. I understand. Then Malfoy suddenly reacted. Why should I listen to you? Harry accepted the neatly packaged clothes and looked at Malfoy, shaking his head with a smile, that he then made a sudden movement, extending his hands to pinch Malfoy's face and twist it mischievously. You're really quite naughty. He turned to leave, embodying the essence of a person who departs after accomplishing his task, keeping his merits and fame hidden. Malfoy remained in a daze, akin to a leaf caught in a chaotic wind. As he regained his senses, fury ignited in his eyes, fixating on the retreating figures of Harry and Hagrid. That moment, a couple entered the room. The man, like Malfoy, possessed meticulously styled platinum hair. Lucius Malfoy observed his son's flushed face and inquired, What troubles you? Nothing, Malfoy replied, his gaze flickering, reluctant to divulge. Lucius scrutinized his son for a moment before diverting his eyes, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Harry commenced his shopping for various items. His first stop was at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where he purchased books. The bookstore was a chaotic jumble, with scant shelves and volumes piled haphazardly to the ceiling. Nevertheless, the selection was vast, encompassing everything from leather-bound tomes the size of paving stones to silk-covered books no larger than postage stamps. Some volumes were filled with peculiar symbols, while a few were entirely blank. Among them, Harry was particularly drawn to a book authored by Professor Wendig, titled Curses and Counter-Curses, using the latest revenge techniques to trick your friends and bewilder your enemies. Hair loss, broken legs, tongue-tying, and other methods. This was true magic, far superior to the killing curse. Harry's interest surged as he selected several more intriguing spellbooks. After acquiring the necessary titles, he proceeded to purchase school supplies, a dozen exquisite quills, 10 pounds of the finest parchment, 20 bottles of fascinating color-changing ink, the best scales available, and a top-notch telescope, as for a cauldron. He deemed the pure gold one too ostentatious, and opted for a shiny silver one instead. Alas, I do not wish to be so ostentatious. Yet what can I do? Wealth allows for such whims. I am affluent, I indulge. I speak for myself. I am affluent, I indulge. I speak for myself. Chapter 7. The Purchase of Pets next. He ventured into the apothecary, where the odors were utterly intolerable, far more pungent than soured pickled vegetables. The place was filthy, selling tails, tongues, feathers, bird heads, magical potions, and hay. Harry hastily selected a standard 10-fold dose of the required potion powder and made his escape. Is this truly a place for humans? Finally, he was nearing the completion of his shopping list. With only a wand and a pet remaining, he first arrived at an owl emporium, startled by the many owls that seemed to scrutinize him intently. Harry was taken aback. He soon noticed a black cage that was significantly larger than the others. Inquiring about it, he learned from the shopkeeper that owls were the most noble and sought-after pets, capable of delivering messages and parcels, and possessing an understanding of human language, exhibiting considerable intelligence. However, the proprietor believed owls would eventually be supplanted. He had captured a young eagle from the snowy mountains to see if it would garner any interest. Harry could not help but regard this pet shop owner with newfound respect. Such commercial insight and innovation were rare among wizards. And how did that turn out? He asked. My face is a bit sore. The owner replied. Harry, puzzled, asked, does it have any drawbacks? Indeed, one significant drawback, the owner lamented. Then I shall pass, Harry said, somewhat disappointed. Upon learning it was an eagle, however, he felt a surge of excitement, for he found only a few owls truly beautiful. Yet an eagle, there could be no doubt. It was the epitome of grace and strength in an era dominated by owls. Owning an eagle would elevate his status significantly. Unfortunately, he inquired casually, what drawbacks does it have? Expensive, the owner succinctly stated. Harry nearly sputtered in disbelief. He then approached the eagle's cage, dismissively saying, expensive? I am now left with naught but gold. He commanded, show me, and should I be satisfied, reward shall follow. The owner looked conflicted. Do you require me to say it is beyond my means? With a flourish, the black cloth was lifted, revealing an eagle perched within, its gaze sharp and commanding, truly the king of the skies. It stood tall, reaching Harry's thigh, with a white neck and a dark, imposing body. To Harry's eyes sparkled, and he found himself salivating. I'll take it, Harry stated calmly. What? The owner, still in shock, could hardly process the transaction. The eagle had been on display for 2 days, drawing many admirers, but upon hearing the price, they all faltered. He had nearly lost hope. Ignoring the owner's distress, Harry inquired, what is the price in galleons? The owner cautiously assessed Harry's expression and replied, well, this eagle is the first of its kind in the wizarding world, with a lifespan approximately 3 times that of a regular owl, possessing remarkable intelligence, and of course, it is quite handsome. Harry interjected, enough with the pleasantries. Just tell me the price. The owner, sheepishly smiling, tentatively offered, I see in you a remarkable potential, a rare talent, and a countenance that speaks of greatness. Thus, I shall extend to you a supreme discount of 10%. You must be joking, Harry retorted. No, truly. A flat price, 98%, 97%. Very well, I see your sincerity. I shall offer 96%. The owner was eloquent in his sales pitch. Harry scrutinized the owner, confirming that he bore no Chinese ancestry, which only deepened his bewilderment. Why not simply say, not 998, not 898, but only 799? The lowest price is 75 galleons. The owner trembled, as if he was having a piece of him cut away. It was no wonder no one purchased the eagle. After all, an owl typically cost around 10 to 15 galleons, while this eagle was priced at 7 times that. Who would buy it unless they were foolishly wealthy? The disparity was staggering. To illustrate, you might have 7 stunningly beautiful girlfriends, yet you can only have one. Do you understand? Harry counted out 70 galleons from his pouch and tossed them to the owner, asking Hagrid to help carry the birdcage as they exited. The shopkeeper hurriedly tucked away the galleons, fearful that Harry might change his mind. In a confectionery shop, Harry purchased 2 colossal ice creams. handing one to Hagrid. Curiously, he asked, "Why didn't you stop me from spending so much on a pet?" Hagrid took a large bite, instantly reducing his portion by a third, mumbling, "This eagle is quite a rare breed." Harry understood immediately. When it came to animals, Hagrid's intelligence often plummeted. There was precedent for this. Hagrid had once divulged methods for dealing with a three-headed dog to a stranger for the sake of a dragon egg, albeit while intoxicated. Passing another pet store, Harry was enchanted by the delightful mews of cats. Momentarily immobilized, he had a fondness for cats. Who could possibly dislike such adorable creatures? Yet the school allowed only one pet. Toads, cats, or owls. Most would choose an owl. However, Harry felt that would strip the pet of its significance, as owls served more as assistants than companions. Thus, the opportunity to bring a pet felt nearly non-existent. Unsure of what to do, he looked up at Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, is there a way for me to bring 2 pets to Hogwarts, rather than outright refuse?" Hagrid pondered for a moment. Harry thought, "How remarkable. Hagrid is actually considering this." Hagrid replied, "Ordinarily, that's not permissible, but you are an exception." Harry mused, "See, this is the advantage of being cool. You could write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. I doubt he would refuse." Hagrid added, his eyes blinking beneath his untamed hair, "Wonderful. The feline creatures from the stars are indeed irresistibly adorable." Subsequently, Harry ventured into a pet shop selling kittens, though Hagrid refrained from entering, as he detested the sound of their meows. It is rather peculiar that, despite Hagrid's fondness for animals, he even finds giant spiders and three-headed dogs to be delightful. He harbors an aversion towards the genuinely charming cats. Could it be that he bears some psychological trauma associated with felines? It seems that Professor McGonagall transforms into a cat, does it not? Harry darkly pondered this. Hagrid, outside, suddenly sneezed. Is it summer? Am I catching a cold? Moments later, Harry emerged, cradling a cardboard box in his arms. Inside was a pure white kitten, its big, watery eyes a celestial blue, reminiscent of the sky and the ocean. Occasionally, it let out a delightful meow, extending its tiny paw to lick and smooth its fur. How utterly adorable it was! This snow-white kitten was the epitome of cuteness. As for the price, well, you all understand the significance of the word most. Lou Obey remarked, "I have a great fondness for cats." While reading the original text, I felt my heart break when Hagrid, disliking cats, did not buy one for Harry. Moreover, it seems that owls cannot truly be considered pets, as they cannot stay by one side, nor are they particularly endearing. Hence, I incorporated the idea of Harry having a feline companion into this narrative. In writing this book, I delved into extensive research on various individuals, ensuring to clarify relationships and avoid any chronological errors. There are numerous hidden details to attend to, and it is vital to distinguish between the original text and the films, while maintaining coherence in the plot and refraining from inserting cliché elements such as Sharingan. Martial arts, or mythical beasts. The characters' personalities must be preserved, which is indeed a challenge. Additionally, regarding the previous chapter's mention of Malfoy's mother being an actress, it was because she deceived Voldemort with her acting prowess, which was quite amusing. Furthermore, the price of owls is not arbitrary. It was established by J.K. Rowling in an interview. This snow-white kitten is indeed the most precious of all. As for its price, you all know it should carry the word most. Chapter 8. I want that wand. After walking for quite a while, it was already noon. The sun blazed brilliantly, causing Harry's eyes to blur and making him start to sweat. He had no choice but to purchase 2 ice creams to cool down. At that moment, he envied Hagrid. One could not help but notice Hagrid clad in thick clothing, maintaining a calm demeanor, and we must hurry to buy a wand. I feel as though I'm turning into jerky, Harry wearily stated. The kitten lazily lounged in the box, emitting a soft, purring sound. Harry smeared a bit of ice cream on the kitten's head to help cool it down, only for it to wipe it off with its paw and lick it. Appearing quite pleased, I teamed me out a couple of times. Then, recalling the eagle in Hagrid's possession, Harry thought about how uncomfortable it must be in such heat, covered by a black cloth with only a small space to breathe. Hagrid, let us release the eagle. Oh, all right. Hagrid seemed to just realize. He hurriedly opened the copper cage. With a whoosh, a dark figure soared into the sky, its wings fully unfurled, circling above Diagon Alley. The sharp cries of the eagle resonated through the air. Many wizards, hearing such a piercing call, instinctively looked up to see the majestic eagle soaring. Young Wizard A. What is that? Is it an owl? Young Wizard B. Are you daft? That's an eagle. Young Wizard A. It's so cool. I wish I had one. Young Wizard B. Well, you can just wish. Young Wizard A. I've seen that eagle. It's worth 80 galleons. Young Wizard B. So expensive. Which wealthy fool bought it? Young Wizard A. Let us find him and become friends. Young Wizard B. Sounds good. As Harry listened to the children's conversation, he initially found it amusing, but soon became speechless. However, observing the expressions of envy and astonishment on the faces of the wizards who had seen the eagle only serve to inflate his pride, I've spent so much money just to achieve this effect. Assured that the eagle would not abandon him, Harry chose to disregard it. Following Hagrid, they entered a wand shop, the only one of its kind in Diagon Alley. Renowned throughout the wizarding world, countless famous wizards had acquired their wands from this establishment. The shop appeared quite ordinary, shabby, and small. Yet a tattered and dirty wooden sign hanging outside spoke of its illustrious history. It read, Ollivander. Crafting exceptional wands since 382 BC, Harry was unaware of the significance of this statement. Yet he felt an unusual sense of reverence. He could not help but wonder, why do wizards not prioritize aesthetics? Look at the dilapidated and dark leaky cauldron, the cluttered bookstore, the disheveled apothecary, and now this shabby little wand shop. His heart felt heavy, and he thought he might never love again. A wand shop over 2,000 years old. Is there anything more impressive than this? If it were my shop, I would immediately rebuild it in pure gold and advertise throughout the magical community. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Not merely a century-old establishment, nor a 500-year-old one, but a 2,300-year-old legacy. Trustworthy, desirable, and indispensable. Once you use it, you'll never want anything else. Now that's an advertisement worth having. Perhaps mere mortals cannot comprehend the profundity of the extraordinary, even if one holds the title of the chosen one. Upon entering the shop, a serene and mysterious atmosphere enveloped him. An elderly man suddenly emerged from behind a wand shelf, his cloudy eyes fixated on Harry. Welcome, Potter. Your eyes truly resemble your mother's. So bright. She came here to purchase her first wand. It feels like just yesterday. 10 1/4 inches, made of willow. Observe the craftsmanship. It is truly professional. Mr. Ollivander traced a finger across Harry's forehead. I sincerely apologize. This wand was one I sold. It's quite all right, Harry responded politely. Ollivander continued now. Let us see which wand shall choose you today. Which hand do you prefer to use? Right hand, Harry replied. Raising his arm, Ollivander took measurements from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, around Harry's head. As he measured, he explained, every Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties. This is its essence, Mr. Potter, that we utilize unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each Ollivander wand is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are exactly alike. Of course, should you wield a wand that rightly belongs to another wizard, you can hardly expect the same results. Ollivander withdrew a box from the shelf. Give this a try. As Harry opened it and grasped the wand, Ollivander swiftly snatched it away. It seems unsuitable. He then replaced it with another. Wait, Harry interjected. Ollivander, puzzled, inquired. What is it? Harry thought to himself. I refuse to be foolishly indecisive like in the original text. I wish to try a wand made from the same phoenix feather as Voldemort's, Harry stated earnestly. Both Ollivander and Hagrid were taken aback. Ollivander rummaged through the wands, saying, I recall it being made of holly. With a phoenix feather 11 inches long. As Harry grasped the wand, a beam of light shot forth from its tip, illuminating the dim room. Yes, this is this truly fate. Ollivander placed the wand back in its box. Harry paid little mind to the old man's eccentricities as they exited the shop. Hagrid, I do not wish to return to Aunt Petunia's home. I would prefer to stay at the Leaky Cauldron. I agree. Their family is utterly dreadful that I wouldn't want you to return to them either. I thought you might find it difficult to adjust to the wizarding world. Since you are willing, you may stay at the Leaky Cauldron. I can use Floo powder to visit you over the next month. Thus, a delightful decision was made. This place is so fascinating. Only a fool would return home. Amidst the bustling crowd, Harry suddenly heard a faint voice. Hermione's bookstore. He quickly turned around, catching a glimpse of a girl with brown hair disappearing into the throng. Could it be her? One of the members of the Crystal Palace. What is wrong, Harry? Ah, nothing. Let's go have lunch, he replied, and the two of them proceeded to dine. Hagrid reserved a room for Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. Regarding money, one can discern Old Tom's excitement upon hearing that Harry would be staying in his pub. Harry watched as Hagrid departed on his motorcycle, delaying his return to the pub to spend the afternoon wandering the Muggle world of London, indulging in some shopping. As dusk approached, Harry made his way back to the Leaky Cauldron. Ascending the wooden staircase, it creaked beneath his weight. The second floor housed guest rooms, with a spacious corridor flanked by approximately 10 rooms. Entering his own chamber, he found it entirely wooden, the floor constructed from broad, yellow planks, complemented by wooden cabinets, a wooden bed, and wooden walls. The room was not particularly tall, resulting in a low bed, yet Harry felt quite content. He retrieved a small fish he had purchased, and immediately, the little white cat stirred from the bed, sniffed the fish, and let out an excited meow before beginning its meal. As for the eagle, its whereabouts were unknown. With a sigh, Harry placed his newly acquired items on the floor beside the bed, flopped onto the covers, and closed his eyes, contently murmuring to himself, "What an enjoyable day it has been." Clang, this is my line. Gradually succumbing to slumber, only the small cat remained, quietly munching away. Outside, the moon ascended, casting a bright glow. Luo Bay, do you fancy this cat and eagle? The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Harry was already awake. This day marked his official first day as a wizard, and naturally, he was exhilarated to be alone. That sense of freedom was truly delightful. He drew back the tattered curtains, revealing a deep blue sky, and opened the wooden window to let in a brisk breeze. Despite it being summer, the morning air was still quite cool, prompting Harry to slightly close the window, but he pulled a sweater from his clothing to ward off the chill, finding it much more comforting. Harry lamented, "Isn't it customary for the male protagonist to awaken in bed with a charming companion? Where is mine?" A sultry voice responded to him. Harry glanced at the bedside and discovered a charming little white cat curled up in a ball. Alas, Harry sat by the window, gazing at the interplay of deep blue and darkness in the sky. Where bright stars and the moon still shone, he moved a small wooden table to the window, lit 3 candles, and opened the first page of his History of Magic textbook, a requisite for his studies. The scene of windows, night, candles, and history books intertwined with a handsome young man was indeed captivating. This book chronicled the development of the magical world and significant historical events from ancient times to the present, making it accessible to first-year students. As he perused, Harry caught sight of himself, albeit as an infant in the photograph. What about my portrait fee? This is infringement, Harry raged inwardly. Nevertheless, considering it posed no real loss to him and could potentially garner immense fame, he soon abandoned the thought of filing a complaint. After reviewing the table of contents and skimming through the material, the dawn broke, yet tranquility remained. Looking down from the window, Diagon Alley lacked the lively bustle of the previous day, with only a few scattered shops opening for business. Harry stretched, rubbed his eyes, and extinguished the candles with a single breath, releasing 3 wisps of smoke. He removed his outer sweater to reveal a t-shirt underneath. Harry flopped onto the bed in a starfish position, causing the sleeping cat to bounce up, startled. Once it realized there was no danger, it resumed its meal. Harry scooped the cat into his arms, nuzzling its face with his nose, unable to suppress a laugh. "I still need to name you. What shall it be?" Harry pondered. "Wonkai." The cat's fur bristled in alarm. "Ha! Your reaction is quite pronounced. You must be pleased with that name. Why are you biting me?" Harry rubbed his hand. "Elizabeth Alice, no. Too complicated. What a headache. I'll just call you Tom." But upon glancing at the little cat in his arms, he raised its hind leg and, disappointed, remarked, "It's a female." Ultimately, Harry settled on the name, Little Cutie. He realized he truly detested naming things, for there were simply too many options. However, this name was rather delightful. He reassured himself. Suddenly, the eagle's shriek shattered the silence as a dark figure swooped in like lightning. Landing beside Harry's window, the eagle spread its left wing, meticulously preening its feathers. "And there is another. Harry felt a headache coming on. Of course, when it came to naming the eagle, Harry wisely kept his distance. A peck from a bird would certainly not be a pleasant experience. How about Optimus Prime? It suits you perfectly. Not satisfied. Do you prefer Megatron? But he's the villain. After some back and forth, Harry discovered that the eagle's favorite name was Hedwig. How unoriginal. Harry scoffed. He was rather indifferent to the name. Yet his eagle showed no interest in any of his other flamboyant suggestions, but at least he had settled on a name. Harry suddenly noticed that Hedwig had blood-stained feathers. Oh, you dare to feast alone. Eagle, looking innocent. You didn't feed me. And you're upset I sought my own food? Harry recalled a terrifying thought. Owls are known to eat mice, right? Thankfully, he hadn't purchased an owl. Otherwise, it would be forever bringing mice into the house, which would indeed be despair-inducing. Reflecting on this, Harry decided to forgive Hedwig. Come, let's give it a try, Harry said with a beaming smile. Little cutie, the cat responded with a meow. Little cutie, little cutie. The little cat paid no attention. Harry felt a bit embarrassed. Turning to Hedwig, he called, Hedwig. The owl immediately took flight. Harry was left with a frown. So you won't play with me? Then I'll channel my frustration into my appetite. Harry turned and headed downstairs, only to find Old Tom still asleep. Shaking his head in disbelief, Harry ventured out to feast in the Muggle world while contemplating his plans for the day. I'll continue exploring Diagon Alley in the morning and spend the afternoon reading, particularly about potions. Those 3 vexing questions must be memorized. Snape, let's see who truly falls short when it comes to magic. He then thought about tomorrow and the day after, intending to learn simple spells, practicing diligently each day until he achieved proficiency. Delicious. This is great. Waiter, another serving of these 2 dishes, please. And thus, Harry embarked on a learning journey that would last over a month. Each morning, he was awakened by little Cutie's gentle licks, feeding her fresh fish bought from a London supermarket before heading out for a run, finishing at Buckingham Palace before returning to BY this time. Old Tom had begun his workday. Harry would purchase a large piece of meat, return to his room, summon Hedwig, and feed her, but he would either practice magic, read, or carry little Cutie to Diagon Alley, as the number of first-year students dwindled in their shopping. Diagon Alley returned to its usual state, with far fewer instances of crowded streets. Many shops in Diagon Alley had recently noticed a particular child frequenting their establishments, a composed boy with a silver mark on his forehead, resembling a distinctive pattern. They speculated it might be some form of magic, that he often appeared in Diagon Alley, entering and exiting each shop, occasionally cradling a pure white cat he referred to as Little Cutie, even when asked his name. He would merely smile and shake his head, and after a few encounters, no one bothered to inquire further. Over a month passed in this manner, and only Harry knew how much he had grasped about magic. However, perhaps we can glean some insight from Harry's astonishing progress in learning magic. Of course, there were also incidents Harry preferred not to recall, such as the time he used the summoning charm at Flourish and Blots, resulting in a cascade of books crashing down from the ceiling, burying him beneath the pile, or the time he conducted an experiment in his room, ending up with a soot-smudged face and a fire on his bed, which earned him a profoundly disapproving look from Old Tom. Luo Bay. Harry naming his owl Hedwig holds a deeper significance. Hedwig signifies a guardian of orphans. Today is the 1st of September, and the weather is exceptionally fine. Harry is examining the ticket in his hand, which bears the inscription King's Cross Station on the front and September 1 SD, 11 o'clock, Platform 9 on the reverse. By boarding this train, Harry will gain entry to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Simultaneously, countless other newcomers, much like Harry, are filled with joy, anticipation, and longing that a vast estate stretches forth, and merely traversing from the entrance to the house requires a 10-minute walk. A tall man is instructing a child. You are a pure blood. Always remember the glory of the Malfoy family. Yes, father, the boy with platinum hair replies haughtily, I in a vehicle navigating the streets of London. A man enthusiastically assures his daughter, Hermione, I believe in you. Even at the magical school, you will be the best. That a lovely girl lifts her chin and responds with a confident smile. Of course, that a plump woman, her face flushed with fury, shouts up to the second floor, Ron Weasley, today is your day of enrollment, and you still haven't risen. Do you intend to make me write to Headmaster Dumbledore and inform him that you won't be attending Hogwarts this year? A reluctant voice, accompanied by a yawn, drifts down. I'm getting dressed. If you don't come down in a minute, you'll never come down again. The woman roars. All right, the voice grows frantic. A loud thud echoes, indicating something has fallen. Harry, laden with various bags, is relieved that he need not concern himself with a majestic Hedwig. Oh no. That is, she's an owl and naturally belongs in the sky, while the little darling nestles atop one of the parcels. Consequently, Harry pays them little mind. Dressed in the first-year Hogwarts uniform, he admires himself in a small mirror, smoothing his long black hair, and confidently smiles at his reflection, declaring, "Let us embark, for I am destined to become the Pirate King." Due to the sheer volume of his belongings, Harry must make several trips to transport them to the entrance of the leaky cauldron. As he prepares to depart, he waves a reluctant farewell to Old Tom. "Mr. Potter, I hope you'll visit again. There is still an opportunity regarding my plans to renovate the pub. Oh, don't leave yet. TCH, I'm not doing this for your sake. Such a prime location, south to Shanxi. North to the Arctic Witch's Gorge, truly a coveted spot. Compared to this, any golden shop is but a trifle. It is akin to a diamond store that a simple upgrade could yield a fortune," Harry mutters to himself. With the intention of assisting Old Tom, Harry drafts a proposal specifically for the leaky cauldron, outlining a comprehensive renovation plan for the establishment, including the hall and guest rooms that he initially believed Tom would be immensely grateful. Exclaiming, "Sir, please accept my knee." However, the result was merely a series of chuckles. This truly is a sorrowful tale. Youth is indeed a bright sorrow. I suppose I'm still an artistic soul. Harry hails a taxi to King's Cross Station. Arriving at 9:30, he places his belongings onto a small trolley and begins his search for Platform 9. He soon notices that passers-by are curiously observing him, and it dawns on him that he is merely a child of 11, burdened with an abundance of luggage, accompanied by a proud little creature strutting behind him. But he appears rather peculiar, clad in an unusual black robe, adorned with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and possessing a mane of black hair. Anyone encountering such an odd child would undoubtedly take a second glance. If he were another child, he might feel quite uncomfortable. But who is he? Once upon a time, he was the reigning monarch of the kindergarten realm. Thus, the gazes of mere mortals do not faze him. Harry, purposefully scanning the station signs, finally spots platforms 9 and 10. A smile brightens his face. Found it. He hastens towards the space between the two platforms. Reflecting it must be quite literal, then, upon closer inspection, he notices a red brick pillar positioned near platform 10, reminiscent of the one from the film. Could it be this? Should he test it with his head? As he approaches the stone pillar, an odd sensation envelopes him that he feels as though the air is compressing around him. Turning to survey his surroundings, he sees the figures of people becoming somewhat blurred. He abruptly steps back, and that peculiar feeling dissipates, restoring normalcy. Harry exhales, realizing this must be the way. He places his thumb and forefinger in his mouth, inhales deeply, and emits a loud, melodious whistle that reverberates throughout the station. Many are drawn to the sound and turn their attention to Harry, only to be astonished as a black owl suddenly swoops in from outside, circles twice, and gracefully lands upon Harry's shoulder. After waiting a moment to ensure no one is watching, Harry swiftly approaches the pillar once more. Indeed, that strange sensation returns, as if he is separating from his surroundings. This time, however, he does not panic. He continues forward, feeling the owl shift its feet, inching closer to his face. Just as Harry passes through the pillar, he glances back and catches a glimpse of a woman approaching with several children, all sporting red hair. Then he steps through, as if parting a veil of water. A gust of wind greets him, and when he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a scene entirely different from King's Cross Station. This is an open-air platform where a deep crimson train rests on the tracks, and people are bustling to and fro. The platform is teeming with individuals, their voices mingling in a cacophony of sound. Adults and children. Children and children. Adults and adults. The myriad of exchanges fills his ears, while a few playful cats dart about and owls hoot in their cages. Steam rises, swirling around the sign for Platform 9. And a brass plaque on the train reads Hogwarts Express. Harry beams with a smile that rivals even Luffy's. He turns to the owl perched on his shoulder and says, "We must follow the train." The owl takes flight, while Harry stows the little creature in a bag, leaving only its head visible. With so many people around, he wonders how it would manage not to get stepped on. As Harry approaches the train, he notices that the front carriages are already full. With many children chatting and playing, he makes his way along the train, passing through compartment after compartment. Upon reaching one that is not yet crowded, he begins to load his belongings on board. "Hello, need a hand?" A cheerful voice calls out. Two identical boys appear beside him, one of whom smiles and inquires. Harry pauses, glancing at their hair, and realizes they must be Fred and George, Ron's mischievous older brothers. "Thank you, but no." "What is your name?" "You don't look like a first year," one of them asks. Harry Potter studies their faces, which are now filled with a delightful mix of astonishment, excitement, and enthusiasm. Leaving them momentarily at a loss for words, that "I'll head in first, then goodbye." Harry waves to them. They exchange a glance and dash away. Mom, you won't believe who I just saw." One exclaims excitedly that it's Harry Potter. "Mom," the other adds, "shut up. Let me say it." "Why should I?" comes a defiant voice. As the sun gradually climbs higher, Harry listens to the various warnings and admonishment from Ron and George's mother, finding it amusing. When he hears George mention wanting to gift his mother a Hogwarts toilet seat, he can only exclaim, "What a gem!" As the temperature rises, more and more people board the train. Harry glances at the time. It is nearly 11 o'clock, and the train is about to depart. He had just poked his head outside, intently searching for Hermione, but the crowd is too dense, and he can only guess who she might be. Perhaps she boarded the train even earlier than Harry. A whistle suddenly pierces through the air, interrupting his thoughts. The train exhaled copious amounts of steam and smoke. A prolonged whistle heralded the imminent departure of a locomotive. Upon hearing the train's whistle, children yet to board hastily bid farewell to their parents, who, in turn, offered a plethora of well-meaning admonitions, for their precious ones would be separated from them for 4 to 5 months. Indeed, a considerable span for a first-time parting. Some parents stood beside the train, engaging in conversation with their children already seated within. Harry, finding the sunlight too piercing, drew the curtains closed and reclined comfortably on the bench. The seat was not made of wood. Otherwise, Harry would not have chosen to lie down. Moreover, he was alone in the compartment. A sliding door separated the room from the outside world. In the center of the compartment stood a wooden table, flanked by 2 benches, with an empty seat facing Harry. He stretched languidly, anticipating the train's departure. The train once again emitted a shrill whistle, and then it jolted violently, causing him to lean back, accompanied by the thunderous clattering of wheels. One could distinctly feel the acceleration as the train picked up speed. The wind rushed in through the window, billowing the curtains and revealing the scenery outside. It was a view unimaginable in the city. Several houses zipped past in a blur, leaving only a verdant landscape behind. The track seemed to be laid through a forest, bordered by towering trees that swayed gently, vibrant with greenery. In the distance, the undulating mountains came into view. Harry gazed skyward, observing a column reaching for the heavens, soaring alongside the train. How vexing it was to be alone! The tedium was unbearable. Harry sighed and retrieved a plastic bag from his pack. His little companion's ears perked up immediately. Its charming eyes fixated on Harry's hand. Harry tousled the soft fur of his little friend, muttering, "All you do is eat. You won't even play with me. I should let you go hungry for a few days." Meow, meow. The little creature leaped onto Harry's lap, nuzzling against him and mewing sweetly, displaying its adorableness. Harry looked at it disdainfully, yet his face broke into a radiant smile at its antics. He felt a profound joy. Luo Bei, what about your integrity? "It's time for lunch," Harry said, producing a fresh fish to offer to his little companion. "You love fish so much. I wonder if Hogwarts will allow you to continue feasting on it. If not, you'll have to settle for, well, slugs." Harry gently groomed the little creature's fur, which silently protested, flapping its head. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open. Harry looked up to see a boy standing at the entrance. Wearing an expression of awkwardness, the boy was tall and thin, appearing rather clumsy, with a freckled face, a mop of red hair, large hands, and big feet, a long nose to match. Instantly, Harry recognized him as Ron, one of his closest friends and a member of the famed trio, the Iron Triangle. Harry mused internally, pondering what thoughts might be swirling in his mind at that moment, though one could surmise from the ensuing conversation. "Hello, is there something you need?" Harry asked, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Ron, visibly anxious and stammering, replied, "Well, the compartments up front are all full. May I sit here?" Harry glanced at the seat opposite him, hesitating to respond, feeling a bit embarrassed, before apologetically stating, "I'm afraid this seat is taken. My companion just stepped out for a moment that I truly apologize, but there should be empty seats further back," Harry kindly suggested. Luo Bei, the art of self-cultivation for actors. "Thank you, I'll check the back," Ron replied understandingly. "Not if you don't mind. You could share the seat with me," Harry offered with a smile that, "Oh, no need. Thank you." Ron replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. By the way, what's your name?" Ron asked shyly. Harry smiled gently. "Harry Potter," as he extended his hand toward Ron. "Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. My brother told me about you," Ron exclaimed, flustered with excitement. Before realizing that Harry was still extending his hand, he quickly grasped it. "I'm Ron Weasley. An honor to meet you." Ron's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Likewise," Harry replied, displaying a sincere smile. In the end, Ron left with a heart brimming with excitement, thinking, "I met the legendary Harry Potter. He even greeted me, and we shook hands." Little did Ron know that the kind visage he just encountered concealed a far deeper malice. "Ah, youth, your naivete is profound." Harry closed the door, his smile fading as he fell into contemplation, while stroking his little companion. He muttered to himself, "Is this the right thing to do?" The little creature mewed twice, as if to console its master. Gazing out at the passing scenery, Harry chuckled. "What does it matter? I've made my choice. And as long as I don't regret it, that's what counts." Meanwhile, a girl named Hermione was envisioning what Hogwarts might be like. She was thrilled to have made her first wizarding friend, Neville, who shared her compartment. Eager and studious, Hermione dove into a magical book she had just purchased, aware that traditional witches and wizards often looked down upon students of Muggle descent. This concern weighed heavily on her mind, as she feared rejection. However, upon learning of her Muggle heritage, Neville inundated her with questions about the non-magical world, leading Hermione to realize that not all wizards harbored disdain for Muggles at that moment. Hermione felt a flicker of hope, though she knew it was merely a fleeting sentiment. That a stout boy entered the compartment, disappointment etched on his face. Hermione, with her lovely brown eyes, blinked and inquired, "Haven't you found your toad?" Neville nodded. "Are you too shy to enter other compartments?" Hermione pointedly remarked. That Neville's chubby cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Though they had just met, Hermione had already discerned his character. Kind-hearted, timid, insecure, and lacking in social skills. "I should have anticipated this," Hermione thought, feeling a mix of sympathy and resolve. "Come on, I'll help you look at a true friend lends a hand when needed." Hermione never considered otherwise. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, have you seen a toad?" "Thank you. Next compartment." "Hello, have you seen a toad?" "Thank you. Next compartment." As Hermione exited one compartment, 3 boys sauntered down the corridor, the one with platinum hair striding ahead, flanked by 2 taller boys who appeared to be his entourage. Hermione approached and asked, "Have you seen a toad?" The boy with platinum hair looked down at her with an air of arrogance. "And who might you be?" "I'm Hermione Granger," she replied. The boy interrupted her, his expression one of disdain. "Oh, a Muggle-born. Step aside. Don't block my path." Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears, her confusion palpable as she felt a chill envelop her. The term Muggle was the most egregious insult to those without wizarding blood, akin to labeling someone a vile beggar. A wave of humiliation washed over her. She longed to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Tears threatened to spill, and her mind clouded. Her feet felt as if they were stuck, unwilling to move. Why must this happen? Hermione's heart cried out, yearning to scream and release her pent-up frustrations. What a disgrace! Just then, divine intervention occurred, as a voice broke through the tension. "Goodness, what do we have here? I see a little bully picking on a girl," came a light-hearted tone. "Oh, Hermione." This voice radiated warmth, like a gentle breeze caressing her stiffened body, and she cared little for the implications of the term bully. A tall figure stepped between Hermione and Malfoy, and upon catching a glimpse of his kind and inviting smile, Hermione felt an immediate connection. Yet, why did he keep staring at her, ignoring Malfoy entirely? The newcomer focused solely on Hermione, his emerald green eyes sparkling with interest. "Hello, beautiful miss. May I inquire your name?" The boy politely inquired, his gaze unwavering. "I am called Hermione Granger." "Well then, greetings, Miss Granger." The boy greeted her warmly, as if they were already well acquainted, his eyes sparkling with kindness. Truly, how adorable. As for Low Bay, he harbored an aversion towards Ron. Why, you ask? Initially, it stemmed from jealousy over Hermione's brilliance, leading him to speak ill of her behind her back. Cowardly, timid, and lackadaisical, he even brought her tears on multiple occasions and harbored doubts about Harry during the Triwizard Tournament, enviously eyeing Harry's successes. So, do you fancy this characterization of mine? Additionally, since someone remarked that the name Optimus Prime for an eagle was quite melodious, let it be so. Who else could it possibly be but Harry? In truth, as Hermione knocked on each door inquiring, Harry had already caught wind of the commotion. He had initially intended to introduce himself once Hermione entered. But then Malfoy made a sudden appearance, taking on a most detestable role. Not wishing to see Hermione distressed, Harry promptly exited his room, only to behold the petite figure trembling like a weeping blade of grass, quaking in the fierce winds commanded by Malfoy. Clearly, Malfoy was in dire need of a lesson. That Harry's eyes gleamed with determination. Malfoy suddenly felt a chill behind him, penetrating to his very bones, just as he sensed a familiar voice approaching. He was incensed to find Harry adopting an air of indifference. "Who are you? Are you here to assist this muggle?" Malfoy shouted. Harry turned around, grinning. "Isn't this the utterly uncharming little brother I encountered in Diagon Alley?" Malfoy's face flushed, not from embarrassment, but from anger at Harry's words. That he glared at Harry, realizing it was indeed him, the very same who had crossed paths with him in Diagon Alley. "Though I am simply a naturally benevolent person." "And what of it, little brat?" The dim-witted Malfoy finally grasped the situation. "Who are you calling little brat?" "My name is Draco Malfoy. I am of the Malfoy lineage. Do you comprehend what Malfoy signifies?" As he continued, his fury dissipated, replaced instead with pride. He scoffed disdainfully and declared, "My father." "Enough," Harry interrupted. "I know not who your father is, nor do I care how illustrious your family may be. But why must you strut about with your nose in the air? Is there anything wrong with me calling you little brat?" Malfoy had never faced such confrontation before, thus he could only resort to superficially asserting his identity. "I genuinely had no inkling that the founder of the millennial-old Malfoy family was a half-blood, nor did I realize that your so-called pure-blood family has long been clandestinely intermarrying with muggles. These are revelations that elude me." That Malfoy's complexion paled, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. In a verbal spar, Malfoy was no match for Harry. He felt his vulnerabilities were laid bare, leaving him with no hope of triumph. Thus, he turned his face away, muttering fiercely, "We're leaving." Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 henchmen, prepared for a strategic retreat. "Indeed, I am not afraid of him. I shall reclaim my dignity." A fierce resolve surged within Malfoy. The great Malfoy would not be vanquished. "Wait, don't you think you're forgetting something before you leave?" Harry said nonchalantly, positioning himself directly in front of Malfoy, looking down at him. "What?" The wind seemed to leave Malfoy's sails. "It is, of course, an apology to Miss Granger." "Absolutely not," Malfoy incredulously replied. Harry said, slightly furrowing his brow, his gaze fixed on Malfoy, prompting Malfoy to feel a sudden surge of trepidation. "I apologize," Malfoy quickly uttered with his eyes shut tight before striding away. "And what else?" Malfoy abruptly halted, furiously demanding, "What more is there? Are you not apologizing to me?" Malfoy shot a glance at Hermione, gritting his teeth. "Miss Granger." "Well done," Harry nodded in satisfaction, patting Malfoy on the shoulder. "We are all classmates now. Camaraderie is essential." "Understood." Malfoy swore he had never encountered such an infuriating smile. "Why are you still here? What are you waiting for?" Harry queried, perplexed. Malfoy froze, then practically ran away, his 2 lackeys hurriedly trailing after him. Thank you," Hermione smiled. "If you were to save that smile until your eyes dry, I would find it even more delightful," Harry remarked. Hermione blushed. Harry's gaze shifted to the timid figure of Neville standing behind her, contemplating. "This one seems to be a troubled soul as well." Neville, is it? Yes, is there something you need? Neville stammered timidly, I wish to converse with Miss Granger. Could you please return to the compartment for now? Harry whispered, noting Neville's hidden bravery, albeit spoken in hushed tones. Oh sure, I'll head back then. The chubby boy bowed his head and exited. The young girl kept her head down, her thick hair obscuring her face. Shall we? Harry suggested. Without even seeking my consent, why should I follow your lead? Hermione thought to herself. Yet her legs kept pace with Harry, inciting further frustration within her. Come on, Harry said, pulling the door open. Step inside. Hermione stood at the entrance, peering. I suggest you? Indeed. Do you intend to do something peculiar to me? Harry replied, feigning terror as he crossed his arms. Hermione. She entered, taking a seat opposite Harry. So, you don't intend to do anything strange after all? Harry relaxed, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. Hermione, vexed, retorted, Who would wish to do anything strange to you? What do you want to discuss? I merely wish to spend a moment alone with you. I'm leaving. Ha. Just kidding. I'm Harry Potter. And you? Didn't I just tell you? Which Harry Potter are you? Isn't there only one Harry Potter? The one who made Voldemort weep like a child at O. So you're that Harry, the renowned figure in the annals of recent magical history regarding dark arts, Hermione responded, devoid of shock, only feeling the weight of disillusionment. Her heart felt heavy. What sort of expression is that? Harry remarked, displeased. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in, Harry called. A smiling woman with dimples entered, pushing a small cart. Would you like some snacks? Not necessary, thank you. I would like some, Harry replied, casting a surprised glance at Hermione, who was curiously eyeing the assortment of peculiar snacks. Yet upon hearing Harry's simultaneous response, she turned to gaze out the window, as if something outside held her attention. Pouting, never mind, a smile crept across Harry's face, that I think we could use some snacks to pass the time, that he rummaged through the cart, purchasing an array of treats. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cakes, licorice wands, and other oddities, until he had amassed enough to fill the table with a pile of gold galleons. The vendor departed, closing the door behind her. How despicable! How shameless! Hermione inwardly scolded Harry, still fixated on the window. Feeling it was her desire to buy these snacks, yet now he was consuming them in front of her, clearly intentional. What's this? A bag of snacks suddenly appeared before Hermione. Here, there's half for you. Harry leaned forward, observing Hermione's profile. Who wants your food? I see. You want me to feed you, right? Honestly, just tell me. Harry playfully tapped Hermione's head with the snacks. Brat, who asked you to feed me? Hermione turned to glare at Harry, snatching the snacks away, ripping them open without a care for their contents, stuffing a handful in her mouth, chewing vigorously as if it were Harry himself. Absolutely adorable, Harry suddenly exclaimed, and Hermione momentarily froze, chewing her food with increased fervor, as if she were facing a sworn enemy. Luo Bei remarked, I truly wish to depict Hermione in a more endearing light. However, I find myself utterly inept. Just then, a white figure sprang onto the wooden table. The adorable creature meandered through an array of food, occasionally lowering its head to sniff at the enticing aromas, emitting charming little sounds. Hadn't it just finished eating? Was it time for another meal? Harry wore an expression of resignation, preparing to embrace the little darling when, suddenly, Hermione exclaimed, Oh, how adorable! In a flash, she scooped up the small creature, cradling it in her arms, her face beaming with delight as she nuzzled against it. Whose cat is this? It's simply precious. Hermione cast a suspicious glance at Harry. It can't possibly be yours, can it? Ha! You are quite astute, Harry replied. Hermione's expression soured, seemingly envious of Harry, and she began rummaging through the table, soon discovering a type of food suitable for cats. Joyfully feeding the little one, she played with the small creature perched on her lap while snacking. Her expression suddenly shifted. She hurriedly sifted through the pile of snacks, seemingly unable to locate what she sought. Suddenly enlightened, she looked up at Harry, eyeing the star-shaped piece of bread he was eating, intending to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. Instead, she discreetly picked up a piece of bread and placed it in her mouth, gazing out the window of the train, her ears turning crimson. Are you trying to say something? Harry inquired curiously. No, Hermione replied, refusing to turn her head. I thought you might ask if I'd seen a piece of bread that you took a bite out of, Harry said, feigning seriousness. Ahem, Hermione coughed, almost choking on her snack. Harry, continuing his playful banter, remarked, I just had a piece of bread, and it seems to be missing a small chunk, quite soft, as if someone had taken a bite. You can go to hell. Hermione finally succumbed to Harry's shamelessness, grabbing a bag of snacks and hurling it at his face, silencing his comments. Her expression resembled a monkey's backside, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, whether from anger or embarrassment unclear. With a forceful push, she opened the door and dashed out, slamming it behind her with a resounding crash. My cat, Harry muttered. Malfoy sat in his chair, his face a mask of fury. Why didn't you rush in and give him a good thrashing? Malfoy shot a glare at his lackey, addressing his two companions. He is too tall. We're no match for him, Lackey replied. Malfoy felt another wave of irritation wash over him. Are you all fools? Eating so much, and yet you're of no use. Lackey muttered quietly. I am a pig. Malfoy, exasperated, nearly laughed in frustration, at a loss for words to express his anger that I will have my revenge. If he gets sorted into Slytherin, he won't know what hit him, Malfoy mused, envisioning a blissful life spent tormenting Harry, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a voice that left a lasting impression on Malfoy rang out. Little brat, have you thought of something amusing to share with everyone? In that moment, Malfoy felt as if a raging fire had been doused with cold water. What are you doing here? Malfoy asked, his expression dark and a hint of fear in his eyes, wondering if the intruder intended to attack him. We are about to become classmates, so I thought I'd come to strengthen our friendship. Harry replied, sporting an innocent smile. Malfoy longed to say that he was unwelcome here and to suggest Harry find friends elsewhere. However, he sensed it would be futile, and in Harry's presence, he always felt constrained. Much like when facing his father, I want to speak with your boss privately. You all can leave, Harry instructed the goons. In no way. What if you bully our boss? Goofy exclaimed, loyalty evident in his expression. Malfoy lowered his head, a wave of resentment enveloping him. This is my lackey. Fantastic. Can't you muster a few more honest words? Even if you are here, can you stop me from bullying your boss? Harry challenged. That we cannot. Goofy pondered before nodding in agreement. Malfoy felt despair creeping in. Then hurry up and leave. Do you think your status is equal to Malfoy's? Harry said sternly that I came to speak with your boss. Yet you all want to represent him. Are you not afraid that little brat here will make things difficult for you? At that, the goons hurriedly exited. Malfoy, surprisingly, felt a flicker of gratitude towards Harry. I finally understand how astonishing their intelligence truly is. Little brat? I'm not a little brat. I'm Malfoy. Malfoy roared. I thought you liked that name. Harry replied, somewhat helplessly, like, what nonsense? What do you want from me? Malfoy asked directly. Well, I'm in need of psychic, and I want to extend this opportunity to you. You needn't thank me, Harry said, adopting a tone that suggested he was being exceptionally generous. Have you lost your mind? My father, I am a Malfoy, from a grand pure blood family. Malfoy initially started to mention his father, but abruptly changed his words, recalling Harry's earlier comment. Indeed, that's you. Ordinary folks lack the qualifications, Harry responded earnestly, appearing even more insufferable. Malfoy was at a loss for words, never having encountered someone so audacious. Oh, you know who I am? Harry asked. In that moment, Malfoy realized that he didn't even know who he sought revenge against. It was utterly humiliating. I am Harry Potter. That identity should suffice for you as my boss, Harry declared. Malfoy was genuinely taken aback, familiar with that name not only from books, but also due to his father's frequent, venomous mentions of it, always in a derogatory context. What does that have to do with me? Malfoy steadied himself and replied, you wish to be my boss? Harry suddenly inquired. Would you like me to serve you tea, take orders, do your homework, and run errands? Harry asked, his voice dripping with temptation. Like a tea that moment, he resembled Orochimaru. Indeed, quite useful. Malfoy couldn't conceal his excitement, already swayed. Ahem. What do you mean? Malfoy feigned indifference. Let us make a wager. Harry proposed, finally revealing his ultimate aim. What do you mean? Malfoy asked, puzzled. Luo Bay noted, there are likely not many who genuinely dislike Malfoy, as he is not truly malicious. during Harry's initial encounters with him. Once in Diagon Alley and once on the train, it was Malfoy who first greeted Harry. In the film, their second meeting occurs on the staircase at Hogwarts, where Malfoy explicitly expresses a desire to befriend him. However, his arrogance leads Harry to dislike him, resulting in their enmity. Draco Malfoy is merely a boastful boy, concerned about his image, competitive, somewhat arrogant, and conceited. In Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Draco plays a more significant role, as Voldemort orders him to assassinate Professor Dumbledore, yet he ultimately proves incapable of carrying out the task. This failure is not merely a matter of ability. It appears he is not as malevolent as most, including Harry, might assume. Other events support this notion, such as when he weeps in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, distressed over his family's safety. Regarding Draco, Dumbledore's remarks are particularly fitting. That boy's soul has not been completely destroyed. Draco, you are not a killer. Hence, I believe it would be quite splendid for them to become friends. You should know that at Hogwarts, there are 4 houses, and at the end of each year, the house with the highest points receives the House Cup. Let us see who can earn more points for their respective houses in their first year. The one with fewer points will serve as the sidekick to the one with more. What do you say? Malfoy quickly considered this in his mind, responding nonchalantly. What if we both end up in the same house? How will we compare? Harry chuckled. You needn't worry about that. Aren't you determined to be in Slytherin? I am not particularly hopeful about Slytherin. I'm more inclined to be sorted in a Gryffindor. Malfoy discreetly curled his lip. Influenced by his father's views, he held a rather disparaging opinion of Gryffindor, that they were rife with muggle-born wizards, exhibiting only foolish bravery devoid of intellect, acting impulsively. What? Still pondering. This is a perfectly equitable wager, with no room for deceit. It could be said that all the professors shall partake as judges. Or is it that you lack confidence in yourself? Are you afraid? Afraid of losing? Harry seated himself, his tone sharp and icy. Malfoy bristled with indignation, retorting, What do I have to fear? I am a Malfoy. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he added, I propose an additional condition. The loser shall stand before the faculty at the House Cup celebration and loudly declare, I have lost. Henceforth, so-and-so is my superior. What do you say? He threw a challenging glance at Harry. Harry appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. It seems you possess a great deal of confidence that if you intend to intimidate me with such tactics, I must inform you that you have miscalculated. Malfoy scoffed. Just wait for the day you find yourself on that platform. I hope you won't be rendered immobile. Very well. The wager is established, and I assure you, I will not relent, Harry replied with a smile before turning to leave. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. I've been studying magic for 2 years. How could I possibly lose? What a joke. Malfoy felt a surge of superiority as Harry departed. Returning to his chamber, boredom overwhelmed him once more. Previously, a delightful little creature had provided amusement, but it had since been whisked away by Hermione. The train was now traversing an expanse of fields. The previous forests long vanished, replaced by pastures dotted with grazing cattle and sheep, the wind causing the grass to sway like waves. Harry placed a parcel on a chair near the door and reclined. Allowing his gaze to drift to the azure sky and the occasional drifting clouds, soon succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to Harry, a girl entered while he was asleep. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the door creaked open, and a charming girl entered, cradling a white cat. It was unclear what her intentions were, but upon seeing Harry asleep on the chair, she appeared somewhat disappointed, with a blink of her eyes. She quietly tidied up the items on the table, casting a glance at the oblivious Harry, a sly smile creeping on her face as she stealthily exited. Just before closing the door, she took one last look at Harry, taking in his hair, brows, eyes, and nose. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. She hastily shut the door, leaning against it for a moment, waiting for the blush to fade before returning to her own room. When Harry eventually awoke, the sky had darkened. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned against the window to gaze outside. The fields had vanished, replaced by sporadic patches of dense forest, winding rivers, and dark green hills. His stomach growled, prompting him to search the table for food, only to find it empty. He quickly deduced who had taken it. That little girl, he thought, shaking his head in resignation. The scenery grew increasingly desolate. Hogwarts must be drawing near. Outside, The corridor was filled with the raucous sounds of students unable to contain their excitement. Harry stepped outside, eager to explore the train, but just as he closed the door, he heard a commotion behind him. An arrogant voice rang out. "No need to ask who you are. Just by looking at your red hair, I know you're a Weasley. Truly, a disgrace to pure-blood families. You can hardly afford to raise all those children. I suppose your wand and robes were once worn by your brother? Huh. Huh." Malfoy laughed mockingly, prompting several students in the corridor to glance at the red-haired boy. Ron's face turned as crimson as his hair, and he struggled to find a retort, feeling inferior in the face of Malfoy as taunts. "At least that's better than being a lackey to your father, the Dark Lord," Ron finally managed to say. Shamefully, Malfoy's expression darkened, his laughter silenced, a faint flush appearing on his pale face. "Damn it," he muttered, lunging at Ron, and the two boys began to tussle, their childish antics consisting of hair-pulling, shirt-tugging, and rolling about on the floor in a chaotic embrace. Onlookers were taken aback, none anticipating such an unfolding drama. It seemed no one was prepared with popcorn. Eventually, someone reacted, attempting to intervene, though they couldn't just rush in and separate them for fear of collateral damage. Opting instead to shout, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Others attempted to intimidate. "The prefect is coming! Get up!" Yet both boys merely glanced up, realizing there was no one present, and resumed their brawl. Harry, using his height to his advantage, watched intently from the edge of the crowd. Nice move. Aim for his nostrils. The person in front of Harry shot him a terrified glance and quickly stepped aside. Having seen enough, Harry drew his wand. Yes, indeed, it was a wand. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he spotted Hermione among the spectators, wand in hand, though she appeared hesitant, extending her wand several times before ultimately abandoning the idea. Harry smiled slightly, then pointed his wand at Ron and Malfoy, contemplating. If only he could capture their current poses that he called out Petri Ficus Totalis. With a crack, both boys froze, resembling statues, utterly immobile. The onlookers were stunned, then suddenly turned to stare at Harry and his wand. "Why are you looking at me?" "First, separate them," Harry said calmly that a student assisting Ron glanced at Harry in fear, asking, "What should we do about this?" 10 minutes later, they returned to normal. "Oh, right," Harry said with a serious expression. "What?" Harry surveyed the area, stating earnestly, "I am known as the Red Scarf." The gathered students responded with wide eyes. Once the crowd dispersed, Harry chased after a girl. "Hermione!" Hermione turned, feigning surprise upon seeing Harry. "Oh, it's you. What do you need?" Harry, exasperated, replied, "Weren't you just about to use magic? Why didn't you?" Hermione leaned against the corridor window, sighing, "I wanted to, but I was worried my spell would go awry." Harry nodded in understanding, saying, "You must be disappointed." "Indeed, if it were me, I'd be quite disappointed, especially since they were two live targets for spellcasting. A rare opportunity." Hermione huffed, "Who thinks like you?" Harry feigned astonishment. "Really, is that not the case?" Hermione fidgeted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Well, perhaps a little." Just then, Harry's attention was captured by a grand structure outside, a towering castle that appeared profound and mysterious against the inky night. With a dark forest not far off, the train whistled. "Hogwarts has arrived." As the train's whistle sounded, an ominous premonition washed over Harry. A sharp, piercing noise erupted as the train's wheels screeched to a halt. Yet it continued to glide along the tracks, sparks flying outward. Inside the carriage, Harry lost his balance and fell backward due to the sudden stop, colliding heavily with a slender figure who also tumbled toward him. They landed with a thud, and Harry felt a sharp pain in his back, struggling to breathe as the weight pressed on his chest. "Hermione, are you all right?" he asked, extending his hand to help her up. As he reached out, he encountered something soft in his palm, and in that instant he didn't think of anything else, instinctively squeezing and giving it a gentle pinch. Hermione, lying atop Harry, lifted her head, her face flushed. "Your hand." In a moment of realization, Harry understood what he had grasped, awkwardly chuckling. "You know, there exists a force of uncontrollable nature." Hermione scrambled off him, fleeing in embarrassment. She quickly turned back, delivering a couple of swift kicks to Harry, before finally departing. Harry hastily stood, aware that if he lingered, he would be trampled by the students disembarking. Harry brushed the dust off his clothes, glanced at his right hand, and suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. Luo Bei, how shameless. A voice resonated from the train. Please place your luggage on the train. We shall transport it to your dormitories. The announcement repeated several times, and after a moment's contemplation, Harry decided there was no need to return. So he disembarked along with the other students in the aisle. As soon as he stepped off the train, he couldn't help but shiver from the cold. It was a small platform enveloped in darkness, still some distance from Hogwarts, and he was uncertain of the way forward. The lantern flickered to life, revealing Hagrid at the forefront of the group. Carrying it. First years, follow me. Watch your step and don't fall. Harry, where are you? Come over here. Navigating through the crowd, many new students overheard Hagrid's words that Harry Potter, the one who defeated the Dark Lord. Murmurs spread through the crowd, creating a ripple of excitement. Some girls, upon seeing Harry, whispered among themselves, "He's quite handsome. How wonderful it would be if he could be my boyfriend." Hermione, catching wind of their chatter, felt a twinge of displeasure. It's clear they haven't discerned his true nature. Such a lecher. Such a scoundrel. Hagrid led the way, the students trailing behind him, the ground slick as they traversed a steep incline flanked by underbrush and trees. At the bottom of the slope lay the shore of a vast lake, its surface dark and foreboding under the night sky, with only the reflections of lights visible across the water. Those lights emanated from a majestic castle, adorned with numerous spires, glowing warmly from its many windows. Hagrid instructed the students to board the small boats by the lakeside. Each boat can only accommodate 4 people. Prepare to set sail. Neville suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "I found my toad." His voice echoed across the lake before he quickly covered his mouth, silencing himself. Once all were aboard, the boats glided forward, rippling the water in gentle waves. Upon reaching the opposite shore, the first years disembarked one by one. The ground was sandy at first, but soon transformed into a grassy expanse. Leading them closer to the castle, as they approached, the castle's grandeur became increasingly apparent. With stone slabs lining the ground in the vicinity, they stood before the massive oak doors, where Hagrid raised his fist and knocked. Harry observed the enormous door, towering over 10 meters. Only Hagrid could produce such a resounding knock. The door swung open to reveal a stern-looking witch in a flowing emerald robe. She nodded at Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will escort them to the Great Hall." Hagrid ruffled Harry's hair affectionately before turning to leave. "Follow me." First years, the witch beckoned as she stepped inside the castle. The new students were indeed intimidated by her presence, remaining silent and obediently trailing after her. Harry mused that Professor McGonagall must possess the legendary aura of a true leader. They passed through a hall that stretched an impressive 70 or 80 meters, already filled with many seated individuals. The witch guided them to a small chamber at the front of the hall. She surveyed the first years, and apart from Harry, no one dared to meet her gaze. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she announced. "I am Professor McGonagall. The feast for the new students is about to commence, but first, we must determine your houses. The sorting ceremony will take place in front of the entire school. You should be familiar with the houses from your reading. Regardless of which house you were placed in, I hope you will all strive to excel, as it is closely tied to the house cup." As she spoke of the sorting, murmurs inevitably arose among the crowd, but Professor McGonagall merely frowned, and silence fell instantly. "The sorting is about to begin. Please wait here and prepare yourselves." Her gaze shifted to Ron and Malfoy, whose hair was disheveled and whose black robes bore scuff marks. Once she left, the room erupted with chatter, an audible sigh of relief filling the air. But a boy inquired, "How do we know which house we will be sorted into?" Ron replied, "It must be some sort of test." Harry, overhearing Ron's words, felt incredulous. How could he not know this, with 3 older brothers already attending Hogwarts? Was he truly that dim-witted? Harry mused darkly, wondering if he had ever been betrothed. Yet, it was evident that many were inclined to believe this somewhat plausible notion. Some Muggle-born students appeared anxious. One student, voice trembling, lamented, "I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know anything. How can I pass the test? They won't send me home if I fail, will they?" Malfoy shot him a disdainful look, but his words darkened the expressions of several nearby. Harry noticed Hermione murmuring to herself, suddenly feeling amused that he stealthily approached her from behind, only to discover she was poring over her History of Magic book. Startled, she jumped when he grasped her small hand, completely absorbed in her review. She stared at him for a long moment before returning to reality, her expression shifting to one of ire as she glared at Harry, ready to raise her voice, but then noticing the crowd around them. "What are you doing?" she hissed. Harry retorted, "What about you?" Hermione replied, "We might be tested soon. I need to review the knowledge from a book." She shot him a glare. "Could you please let go?" Harry, as if just realizing, exclaimed, "Oh, my apologies. In truth, the sorting involved no test at all. It was merely a tattered hat that, once donned, would reveal to which house one belonged." Hermione looked skeptical. "Really? Is it that simple?" "Of course it is," Harry affirmed. Hermione glanced behind her, suddenly asking, "Where's your cat?" Confused, Harry replied, "Aren't you the one holding it?" Hermione grew anxious. "After we entered the school, I intended to give it to you, but it jumped to the ground. I saw it running toward you, so I didn't think much of it. Could it have gone elsewhere?" Harry furrowed his brow, sensing Hermione thought he was angry with her. Guilt washed over him as he saw her on the verge of tears. He gently patted her head, smiling as he said, "I was just contemplating whether to go find it now, since after the welcome feast, we might head straight to the dormitory and not have the chance to come back out." Hermione flushed. "Then let's hurry and look for it. Who knows what strange individuals in this school might harm a cat?" Harry considered for a moment, then declined. "No need. I'll manage on my own. That I wouldn't want to delay this sorting." Hermione looked worried. "What if you can't find it?" "I'll be quick about it, that if I truly can't locate it, I'll return right away. That I'm really sorry." Harry gazed tenderly at Hermione, saying, "You needn't worry. If it troubles you, just give me a kiss." Hermione clenched her teeth and pinched his arm hard. "Are you satisfied now?" Harry smirked. "Very much so, my dear." While others continued their conversations, Harry swiftly slipped away. The long line formed as the first years followed Professor McGonagall towards the Great Hall. Hermione looked around, observing the corridors, stone pillars, fountains, and rooms, yet she could not spot Harry. "Where are you, my sweet? It's time for dinner, meow. Come out quickly." The voice seemed to come from nowhere. The students filed in, their eyes widening in astonishment. The room was opulent beyond compare. To call it merely a room seemed an understatement. It was immense, so vast it resembled a grand square. The grandeur stemmed primarily from the ceiling, in an ordinary building. Upon entry, the ceiling would be visible, creating a sense of confinement. However, this hall elicited no such feeling, for its ceiling soared high above, only visible by tilting one's head. Yet what one beheld was not a mundane ceiling. It was a starry sky, making one feel as though they stood beneath the cosmos, for banners floated above, each representing one of the four houses. The hall contained only 4 exceedingly long tables, filled with the upperclassmen of each house. Before each student lay a pristine set of gleaming Western utensils and goblets. Before 4 elongated tables, there stood another long table, designated for the faculty, a setting akin to that of a principal and staff during a grand assembly in a Chinese school. Professor McGonagall approached the teacher's table, where a stool awaited her, upon which she placed a rather soiled top. Everyone's astonishment. The hat began to sing, its resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance. Yet do not judge me by mere looks. Should you find a hat more splendid than I would gladly consume myself. You may polish your bowlers to a lustrous sheen and smooth your silk hats to perfection. But I am the enchanted sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to any of your headwear. Every secret year you harbor will be unveiled to my keen sight. Don me, and I shall reveal to you your rightful house. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within, their valor and spirit setting them apart. Or perhaps you are destined for Hufflepuff, where loyalty and integrity reign, with students who are unyielding in honest labor. If you are astute, you might find yourself in the wise company of Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious congregate. Or perhaps in a Slytherin you shall go, where true friendships may blossom, yet cunning and ambition may drive some to unscrupulous ends. Come, try me on. Fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess no hands, you are utterly safe, for I am a hat imbued with thought." The upperclassmen erupted into applause, their enthusiasm resonating as if to shatter the very roof. Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment, announcing that donning the hat would unveil one's house, and thus She began to read names aloud. The upperclassmen cast nostalgic glances at the first-year students, reminiscing about their own youthful days. Hermione was in a state of frenzied anxiety. She had presumed that the sorting would occur after some introductory remarks and a meal, yet here it was, commencing without warning. That scoundrel. Hermione could hardly fathom why she felt so impatient. Hannah Abbott, a small girl, nervously approached the sorting hat and placed it upon her head. Hufflepuff, the table erupted in cheers, that of Hufflepuff, and Harry would undoubtedly remark, "Poor them, a mere first year has them all in a tizzy." Susan Bones, Terry Boot. One name after another was called, each eliciting a jolt of trepidation from Hermione, fearing it might be Harry Potter. What was meant to be an exhilarating moment was now marred by her own anxiety. Finally, Hermione Granger, with resignation, Hermione made her way to the platform, seated herself, and donned the hat. Gryffindor, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, declaring her fate, though Hermione trudged to the Gryffindor table with little excitement, nearly despondent. Professor McGonagall's gaze skimmed to the bottom of the parchment as a senior announced, "Harry Potter." Instantly, a commotion arose. Whispers filled the air. Who was this Harry Potter? Was he the one who vanquished the Dark Lord? Why did you hit me? Can't you refrain from mentioning that name? You nearly gave me arthritis. The volume of voices only escalated, as no one appeared at the front. Students whispered and speculated, wondering what was amiss. Could he have been abducted by the Dark Lord? You dare to speculate. I've never seen anyone absent during sorting. How remarkable, McGonagall, realizing the absence of a student, involuntarily turned to glance at the elderly figure at the teacher's table. The old man's blue crescent spectacles gleamed mysteriously, obscuring his thoughts. Suddenly, the grand entrance door creaked open, a sound so distinctive that all students turned to look that a figure emerged, and Harry felt a sense of helplessness. It's not that I don't wish to push it open. It's just that I lack the strength. Who designed this blasted door? The attention of the entire school fixated on one individual, and even Harry felt somewhat overwhelmed. Stay calm. Stay calm. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Harry strode forward, his long hair billowing behind him, a small cat perched upon his shoulder, his mixed heritage framed by a smile, in stark contrast to the nervous expressions of other newcomers. All eyes were drawn to Harry Potter. A living legend. Malfoy glared intensely at the emblem of a goose on his plate. Let us see you steal the spotlight now. Beneath Harry's composed facade lay thoughts of self-assurance. Though my aura may not rival that of Li Qie, it certainly surpasses the likes of Long, Ao Yin, and Yi Liangshun. Yes, let us keep this momentum. Harry approached the stool, scrutinizing the sorting hat with a frown. Was it not excessively filthy? To the collective astonishment of all, he lifted the sorting hat and slammed it down several times upon the stool, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Professors McGonagall, Snape, Hagrid, and Dumbledore were left in a state of shock. Harry pinched his nose, waiting for the dust to settle before donning the hat. I wish to join Gryffindor, not Slytherin. Do you hear me? Harry whispered. I believe Slytherin would suit you better, the hat retorted sharply. Ah, if you dare to toss me into the fire, go ahead. That is not a threat, dear, Harry replied with a friendly smile. And one discerned the exchange between Harry and the hat, save for Dumbledore, whose face bore a radiant smile as Harry made his way to Gryffindor. The students leaped up in applause, for he was a renowned savior. Harry sought out Hermione, taking a seat beside her. Who permitted you to sit here? Hermione exclaimed, clearly perturbed. Harry feigned innocence. What have I done to offend you? Humph. Hermione merely scoffed, having overheard numerous girls declaring their desire for Harry to be their boyfriend. She felt a pang of disdain for those girls. Indeed, it was absurd. After seating himself, Harry dealt with a few admirers before observing the teachers. Hagrid waved at Harry, who returned the gesture. Snape, why are you glaring at me? And you, Lockhart, stop grinning like an idiot. Do you think I don't know your true nature? You're not even fit to play the role of Yu Zhiqing. Do you know what Dumbledore will say shortly? Harry remarked mysteriously to Hermione. How would I know? She retorted, exasperated. Harry pretended to ponder. I suspect he will stand and embrace the students, then say something cryptic like fools weep, remnants twist. Do you believe that? Hermione dismissed his words, convinced he was jesting. If that were true, you'd be the most famous seer in the magical world. Hee hee, Harry chuckled without a word. Then Dumbledore rose to speak that Hermione's eyes widened, her long lashes fluttering as she stammered. Why you? How did you know? Seeing Dumbledore perform exactly as Harry had predicted left her utterly speechless. How could he? How could he? Harry, observing her astonished expression, found her utterly endearing. A kiss, and I'll tell you, he whispered. A.S. if I care. Hermione turned her head away. Huh. You're being tsundere, Harry teased. Who's being tsundere? Hermione exclaimed in frustration. Following Dumbledore's address, a lavish feast materialized upon the tables, laden with a sumptuous array of food. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, crisps, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup. Harry gulped at the sight of such an abundance of food, feeling overwhelmed as a true foodie. Thus it was time to feast. Indulge without restraint. Luo Bay, when you catch sight of a delectable array of dishes. Do you ever feel a pang of hunger? Chapter 17. My Hermione could not possibly be so insufferable. With an abundance of food laid out, Harry indulged without restraint. After the meal, his belly had swelled considerably. He patted it, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, coming to Hogwarts was the right choice. How blissful! Truly, you're a little pig, Hermione remarked disdainfully, regarding Harry with a hint of disbelief. Why, you ask? Because Harry had devoured everything on his plate before setting his sights on Hermione's food. Once the majority had finished eating, the food vanished, replaced by an array of puddings. Harry's eyes widened in dismay as he gazed at the empty table, finally grasping the meaning of wanting more, yet being unable to partake. What a miscalculation! He had not anticipated dessert. Lowering his gaze to his protruding belly, he cast a jealous glance at Hermione, who was relishing her meal. Wow! Look at all this! This is ice cream, and that is apple pie. Chocolate souffle, and wine-soaked fruit jam pudding, along with strawberries and jelly, Hermione enumerated excitedly. Hey, Harry, what's wrong? You don't look well, she observed with concern, while simultaneously extending her pink tongue to savor her ice cream. Her gaze was nothing short of innocent, and her expression utterly adorable. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Harry managed a strained smile. I'm fine. Hermione, understanding, replied, Oh, I see. Are you feeling deprived of dessert? No worries, you can have mine. I don't mind. As she spoke, she pushed a plate of cream pudding towards Harry. He tilted his head back, desperately trying to hold back tears. Oh heavens, why must you torment me so? Hermione, witnessing Harry's forlorn expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, serves you right for eating my food earlier. Harry could only remain silently sorrowful, gazing at the dessert before him with a mournful expression. I apologize for disappointing you. Amidst Harry's various disappointments, Hermione's unabashed boasting, and the first year's excitement, the feast eventually came to a close. The desserts on the plates suddenly vanished. And Hermione lamented, What? It's gone. I haven't had enough to— Oh, the agony. Harry's heart roared in frustration. Hermione was not truly disappointed about the lack of dessert. She was disheartened by the inability to continue showcasing her treats in front of Harry. In reality, Hermione had not consumed much. She merely relished her sweet morsels. Oh, Harry, you should try some. It's so delicious, she said, her eyes squinting in pleasure. What is this? I've never seen anything like it in the Muggle world. It looks utterly delectable. Suddenly, Harry recalled a Western tale. A pastor once said, Do not put down your fork, for you never know if there's a dish you will adore coming up next. From this, he concluded that he must cultivate a hearty appetite. Regardless of the grandeur of the feast, he would partake from beginning to end. The Gryffindor first years had begun to converse, sharing tales of their families. While Neville introduced his family to prove he had endured a series of magical trials, it was truly remarkable that the boy had survived. Professor Dumbledore rose, and an aura of authority enveloped the hall. Silencing the crowd, Harry yawned. It seemed that Western schools had their own rituals. All he wanted was to return to the dormitory for some well-deserved rest. Dumbledore's admonitions about not performing magic in the corridors and other regulations failed to pique Harry's interest, though Hermione listened intently, seemingly eager to take notes. However, she abandoned this thought at the sight of Harry's amused expression. Now, let us commence the school song. Hogwarts, 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 please bestow upon us knowledge. whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are ready to embrace delightful notions. For now, they are empty, filled only with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart upon us valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. Just give your all, and the rest we shall manage ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. What a wretched song! Harry did not sing at all. He merely listened as others transformed it into a melodious masterpiece. The new students were led by the prefect to their dormitories. Dumbledore announced loudly. Harry felt like leaping for joy. He had waited far too long for this moment. Percy guided them out of the hall, through the attic, and down the staircases after a 10-hour journey. Harry was eager to collapse onto a soft bed and sleep until he awoke naturally. However, someone was reluctant to allow him that luxury. Percy suddenly halted, his expression darkening. "Peeves, what are you doing?" A transparent ghost appeared before them. Floating in midair, it was a small imp with malevolent black eyes and a wide grin, leisurely hovering while clutching a wooden stick that, "Ha-ha! New students are such a delight," he shrieked, darting through the group of first years, sending chills down their spines. The newcomers exhibited expressions of fear, and Hermione clung tightly to Harry's arm. "You know, my arm really hurts," Harry said gently. Hermione's cheeks flushed, yet she did not loosen her grip. "But you weren't afraid of ghosts at all. You didn't seem frightened by nearly headless Nick in the hall earlier." "Well, there were so many people in the hall, and it was so bright." "Of course, I wasn't scared," Hermione explained softly. Now, they were merely children traversing a dimly lit corridor, the walls adorned with portraits of pale-faced individuals whispering, the eerie atmosphere thickening. Peeves seemed to delight in his antics. Terrorizing the group of young lambs, Ron's teeth chattered. "Bro, can't you use magic to send that thing away? Were you too busy eating to notice?" Professor Dumbledore expressly forbade students from using magic in the corridors. "And harming a ghost would require dark magic. How could I possibly do that?" Percy retorted angrily. "Anyone who obstructs my enjoyment of food and sleep is an enemy. Oh, except for the lovely ladies." Harry mused, watching the exuberant Peeves flit about, recalling a phrase. "No pain, no gain." "Hey, Peeves, I've got something for you," Harry called out suddenly. Peeves froze for a moment before exclaiming, "It's the illustrious Harry Potter." He rushed over, cackling, seemingly intent on frightening Harry. Hermione, standing beside Harry, saw the grotesque ghost charging toward her. Her legs weakened, and she nearly fell, but Harry quickly steadied her. Then, raising his left hand, a warm glow appeared in his palm. He tossed the light towards Peeves, and then, "Ah!" Peeves shrieked in agony, the sound so chilling it sent shivers down their spines. Peeves recoiled, fear evident in his eyes, and hastily fled through the wall. The students were bewildered. Unsure of what had just transpired, a Muggle-born student asked, "Was that a flash grenade?" "What was that?" Hermione inquired. Harry felt utterly drained, as if about to collapse on Hermione. "Darling, I long to sleep. Can we discuss this tomorrow?" Whether Harry intentionally leaned against Hermione or was merely exhausted remained a mystery. Percy, brimming with curiosity, led them to their dormitory. Fatigued, Harry scarcely observed his surroundings. However, as the boys and girls parted ways, Hermione whispered softly into Harry's ear, "Good night." That warm sensation alleviated some of Harry's sleepiness, and soon he lay on his bed, drifting into slumber. Luo Bay. While reading Harry fanfiction, I often encounter numerous instances of copied and pasted plots. For instance, in these 2 chapters, Dumbledore's several rules are all lifted verbatim, spanning thousands of words. Additionally, during the singing of the school song, Ron's brother performs it to a funeral march, with Dumbledore conducting them. These scenes are all present. I find myself at a loss. I might as well read the original work. The previous chapter has been expanded by 1,000 words. Do not forget to take a look. As dawn broke, Harry was the first to awaken, a consequence of his long-standing habit of rising at the same time each day. Having spent the previous day sleeping, he had not taken the time to observe the dormitory's conditions. Thus, upon waking, he quietly rose, determined not to disturb his still slumbering dorm mates. After dressing and washing up, he began to wander about the dormitory. Their abode was situated within a towering structure, crowned by an empty, 4-sided conical roof. Beside the head of the bed were windows that barely grazed the floor, and Harry stood by the window, gazing out at numerous buildings adorned with spires and expansive courtyards. 5 individuals resided in their dormitory, and, astonishingly, each bed was draped with crimson canopies. Goodness, he was not indulging in a pink fantasy. Harry felt utterly uncomfortable. The mere thought of sitting on his bed while others observe him from outside sent shivers down his spine. He neatly folded his quilt and stepped out of the dormitory, where a spiral staircase awaited him. Descending, he found himself in the Gryffindor common room. It was not only spacious, but also exuded comfort. The floor was adorned with a plush, circular crimson carpet, and soft chairs formed a circle around a fireplace that, in the winter, must be exceedingly cozy. On the opposite side, a door led to the girls' dormitory. How audacious! The boys' and girls' dormitories were so close that one could simply push open a door to enter, with no matronly overseer in sight. This was a blatant disregard for the boys, as a male among them. Could Harry endure such a situation? Could Harry endure it? Could Harry endure it? Indeed, he could endure. Lou, obey. Do not bleed. This is love. Aha! Harry pushed open the dormitory door and glanced back, spotting a plump woman on the door. Evidently, she was the intelligent, door-guarding elf who would not open the door without the correct password. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, a chilly breeze greeted him. Harry began to jog through the expansive school, where many rooms and staircases bore a similar design, making it easy to lose one's way without some familiarity. Hogwarts was a castle dominated by shades of gray, and as Harry ran alongside the columns, he endeavored to memorize the layout. Regulating his breathing, he exercised in a few courtyards and returned to the dormitory after about half an hour. The portly woman at the entrance inquired about the password. I did not hear it yesterday, and besides, I just came out from there. Do you not recall? Harry exclaimed, knocking insistently on the door, hoping for someone to hear him and grant him entry. The woman glared at him, evidently irritated. Harry paid her no mind. How could she deny him an answer and also prevent him from cheating? What a fantasy! To his surprise, after just 2 knocks, the door swung open. The one who opened it wore a perplexed expression, seemingly questioning who had knocked on Gryffindor's door. What are you doing outside? Hermione asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, it was Hermione, holding a book in her hands, and oh wonder it was Hermione. Harry hurried inside, jesting, I was out on a wild adventure. Haha, just kidding, I went for a run. Who could have guessed that the woman at the entrance would insist on a password for me to enter? I didn't expect you to be up so early reading. Hermione tucked her loose hair behind her ear. When I arrived yesterday, the prefect mentioned the password is Dragon Dumb. By the way, she fixed her adorable gaze on Harry. What spell did you use to drive Peeves away? I don't recall seeing you use your wand. This. Hermione's expression turned dangerously inquisitive, though to Harry, she still appeared rather endearing. You did say you would tell me today. She reminded him, sensing her threat was ineffective and switching to a more sentimental approach. Partially hiding her face behind the book and feigning tears, you are such a liar. You heartless person, as if I committed some grave misdeed. All right, I'll tell you. He relented. Well, hurry and spill it. Hermione's expression shifted faster than anything else. Although Harry was aware that Hermione was merely acting, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the scene that, in truth, the radiant spectacle from the previous night had startled even Harry for what it was. That tale began in Diagon Alley. While contemplating magic, Harry's mind drifted to the magic depicted in novels, which suggested a form of magic that involved meditation to connect with elements, thereby enabling the casting of highly offensive spells. The 2 types of magic were vastly different. While the magic in novels was potent enough to obliterate cities, it seemed all were primarily designed for offense. This was incomparable to the magic in Harry Potter, where the essence was not rooted in attack. It felt far more wondrous. For instance, photos could come to life, a mere command could summon desired items to one side, and doors could be opened or closed at will. A simple broomstick could lift one into the air with just a seat upon it. Objects could be transformed into other forms. While seemingly trivial, it appeared to embody a creative power. The distinction between the two could be likened to the former being a level 100 individual, while the latter represented a level 1 deity. Though humans possess formidable strength, they can never rival the divine. However, Harry was curious to explore whether the concept of elements truly existed. Unexpectedly, on the 3rd day of his meditation, He closed his eyes, yet perceived glowing specks. After numerous experiments, he discerned that the most prevalent light he could see was pure white. With continued meditation, he became increasingly aware of them, ultimately naming this phenomenon the light element. When he confronted Peeves, he merely wished to test it, never anticipating that he would indeed wield the legendary light capable of countering dark forces. It seemed Voldemort remained in a ghostly state for now. Returning to the main point, Harry extended his hand, and a light point materialized above it, gradually multiplying into a larger luminescent sphere. Hermione pondered, realizing that the initial light points were likely not singular, but rather a confluence of many smaller points. She prodded it with her finger, sensing warmth. What exactly is this? As a top student, Hermione's insatiable curiosity could no longer be contained. Harry awkwardly responded, I just discovered it too. I have no idea what its utility is. But it is certainly not the magic we are familiar with. Please, can we keep this a secret? Then why are you even telling me? Hermione retorted, though her tone reflected that she appreciated the trust he placed in her. I understand, she conceded. Once I figure it out, I will let you know. For now, we should probably get to class. Lou obey. As for the light element, do not mind it. It holds no significant utility, will not create any light magic, and will not disrupt the magical realm. However, the comparison of the two types of magic is my immature thought. I wonder if anyone has considered this. If so, please share your insights that you comprehend the sensation of fame? Do you know what it feels like to possess a multitude of admirers? Can you envision the scene when all who behold you stare as if encountering an extraterrestrial? Harry was acutely aware of this. For as he walked along, anyone familiar with his identity was engaged in hushed discussions about him. Oblivious to the volume of their voices, celebrities often lament the lack of privacy, which Harry had always assumed was mere theatrics. But now, as he became a star himself, he truly understood their grievances. While enduring the curious gazes of his classmates, he silently mused, if heaven grants me another chance, I would undoubtedly choose to be the savior once more. Indeed, that was his choice. Only a fool would refuse the role of savior. Hermione maintained a stern expression, clutching her book and glaring at a curious student who was fixated on Harry. Do you not find them bothersome? Harry sighed in resignation. What can be done? Regardless of who they are, they've grown up hearing tales of me. Encountering the real deal would naturally spark their curiosity. However, this is merely temporary. Once they realize I'm just another student among them. Gradually, their feelings will diminish, of course, should I inadvertently achieve something remarkable. Their curiosity could morph into admiration, reverence, and eventually propel me into the realm of legendary wizards, akin to Professor Dumbledore. Hermione scoffed, You think you can compare yourself to Professor Dumbledore? Who knows how long it will take for you to reach that level? Harry remained unperturbed. Ultimately, it is just a matter of time. My aura is well known to all. All right, we have arrived. As the two conversed, they made their way to the potions classroom. First-year students were required to study only 7 subjects: flying, history of magic, potions, herbology, defense against the dark arts, charms, and transfiguration. Now they were about to attend their inaugural potions class. Having exerted considerable effort to locate the classroom, which, rather surprisingly, was situated in the damp and chilly basement. Inside the classroom were several rows of desks, with a small blackboard at the front, resembling those of other classrooms. However, the shelves on either side were laden with an assortment of glass bottles, containing preserved animal organs and peculiar plants immersed in liquid. Harry and Hermione found their seats, and soon enough, the other students trickled in, instinctively rubbing their arms in hopes of generating some warmth. The desks were arranged in 2 rows, with a clear aisle in between. A shadowy figure entered from the back. He possessed a mane of slick black hair, and his black robes trailed behind him like rolling waves. Lou obey. These 2 characteristics are undeniably among the most striking aspects of Snape. Snape strode forth with the air of a harbinger of darkness. From the moment he entered, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room, silencing any chatter. Snape's cold gaze swept across the class, and under his scrutinizing stare, no student dared to lift their head. His black eyes resembled 2 venomous serpents. Then he spoke in a voice that seemed to entice one into the realm of potions. His brief self-introduction not only conveyed the enchanting allure of potions, but also underscored his supreme authority. With a stoic expression, Snape produced the attendance roster and proceeded to call out names. When he reached Harry, he paused, regarding him with a smirk, while Harry offered a smile and returned, "I refuse to believe that you could see my eyes, which resemble my mother's, and remain unaffected." It was evident that he was a master of deception. His voice echoed hollowly. Ah, the illustrious Harry Potter. The first years from Slytherin erupted in laughter, with Malfoy's cackle ringing the loudest. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would occur if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" Snape inquired abruptly. The students were momentarily taken aback, then scrambled to recall the answer, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Just as Snape was about to revel in his anticipated mockery, a calm voice interjected. "Combining daffodil root powder with mugwort can yield a potent sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death." "Professor Snape, I wonder if my assertion is correct." Harry did not shy away from challenging Snape with a glance. Snape's face twitched slightly as he swiftly retorted, "If I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it?" "Naturally, within the stomach of a goat," Harry replied. Snape's voice rose. "Mr. Potter, then enlighten us on the difference between the aconite and the wolf's bane. In truth, there is no distinction." "Professor," Harry responded. Snape's face contorted with fury, yet he bit back his anger, turning to the other students to bark. "You imbeciles! Do you all know this? Why aren't you taking notes? Sit down." Snape's tone was frigid. "Shouldn't points be awarded to Gryffindor?" Snape shot a glare at Harry. "Talking in class will result in a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor." The little lambs trembled in fear. Hermione, eager to raise her hand, was hastily restrained by Harry. Allowing Hermione to stand would only furnish Snape with a better excuse. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Snape then commenced the practical portion of the lesson, pairing students into groups. Harry anxiously observed Neville, who was undoubtedly a natural at failing potions. It was impossible to ascertain how many times Neville's cauldron had exploded or how many criticisms he had endured from Snape. It was a dark chapter in his history, and Snape had consequently become the person he feared most. "Seamus, your flame is too high. Gryffindor loses a point." "Ron, look at the mess you've made. Gryffindor loses a point." Bang! Neville's cauldron finally erupted. "Get him to the hospital wing." "Now, Gryffindor loses 5 points." After class, the Gryffindor students emerged from the classroom with heavy hearts. Hermione exclaimed indignantly, "Why does he deduct so many points from Gryffindor when Slytherin has made mistakes too? You did splendidly with your potion, yet he pretends not to notice. It's utterly unjust." Harry placed a reassuring hand on Hermione's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Listen carefully, my dear. You must understand that for Snape, a Slytherin's mistakes are inconsequential, while a Gryffindor's successes are deemed failures." Hermione fell into a state of contemplation. The 2 Gryffindor students behind her were moved to tears upon hearing his words. This sentiment quickly spread throughout Gryffindor Tower, becoming a guiding maxim for countless young lions. Snape was indeed a formidable adversary. Luo Bei. Some readers express that Harry mastering the magic in the novel allows him to effortlessly defeat the Dark Lord. That's a stretch, for it alters my original intent. However, even without mastering that forbidden spell, Harry would still triumph over the Dark Lord. Today, let me elucidate why Malfoy and Ron are sworn enemies. Herein is a paper I found online. Whenever we witness their verbal sparring, we think of their families, the Malfoys and the Weasleys. This, in fact, reflects J.K. Rowling's subtle intent, stemming from her cultural insights in the original text, when they first encountered each other on the train. An argument ensued, with Malfoy adopting a haughty demeanor. Although Malfoy is arrogant, he wouldn't be so casual. Why is that? Malfoy's scorn began with Ron's red hair, but why target him? This involves British culture. Modern Britons descend from 2 primary sources, the Germans and the Celts, the former being conquerors and the latter being the conquered. The differences between these 2 groups can be observed in their physical characteristics. Celts are often red-haired, while the 3 Germanic tribes originate from regions near the Baltic Sea, where the latitude is high, resulting in less sunlight. Thus, the higher the latitude, the lighter the hair color. This implies that the platinum-haired Malfoy represents the victors, while the red-haired Ron signifies the vanquished. But why did Malfoy initially harbor no animosity towards Harry? Consider that Harry has black hair. What does that signify? The earliest civilization in Britain began with the Roman Empire, and nations across Europe take pride in Roman civilization. Harry's black hair symbolizes his noble lineage. Akin to that of Julius Caesar, it is normal for Malfoy, as a descendant of Germanic conquerors with his platinum hair, to look down upon Ron, a descendant of Celtic heritage with red hair. However, before Harry, a descendant of Caesar with his black hair, he could no longer flaunt his noble lineage. Do you understand now? This serves as a brief introduction to a facet of British knowledge. Whether it be Harry, Hermione, or other first years, they gradually acclimatize to every aspect of Hogwarts. The teachers, the subjects, the magic, and those confounded staircases. Harry excelled in every class, earning praise from his instructors and garnering points for Gryffindor. Except for the first years of Slytherin, the newcomers from the other three houses had already begun to idolize Harry. In herbology, the stout which Professor Sprout boomed, Mr. Potter has shown exceptional care in his handling of the shrinking solution, awarding Gryffindor 3 points. In charms, Professor Flitwick exclaimed with enthusiasm. In yesterday's assessment, Harry Potter flawlessly transcribed all 10 fundamental spells. Due to the illustrious Potter, I shall award Gryffindor 5 points. Each time Professor Flitwick added points to Gryffindor. It felt like an immense honor. Malfoy, consumed by jealousy, remarked, "Professor, is that not excessive?" Malfoy felt foolish and naive for having agreed to a wager with Harry. Nearly a month into the term, despite his diligent efforts to shine and earn points for Slytherin, he would have been proud had it not been for Harry. Instead, he merely wished to shrink back like a turtle. It was entirely unfair. Was Harry even human? He alone seemed to eclipse the collective efforts of all the first years. And furthermore, there was Hermione, who, though only slightly less proficient than Harry, surpassed everyone else. Was his destiny truly to be ruined by his own hand? "I don't want to. Mommy, I miss you," Luo Bay. Oh, the poor child. As a staunch supporter of Harry, Professor Flitwick retorted, "Am I in the wrong?" Then turning to Malfoy, he added, "For disturbing the classroom, Slytherin loses 2 points." Malfoy was left in despair, exclaiming, "Oh dear, who will save me?" In astronomy class, the teacher adjusted his glasses and announced, "Last Wednesday, I assigned the task of charting the movements of stars, and Mr. Potter's work was the most exemplary." As he gazed at the students, an uncharacteristic smile flickered across his usually expressionless face. Harry's deductions on the parchment have provided me with profound insights. After consulting various texts, I composed an article that was successfully published in the Daily Prophet. The classmates were rendered speechless, their mouths agape, simultaneously thinking, "I initially believed he was impressive, but I had no idea he could be even more so." Thus, another remarkable achievement was secured. When it came to history of magic, one could not deny that this was undoubtedly the class Harry despised the most. That IT was tedious, lifeless, and devoid of vigor. Even Snape's potions class was less detestable in comparison. Each time they entered the history of magic classroom, the students would involuntarily sigh, as if aged considerably. The sunlight streaming into the room seemed to slow down time itself. In this class, a significant portion of the students languidly rested their heads on their desks. And even Harry lacked the energy he exhibited in other subjects. Hermione was the most popular student during these sessions. Professor Binns merely monotonously read from the textbook, while Hermione diligently listened, promptly rising to ask questions whenever something was unclear. This dynamic was akin to ripples in still water, a refreshing contrast for classmates who could not endure the vacuousness of the lecture, much like a parched wanderer in the desert suddenly finding solace in rain. In the original text, Hermione initially comes across as rather self-assured, but we understand the context. The sensitive young girl, newly thrust into the magical realm, sought to shield herself with arrogance and aloofness. Yet, with Harry accompanying her since the start of their schooling, she had not retained her prickly demeanor. Instead, she blossomed into a vibrant, kind-hearted individual, exuding warmth and brilliance, her beauty reminiscent of a little princess. Consequently, she became the most cherished student after Harry A.S. for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. It resembled a farcical spectacle akin to the South China Sea arbitration. Quirrell stuttered and often appeared flustered, yet he fancied himself capable of teaching such a critical subject. What a folly! His class was the most anarchic of all. No one took him seriously. The overwhelming scent of garlic clung to Quirrell, sparking gossip among the students, with the Weasley twins remarking that his scarf was surely stuffed with garlic. Upon hearing this, Harry genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for them. One danced on the edge of a knife, while they frolicked atop a nuclear bomb. After all, he was rumored to be the infamous Dark Lord. Quirrell's timid nature was precisely why he could be so easily swayed by dark influences that in Transfiguration, as a woman of formidable presence and the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall commanded respect that rivaled even Snape's. During the first class, Harry and Hermione entered together, drawing a wave of envious glances. Boys envied Harry while girls were jealous of Hermione. On the teacher's desk lounged a tabby cat. Upon seeing it, Harry reconsidered his initial plan to sit at the back and instead led Hermione forward. Though puzzled, Hermione remained silent when Harry gently shook her arm. Approaching the tabby cat, Harry bowed respectfully, and they took their seats in the front row. The other students were bewildered by this behavior, but only the astute Hermione began to piece together the nature of their lesson. As the students settled in, the teacher had yet to arrive, and the atmosphere grew lively with chatter and playful antics, while the cat observed everything from its perch on the desk. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. This was truly a recipe for disaster. He and Hermione quietly opened their Transfiguration textbooks, diligently preparing for the class. Suddenly, a stern woman stood before the class, causing the students to collectively gasp in alarm. What had they done? Professor McGonagall began to call out the names of those who had misbehaved, deducting points with a fierce intensity. The students could only think one thing. A trap, a colossal trap. It turned out that Professor McGonagall was the most cunning presence at Hogwarts. Gryffindor, 2 points deducted for Ghastly for tossing a note. Slytherin, 3 points deducted for Malfoy for speaking out. Ravenclaw, 3 points deducted for Marshley for changing seats. Gryffindor, 15 points deducted for Ron for passing a note. The collective shock resonated throughout the room. Such point deductions were unprecedented. The Gryffindor Lions glared at Ron with expressions of outrage, as if he had committed an unforgivable act. Ron stood up, stammering, "Why do I get penalized so severely for merely passing a note?" Professor McGonagall replied, her face impassive, "Because your note was aimed at me." Hermione could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, quickly stifling it with her hands, though her shoulders shook with mirth. After a brief moment of astonishment, the other students erupted into laughter. Ron, his face flushed, sank back into his seat. Professor McGonagall shot a piercing look at Hermione, startling her. Then, turning to Harry, she allowed a rare smile to grace her serious countenance. "Only Mr. Potter has discerned my transfiguration. Thus, Gryffindor receives an additional 20 points. A collective sigh of relief swept through the Lions. Thank goodness for Harry. Although Professor McGonagall was stern, it did not diminish the students' enthusiasm for Transfiguration. The first lesson involved transforming a matchstick into a needle. After one failure, Harry succeeded on his second attempt, contributing further points to Gryffindor. The classmates displayed expressions of indifference, accustomed to such occurrences. How could our flickering lights compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Truly, it was a sorrowful tale. Under Harry's quiet guidance, Hermione soon succeeded as well, though she believed she could not measure up to Harry, revising her attempts repeatedly. The classmates mournfully lamented, "Why am I not a beautiful girl? I too desire the special guidance of Prince Harry. As for Luo Bay, I am aware that Professor McGonagall's deductions are not part of Transfiguration, so no need to inform me." Did everyone laugh when points were deducted? I certainly did. Oh. Additionally, I intended to share a few thoughts about Hermione, but I shall save that for tomorrow, that I trust you will appreciate her even more after reading it. Recently, I discovered the significance of recommendation votes. If you enjoy this novel, please cast a vote for me. After half a month on Qidian, I should at least receive 2 recommendation votes. Just one would suffice. After the Transfiguration class ended, students trickled out of the classroom in small groups. For such a vivid lesson likely dampened their spirits for the day. Seamus patted his chest. I once thought Snape was the most terrifying professor, but I realized I was mistaken. You have no idea how Professor McGonagall was glaring at me throughout that class. That was because you exploded a matchstick during Transfiguration. The straightforward Neville chimed INT that moment. Seamus's face darkened, his hair standing on end, and his already dark complexion deepened further. Neville, are we still considered friends? I suppose so, Neville replied, pondering his response. Then you must have heard the saying, what is seen but not spoken is true friendship. Neville, B. A large group of students sighed behind them, casting envious glances at the two academic stars. Harry and Hermione. Why are they so clever? Merlin, why do you favor them so? If Hermione could hear their thoughts, she would assert sternly, I am not a genius. I simply devoted the time you squandered on wizard chess. Mischief and deserts to studying, the classmates retorted, but during our time of play, Harry wasn't studying either. Hermione dismissively scoffed, you lot, thinking you can compete with a genius. Are you still not awake? Their hearts pierced, the students clutched their chests, blood gushing forth, as they painfully crawled away. Why? Life is already so arduous. Why must you expose us? Harry turned to Hermione. Shall we head to the dining hall? I refuse to accompany you, Hermione declared haughtily. Harry chuckled softly. Have you forgotten what I told you? Your tsundere nature pales in comparison to that of the Cannon sister. Who is being tsundere? Hermione protested, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Very well then. Explain to me why you are unwilling that weren't we once a harmonious duo? Hermione cast him a sidelong glance, already well acquainted with his nonchalance, and sighed, the girls in my dormitory pester me every night, inquiring about our relationship and probing for information about you. It's becoming quite unbearable. Harry stroked his chin, surprised by his own allure. I had no idea I was so charming. Hermione regarded Harry with an expression that suggested she ought to have anticipated his self-satisfaction. Ultimately, the two made their way to the dining hall together. The dining hall bore a resemblance to the grand hall they had encountered upon entering the school, featuring long tables arranged by house. Initially, Harry had searched for days without locating the dining hall, but it was only through a display of charm that he managed to secure a seat. A.S. was customary, while everyone was dining. A multitude of owls swooped in through the windows, delivering packages to their respective owners. This resulted in a comically chaotic scene, as the owls did not alight upon the tables to drop off their parcels. Instead, they executed aerial drops from above. However, there were exceptions that a voice rang out. Look, that appears to be Harry's majestic bird. Among the myriad of owls, one stood out, a colossal eagle, significantly larger than the rest. Many recognized this unique creature as Harry's pet. Upon spotting Harry, the eagle glided gracefully, skimming low over the table, startling many who instinctively recoiled. The eagle dropped a black package before soaring away. Hermione took a spoonful of soup, her curiosity piqued. Who would send you something? Harry placed the securely tied package before him. It was a cube-shaped object, not particularly large, yet seemed quite heavy for its size. I purchased this myself, Harry replied, though Hermione's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. What did you buy? As the wrapping paper was torn away, the contents were revealed. A wooden box filled with dozens of identically sized stones, each approximately the length of a finger and cube-shaped. Harry nodded in satisfaction. This is it that I had old Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, assist me in procuring it. Don't ask me what it is or what it does. It hasn't succeeded yet, but I believe it will in a few days. Hermione could only stow away her myriad questions for the moment. At that juncture, another owl entered, delivering a letter to Harry. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Hagrid. Hagrid wants us to visit him this Friday. Harry informed Hermione, who expressed her delight that it seemed she had indeed been feeling somewhat cooped up, that I was just contemplating when to arrange a visit with Hagrid. And this timing is fortuitous. Well, I have a small favor to ask of Hagrid. Harry added, Luo Bay. Below is a story I found online about Harry and Hermione, which moved me deeply. I had initially thought Sirius would accompany Harry until the very end, yet he ultimately fell behind that veil. I believed Dumbledore would stand by Harry's side until the end, but he too succumbed beneath that wall. I assumed Ron would be there for Harry until the end, yet Ron vanished into the rain-soaked forest. In the end, the only one who remained by his side throughout was her, but he was the savior, while she was not. He bore the mission of vanquishing darkness, while she did not. Why? Why did she not leave? Why did she not return home? Why did she bear his burdens upon her own shoulders? He did not inquire, and she, naturally, offered no answers. Did he love her? Did she love him? We do not know. We only know that she believed in him without needing him to utter a word when all others doubted his placing his name in the goblet of fire. We only know that she remembered to include his invisibility cloak in her bag when all others were frantic, fleeing from the Death Eaters. We only know she devoted herself to assembling a loyal army for him. We only know she desperately threw herself into his embrace, incoherently assuring him he would not be expelled from school. We only know that during his darkest times, she accompanied him back to his homeland for the first time, laying flowers upon his parents' grave. She would also engage in small acts of defiance, interrupting Harry's dates with Cho, advising him to behave when he encountered Vila, and kissing his cheek precisely when he needed encouragement most, playfully refusing to change the subject when he suggested it. Thus, in the end, we remain uncertain of her feelings for him. They were neither friends nor lovers, nor even something less than friends. Their relationship defied conventional terminology, for it was singularly unique. He was her Harry, and she was his Hermione, and that was all there was to it. Thus, Dumbledore accepted this with the utmost understanding, declaring to Harry, "I shall employ Miss Granger to keep you in check," for he recognized Hermione as Harry's intellect. Likewise, Cho accepted this without question, knowing that Hermione held an indelible place in Harry's heart that she could never challenge. Bellatrix, too, understood this implicitly. She recognized that without the mudblood by his side, Harry and Ron would lose their very souls, unable to escape that dungeon. And so, Harry accepted this as a matter of course, embarking on remarkable adventures hand in hand with her, until the moment before his demise, when he thought of the one he loved. Hermione's name appearing first. Perhaps this signifies little, but she would hardly mind, for she had accompanied him all along, for some loves are simply too profound to be expressed, let alone articulated, as the two dined and conversed. A sudden loud argument erupted to Harry's left. "Ron, it's all your fault that Gryffindor lost so many points today," a boy exclaimed. Ron muttered defensively, "I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, Harry earned points back today." Harry took a bite of his pie, lowering his gaze slightly, a hint of a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hermione shot him a glare, exasperated. "Who offended you now, to be grinning so insidiously?" Coughing, Harry choked on his pie, his eyes bulging as if he might suffocate. Hermione immediately panicked, her hands flailing. "This is water! Quickly!" She hurriedly pushed a cup toward Harry. His face had turned red from the choking, and he grasped the cup as if it were a lifeline, gulping down the water. Once he had quenched his thirst, he sighed with relief, only to suddenly frown, gravely stating, "What is wrong with this cup?" Hermione, taken aback by his expression, inquired, "What is the matter with it?" Harry closed his eyes, lost in recollection, a smile gracing his lips that I could tease still retains the faint fragrance of a maiden's lips. "I just don't know whose it is. If only I could see her once." Hermione's face flushed crimson before darkening ominously, her voice icy as she said, "Mr. Potter, do you wish to court death?" "Ha, just joking, just joking." Harry wiped the sweat from his brow, alarmed by the murderous intent. "Hand me the cup." But Hermione's tone turned frigid. "No," Harry replied, passing it to her. Hermione has patience frayed, and she spoke each word deliberately. "Why haven't you let go yet?" Harry blinked innocently. "I did let go. I asked the cup too heavy for you to hold." "No, let go of it. Let go of your mouth." Finally, out of patience, Hermione leaned in, tilted her head, and took a bite of Harry's hand. Taken aback, Harry released his grip. Hermione swiftly seized the cup. "You actually bit me," Harry exclaimed, shaking his hand, revealing a neat circle of teeth marks on the back. Gently blowing on it, he noticed a trace of Hermione's saliva. Realizing that when she had bitten him, something moist had brushed against it, Hermione, seeing Harry staring at the imprint, suddenly recognized the intimacy of her action. "Isn't that a bit too close?" She blushed, saying, "What are you looking at?" Nothing at all, truly." Harry resolved within himself that for the next 3 days, he would keep his hands away from water. "Humph, what were you laughing about just now?" The astute Hermione redirected the conversation. "Oh, that? It seems that all of this was sparked by that laugh." Just as Harry was about to elaborate, the shouting nearby intensified. "Look how many points Gryffindor has lost since the term began." "All because of you!" a boy shouted at Ron. "Enough!" Ron finally exploded, slamming his hand on the table and standing up, causing a plate of sauce to topple onto himself, rendering him quite a sight. You always criticize me. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Haven't you been reprimanded countless times in potions? Say that again, the boy retorted angrily. Say it then. Ron seemed to have been subjected to an ample amount of criticism from his peers, accumulating enough rage to erupt. Enough, cease the noise. The director will arrive shortly, and a bespectacled, diminutive figure will counsel them. However, they unexpectedly shoved him, and to their astonishment, he toppled over. They exchanged glances, each blaming the other, and thus, war erupted. It remains unclear who struck first, yet two individuals commenced grappling across the table, prompting those nearby to hastily retreat. Clatter ensued as cutlery crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Nevertheless, the two finally recognized their identities as wizards and simultaneously drew their wands. Pointing them at one another, the onlookers sensed that a serious incident was imminent and began to chatter fervently. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance, dripping with schadenfreude. Hurry up and fight. Who would have thought that a mere meal could unveil such a spectacle? Surely you're not afraid, are you? This voice could only belong to Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. Initially wavering, Ron's resolve strengthened. If Malfoy looked down upon them, how could they hold their heads high? The two 11-year-olds naively pondered. However, they had only just begun their studies in magic, desperately racking their brains for any offensive spells they could conjure. Just then, a sharp command pierced the air. Separate at once. The two adversaries, seemingly struck by an unseen force, staggered backward, struggling to maintain their balance. Immediately following was the incantation, Expelliarmus. Hermione's wand emitted two beams of light, accurately striking Ron and the other's wands, sending them soaring away. Out of reach, Hermione's intervention occurred in mere seconds, catching their classmates off guard. In that instant, they felt a surreal sensation. They had not yet prepared for this. They turned to Hermione, whose wand was still raised, and the students she had targeted scattered in alarm, utterly terrified. Ron and the other boys stood in stunned silence, bewildered, staring at their empty hands. Where were their wands? Though startled, the classmates soon felt a fervor ignite within them. This was magic. Having attended several weeks of classes, they had grasped some magical knowledge, yet had never experienced magic in action until this very moment, which set their hearts ablaze. How magnificent it was! Hermione was incredible. Magic was astonishing. At that moment, the circle of onlookers parted, and Harry stepped forward. Typically, it is the protagonist who makes the final entrance. Did you not know? Now, let us engage in some moral education, Harry remarked, observing the two boys, who instinctively lowered their heads. Ron, have you considered that if you had engaged in a duel today, you both might very well have faced expulsion from Hogwarts? Their faces paled, and they trembled with fear. I'll leave you to ponder that, Harry said coolly. A segment of his wand protruded from his sleeve, and he pointed it at the remnants of food and broken dishes on the floor. Scourgify. Instantly, the debris vanished as if a layer had been lifted away. Nearby, onlookers gasped. This spell was all too familiar, frequently employed by Snape in potions class. Yet, it seemed a spell reserved for upperclassmen. Let us go, Harry instructed Hermione, and she followed him out of the throng. As they passed by Malfoy, Harry suddenly turned, fixing Malfoy with a cold smirk. Careful with your tongue. Malfoy, sensing impending danger, attempted to evade, but Silencio! A beam of light struck Malfoy. This spell would silence him for a day. Should he seek help from a professor? Well, you can imagine. Harry displayed a devilish grin. Malfoy, on the verge of tears, lamented, My mouth truly is a curse. Lope, today, I shall share some spells from Harry Potter that may prove useful in the future. Practical spells. Accio, the summoning charm, draws various objects to oneself. Scourgify, the cleaning spell, is used to tidy up leftover potions and silenced mouths. Wingardium Leviosa levitates objects into the air. Incendio ignites flames. Aguamini conjures a jet of clean water from the wand's tip. Alohomora, the unlocking charm. Petrificus Totalis, the counter to Alohomora. Reducto shatters objects into fragments, amidst the awestruck gazes of their peers. Harry and Hermione pushed open the dining hall doors and exited. As they traversed the corridor, Harry remarked, Your sense of responsibility is quite remarkable. I was merely concerned that their conflict might inflict significant damage upon Gryffindor, potentially resulting in a deduction of 50 points each. Your diligent efforts would be in vain otherwise. Huh. Harry had not anticipated that Hermione's primary motivation for intervening was his own well-being, prompting a chuckle. I didn't realize I held such sway. I thought your usual adherence to rules and your desire to be the teacher's pet motivated you to act against their disgrace to Gryffindor's honor. Who is trying to be the teacher's pet? Hermione retorted angrily. Isn't that you? Harry countered. Hermione paused, realizing she had no rebuttal. You truly are an exceptional girl, Harry said, looking up at her. What are you babbling about? Hermione exclaimed loudly. Harry smiled at her, remaining silent, yet internally he marveled. Hermione is indeed a remarkable girl. She is brave, passionate, and compassionate, embodying the finest qualities of various houses, which is a rarity. She possesses Ravenclaw's wisdom and diligence, which is her greatest strength, as well as Hufflepuff's industriousness and loyalty. Even Ron, who could hardly bear it, had only Hermione by Harry's side. She is also clever and cunning, traits characteristic of Slytherin. A girl like her is truly precious. One should pursue her, even if she currently sports an adorably round face. In the midst of this engaging and tense learning environment, 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, the professors at Hogwarts noticed a remarkable transformation. All first-year students appeared to have undergone a metamorphosis, diligently engaging in every lesson, sparking curiosity about what had transpired. Most teachers were pleased by this change, except for Professor Snape. In Potions class, Snape delighted in reprimanding the Gryffindors and deducting points from their house. Whenever he beheld them quaking like timid lambs, his spirits soared, akin to sipping a refreshing beer on a sweltering summer day. However, he felt a profound sense of regret. Since the commencement of the term, his meticulously crafted plans to torment the Golden Boy, Harry Potter, had utterly failed. Every time he attempted to make Harry uncomfortable, not only did Harry refrain from displaying anger, but he also responded with a beaming smile and a flawless answer. Each time Snape witnessed that smile, he was tempted to draw his wand and send Harry tumbling to the ground. Although his primary target had vanished, he still found solace in tormenting the other foolish Gryffindors. Yet, over the past 2 days, he suddenly observed that Gryffindor students had grown more engaged during Potions class. Aside from Neville, the universally acknowledged potion amateur, who showed no notable improvement, Snape could distinctly sense the earnestness of the other students. A reality he could scarcely endure, yet found himself powerless to alter. After the morning classes concluded, the two ventured to seek out Hagrid. They left the castle, crossing fields on their way. Hagrid resided in a small wooden hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots positioned at the entrance. When Harry knocked on the door, they could hear sounds of struggle and low growls from within. Hagrid, it's Harry. Oh, just a moment, I'm coming. Hagrid opened the door, revealing his towering figure, his thick hair giving him the appearance of a wild man, and greeted Harry warmly. Hagrid, this is my friend Hermione Granger, whom I met at Hogwarts. Harry introduced her. Welcome. I was worried Harry wouldn't find any friends at school, Hagrid said to Hermione. Hermione glanced at Harry and replied, You might be mistaken. Who doesn't know the illustrious Harry Potter? Everyone wishes to befriend him. Hagrid ushered them inside, struggling to keep hold of a massive black dog by its collar. The hut consisted of a single room, with hams and wild chickens hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water over a fire, and a large bed in the corner made of patched-together rags. Hermione did not seem to mind the humble abode, instead taking an interest in Hagrid's unusual pets. Hagrid removed the kettle from the fire and poured them each a cup of hot water, then served them a plate of rock cakes. Harry picked up a piece of this cake, only to discreetly set it down. Hermione, witnessing this, was furious, shooting him a glare and softly scolding. How can you do that? Harry shrugged. I'm just a bit smarter. Hermione silently expressed her dissatisfaction with Harry's rudeness, so she seized the largest piece for herself. Harry opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but after a mischievous grin, he fell silent. He recalled how, in the original text, both he and Ron struggled to chew these biscuits, yet they pretended to relish them. He wondered what expression Hermione would wear shortly. With a crunch, Hermione took a bite, and Harry watched as her delicate face contorted into a frown. She cupped her chubby hands around her mouth, unsure whether to protect the rock-hard biscuit from falling or to shield her aching teeth. "Is it good?" Hagrid inquired eagerly, leaving her at a loss for words. Indeed, Harry was quite clever. Delicious. Very delicious. Hermione lowered her head, her fluffy brown hair concealing everything, hiding her suddenly moist eyes from Hagrid as her teeth throbbed painfully. "This was no biscuit. It was a stone cake. You must be regretting it," Harry remarked, patting Hermione's hair, addressing Hagrid. "We are not like you. We simply cannot chew this kind of biscuit." Hagrid looked apologetic. "I'm sorry. I really enjoy these biscuits and thought you would too, forgetting that your teeth cannot compare to mine. Next time, I will surely prepare something you like." Hermione gazed at Harry with tear-filled eyes. Looking pitiful, Harry said, "All right, don't eat anymore, or you'll lose all your teeth." He took the biscuit from Hermione's hand, and she looked at him gratefully. Hagrid had invited Harry over this time out of concern for any troubles he might be facing at school and wanted to have a chat. Hermione complained to Hagrid. "Professor Snape, who teaches potions, seems to really dislike Harry and is always causing him trouble." Hagrid's eyes wandered, unwilling to respond. How could that be? He must just be a bit strict with Harry. However, Harry had already seen through it all. Part 2 of the curse, Restoration. This spell is used to restore broken or damaged items, in contrast to being shattered. The box-moving spell is the easiest to understand, which facilitates the movement of boxes. The levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, can occasionally be effective against trolls. Detecting spells for Victor Crumb's wand. Blooming Orchid is a spell for Fleur Delacour's wand. Mors Mordra turns ordinary objects into keys. Episkey is a spell for healing wounds. Coughing Charm allows a person choking on a turkey to breathe freely. What a ridiculous spell. After updating Hagrid on his recent situation, Harry brought forth the package he had received the day before. "Hagrid, I would like to request a favor." "What?" Hagrid was taken aback, surprised that Harry needed his help. As Harry opened the package, it revealed neatly arranged stones of the same size. "To be honest, I saw this when you arrived, and I thought it was a pie for me," Hagrid admitted sheepishly. "Once you help me with this, you can have any pie you desire." "What do you need me to do?" Hagrid guessed it was related to the stones on the table, but was completely in the dark about what was required. Just as Harry was about to speak, he noticed Hermione's eyes shining intensely at him, mouthing, "You can't let him know." Then she whispered to Hagrid, that Hagrid pondered for a moment, nodded, and replied, "That should not be too difficult." A smile crept across Harry's face. Problem solved. In the fields between Hogwarts and Hagrid's hut, Hermione walked briskly ahead of Harry, her arms swinging widely as if she wished to distance herself from him. Harry chuckled helplessly behind her, pondering what had possessed him to provoke Hermione deliberately. He knew her well enough. She would surely be bothered by such a lack of trust, even if he was merely joking. "Hey, Hermione, you know I was just teasing you. I didn't mean to make you angry," Harry called out, catching up to walk alongside her. Hermione halted, declaring, "I'm not angry." "All right, if you're not angry, I was actually hoping to let Hagrid." "Harry, I don't want to know what you asked Hagrid for." Hermione interjected firmly, "I just want to return to school and complete the assignments given by the professors today." With that, she turned and walked away. Not waiting for Harry, it seemed Hermione was genuinely upset, and Harry pondered how to make her forget about it. Perhaps a forgetting charm would suffice, but it might be better to personally massage her shoulders to seek her forgiveness. What should he do? Harry dashed in front of Hermione, blocking her path. She ignored him, attempting to sidestep, but he moved to obstruct her again. She walked right, he followed. She walked left, he mirrored her. When she stepped back, he grasped her arm. "What are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, Harry pulled her close and embraced her. The art of charming a girl. Embracing technique. Hermione was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what Harry had done. Once she regained her senses, she struggled fiercely against a secure grasp, but it was futile. Letting out a sigh of resignation, she gave up the futile effort. "Let me go." Harry rested his chin atop Hermione's brown hair, inhaling the scent of jasmine, and gently breathed in twice, asking, "Are you still angry?" "Of course I'm angry," Hermione retorted, striking Harry's body with her hands. "How could you do something like this without my permission?" "Don't be mad. I just asked Hagrid to help me make a toy, wizard chess," Harry explained to Hermione. Hermione looked up, momentarily forgetting her predicament, and asked, "Wizard chess? ISNT that easily bought. Why ask Hagrid to make a set? Why want ISNT Western Wizard chess? It's Chinese chess, which ISNT sold in the magical world." Chinese chess, is that what those two old men were playing in Chinatown? Exactly. Then why didn't you tell me? Hermione frowned. "I originally planned to wait until the chess set was ready before teaching you how to play," Harry replied. "You should hurry and let go. My arm is being squeezed painfully." Upon hearing this, Harry realized he was holding on too tightly and quickly released her. Hermione rubbed her shoulder as she walked ahead. Harry was puzzled, sensing that Hermione was still somewhat upset, but unsure why. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who had embraced her earlier at Hogwarts. In the dining hall, Malfoy sat at the table with a sullen expression. It could be said that every time he shared classes with Gryffindor students, his mood soured. Even now, without seeing Harry, his spirits had plummeted. Just days prior, in this very spot, he had been cursed by Harry and rendered mute for an entire day, driving him to the brink of madness. Yet he was powerless against him. That moment, Malfoy's lackey, Goyle, suddenly approached complaining, "Malfoy, I just saw the announcement in the Slytherin common room that next Thursday we'll have flying lessons with Gryffindor. I really don't want to be stuck with them." Malfoy's expression darkened immediately, but then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly burst into laughter. Defense against the dark arts. Patronus charm, used to fend off Dementors. Shield charm, which makes one feel as though they are wearing an invisible suit of armor, causing spells to rebound. Barrier charm, creates an invisible barrier between two parties. Reductor curse, emits a powerful red light that can deal with pesky Grindylows in the water. Boggart banishing spell, a spell to transform a boggart into something amusing. Goyle gaped in astonishment at Malfoy's sudden silly laughter. Convinced that Malfoy must have lost his mind upon hearing such dreadful news, he waved his hand in front of Malfoy's eyes and lamented, "Oh, Malfoy, no." Malfoy blinked, noticing that the other students in the dining hall were now drawn to Goyle's outburst. Looking their way, he shot Goyle an annoyed glare before hastily leaving the scene. Goyle wiped his tears and followed behind him. As soon as they stepped outside, the patrons of the restaurant erupted into a fit of laughter. Malfoy, upon hearing the boisterous mirth emanating from the hall behind him, felt an acute sense of embarrassment and quickened his pace. "Hey, Malfoy, wait for me," called Goyle, struggling to keep up. Running was quite the challenge for him, given his corpulent frame. The world often seemed to harbor a certain malice towards the overweight, perhaps in the grand design of creation. Even the divine held a disdain for the portly. "What do you want?" Malfoy inquired with palpable impatience. Goyle, panting heavily, replied, "I thought you hadn't finished your sentence just now." He was taken aback by the fierce glare Malfoy shot him, as if he were confronting a sworn enemy, causing Goyle to hesitate in voicing his next thought. "Why were you so pleased to hear that we'll be having flying lessons with Gryffindor?" Goyle asked, perplexed. It was common knowledge among all of Slytherin that Malfoy harbored an intense aversion to Harry and every student of Gryffindor. Goyle was acutely aware of this. Once, while he was in the restroom at night, Malfoy had suddenly spoken, and Goyle initially thought he was addressing him, only to realize upon closer listening that Malfoy was cursing Harry. Thus, seeing Malfoy laugh so unexpectedly had led Goyle to conclude that Malfoy must have been driven to madness, which was not entirely surprising given his intellect. Malfoy had no intention of engaging with Goyle, but upon hearing his question, a smug smile crept across his face as he replied with pride. "In other classes, we can't compare to Harry. He is always in the spotlight, but in flying lessons, that won't be the case. You see, I've been learning to ride a broomstick for 2 years now. No matter how clever Harry is, he certainly won't manage it. Can he truly master a broomstick on his very first encounter? Perhaps. With his head filled with books, he'll fare even worse than a muggle in this regard. Just imagine how amusing his expression will be. Ha! Malfoy couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, as if he could already envision the moment Harry would be humiliated. Goyle had intended to argue that Harry was indeed a genius, but he realized that such a statement would only lead to his own demise, and he didn't fully believe that Harry could excel in every endeavor, so he remained silent. Malfoy calculated the days, lamenting, "It's only Friday today. We have 6 more days until flying lessons. 6 more days until I can witness Harry's disgrace." How excruciatingly slow! Malfoy was brimming with enthusiasm. He had never anticipated a class with Gryffindor with such eagerness. He contemplated how he would taunt Harry when the time came, feeling the need to devise a meticulous plan. After all, it would be a waste to miss such a splendid opportunity. He imagined Harry mounting the broomstick only to tumble off. Bewildered and disoriented, utterly defeated. At that moment, he would soar above on his broomstick, hovering confidently over Harry's head, gazing down with a grin, and mockingly exclaim, "Oh, is this not the illustrious Harry Potter? How is it that you cannot even manage such a trivial task as riding a broomstick? It seems your fame amounts to little. Haha." Inevitably, Harry would bow his head like a jester, too ashamed to look up. If only he could capture that moment on film. What a splendid plan it was indeed. Unbeknownst to Harry, Malfoy was plotting how to witness his downfall, ready to unleash all his pent-up frustrations in ridicule. Nevertheless, the impending flying lesson news had stirred excitement among the students of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Flying was undeniably an exhilarating topic, whether for its own sake or its close association with Quidditch, the most beloved sport in the wizarding world. In truth, it was quite evident how popular flying and Quidditch were. For instance, since the start of the school year, numerous first-year students had boasted about their experiences riding broomsticks at home, and whenever such topics arose, eager ears would perk up time and again. However, after hearing it a few times, Harry could only shake his head in disbelief and pull Hermione, who was still keen to listen, away. While you may wish to captivate your classmates' attention and engage in a bit of boasting, I don't oppose it, but you should at least keep your stories somewhat plausible, Seamus exclaimed. Neville claims he could ride a broomstick as a child, soaring through the fields, but I find it hard to believe his parents would neglect him so recklessly. Ron chimed in, asserting that he had secretly learned to ride a broomstick and almost collided with a Muggle airplane. Malfoy was the most egregious of all. His tall tales reached the highest echelons. Whenever the topic of flying arose, he would adopt the demeanor of a seasoned expert, regaling tales of the origins of flight, the most thrilling moments of past Quidditch matches, and vehemently criticizing Hogwarts rule, prohibiting first years from joining the Quidditch team, as if the faculty were blind to the presence of a future Quidditch star in their midst. Ultimately, he would boast about the most perilous escapade he had ever undertaken, narrowly avoiding a helicopter. Come on, really? You're comparing a mere airplane to a helicopter? Ron scoffed. Yet, without a doubt, those who had never touched a broomstick were incredibly curious and fascinated by others' flying experiences. Many students, especially Muggleborns, had never encountered a broomstick, and even within wizarding families, parents often kept their children away from such hazardous items due to safety concerns, leading to a situation where they were not vastly different from Muggles regarding flying. Thus, when the news of the upcoming flying lesson spread, it became the predominant topic of conversation among students, whether in the dining hall, while doing homework, or even during class. The first years were eager to try, envisioning themselves soaring freely through the skies. However, the schedules for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's flying lessons had yet to be finalized, leaving them to gaze enviously at the Gryffindor and Slytherin students. That night, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, as soon as they entered, the students, fatigued from a day of study, quickly succumbed to sleep. This was likely exacerbated by their excitement over the flying lesson schedule for the next day. Harry was quite pleased with this, as the first years had been incessantly chattering about it since he had seen the announcement in the Gryffindor common room last week. Even at night, they could be heard chattering nonstop. This incessant noise had deprived Harry of the opportunity to meditate for 5 days, as he could not very well meditate in front of his dorm mates, even though they would mistakenly think he was practicing some esoteric discipline. Typically, he would wait until his companions were asleep to begin his meditative practice. However, tonight he finally had the chance. Peering around to ensure his dorm mates were sound asleep, he gently pulled back his thin blanket and sat up. Adopting a cross-legged posture akin to Taoist practices, Harry had no one to consult about this. It was entirely his own choice. Yet he felt no discomfort in doing so. Rather, each session of meditation left him feeling invigorated, and his mind remained particularly sharp throughout the day. This was also why he could easily retain 80 to 90% of the material he read. His remarkable memory undoubtedly fueled Hermione's envy. For someone like Hermione, who was a true academic overachiever, reading and studying had long since become second nature, making Harry's gift for retention all the more alluring to her. after days of meditation. Harry found no issues and had decided to share his technique with Hermione. However, he was uncertain whether she would be able to perceive the presence of the elements. His ability to wield light elements might stem from innate talent or the inherent strength of his soul. After all, not everyone could become a wizard, even within the realm of fiction, could they? During his meditation today, Harry experienced a peculiar sensation akin to reaching a plateau in his practice, on the verge of a breakthrough. He felt a surge of joy, believing that his daily meditation was a formidable exercise for his mental fortitude. Naturally, his soul was already significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person. And with his unique meditation technique, it was possible that he could further enhance his spiritual strength. Upon realizing this, he calmed his excited heart and continued to close his eyes, perceiving the small points of light surrounding him with his mind. His consciousness felt like a gentle hand, slowly caressing the elements of light. As Harry meditated, he could sense the world around him extending nearly 50 meters away, but as he attempted to probe further, he felt an overwhelming limitation, unable to encompass everything. However, today, when his mental prowess peaked, he did not cease his exploration. Instead, he pressed onward, and suddenly it felt as though he had breached a transparent membrane. An overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him, and in that moment, he felt as if he were weightless, his body having vanished, akin to his soul being immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth. Harry vowed that this was undoubtedly the most exquisite sensation in the world. Had any of his classmates witnessed the expression on his face at that moment, they would surely have been bewildered by the peculiar smile he wore. In that instant, Harry beheld a more intricate world, vibrant with colors, where luminous points danced like fireflies. The white lights, reminiscent of family, gravitated toward him, and a bright yet gentle radiance appeared before him. Yet this extraordinary feeling was fleeting. Dissipating shortly thereafter, Harry's mental reach had expanded considerably, doubling in distance to almost 50 meters. As he opened his eyes, two faint beams of light emanated from them, resembling luminous pearls, though they quickly returned to normal. Even Harry himself was unaware of this phenomenon. He merely thought the brief brightness he perceived was due to his sudden transition from that radiant world to the darkness, causing momentary dazzlement. Unbeknownst to him, this condition was known as vision imbued with will, a phenomenon experienced only by those with truly formidable mental strength, when their spirit, energy, and essence were harmonized. If someone had stood before Harry at that moment, gazing into his eyes, they might have been rendered utterly dazed by the force of his mental projection. Although this outward projection of mental energy lasted but a moment, others would still perceive the change within him. Most notably, his eyes had become remarkably clear and bright, affirming the notion that the eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. At that moment, Harry was utterly awake. His spirit, having transcended, was invigorated rather than drowsy. He glanced at the alarm clock on his bedside. Only 1 o'clock in the morning. Harry approached the window, allowing the cool breeze to wash over him as he gazed up at the profound night sky. It was bright and luminous, the Milky Way hanging above as if flowing. The Milky Way. Harry mused, his gaze dreamy. He realized that such a brilliant night sky would be a rarity in decades to come. Thus, one of his favorite pastimes since arriving in this world had become gazing at the starry sky on clear nights, where he felt the insignificance of humanity against the vastness of the universe, instilling within him a profound sense of reverence. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he murmured, "Ah, youth, did I forget to take my medication today?" After contemplating for a moment, Harry decided against going back to bed. Instead, he retrieved a third-year spellbook, pushed open the dormitory door, and stepped outside. Descending the stairs, although illuminated by torches, the atmosphere remained somewhat dim. Harry whispered devoutly, "Omnipotent God of light, Harry Potter, please bestow upon me the power of illumination." Luo Bei, do you still have any shame? In response, a glowing white sphere, half a meter in diameter, materialized beside Harry, illuminating the entire spiral staircase as bright as day. Upon reaching the Gryffindor common room, Harry felt an eerie atmosphere enveloping him as he began to regret venturing out. After all, couldn't he just count sheep if he couldn't sleep? It was far too quiet. The occasional flicker of the torch flames created an illusion of shadows lurking behind him. amplifying his growing fear. It was no wonder that people could frighten one another to the point of terror. Harry noticed white paper and a quill on the table in the common room, and a thought struck him. Though he felt guilty for doing so to Hermione, he assumed she wouldn't mind. He pulled out a sheet of paper and, using the quill, wrote, "Hermione, I am waiting for you in the Gryffindor common room." He then drew the Olympic rings beneath it, a secret understood only by him and Hermione. Once, in a fit of boredom, Harry had whimsically doodled circles in Hermione's book, ultimately disregarding her protests and transforming it into an Olympic symbol. Therefore, whenever Hermione saw this insignia, she would know it was from him. Harry folded the note into a paper crane, gave it a flick of his wand, and instantly, the crane came to life, soaring through the girls' dormitory door. At that moment, Hermione was lost in slumber, dreaming that they were attending astronomy class, where the students were observing Orion as instructed by their professor. Stealing glances at Harry beside her, she was caught off guard when he noticed her and grinned. Hermione's face flushed crimson, yet Harry approached her in silence, saying nothing. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked, feeling a bit guilty. Suddenly, Harry lifted his hand and playfully tapped her on the head twice, quite forcefully. Hermione, bewildered, was about to speak when Harry tapped her head again, jolting her awake. "I can't believe I dreamt about Harry. How ridiculous. Of all people. Why him?" Hermione muttered under her breath. However, the dream felt too vivid. Her head still throbbed slightly. Just then, Harry tapped her forehead again, and she looked up to find a paper crane hovering above her, but a paper crane delivering a message. This was magic learned only in the third year. Hermione, puzzled about who might be sending her a note, had an inkling of who it could be. As she unfolded the crane and read its contents, her expression turned exasperated. Really? What time is it now? Nevertheless, she resolved to meet Harry. After getting out of bed, Hermione considered changing her clothes but ultimately deemed it unnecessary, opting instead to descend in her red pajamas. Luo Bay. Spell. Earplug. Creates a buzzing sound in the ears. Barrage. Unleashes numerous fierce little birds to attack the opponent. Leg Lock. Petrifies the legs, rendering them immobile. Tarantella. Forces the opponent to dance uncontrollably until exhausted. Fiery Boil. Causes boils to appear upon being struck by the spell. Overgrown Canine. Causes the front teeth to grow uncontrollably. Hermione tiptoed out of the girls' dormitory and into the Gryffindor common room, only to find Harry scanning the surroundings anxiously. The sound of the door opening startled him. Turning around, he sighed in relief upon seeing Hermione, quickly masking his surprise. He couldn't let her know he had been frightened, lest she mock him mercilessly. Emerging from the shadows, Hermione recalled her recent dream about Harry, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Though the dim lighting spared her from Harry's notice, "It's the middle of the night, and you're still awake. What are you up to?" she asked, covering her mouth with her hand as she yawned. At that moment, Hermione epitomized laziness. Her thin pink pajamas were wrinkled from her hurried exit, and she wore a pair of frog slippers, her naturally tousled hair now even more disheveled, her eyes still hazy as if she hadn't fully awakened. As she approached Harry, she suddenly let out a shriek, losing her balance and stumbling forward, having tripped over the red carpet beneath her feet. Like anyone in a similar predicament, Hermione tightly shut her eyes, as if that would prevent the inevitable. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Harry, noticing Hermione's unsteady gait, had intended to warn her to watch her step. But he thought it was merely a carpet. Surely it couldn't trip someone. Fortunately, he was quick to react. As soon as he saw Hermione about to fall, he rushed over and caught her. Holding such a petite and adorable girl, whom he secretly admired, Harry didn't simply steady her. Instead, he instinctively held her tighter. This was entirely subconscious, not intentional at all. Sitting upright, Hermione smoothed her clothing and placed her hands on her thighs, as if seeking comfort in the gesture. Just now. This is the third time," she said, lowering her gaze. Harry couldn't decipher her expression, but he sensed a chill in the air, a hint of menace. Chuckling nervously, Harry replied, "Well, that must be fate. Wouldn't you agree?" "Harry," Hermione said awkwardly, "it's just a trivial matter, like a child being held. Right? Just a trivial matter." Her voice resonated as if it were echoing from the depths of hell. before I could emphasize the triviality. Hermione suddenly seized a book from the table and hurled it at Harry with merciless intent. Harry quickly sprang to his feet to evade her wrath. "How dare you dodge?" Hermione charged towards him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing Harry to dash around the circle of chairs, with Hermione hot on his heels. After a spirited bout, they finally ceased their playful skirmish, or rather, it was Hermione who halted her pursuit of Harry. Being but a delicate girl, she could hardly outpace him. Breathing heavily, Hermione leaned against a chair before plopping down, fixing Harry with a fierce gaze. Relieved that Hermione had stopped her chase, Harry took a seat 2 chairs away from her. "Ahem, I need to discuss something with you. What could be so urgent that it requires my attention now?" Harry, of course, refrained from divulging the truth, instead saying, "It's about the energy I had you witness at the start of term. I wish to share with you the method of mastering it, as it is better suited for nighttime." Hermione, ever the curious one, was instantly captivated by Harry's words, her earlier emotions dissipating like mist. With an insatiable hunger for knowledge gleaming in her eyes, she leaned in and asked, "What is it exactly, and how can one control such a phenomenon?" Harry earnestly began to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing him, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enthralled. She pondered rapidly. "Are you saying that there are countless elements surrounding us, only perceivable through mental focus?" "Indeed, though I can't guarantee that everyone can discern their existence," Harry replied. Hermione tilted her head, her youthful yet resolute voice proclaiming, "I am certain I will discover the elements." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Such confidence was a rarity in Hermione. "Ah, yes, it really is simple as just imagining it." Hermione remained skeptical. If all it takes is to close one's eyes and envision the elements around us, how could no one have discovered them yet? Harry, too, hesitated. He couldn't be certain that his method would work for others, but surely it was worth a try. Without further hesitation, Hermione shut her eyes, first calming her mind as Harry had instructed. Her serious demeanor, juxtaposed with her inherent cuteness, only made her appear more amusing. Prompting Harry to wish to pinch her cheeks, he watched her intently, aware that despite her youthful appearance, Hermione would undoubtedly blossom into a striking beauty, after a short while with her eyes closed. Hermione felt no different. Although Harry had warned her that success would not come easily, her brow furrowed in frustration. She opened her eyes, about to speak, only to find Harry gazing at her with utmost seriousness. Had he been watching her the entire time she had her eyes shut? With this thought, Hermione found herself at a loss for words, a mixture of joy, shyness, and annoyance flooding her. Harry, noticing her awakening, quickly diverted his gaze. "What a splendid day it is today!" Hermione almost burst into laughter at his reaction. She resumed her meditation while Harry returned to his book, the spacious common room enveloped in tranquil silence. Unbeknownst to them, Harry eventually dozed off while Hermione remained lost in her contemplation. Upon waking with a yawn, Harry recalled why he had been in the common room. Turning to look, he saw Hermione still seated, meditating. "Hermione," he tentatively called out. She opened her eyes, revealing a fatigued expression. It appeared she had not slept at all. "I didn't succeed," she admitted with disappointment. "It's not as if I expected you to succeed on your first try." "Just look at how weary you are now," Harry replied, but be why this time? Daylight had fully arrived, and he encouraged Hermione to rest, advising her to skip breakfast and let her classmates rouse her before their first class. Hermione felt her head spinning. It was clear that without some rest, she would lack the energy for the day ahead. Reluctantly, she decided to heed Harry's advice, tickling charm, a spell that induces uncontrollable laughter in the target. Blood-binding curse, a dark magic attack that causes the victim to bleed profusely. Serpent's fall, summons a dark serpent from the sky. Cruciatus curse, one of the unforgivable curses, inflicting excruciating pain, possibly driving the victim to madness. Possession curse, another of the unforgivable curses, seizing control of the victim's soul, though a wizard with strong self-control can resist. Avada Kedavra, the third unforgivable curse, the killing curse, from which only Harry Potter has ever escaped. Today, the sky was clear, adorned with white clouds against a blue canvas. During breakfast, Harry found himself surrounded by a throng of girls, seemingly emboldened by Hermione's absence. The multitude of girls encircling Harry made him feel an immense pressure. He had never felt so awkward, not even during his first day at school. Every flicker of his movements was scrutinized by their eager eyes, with gentle inquiries peppering the air, their ardent gazes threatening to melt him. Of course, they would not dare overstep, for inciting Harry's displeasure would be ill-advised. They maintained an air of refinement, sitting straight-backed, smiling without revealing their teeth, savoring their food delicately, casting looks of varying degrees of boldness. Curiosity and warmth at Harry. Being surrounded by such attention was both a pleasure and a torment. This morning, Neville received a memory orb from his grandmother via post. When touched, if the orb turned red, it signified that the owner had forgotten to do something, a fascinating contraption that piqued the curiosity of those around Neville. Ironically, when Neville encountered the memory orb, it indeed turned red, yet he could not recall what he had forgotten. Amidst their playful banter, Draco Malfoy seemed intent on snatching Neville's memory orb, but upon making a move, he instinctively glanced at Harry. Harry, sensing Malfoy's intentions, merely smiled at him, effectively shattering Malfoy's scheme. Malfoy, trembling internally, approached Harry's table. Feigning arrogance, as he remarked, "I hope you don't fall off your broom during flying class today, Potter." Harry chuckled. Since when did Malfoy of Slytherin start caring about others? Just a friendly reminder. It seems Gryffindor currently has more points than Slytherin. I hope you haven't forgotten what happens to the losers. Harry's words struck Malfoy like an arrow, causing him to tremble with indignation. He huffed a disdainful retort, reminiscent of a sore loser, before storming off in a huff. Harry quickly finished his meal and left the dining hall that a girl from Hermione's dormitory, having finished her breakfast, returned to wake Hermione. After more than an hour of additional rest, Hermione finally felt somewhat rejuvenated. The first class of the day was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, yet it was evident that this class would be the least attentive since the term began, as the next lesson was flying class. Just before class began, Hermione complained to Harry, "Why, I isn't there a spell to invigorate us." Her cheeks still glistened with droplets, suggesting she had rushed to class after washing her face. Spells aren't omnipotent. However, Professor Snape's potions might offer such effects, albeit with certain side effects. "This is breakfast I brought for you. Eat quickly before Professor McGonagall arrives," Harry said, producing 3 slices of toast and a succulent chicken leg he had saved for her. "Wow!" Hermione exclaimed in delight, having braced herself for a morning of hunger, utterly surprised by Harry's thoughtful gesture. She lowered her head, quietly chewing on the bread, relieved that they were seated at the front where no one could see her. Stealthily munching on her bread while watching Harry shield her, she felt an unexpected pang of emotion. The chicken leg still radiated warmth, and as Hermione began to eat, the enticing aroma wafted through the classroom, causing her peers to turn in search of the source, yet to no avail. When Professor McGonagall entered, her nose twitched slightly. She approached the podium, scanning the room before finally resting her gaze on Hermione. Hermione straightened her posture, staring ahead, revealing no hint of guilt. "Miss Granger, do remember to wipe the grease from your mouth after your meals next time." Professor McGonagall unflinchingly pointed out who was dining in class. The other students could not suppress their laughter, and Malfoy deliberately laughed the loudest. Hermione's face, already flushed, began to glisten with moisture. Subsequently, Hermione was penalized 5 points from Gryffindor by Professor McGonagall for her indiscretion. After class, the students surged out of the classroom, rushing towards the castle, while cheering exuberantly. A gentle breeze accompanied them as they trod upon the grass, which undulated like waves, stretching far into the distance. At the castle's entrance, one could see Hagrid's quaint little hut and the dark trees bordering the forbidden forest. The flying lesson was conducted by Madame Hooch, who sported a head of short gray hair, and her eyes gleamed yellow, resembling those of an eagle. She spoke rapidly and incisively, somewhat akin to Snape, though her voice possessed a melodious quality that far surpassed his. The brooms on the ground were somewhat worn, arranged in 2 lines, with Gryffindor facing Slytherin. After instructing them on how to summon their brooms, Madame Hooch whistled, and the brooms rose into the air with a continuous sound. Harry shouted once, and his broom obediently leapt into his hand, igniting within him an eager desire to experience flight. However, not everyone could match Harry's ease. Malfoy, witnessing Harry's nonchalance, felt a surge of irritation. This did not bode well. He was certain that Harry would soon make a fool of himself. Hermione and Neville, unlike their counterparts in the original tale, managed to summon their brooms by the third call. Ron, shouting at the top of his lungs from the sidelines, could only muster laughter. Madame Hooch then commenced her lesson on flying techniques. Pay attention. Do not grip the broom too tightly from nervousness, or it may soar uncontrollably upwards. Conversely, if you hold it too loosely, you will lack the necessary control. Now I want you to try flying. Do not ascend too high or too fast. Practice slowly. Upon hearing their teacher's words, the students exchanged glances, hesitant to mount their brooms until they saw others take to the skies first. Harry grasped the broom, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if he could easily master it. He whistled, spinning the broom in his hands, yet he did not mount it. Malfoy, observing this, concluded that Harry must be lacking confidence or perhaps suffering from acrophobia. Internally, he rejoiced, mounting his broom and pushing off the ground with a vigorous kick, his body soaring into the air. However, his anxious demeanor and sluggish speed revealed that his claims of dodging helicopters were likely exaggerated. As they prepared for flight, Ron shouted incorrigibly, while Neville, the pudgy boy, was the first to act, pushing off the ground with his broom. Yet he quickly realized that he was far from composed. As his feet lost their support, fear gripped him. The wind howled as he ascended. With no visible structures around, only an endless sky. Ignoring Madame Hooch's warning, he clutched the broom tightly, causing it to shoot upwards. The onlookers gasped as Neville, terrified, clung to his broom, rising higher and higher. When Neville unwittingly glanced down, the ground below had transformed into mere specks, and he could see Hogwarts, the meadows, and the forbidden forest from a great height. His face turned pale, and in a moment of panic, he released his grip. Plummeting downward, with his back to the ground, his small hands flailed helplessly, desperately seeking something to grasp, a scene both tragic and pitiful. Some timid students had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending spectacle. Malfoy looked up, and suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something dark. That a fierce gust of wind swept past his face, that he glanced down and realized Harry's figure had vanished. Upon noticing Neville's descent, Harry's gaze darted toward Madame Hooch, who was rushing to assist the nearest student. Time was of the essence. Cursing under his breath, Harry placed his broom on the ground, took a powerful leap, and shot forth like an arrow. The wind howled, his black robe billowed, and the gentle breeze felt like a blade against his face, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently on the plummeting Neville. At that moment, Harry was moving at breakneck speed. Many students merely saw a shadow darting skyward, failing to discern who it was. Harry was closing in on Neville, their figures seemingly destined to collide at high velocity. However, Harry had anticipated this. Catching Neville directly would spell disaster for both. As they neared, Harry executed a deft maneuver, curving like a black flash of lightning, smoothly transitioning from straight line to an arc. He maneuvered to Neville's upper right, angling the broom sharply, and accelerated towards him, which meant that both Harry and Neville were now descending toward the ground. The distance between them dwindled, while Neville neared the earth, and Harry wondered if he could catch him in time. The students held their breath, as if their very exhalations would disrupt Harry's rescue mission, their eyes glued to this perilous yet exhilarating scene. Harry narrowly evaded Neville's tears, muttering, "Can you not be so dramatic? I'm here to save you." Fortunately, Neville was devoid of a runny nose at that moment, or it would have been quite nauseating. 10 feet, 9 feet, 7 feet, 5 feet, 2 feet. At last, Harry reached Neville, extending his hand just in time to catch him, hoisting him onto the broom. Gripping the broom's handle tightly, Harry pulled upwards with all his might, stabilizing their descent. Though Harry successfully altered their trajectory, the force of inertia propelled them toward the ground. The broom skidded violently, its tail scraping against the earth, leaving half of its bristles worn down. But they were safe, were they not? Harry, with Neville dangling like a noodle from his broom, leisurely circled in the air, a posture that belied their novice status. Gradually, he reduced their speed and descended gently to the ground. Unbeknownst to Harry, at that very moment in a distant part of the castle, someone stood at a desk, gazing through the glass window with palpable excitement. As a matter of fact, the moment the chubby Neville tumbled from his broom, she had already seized her wand and risen to her feet, It was then that she perceived a swift figure darting towards Neville, compelling her to continue watching, for she had been vexed by a particular issue for days. This figure ignited a thought within her. If this individual were a student of Gryffindor, it would indeed be a blessing from Merlin. However, the outcome left her utterly astounded. Her modest expectation was merely to be somewhat satisfied. Yet the answer far exceeded her wildest imaginings. As Merlin famously remarked, "I sought but a single tree, yet was bestowed a vast forest." This individual was extraordinary. No, he was beyond extraordinary, with an instantaneous mastery of unparalleled speed. Exhibiting calmness, wisdom, and an effortless grace in maneuvering, he displayed remarkable agility in evasion and immense courage. Professor McGonagall was certain that at such a young age, his proficiency on a flying broom was unmatched. He was undoubtedly the most remarkable person she had ever encountered, with no peer to rival him. Luo Bei. In the book review section, there's a comment on Qidian, and it seems that leaving a reply there might yield experience points, or perhaps Qidian coins. I'm not entirely sure that I intended to respond, but alas, the author has disallowed replies for rewards, which is quite exasperating. Everyone else seems to be just going along with it to be swift. Part 2. Disarming Charm. Expelliarmus Snape. Tickling Charm. Rictus Sempra. Harry. Dancing Feet Charm. Tarantaligra. Malfoy. Reveal Charm. Apparitium. Hermione. Wand Lighting Charm. Lumos. Harry. Memory Charm. Obliviate. Lockhart. 8 spells in total. Professor McGonagall observed as Harry descended smoothly, her hesitation dissipating as she promptly exited her office, intending to meet Harry at the castle gates to discuss his joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. At that moment, she could not fathom the possibility of Harry declining her offer, for joining the Quidditch team was a dream cherished by every student. Who could possibly refuse? The reality would soon unveil itself. From a moment Harry soared into the sky, exclamations of astonishment erupted among his classmates, their heads swiveling to follow the graceful movements of Harry and his broom in the air, as Harry safely brought Neville back to the ground. A chorus of cheers erupted, and they surged towards a still unsteady Harry, clamoring excitedly. "Harry, you were incredible." "How did you do it, Harry? Can you teach me?" "Harry, you were so cool just now. Have you flown a broom before?" That dive was exhilarating. They jostled for his attention, their rapid-fire questions creating a cacophony that mirrored their ecstatic expressions, as if it were not Harry who had just soared through the skies to save someone, but rather them. Hermione stood at the edge of the crowd, her complexion pale, her pristine teeth biting her lip, evidently furious. Harry quickly deduced the reason behind her ire. It seemed he would need to offer some assurances. "Silence, silence." Madame Hooch squeezed into the throng, and her authoritative voice prompted the students to scatter. With her piercing gaze fixed upon Harry, she declared, "Harry Potter, you have violated the flying lesson rules by reaching an altitude of 100 feet. Therefore, I must deduct 10 points from Gryffindor." "What, Professor? How can this be?" "Harry saved Neville. Professor, this is utterly unfair." The young lions erupted in outrage, having anticipated that Madame Hooch would reward Harry, only to find the opposite was true, a bitter pill for them to swallow. Madame Hooch maintained her stern demeanor, her sharp gaze sweeping over the Gryffindor students. Initially, a few met her gaze defiantly, but gradually they could no longer withstand her intensity and lowered their heads. "Ha ha! How arrogant!" Malfoy laughed loudly, prompting the Slytherin students to join in mockery. Madame Hooch frowned slightly, casting them a disapproving look, but refrained from commenting further, instead addressing Harry. "However, your brave actions in saving Neville warrant an additional 30 points for Gryffindor." The crestfallen young lions looked up in astonishment, as if they hadn't comprehended her words, and exchanged glances until they confirmed they had heard correctly, erupting in cheers once more. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students resembled ducks with their throats constricted, sputtering in disbelief. This isn't how one should play the game." Madame Hooch inquired with concern, "Are you all uninjured?" "I'm fine," Harry replied with a smile. However, it was evident that Neville had yet to recover from his earlier fright. His face still pale, cold sweat trickling down, his legs trembling uncontrollably, in a faint voice, he said, "Professor, I'm all right, but I think I need a rest." This was a conclusion Madame Hooch had already anticipated. In such a state, should he still manage to fly, she would be compelled to broadcast her misfortune. Neville struggled to rise. "Don't help me. I want to fly." Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch helped Neville to sit on the grass. And he plopped down, his complexion visibly improving. "Students, take heed. We must not witness another incident like Neville's," Madame Hooch admonished loudly. The classmates resumed flying, and having learned from Neville's experience, they ascended cautiously, gradually increasing their speed, with noticeably improved results. Observing this scene, Madame Hooch silently mused, "Perhaps in the future, I should consider having a decoy when teaching the new students." Harry. Harry dragged his broom, which had been worn down on one side, and looked up at Malfoy. "Oh, Malfoy, it seems you had something to say to me just now. What is it you wish to convey?" Several nearby classmates turned their attention to Malfoy, one of them chiming in. "I heard that too. Listen to what?" Malfoy thought, wishing he could shout at that student. "It's so infuriating. What should I even say? Am I supposed to continue mocking you for not being able to ride a broom? Do you really think I'm so foolish? If I were to say that, it would be akin to slapping my own face, and willingly at that." Malfoy contorted his face, chuckling sarcastically. "Did I? I don't recall that at all. It seems I've forgotten." Harry tilted his head slightly. "Well, since you've forgotten, let us discuss it when you remember." "Harry truly displays admirable grace," a girl whispered to her companion. "Indeed, let your imagination run wild." Another girl retorted without hesitation. Malfoy turned away, his expression souring. "What grace? Where was the script we had agreed upon? Why is everything deviating from the plan?" Malfoy, feeling despondent, thought, "I wish I could go home to my dear Hermione. Who has dared to anger you?" Hermione flushed slightly. He was attempting to change the subject, and she absolutely could not fall into his trap. With a sarcastic tone, she replied, "What can I say? It's no surprise that the illustrious Harry Potter is a rare flying prodigy." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at? You clearly disregard safety and still don't recognize your error." Hermione's face contorted in indignation. "Hermione, you are truly delightful," Harry said, unable to resist ruffling her fluffy hair. "Don't worry. I won't let myself get hurt. I'm not some clumsy girl. I'm not worried about you," Hermione huffed, clutching her broom as she turned and dashed away. Harry watched closely as her ears turned a bright shade of red. Luo Bay. This chapter was published just in the nick of time, a mere minute away from tomorrow. Moreover, the title of this chapter is quite amusing. Spells, Part 3, Wand Lighting Charm. Lumos, Harry, Ron, Avada Kedavra, Lupin. Ridiculous, Lupin, Neville, Parvati, Seamus, Dean, Ron. Impervious, Hermione, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Fred, George, Harry. Prank completed, Harry. Descendium, Harry. Fidelius Charm. Dumbledore, James, Lily. Patronus Charm. Expecto Patronum. Lupin, Harry. The Extinguishing Spell. Nox, Harry, Ron. The Disarming Charm. Expelliarmus. Black, Lupin, Harry, Ron, Hermione. The Binding Spell. Avera, Lupin. The Unlocking Charm. Alohomora. Hermione did a total of 12 new spells. At that moment, a stern face which emerged at the castle gates. It was Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing her, Harry instinctively understood the situation, though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind that he initially believed that, without Neville's broken arm and his own escapades in the air, he would not be selected by Professor McGonagall to be the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. To his surprise, he had indeed caught her attention. However, he had already arrived at a conclusion and thus felt no indecision. "Good day, Professor McGonagall," Harry greeted politely as he approached her. "Harry, I have matters to discuss with you." "Please follow me," McGonagall replied, her typically grave demeanor softened by a hint of smile. She exchanged pleasantries with Madame Hooch, who was instructing a flying lesson, before leading Harry into the school. The other students, witnessing McGonagall summon Harry, were rife with curiosity. Was it due to his recent adventurous behavior? A prelude to punishment? Surely not. Even Madame Hooch had not taken such measures. "I believe it must be good news, for I thought I glimpsed a smile on McGonagall's face." One student speculated, "Oh no. Either you've lost your mind, or Harry is in for a world of trouble." "Just think," McGonagall smiled. "How terrifying. McGonagall. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light erupted as the two traversed the corridor leading to the school entrance. Other students peered in their direction, but the thick castle walls obscured their view. Professor McGonagall, what is it you wish to discuss? Harry inquired directly once they came to a halt. While he was aware of the underlying issue, he felt compelled to feign ignorance. Life, indeed, can be as lonely as falling snow. The seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Charlie, has graduated this year, and since his departure, we have not found a suitable replacement. When you rescued Neville today, I was impressed by your performance. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the Quidditch team as the seeker, McGonagall explained, anticipating Harry's astonished delight. However, as Merlin once remarked, a vision is often more beautiful than reality. The exhilaration McGonagall had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, Harry appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed, a sudden weight of concern gripped her. Could it be? Harry was indeed contemplating how to decline the offer. When a superior entrusts a subordinate with an esteemed task, only to be met with refusal, one can only imagine the superior's feelings. Certainly not pleasant, although this was a school setting, with McGonagall as a teacher and Harry as a student. Directly expressing his reluctance would not be a delightful experience. Harry wore a troubled expression before speaking. Professor McGonagall, I am truly honored by your offer to join the Quidditch team. However, I am merely a first-year student, and I am not even permitted to bring a broomstick to school that I have no experience in Quidditch. Today was my first encounter with a broom. Not to worry, McGonagall interjected promptly that I shall discuss this with Professor Dumbledore. I'm confident he will understand that I have told you. You are remarkable. With some training, I believe you will excel as a seeker. Harry felt helpless and continued, I am indeed interested in Quidditch, but not as a participant. I prefer to be an observer, for only as an audience member can one truly experience the thrill, the joy, and the collective cheer. The team members soar through the skies, relishing the fierce competition. But I find myself less inclined toward that. Thus, he added with regret, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, McGonagall recognized Harry's lack of enthusiasm for participating in Quidditch. Her disappointment was palpable. It seemed the search for a seeker would have to extend to others. Yet, Harry felt a pang of remorse as he noted her expression. He did not harbor a strong desire to join the Quidditch team, preferring to enjoy the spectacle from the stands. However, he held McGonagall in high regard and wished not to let her down. After all, the House Cup had been claimed by Slytherin for 6 consecutive years. Each time, Gryffindor consistently stood in second place. Can you fathom the feeling of being a perennial runner-up? If not, just ask Lee Chong-wei. Lee Chong-wei, clutching a badminton racket, weeps silently. As the head of Gryffindor House, McGonagall undoubtedly felt disheartened each time she witnessed Slytherin's triumph at the graduation ceremony. Yet, one cannot overlook the mischief-making tendencies of Gryffindor students. If it weren't for the antics of those little lions, constantly finding ways to incur penalties, Gryffindor would undoubtedly possess the prowess to claim the House Cup. This year, however, the Weasley twins seemed to have mellowed considerably. And with the dazzling performance of Harry, McGonagall had secretly smiled many times. Furthermore, it is worth noting that each year, the victorious house in Quidditch earns additional points. Thus, when she observed Harry's performance, she could hardly contain her excitement, which made her disappointment upon hearing his refusal all the more pronounced. Sighing inwardly, Harry lamented, I am such a soft-hearted fool. Professor McGonagall, I would like to take some time to consider your offer regarding joining the team. I will provide you with an answer within a week, Harry said with a wry smile that McGonagall's eyes sparkled with surprise. Really? Please, do not appear so astonished. I have not yet agreed. Harry thought it best not to divulge that he was merely buying time and could only nod in resignation. Very well, then, make haste to your flying lesson. You must become more proficient, McGonagall said with a radiant smile before departing joyfully. With a heavy heart, Harry trudged back to the flying area, berating himself for complicating matters. He should have simply declined outright, rather than instilling hope, which would only lead to greater disappointment later. Luo Bei. Regarding Harry's potential inclusion in the team, this remains undecided. I find this subplot rather uninspiring and devoid of substance. Am I expected to write extensive training sequences and match descriptions? How dreadfully boring. Do you know what the most tedious plotline in a fantasy novel is? It is the participation in matches. One-on-one duels, endlessly competing. It could span dozens of chapters and be utterly dull. Truly, it is the best method for filler. What do you think of my perspective? This is a question that if I were to write about dueling matches in a fantasy novel. Haha. Additionally, yesterday, 3 readers encouraged me to persevere, which brought me joy. Thank you that I am quite simple in that regard. If readers find this book merely passable, please consider adding it to your favorites. It may not affect you, but it is of great significance to me. I have come to understand the importance of keeping favorites. Thank you. The above, the spells. Part 4, 1 Summoning Charm. Accio, Mrs. Weasley, the dictionary flies, the firebolt flies. The trophy flies, Harry, Oblivion Charm. Obliviate, a wizard in lantern pants. Muggle repelling charm. Expansion charm. A 2-year-old wizard named Kevin. Thunderous voice, Bagman. Whispers, Bagman. Lumos, Hermione, Dumbledore. Reanimation, young Crouch. Stunning spell, Petri Ficus Totalis. 20 ministry officials, at least 30 dragon tamers, Harry, Dumbledore. This lesson concluded swiftly. Perhaps the first instance where all the first years fell to class was too brief. Upon hearing Madame Hooch whistle for them to gather, she announced the end of the lesson and instructed them to leave their broomsticks behind. They collectively sighed, lamenting that they had not yet fully enjoyed themselves. Upon observing their expressions of dissatisfaction, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. After this lesson, the morning classes concluded, and students began entering the school in droves, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. However, judging by their conversations as they departed, it was clear that Harry would remain the topic of discussion during lunch. Personal heroism, indeed, is a favored theme in Western narratives. At lunch, Hermione inquired curiously, "What did Professor McGonagall discuss with you during flying class? You seemed quite pensive afterward. Was it that obvious?" Harry lay weakly on the table, while Hermione nodded vigorously, her hair billowing around her. "Professor McGonagall want me to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as if she had just received the most astonishing news. Harry had been troubled by this matter, but upon seeing Hermione, usually so composed, display such a surprised and endearing expression, his mood lightened considerably. With a mix of excitement and disbelief, Hermione said, "How can that be? You're still a first year, according to the rules." Hermione faltered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Harry replied with a hint of mischief. "What can I say? I must be exceptional. Even the school has to make exceptions for me." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Well then, what's there to be upset about? If others find out you, a first year, joined the Quidditch team, they'll be green with envy." "But I declined," Harry said nonchalantly. Hermione was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering like a tiny fan. "What did you say?" "You declined." "I must have misheard." "No, you heard correctly." Hermione erupted. "Are you mad? How could you pass up such a fantastic opportunity?" She squeezed her bread in frustration, as if that alone could quell her indignation. The large dining hall fell silent, all eyes on Hermione, who seemed to have startled the other students. Realizing the volume of her outburst, she quickly bowed her head, and after a moment, the hall returned to its previous state of hushed whispers. Hermione glared at Harry, placing the blame squarely on him. "Then what does that expression on your face mean?" She suddenly realized and looked at Harry with disdain. "Tiske, you're not regretting your decision and wishing to join the team now, are you?" "No," Harry replied, feeling exasperated. Did Hermione really think of him in such a way? I felt sorry for Professor McGonagall, so I told her I would think it over. Hermione chuckled. "From the looks of you now, it seems like you're just deceiving Professor McGonagall, aren't you?" "Yes, and now I truly don't know what to do. If you don't want to join, just tell her quickly that you want to be part of the team." Hermione exclaimed, exasperated. Harry rolled his eyes. "It's easy for you to say. Let me ask you a question. If your parents told you they might give you £10,000 in a week, would you be happy?" "Of course, I would be thrilled," Hermione replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "But if the very next day they told you they wouldn't be giving you any money, how would you feel?" Hermione hesitated. Exactly. So now you understand my internal conflict." After expressing his thoughts, Harry felt a surprising sense of relief. Indeed, Merlin was right. Sharing negative energy could diminish it by half. Hermione found herself in a dilemma as well. And ultimately, their conversation concluded with her gritting her teeth. "This is all you're doing." After finishing their meal, Harry took a deep breath and said to Hermione, "The items I asked Hagrid to prepare should be ready now. Let us go take a look." Yes, they exited. Harry overheard various conversations at the long table, with many discussing his heroic deeds. If this had happened in China, he might have been labeled as someone who violated discipline and sought the limelight. As for being a good Samaritan, well, that could wait. Once outside the school gates, the sight of the vast green fields lifted his spirits considerably. Even before knocking, Hagrid's dog Fong began barking eagerly. "Oh, quiet down. Fong, I wonder who has arrived." Hagrid's booming voice echoed from a distance. As soon as the door swung open, Hagrid enveloped Harry in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Ha! Welcome, Harry. I can smell the pies. Your nose is sharper than Fong's." Harry joked. He had left 10 pies for Hagrid at noon, but he thought it was barely enough to fill the gaps in Hagrid's teeth. He handed Hagrid the bag of pies, saying, "There are a few different flavors. I wasn't sure which ones you would like, so I brought a bit of everything." Hagrid tore open the bag with gusto, grabbed a pie, and mumbled through a mouthful, "Delicious, much better than what I make." "Oh, by the way," Hagrid continued while chewing, "you're here for that chess set, right? I've finished it. Let me know if it's to your liking." Hagrid squatted down and pulled out a wooden box from beneath the bed. The base of the box was square and quite large, taking up about half the size of the table, but it was low, only about 2 fingers high. Hagrid placed it on the table, and as he lifted the lid, only the base remained. Low bay. Today I wrote that Hogwarts has 4 classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, but I'm not sure if that's correct. I couldn't find any mention of it in the original text, so I based it on the real-life British curriculum that in the UK, the maximum number of classes in a day is 5. Suddenly, I feel quite envious. We have 8 classes every day, plus 2 hours of morning study, 3 evening study sessions, and midday tutoring. It's quite exhausting. Also, it seems that potions class is 3 times a week, which roughly equals about 4 classes a day. Friends, are you envious? However, I have one question. What do they do on Sundays? I couldn't find that in the original text at they have self-study, go to the library, or just hang out in the common room. If anyone knows, please tell me. Spells, revitalization spell. Innervate, Mr. Diggory, Dumbledore reversal spell. Reverso, Mr. Diggory disillusionment charm. Mr. Diggory repairing spell. Reparo, Hermione, soul-snatching curse. Barty Crouch Jr. Voldemort heart-piercing curse. Barty Crouch Jr. Crumb, Voldemort growth spell. Barty Crouch Jr. shrinkage spell. Barty Crouch Jr. killing curse. Avada Kedavra, Barty Crouch Jr. Wormtail, Voldemort poison spell. Incendio, Harry poison spell. Dinsajo, Malfoy blooming orchid Mr. Ollivander flock of birds. Mr. Ollivander splitting spell. Defendo, Harry banishment spell. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, etc. relaxation spell. Harry obstruction spell. Impedimenta, Harry shattering spell. Harry directional spell. Harry armoring charm. Patronus charm. Expecto patronum, Harry humorous charm. Ridiculous, Harry disarming charm. Expelliarmus, Harry stabilization spell. Hermione poison spell. Harry curse, Harry poison spell. Weak legs curse, George once the lid was removed. The base revealed a chessboard pattern with a collection of stone figures lying atop it. There were soldiers armed with long spears, representing pawns and foot soldiers, cannons with large wheels, and knights with broadswords standing beside their commanders. There were also powerful horses and siege chariots, evoking a vivid image of war. Wizard chess is the most popular strategy game in the wizarding world, enjoyed by everyone from elderly wizards to 8-year-old children. At Hogwarts, students can be seen playing wizard chess in the dining hall, library, and common room at almost any time. Harry had played a few rounds with Seamus when bored, but he always found it somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps due to the cultural differences between East and West, he had a sudden inspiration to create a magical chess set modeled after Chinese chess. Of course, not the flat, printed kind, but rather the type before him now. Gazing at the lifelike stone figures, Harry felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "This is excellent. Even better than I imagined," he exclaimed with a smile. Hagrid burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Harry's words. For the Na'vi Hagrid, receiving praise from others was a source of immense joy. "Well then, Hagrid, we shall take our leave," Harry said, covering the box and cradling it in his arms, preparing to return to school. "Farewell, Hagrid." Hermione waved her hand, bidding him goodbye as well. "Harry, goodbye. Don't forget to come visit me often," Hagrid called after them. "Understood," Harry responded as he approached the door, only to suddenly halt and add, "Oh, by the way, Hagrid, don't you have a great knowledge of magical creatures?" "What is it, Harry?" Hagrid asked, cramming the last biscuit into his mouth. "That I encountered a peculiar creature in the library, and despite scouring every book on magical beasts, I couldn't find any information about it, so I wanted to ask if you might know," Harry explained at once. Hagrid's excitement surged, his eyes sparkling. Magical creatures were his passion, his ideal. He adored learning about and interacting with all manner of strange beings. The notion of a creature that had no documentation sent his adrenaline coursing through his veins. "What kind of creature is it?" he inquired eagerly. However, Hermione suspected Harry was not being entirely truthful. If such a creature existed, he would surely have dragged her along to search through the books, and she had not seen him scurrying toward the library for any considerable amount of time. Unable to decipher Harry's true meaning, she was about to ask him what he was referring to when Harry suddenly tugged at her hand, winking at her mischievously. Harry glanced at Hagrid, feigning disbelief. "Never mind. I suspect that even you wouldn't know about it. If I tell you, it might just keep you from eating and sleeping well, and that would make me quite the villain." With that, he pretended to take his leave. Hagrid was itching with curiosity over the creature Harry mentioned, quickly retorting, "Impossible. There is no magical creature I don't know of." "Really? What if you don't know it?" Harry smirked. Yet Hagrid remained oblivious to any underlying deception, confidently asserting, "If I haven't seen the creature you're talking about, I'll give you a precious pet. Forget the pet. If you don't know, then promise me something." Harry scanned Hagrid from head to toe. Hagrid felt a shiver run down his spine under Harry's gaze. "All right, promise me you'll take a bath," Harry finally declared. Both Hagrid and Hermione were taken aback. What kind of request was that? However, Hagrid's expression turned pained at the thought of bathing. "Bathing is such a hassle," he protested. "Fine, but first tell me what creature it is." Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over all. Harry then presented a riddle known even in the Muggle world. Ahem. In a magical book I read, there's a creature described as follows. It has 4 legs when it is born, 2 legs when it grows up, and 3 legs in its old age. Harry looked at Hagrid with an eager expression. "So, do you know what it is?" Hagrid pondered deeply, alternating between looking up and down, and after a lengthy pause, sheepishly scratched his head. "I truly don't know." "Well, there you have it," Harry said, disappointment evident in his tone. "You see, you don't know, so don't forget your promise about the bath." Hagrid was at a loss for how to dissuade Harry from wanting him to bathe. But upon seeing Harry's disappointed expression, he found it hard to refuse. Swallowing hard, Hagrid finally relented. "All right, then. Success." Harry felt an exhilaration surge within him. Having convinced Hagrid to bathe was no small feat. "Good thing I'm exceptionally clever. Now, we shall take our leave," he said, beaming that if you discover the answer. "Do let me know," Hagrid replied, clearly invested in the matter. "That I will. Goodbye." Hermione smiled at Harry, her lips curling upward. "What are you looking at me for?" Harry asked. Hermione chuckled. "What do you think? After all that effort, you merely sought to have Hagrid take a bath. Tea first. I thought you wanted Hagrid to gift you a dragon egg. That's not necessary." Harry replied. "Do you think Hagrid would agree to bathe? If you had any idea how long it's been since he last bathed. Ugh, I feel itchy all over just thinking about it. But who knows, perhaps someone will indeed foolishly gift Hagrid a dragon egg." Harry whispered conspiratorially in Hermione's ear. Speaking of dragon eggs, Harry recalled a certain incident where someone had exchanged a dragon egg for information on how to subdue the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor. Originally, it was Draco Malfoy who had challenged Harry, leading to Harry, Ron, and Hermione discovering the 3-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone, which had set off a chain of events thereafter. However, today there was no dramatic aerial duel between Harry and Malfoy, and thus Malfoy would not challenge Harry. It seemed he would need to take the initiative himself. "What did you say? Someone is going to gift Hagrid a dragon egg. How is that even possible?" "Dragon eggs are incredibly precious. Surely you know that," Hermione exclaimed, startled by Harry's statement. "We'll find out soon enough," Harry replied, though he refrained from sharing what he had in mind, as a sudden idea had struck him. Albeit just a fleeting notion that if he truly wished to pursue it, he would need to consider its feasibility, but undoubtedly, it was quite a madcap idea. "Let us hurry back to school. I can hardly wait to try out this wizard's chess. Harry shook the box in his hands. But I don't know how to play, Hermione admitted shyly. Not to worry, I'll teach you. It's quite simple, Harry assured her. Hermione's smile returned. All right, at that moment. Neither Harry nor Hermione realized that someone truly capable of playing wizard's chess with Harry was about to appear. Luo Bei. Everything is under my control. Harry. Hello, is this 120? There's a lunatic here. I think his condition has flared up again. Please come quickly. Luo Bei. This chapter is quite significant, as it marks the beginning of the most crucial elements of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. If readers find this book lacking, it is only natural not to save it. However, if any reader thinks this book is worth a glance but lacks enthusiasm, please save it. It's a small favor for you, but immensely important for me. Thank you. Please give me a recommendation. Upon returning to school, Harry found the dining hall and common room excessively noisy, so he made his way to the library. The library was vast, with thousands of bookshelves and hundreds of narrow passages crisscrossing throughout. Before entering the library, there is a grand hall with a lofty ceiling and ample space, furnished with long tables and benches, resembling the dining hall, but even larger, as it served as a place for students to study and complete assignments. However, at present, there were not many people. Harry and Hermione chose a spot to sit down, and Harry opened the chess box, arranging the pieces. They moved as if they were living beings, shifting in their designated positions. As soon as they were set, the opposing warriors stood solemnly. With a dramatic flourish, Harry's king drew forth his sword, bellowing, "My blade has long been parched for battle." Boom! The 5 pawns raised their lances high, crashing down with an intensity reminiscent of 1,000 troops, causing the chessboard to tremble as they shouted, "Charge!" The atmosphere was electric. Opposing them, the opposing king showed no signs of weakness, his hair bristling in fury. Pointing his sword at his opponent's king, exclaiming, "With your blood, I shall cleanse my throne," the soldiers advanced, lunging forward in a fierce stance. "Kill!" The war horses reared, neighing in fervor. Harry. Oh, Hermione. Oh. To be frank. From the moment the king uttered those words, Harry was left speechless, thinking, what is happening here? While he knew wizard's chess could speak, this was beyond comprehension. Hermione, too, was taken aback, though she wasn't as passionate about wizard's chess as the boys. She had played her fair share, and this display was quite a shock. Is this how chess is meant to be played? Harry stammered. All right, let me teach you how to play. The rules of chess are far simpler than wizard's chess. You can grasp it after just one game in a matter of moments. Harry explained the rules of chess to Hermione. All right, let us begin. Harry rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. It had been years since he had played chess, let alone this enchanting version of wizard's chess, which felt akin to orchestrating a genuine battle. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then tentatively declared, "Knight, move to the left 2 spaces." The knight on Hermione's right side shifted restlessly for a few moments before leaping sharply to the position she had specified. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hermione gasped in delight. Harry announced, "Pawn, advance 1 space." The pawn on the left moved forward, standing at the edge of the river. "Rook, retreat 5 spaces." The rook thunderously rolled forward, sending Hermione's knight flying. Observing the board, Hermione commanded, "Cannon, capture the elephant." A cannon of hers adjusted its aim towards one of Harry's elephants. With a shudder, it fired, sending the elephant in its line of sight, soaring away before coming to rest in its place. The two engaged in a back and forth of strategic brilliance, each eliminating the other's pieces with fervor. "You take my elephant, I attack your pawn. You capture my knight, I push your cannon." It was Hermione's first time playing. Harry had to frequently remind her of the moves, which consumed considerable time. That'd be why the end of the first game. However, Hermione had grown familiar with the mechanics. They proceeded to play 2 more rounds, during which the time spent was noticeably reduced. Hermione became increasingly adept, yet regrettably, she concluded all 3 games in defeat, though this outcome was hardly unexpected. Frustrated, Hermione exclaimed, "Let us play another round. I will surely win this time." Harry chuckled, "I would love to continue, but we must attend class soon. Does our dear Hermione wish to skip?" Startled, she looked up at the towering clock, realizing they had been engrossed in their game for over an hour. With just half an hour remaining before class, Undeterred, Harry ascended to the 5th floor once more, meticulously searching each dilapidated room, turning it upside down in his quest. He was well acquainted with several mouse nests and ant colonies. One room housed broken armors, and truth be told, Harry was reluctant to enter in the school corridors. A suit of armor placed at intervals was acceptable, as there was a semblance of life. However, in this forsaken, eerie chamber filled with numerous battered armors, cloaked in dust and scratches, the silence was so profound that even a falling pin could be heard. As Harry stepped inside, goosebumps prickled his skin. He felt as if unseen eyes were watching him from beneath the helmets. Goodness, how terrifying! Is the author harboring a grudge against me, compelling me to enter this dreadful place? Luo Bei sheepishly remarked. You actually discovered me. Harry chuckled nervously, attempting to bolster his spirits at such moments. He found it essential to employ distraction techniques, and singing proved to be the simplest and most effective method. Regardless of the song, the key was to sing aloud. Merlin once advised his comrades while vanquishing a formidable beast. Do not concern yourself with how profound the darkness ahead may be. Simply proceed. Thus, Harry began to sing heartily. Shooting airplanes, shooting airplanes, shooting a big airplane. Indeed, it worked wonders. Harry felt a sense of calm wash over him, emboldened to gaze at the armors. Though perhaps it was best not to, he wandered about the room, yet failed to discover the enchanted mirror. Reluctantly, he descended to the next floor to continue his search. The 4th and 3rd floors passed swiftly, as there were numerous empty classrooms. Just as he descended the stairs to the 2nd floor, Harry rounded a corner and collided with a shadowy figure. Staggering back several paces to regain his balance while the cloaked figure remained unmoved. Mr. Potter, the illustrious one, what brings you here instead of attending class? The cold voice sent shivers down Harry's spine, akin to a frigid serpent slithering upon his arm. This unmistakable voice belonged to none other than Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Upon hearing Snape's voice, Harry's expression froze. How unfortunate he was to encounter this formidable figure at such a time. Quickly donning a smile, Harry replied, Ah, Professor Snape, I just encountered Peeves, who had the audacity to spit at me. The renowned Harry Potter. Can one endure such indignity? Certainly not. Peeves, with tears in his eyes, protested. That's slander. This is blatant slander. Would I dare provoke you? Even if he could endure it. Another remark from Peeves ignited Harry's fury. I informed him that I am a student of the illustrious Professor Snape, and he ought to apologize immediately. Snape's face twitched slightly. Harry, brimming with indignation, continued, And do you know what happened next? He laughed heartily, claiming he could take on 10 wizards like Snape. Snape's face twitched again. So, I attempted to chase him down, determined to impart a lesson he would never forget, to make him understand why flowers bloom so red. However, Peeves darted away as if riding a flying broomstick, escaping with remarkable speed, akin to Lu Xiong. Oh, Professor, you may not know who Lu Xiong is. He is a sprightly individual known for his extraordinary speed. Lu Xiong blushed, causing onlookers to avert their eyes. Harry recounted his pursuit of Peeves with ever-increasing excitement. His expressions animated and vibrant, his words flowing forth like a torrent. Enough, Snape bellowed, his face contorted with fury, veins bulging. How can Peeves still spit at you? Harry Potter, could you possibly be more ridiculous? To call yourself the illustrious Harry Potter without a hint of embarrassment. Lu Xiong, a magical girl warrior, what nonsense is this? Are you reciting tongue twisters for me? In my day, I wielded tongue twisters like a sword at Hogwarts, long before you were born. These words, these sharp retorts, shone like stars in the realm of sarcasm. Yet regrettably, they remained unspoken. They festered within Snape's heart, hidden in the darkest corners, never to see the light of day. Luo Bei, oh why? This is who I am. A prince dwelling in darkness. Snape suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Why must I conceal myself behind this cold demeanor? If not, I could effortlessly have Harry Potter quaking in his boots, unleashing my wrath without enduring his provocations. Upon seeing Snape's expression, Harry immediately composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as if the previous exuberance had never occurred. Snape, observing Harry's swift transformation, felt a tinge of melancholy. Now, immediately, Go to class. Snape's brow furrowed, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an unwavering gaze. His voice a hoarse hiss. Had any other student encountered Snape in such a state, they would likely have crumbled. Harry, appearing entirely unperturbed, replied, "Yes, Professor, I wonder what you are doing here. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Snape, clutching several large glass jars filled with unknown herbs, seemed to have ventured to the second-floor storage room for supplies. Snape narrowed his eyes at Mr. Potter. "You do recall that this afternoon is potions class, do you not?" Harry's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, I completely forgot that potions class is the first period on Thursday afternoon. How could I have allowed myself to be distracted by a mere prankster? My demise is entirely deserved." "Very well then, Professor. I shall make my way to class," Harry exclaimed, darting away. Snape lowered his head, his greasy hair obscuring his eyes. "I truly do not wish to see you at all." As for that day's potions class, Malfoy sensed something amiss, causing him to fidget restlessly. Professor Snape was as strict as ever, targeting Gryffindor as usual. Neville made his customary blunders, and Harry remained as insufferable as always. What could possibly be amiss? Luo Bei. "Thank you, Jiang Zifeng, for your guidance. Upon reading your comment, I felt a sense of maternal warmth. This is not a disparagement, but rather a compliment. You can discern the reason for my thoughts by examining his comments. I extend my gratitude to Weiximinin and Dashing Yi for their votes of recommendation, as I am aware only that they have voted, that I am appreciative of each individual who cast their vote." Qingmu Bujing remarked that the 3 golden chapters are of paramount importance. Failing to write them well renders one's work nearly worthless. I searched online, but found no relevant content. This may be his personal conclusion, so please inform me. Thank you. Originally, this chapter was titled The Search for the Mirror of Erised, but later it was discovered that this title was rather fitting. The segment concerning Snape was written in a rather exaggerated manner. I wish to save it. I desire votes of recommendation. Thank you. It is not merely Draco Malfoy who harbors this peculiar sentiment. The entire class shares it. It was not until after class that they recognized something was amiss. Today, Professor Snape did not utter a single word to Harry. This is utterly unimaginable. Usually, Snape would invariably pose questions to Harry, and even if Harry answered perfectly, Snape would not immediately allow him to sit down, but would wait a moment before reacting with anger, saying, "Mr. Potter, how long do you intend to remain standing?" Initially, everyone felt a sense of discomfort regarding the situation, pondering just how much Snape despises Harry. However, they gradually grew accustomed to it. Moreover, even when not questioning Harry, his name would still arise multiple times, often in comparative contexts. For instance, "Miss Granger." If you had noticed that you were seated next to the illustrious Harry Potter, you would not have made the mistake of adding an extra 0. 5 ounces of bull's head powder. "Neville, you imbecile. If you possessed even a fraction of the brilliance of the renowned Harry Potter, you would not have confused the fluxweed with the bubo-tuber pus." Whenever criticism arose, without a doubt, the phrase "the illustrious Harry Potter" would invariably appear. While this expression may be commendatory in other classes, in Potions class, it carries a strong sense of irony. Today, Professor Snape seemed to deliberately ignore Harry, as his name did not surface even once. This bizarre sense of dissonance was the very source of the class's unease. As Hermione and Harry exited the chilly dungeon, Hermione remarked, "Don't you feel that Professor Snape is acting somewhat oddly today?" Harry replied, "What is amiss? Just because he did not trouble me today, does that mean something is wrong?" "You have a point. It seems everyone has grown accustomed to Professor Snape's demeanor." Harry surmised that perhaps today he was reminded of Lily. "Hermione, don't you find that Professor Snape treats me in a particularly harsh manner? It seems he harbors a distinct animosity toward me." Harry stated, "That's impossible." Hermione frowned, insisting that he was mistaken. Yet Ron, Seamus, and even Neville had all mentioned to him that they perceived Snape's attitude toward him as quite unfriendly. Harry felt certain there must be a reason for this. As Hermione pondered, she earnestly replied, "Although I cannot fathom why, you must understand that Professor Dumbledore would never allow a professor who poses a potential threat to students to remain at Hogwarts." "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Harry's inquiry toward Hermione was not born of disdain for Professor Snape, but rather due to Ron's similar belief that Snape was not a good person. However, When Harry discussed this topic with Hermione, she assured him with unwavering conviction that Professor Snape could never harm him. She articulated a simple yet incisive statement. Dumbledore would not permit such a professor to exist within the school. One can only say that Hermione is remarkably astute. Having seen through all of this long ago, I wonder how many individuals, 6 years later, would exclaim, "I was blind," yet Harry remained steadfast in his beliefs. Even upon realizing that Professor Snape did not seek to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and knowing that Snape had not cast a spell on his Nimbus 2000, it was Snape who had thrown himself upon Harry during Lupin's transformation into a werewolf. Time and time again, this misunderstanding persisted until the moment of Snape's death, that heart-wrenching phrase. "Look into my eyes," he was not gazing at Harry. He was looking into the gentle green eyes reminiscent of his beloved. As Harry contemplated that man who had fallen into darkness, he felt somewhat dazed. He then jested. Is your face dirty? Have you gotten squid ink on it?" Hermione gasped, her face flushing red, and quickly lowered her head, vigorously wiping the area Harry had pointed to. "How about now? Is it clean?" Hermione glanced at Harry, her face still crimson. Harry felt a pang of concern. "No, allow me to help you." Hermione softly acquiesced, lifting her head, revealing her smooth neck. Harry observed Hermione, who had slightly closed her eyes as she tilted her head back, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her pearly teeth and delicate brows framing her petite nose, her small red lips contrasting with her fair skin. Hermione, feeling a bit flustered, urged, "Hurry up." Due to her shyness and nervousness, Hermione could not help but swallow hard. Harry smiled gently, his slender fingers gliding slowly across Hermione's cheek. "Hee, that tickles. Please hurry and clean it off," Hermione said anxiously, feeling uncomfortable but unable to articulate why. It seemed that in this vulnerable moment, she felt a sense of regret, yet having already consented to his help, it would be unseemly to refuse him now. She found herself in an ambiguous state, yearning for a reason to decline Harry's assistance. "Understood," Harry casually replied. He slowly leaned closer to Hermione, his breath brushing against her neck, causing her heart to race. Harry observed Hermione's tightly shut eyes, her small hands clutching her books, as if they offered her a modicum of security. He gently lowered his head and pressed his lips against the area Hermione had just wiped. Soft and warm, he was reluctant to part, wishing to take a bite and see if he could coax out some sweetness. That Hermione's heart raced wildly, and her head felt dizzy, without needing a mirror. She was acutely aware of how flushed her face had become. "Hermione, you may open your eyes now," came Harry's infuriating voice. Startled, Hermione opened her eyes, meeting Harry's teasing smile. She felt a sense of grievance, yet also a hint of delight. Harry took hold of Hermione's hand, innocently declaring, "I put in quite a bit of effort to help you clean your face. Why do you not thank me?" Despite Hermione's inner turmoil, she could not help but feel speechless. She wiped her face, acutely aware that the spot Harry had kissed still felt slightly damp, yet the tingling sensation lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. "Let us hurry to Professor Sprout's greenhouse. I wonder how the fungi we planted 2 days ago have fared." Harry pulled Hermione through the corridor, racing towards the back of the castle. Hermione, caught in his grasp, instinctively followed him, yearning to exchange a few playful retorts. Yet the smile gracing her lips was impossible to conceal. As for Snape, he endured years of humiliation out of a desperate love for Harry's mother, safeguarding the child of both his dearest and most loathed person, ultimately sacrificing his own life, and, in his final moments, calling out to Harry to look at me, solely to behold the eyes of his beloved one last time. This inexplicably stirred emotions within me. In truth, I harbored no fondness for Harry, for Snape had once remarked that he was just as arrogant and conceited as his father, prone to boasting, distrustful of others, and dismissive of their words, truths that rang painfully true. For instance, he had misunderstood Snape countless times, entirely oblivious to the sacrifices Snape had made for him. The clearest memory etched in my mind is that of Sirius's death, which transpired solely because Harry refused to heed Hermione's warning, convinced of his own righteousness as he insisted on seeking Sirius, resulting in the mobilization of the entire Order of the Phoenix and ultimately leading to Sirius's demise. 20 years ago, at number 19. Spinner's End, there stood an unremarkable brick house, home to a pallid 10-year-old boy. The atmosphere was bleak, yet it paled in comparison to the darkness of the boy's childhood, dictated by his family and lineage. His father, a common muggle, was an alcoholic with a volatile temper, prone to domestic violence, frequently inflicting harm upon both the boy and his mother, who hailed from a pure-blood lineage. Themes of abuse, tears, and darkness dominated his formative years, leaving his fragile spirit tainted with despair. Consequently, he became indifferent, insecure, introverted, and cold, finding solace in the shadows, developing an affinity for the color black. Then, on a sunny afternoon, he encountered the haunting specter of his own heart, a girl dancing in a whirl of light. Her smile radiated warmth, a vivid memory he would forever cherish. He vividly recalled a grand, lush tree, with a little girl coaxed blossoms in a bloom, petals swirling around her. They were kindred spirits, yet he dared not approach. Instead, hiding within the grass, which concealed his excessively pale complexion, silently observing her, paralyzed by shyness and trepidation. After days of preparation, as the girl returned to swing once more, he emerged from the foliage. No one knew the immense courage he summoned in that moment, nor the turmoil within him. He longed to connect with the girl whose smile lit up his world, yet fear held him captive, afraid of being harmed as if drawn to a flame. Fortunately, the girl did not flee in terror at his appearance. However, when her sister discovered he was a wizard, her face contorted in fear and aversion, urging her sibling to flee. Enraged, he retorted with a disparaging remark, yet soon found himself despondently seated on the grass. But to his immense delight, the girl returned once again. They conversed, played, frolicked, and laughed together. Upon learning of the boy's troubled home life, the girl gazed at him with the most beautiful eyes in existence, offering solace. Enraptured by the tenderness of her green gaze, he was oblivious to the concept of love, yet he found himself enamored with the color green. Their world was one shared by only the two of them, as they spent 6 months together, a duration that felt both lengthy and fleeting, yet constituted the most splendid memories of the boy's life. If his existence were to be depicted as a realm of darkness, then within that darkness lay a small, vibrant meadow, adorned with blooming flowers, a towering tree, a swaying swing, and 2 youthful figures reclining side by side on the soft grass. Their innocent smiles directed towards the azure sky. At the age of 11, he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yet he hesitated to attend, despite having yearned to escape his family countless times. The exhilaration he felt when the girl also received her letter was unmatched, as they joyfully skipped hand in hand towards their shared destiny at Hogwarts. However, disappointment struck when he was sorted into Slytherin while she was placed in Gryffindor. Upon entering Slytherin, he soon learned of its notorious reputation, with many unwilling to associate with its students. Nevertheless, the girl remained unfazed, indifferent to others' judgments, steadfast in her friendship with him. Their bond remained unblemished, though he often wished to tell her to keep her distance. Yet, he refrained, unable to fathom such a reality. The girl excelled in her studies, captivating the admiration of all her teachers, particularly in potions, a subject she adored. The boy had foreseen her success, yet unbeknownst to all, his own aptitude for potions surpassed hers. He simply chose not to boast, for his nature shunned the spotlight, and he wished not to eclipse her brilliance. In their first year, he mastered spells reserved for 7th-year students and devised numerous delightful prank spells that circulated through the school. Though none knew they were his creations, as time passed, he began to harbor animosity towards a boy named James, the school's star pupil, whose persona stood in stark contrast to his own. This disdain, however, was not solely due to their differences, but rather because the girl had befriended him. The boy confided in the girl about James's arrogance, and she advised him to steer clear of certain Slytherin students. Though their relationship weathered storms, it remained intact. In their 3rd year, he witnessed the girl's patronus, a majestic silver stag, its radiant light imprinted on his heart. He fell in love with silver, for it symbolized her essence. 3 years later, they were both in their 4th year, and his disdain for James and his entourage, Sirius and Lupin, intensified. He sought to uncover their secrets, yet Sirius deceived him into venturing into the Shrieking Shack. Intending to frighten him, on that fateful night of the full moon, he arrived, only to encounter Lupin transformed into a wolf, nearly losing his life, with his most detested rival, James, ultimately saving him, an act that only fueled his anger. As they entered their 5th year, preparing for their OWLs, James and his friends publicly humiliated him, suspending him upside down. In that vulnerable moment, he felt utterly helpless, flailing his arms as laughter erupted around him. The girl appeared, rescuing him from his plight. Consumed by hatred for James, he felt the sting of embarrassment, especially as it occurred before the girl he cherished, in a fit of shame and fury. He uttered a cruel term, severing their bond. Fear and regret consumed him. He lamented his words, realizing the depth of his hurtful remark. An apology proved futile, as he had wounded her too profoundly. Their paths diverged, and he became enamored with Voldemort. Joining the ranks of the Death Eaters to be by the age of 18, he graduated and became an official Death Eater at 20. He returned to Hogwarts seeking employment and overheard Sybil Trelawney's prophecy, which he relayed to Voldemort, never anticipating that the woman foretold would be the one he loved most dearly. The boy knelt before Voldemort, pleading for mercy for the girl, but his request was denied. In Dumbledore's office, he beseeched the wise old man to save her. "What can you do for me?" Dumbledore inquired. Everything, he spoke without the slightest hesitation. Yet this could not save the girl upon hearing the news of her tragic demise. He wept profusely, exclaiming in utter despair, "I would rather it had been me." His remaining days would be consumed by guilt and self-reproach and inescapable torment, for he had caused the death of his most beloved. When the old man implored the boy to protect the girl as child, he consented, solely because that child belonged to the woman he cherished most, those beautiful eyes haunting his thoughts that he immersed himself in darkness. Bearing all stigmas, a solitary guardian of that sacred love, enduring until eternity. This is the tale of a boy, a tale of a man. The boy's name was Severus Snape, and the girl's name was Lily Evans. Luo Bay, who did Rowling pour her heart into while writing Harry Potter. Harry, spare me. Dumbledore, get lost. Voldemort, go take a hike at IT, was Severus Snape, a demon for 6 years, who transformed into an angel in an instant. For the one he adored most, he betrayed Voldemort, becoming a double agent, silently safeguarding Harry from the shadows. All his sacrifices remained unknown to anyone, yet he bore no regrets. Everyone knows of Snape. He was a good man, always protecting Harry, but that is merely the surface. The intricate details remain obscured. What I've penned in this chapter is not mere fiction. It aims to deepen the understanding and recognition of the professor. 20 years ago, it was true, for he was born in 1960, living to the age of 38. That it is indeed true that he met Lily when he was 10 up the swing, the great tree. Lily using magic to make flowers bloom. All of it is true. He hid in the bushes, observing Lily for days, and his talent for potions far surpassed hers, which is also true. He learned all the spells in his first year, as Sirius said. His favorite color is true. Everything is true. Damn it, I scoured forums, Baidu, Tieba, Tianya, and encyclopedias. I initially thought this chapter would be the easiest, yet it turned out to be the hardest. So many details remain unwritten. It's infuriating. I end Harry's 7 years of schooling. There are even more touching moments, but I will stop at Harry's birth. I wish to collect this and seek votes of recommendation. Oh, thank you. This morning, while dining in the cafeteria, another flurry of airborne parcels appeared. A large package, delivered by 6 owls, was dropped onto Harry's table, attracting considerable attention. However, seeing that Harry had no intention of opening it, they soon lost interest. Harry turned to survey his surroundings, and indeed, Professor McGonagall at the teacher's table smiled and nodded at him. Harry's head began to ache again. This was the 3rd day after the flying lesson, and McGonagall's swift action was unexpected. It felt like he was being forced to confront the inevitable. Professor McGonagall must have studied Chinese culture. Not only did she understand the urgency of being forced to Liangshan from water margin, but she also mastered the strategy of strike first from the 36 stratagems. Harry tossed the broomstick wrapped in brown paper under the table and handed the accompanying letter to Hermione. Hermione immediately tore open the envelope and, after reading it, exclaimed in surprise, "It's a Nimbus 2000. "So how will you choose?" Hermione, well aware of Harry's thoughts, asked. "Who knows? But I must reply to her promptly." Harry replied helplessly. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly, "It's about to snow. I can't wait to see how Hogwarts transforms after the snowfall." Indeed, the mention of snow invigorated Harry, who couldn't help but envision a scene of white snow blanketing Hogwarts and the surrounding mountains. Unbeknownst to him, time had already slipped into late October. The climatic changes between England and China are quite different. In China, this time would still not be considered deep autumn, as true deep autumn generally only arrives by the end of October. However, in England, winter had officially commenced. Although the hallmark of winter, the snow, had yet to be seen, the chill in the air and dropping temperatures were heralding the imminent arrival of a silent winter. Harry now found it increasingly difficult to rise each morning, as laziness and cold were formidable adversaries. Occasionally, while jogging in the morning, he would spot a white haze on the grass outside the castle. It was frost. An owl swooped down, delivering a letter. Curious, Harry opened it, initially expecting it to be from Hagrid, only to find it was a thank-you letter from Neville's grandmother. In her letter, she expressed her gratitude for Harry rescuing her grandson a few days prior and hoped he would look after Neville at school. Harry felt a pang of discomfort. Neville, too, was the child of a hero. His parents had bravely sacrificed themselves in the fight against Voldemort, yet due to Voldemort's choices, Harry had become the savior. Of course, this was also due to the protective love spell cast by Harry's mother. However, thinking of the elderly woman and the child left in Neville's home, Harry felt compelled to take action. After finishing a letter, he glanced towards Neville, who had likely just seen his owl and was watching Harry intently. Upon catching Harry's gaze, the shy, chubby Neville blushed and turned away. Should he let his parents handle this awkward thank you? To be honest, when he met Neville on the train, Harry had wanted to help him. However, after much contemplation, he was at a loss for how to assist, unsure of what Neville truly needed. Unlike Malfoy, who required discipline and a firm hand, Neville's sensitivity made him different. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Harry's mind, an absolutely brilliant plan. He decided to give it a fitting name, the Poverty Alleviation Plan. Luo Bay. "Oh, what's with that smug, self-satisfied expression?" Hermione interjected suddenly. Harry discreetly shared his idea with Hermione. Her eyes lit up, and she waved her fork, exclaiming, "That's brilliant! It could really work." Harry, puffing up with pride, thought to himself, "Does she even realize whose plan this is?" In the afternoon, Harry made his way to the library. He intended to borrow third-year textbooks on herbology and astronomy, while also returning a few books he had previously borrowed. Harry's approach to reading was not merely to memorize content. Otherwise, with his one-at-a-time memory, he wouldn't know how many books he had read. Upon hearing that Harry was borrowing books again, Hermione expressed her envy, proclaiming him to be the smartest student Hogwarts had ever seen, having self-studied all the courses up to third year within just 2 months of school. However, Harry remarked, "Not necessarily. Hogwarts is another formidable student." Hermione, skeptical, asked who it was. Harry merely stated that she would soon witness irrefutable evidence. Harry did not possess much confidence in mastering all seventh-year courses during his first year, but Snape had managed to do just that. Although Harry excelled in potions under Snape, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated his abilities from Snape. At the very least, he could never replicate the extraordinary feat of refining potion-making steps. Perhaps that is what true talent is, the mark of a genuine potions genius. Therefore, Snape should be classified as a technical expert, dwelling alone in the dim basement, analyzing potion effects, meticulously adding powders to the boiling cauldron, watching as bubbles erupted, releasing enchanting aromas. Isn't that the essence of a technical expert? When Madame Pants, the librarian, saw Harry, she immediately guessed his intentions and exclaimed, "I can't believe you finished reading those books so quickly." Harry smiled, replying, "I just think Merlin was right when he said, I have no surplus time. I merely invest the time others spend playing wizard chess into reading." "Hermione, what a show-off." Madame Pants nodded with a smile. "You are absolutely right. Merlin's success stemmed not from his innate talent, but from his relentless effort." She recorded the books Harry borrowed, this time on parchment. Harry politely took his leave, as he was about to depart along the long table. He suddenly noticed a girl. Harry was a distance away from her, as he walked in the center, while she sat at a table closest to the floor-to-ceiling window, as Harry made his way to a certain spot. He found himself aligned with the girl and the setting sun, which caught his peripheral vision. When Harry couldn't help but turn his head to look, he was instantly captivated by her delicate figure. Unable to divert his gaze, though he had yet to see her face, he was already drawn to her tranquil demeanor. The girl sat upright, quietly immersed in her book, as if separated from the world around her. The golden sunlight bathed her in a soft glow, rendering her ethereal and mysterious, her hair cascading loosely, seemingly tinged with gold against the sunlight. Harry shifted slightly to get a clearer view of the girl. She possessed hair darker than ebony, with bangs cut neatly across her forehead, giving her an air of elegance and quietude. Her face was a perfect oval, adorned with a pair of clear, luminous eyes. Her lips like rose petals, vibrant and inviting. Her skin glowed with a delicate rosy hue, and the dimples at the corners of her mouth added a sweet charm. She was a girl who would score full marks from any angle. Luo Bay. Isn't it true that only 2 people are left in Neville's home? What do you think Harry's plan is? I want to collect and recommend votes. Thank you. Harry had always believed that there was no one more beautiful than Hermione at Hogwarts. Given that Hermione was the princess of Gryffindor, even the lovely sisters Parvati and Padma paled in comparison to her. Yet now, before him stood a girl who rivaled Hermione in both beauty and grace. More importantly, she was an Asian girl. Her long black hair and dark eyes constantly attested to this fact. The moment he laid eyes on her visage, a warm current surged through Harry's heart, an oddly delightful sensation that was both sweet and slightly sour. Having spent some time at Hogwarts, he had come to know that its students hailed from various corners of the globe: England, America, India, Australia, and Venice. However, he had never encountered an Eastern face before. Thus, at that moment, he suddenly beheld a complexion that felt so familiar, stirring emotions within him he could not suppress. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had walked right next to the girl, who remained oblivious to his presence, and he did not wish to disturb her. Finally, the girl paused, blinking her weary eyes for a moment before gently closing her book. This sudden movement shattered the enchanting atmosphere that had enveloped them. It was then that she noticed a tall boy standing beside her. It seemed that while she had been reading, she had sensed something new nearby, and it couldn't possibly be him. Could it? She looked up, curiosity evident in her gaze. The boy stood like a tall pine, straight and elegant, with flowing hair that shimmered like black jade. His handsome face bore a striking resemblance to Western deities. Yet he possessed the gentleness characteristic of Eastern men. His thin lips were perpetually curved in a smile. Most striking were his expressive eyes, a vivid shade of emerald that sparkled as if containing 2 glowing orbs within. In the dimming light, his eyes radiated a soft luminescence, captivating and enchanting. The girl could find no flaw in him. He must be someone who was well liked by the girls, she thought. Neither Harry nor the girl realized that their impressions of one another were remarkably similar. The moment the girl beheld the boy, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as his appearance resembled that of a mixed-race individual. However, upon noticing the silver mark on his forehead, she knew that could not be the case. For she recognized his identity, the illustrious Harry Potter, the great savior. Due to their differing houses and years, they had little in common, whether in terms of their studies or classroom locations, making their encounters rare. After all, their paths seldom crossed. She had often overheard her peers discussing Harry Potter, and whenever a classmate claimed to have seen him, they would eagerly share their experiences, allowing her to learn of Harry's most distinctive feature. Curiosity was inevitable. She had imagined what Harry Potter might be like. However, she could never bring herself to venture into the first-year area to see him, as she felt it would be impolite. After all, Harry Potter was not a monkey in a zoo, merely an 11-year-old boy. Even if he had defeated Voldemort, it did not alter his youthful psyche. Being the center of so much attention must be uncomfortable, she thought. Yet, upon truly seeing Harry, she realized her perception was flawed, for his calm and bright eyes conveyed a maturity that belied his years. The girl suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known Harry Potter was such a person, she would have sought him out long ago, perhaps even pinching his adorable cheek, for surely someone with such mature eyes would not mind such trivialities. Harry. Oh, the girl softly inquired, "Are you Harry Potter?" Though she already knew, conversation needed a beginning, did it not? Yes, and you? Harry replied, gazing at her beautiful countenance. She shyly responded, "My name is Zhang Xiao from Ravenclaw, and I hail from China." I could see that moment. Harry was taken aback. Zhang Xiao, was this a jest? How could she appear now? Zhang Xiao keenly sensed Harry's unusual reaction and questioned, "What's wrong? Is there something strange about my name?" Harry exclaimed in surprise, his fists clenched, his face flushed with excitement. And he eagerly asked, "Are you really Zhang Xiao from China?" Zhang Xiao felt a twinge of concern for Harry, as he seemed a bit unhinged. "Yes," she affirmed with certainty. Unable to contain himself, Harry began to dance with joy, only then noticing the girl before him, and he suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. Zhang Xiao was startled by Harry's abrupt action, but she reassured herself. "It's all right, perhaps this is just a rather enthusiastic way for a British person to express their pleasure in meeting you." Zhang Xiao also felt that Harry's actions were not overstepping, allowing him to hold her close, her head nestled against his warm embrace, providing an unexpected sense of security. This was the first time a boy, aside from her father, had held her in such a manner, causing her heart to race. Once Harry's mind and blood had settled, he realized he was embracing Zhang Xiao, and his heart plummeted into an abyss. Oh no, he never anticipated leaving such a dreadful first impression. However, instead of witnessing Zhang Xiao angrily extricate herself from his embrace or deliver a swift slap, he found her quietly resting against his chest. Truly, Zhang Xiao was as serene and peaceful as ever. Her eyes were closed, lips curved in a smile, seemingly lost in delightful thoughts. Harry gently stroked Zhang Xiao's dark hair, a wave of tenderness washing over him, and he embraced her even tighter. Luo Bei, regarding Zhang Xiao, here is a clarification about her. I have always been fond of Zhang Xiao. Her appearance now aligns perfectly with the original story. That much is true. I always thought Zhang Xiao was a year below Harry, as there seemed to be a scene in the movie where Harry spotted her in a bustling hall at the start of the school year. And she smiled at him. For some reason, I instinctively felt she was Harry's junior. In fact, in the original text, Zhang Xiao is actually a year above Harry. In the movie, she was made his peer. Additionally, please do not misunderstand Zhang Xiao. Whenever the reason for Zhang Xiao and Harry's separation is discussed, many cite that she spilled their secrets after drinking the truth potion, leading to their breakup. And everyone sympathizes with her. This is a film. However, the truth is that Zhang Xiao's dear friend Marietta, due to the constant harassment from the Ministry of Magic towards her mother and family, felt compelled to betray them, resulting in the mark of a traitor appearing on her face. In such circumstances, all of her friends stood by Marietta, and the kind-hearted Zhang Xiao was no exception. She defended Marietta and had a quarrel with Hermione. How does everyone feel? More heartbroken, empathizing with Zhang Xiao. Moreover, during Valentine's Day in Hogsmeade, Zhang Xiao went on a date with Harry. Suddenly, she asked if Cedric had said anything about her before he died. Weeping for Cedric. This is the crux of the matter. Between the two, there lies the shadow of Cedric. Merlin once said, "The dead can never be conquered." Luo Bei. Oh, the kind yet inarticulate Zhang Xiao. Feeling guilt over Cedric's demise, though it was not her fault at all, yearned to be with Harry, yet there was an internal barrier. This psychological strain caused her tears, as she believed herself to be a wicked woman. However, Harry, with his low emotional intelligence, failed to comprehend the immense turmoil the girl beside him was enduring, leading to their breakup. The most appropriate course of action for him would have been to adopt a domineering approach, ensuring Zhang Xiao felt secure and free from worry, as the fragile Zhang Xiao needed strength. Only then could she convince herself. Yet, it is apparent that in the original text, Harry is portrayed as a fool. A fool! I am utterly enamored with the character of Zhang Xiao. I wish to collect and recommend her. Thank you. Additionally, allow me to share an important detail. There's a girl named Wanjun. As dusk fell, the two embraced for a long while. Zhang Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes and realizing the situation, she exclaimed and quickly pushed Harry away. Her face flushed crimson as she nervously said, "I'm sorry," and then hurriedly grabbed a book from the table before fleeing the scene. It seemed that perhaps I should be the one apologizing. Harry opened his mouth but did not call out to Zhang Xiao. What else could he have said? Moreover, seeing how shy Zhang Xiao was just moments ago, stopping her would only deepen their awkwardness. In a buoyant mood. Harry whistled and swayed his way out, at the very least. He now knew that Zhang Xiao was at Hogwarts. Harry raised his hands, seemingly still able to catch a whiff of Zhang Xiao's delicate fragrance. He secretly resolved to sleep with this school uniform tonight. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was still engrossed in her book. Noticing Harry's return, she cast a fleeting glance his way, puzzled, as she sensed that Harry seemed particularly cheerful. Hermione, concealing her face behind her book, yawned. I need to rest. Otherwise, getting up tomorrow will be difficult. What about you? Still reading. She failed to realize that her reason for reading in the common room was not merely to find a quiet spot, but rather to catch a glimpse of Harry. I won't read anymore. I should head back to the dormitory, she said, waving her book. Well then, good night. Harry replied with a smile. How about a good night kiss, dear? Hermione playfully spat at him, her face turning beet red as she lowered her gaze, unsure if it was due to the torchlight or something else. Hermione dashed towards the girl's staircase and slammed the door shut behind her. Leaning against it, her hands resting on her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart that Harry's earlier words had left her flustered, yet there was an inexplicable sense of anticipation. She instinctively touched the spot where Harry had kissed her days prior, only to quickly withdraw her hand as if it had been electrocuted. Hermione slowly exhaled and shook her head, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. But in truth, she herself was unaware of what she was contemplating. Hermione ascended the spiral staircase step by step. She furrowed her brow, for she seemed to have caught a faint yet pleasant fragrance on Harry, reminiscent of Madame Pomfrey's scent. In Ravenclaw's second-year girls' dormitory. Zhang Xiao's roommate expressed concern. Zhang Xiao, are you feeling unwell? You've been lying on your bed since returning from the library. Zhang Xiao abruptly sat up, insisting she was fine. I'm okay, really, but your face looks awfully red. Her roommate questioned, puzzled. Zhang Xiao awkwardly replied, I'm perfectly fine. If I weren't, I would have gone to St. Mungo's already. After everyone had settled down, Zhang Xiao took out a beautifully crafted notebook, carefully laid it on the table, and began to document the events of the day. This was Zhang Xiao's diary. Girls who write in diaries are undeniably charming. Aren't they? She had never been shy about writing in front of her classmates. But for some reason today, she felt an unusual sense of embarrassment. Thus, she rose stealthily. She retrieved a muggle pen, and her delicate handwriting danced across the page. She was not writing in English, but rather in Chinese characters. And despite being only 12, her calligraphy was already quite accomplished. When her classmates first saw her writing in square characters, they praised her, clamoring to become her disciples, which left her both amused and flattered. Dressed in a light yellow nightgown, Zhang Xiao leaned over the table, earnestly writing, her silky hair partially concealing her lovely face. This afternoon, I met Harry Potter. I found him to be different from my imagination, yet just as remarkable as the legend suggests, although I have not delved deeply into his character. This is merely my first impression. Strangely, at first, I thought he might have Chinese ancestry, as his appearance is quite misleading. I even fell asleep in his embrace. Not simply asleep, but rather in a state of infatuation, losing track of time. Being in his arms felt warm, and for some reason, it reminded me of many things. Like my mother's embrace, my hometown, and the crystal-clear river from my childhood memories, beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Although it was just a diary entry, Zhang Xiao seemed to be transported back to that moment. And recalling her own behavior then made her face flush with embarrassment. How utterly mortifying! Zhang Xiao closed her diary and tucked it under her cute pillow. However, falling asleep tonight proved challenging, as every time she closed her eyes, the image of the two of them standing embraced at dusk filled her mind. As for Harry, he was blissfully sleeping, cradled in his school uniform. Luo Bei, I wish to collect and recommend. Thank you. Thank you to the kind person who pointed out the errors in Chapter 38. They have been corrected. There was a plot mistake. I previously mentioned that school started over 2 months ago, which is incorrect, as that would imply Halloween had already passed, a detail I overlooked. Therefore, please consider it as having been a little over a month since school commenced, aligning with the date mentioned in yesterday's chapter. Which means late October. Standard Wizarding Spells Level 2. Mischief Spells, Spell 1, Levi Corpus. Mischief Spell English name, Levi Corpus. Remember when James Potter used it on Snape? That scene is quite memorable, isn't it? The spell functions like an invisible hand grasping your ankle, lifting you into the air. There are instances of wizards using it to discipline children, but the side effect is a risk of cerebral congestion. Spell 2. Muffliato. Mischief spell English name. Have any secrets to share with your best friend? Want to confess to the girl or boy you admire? If so, use this spell from the Half-Blood Prince era to make their ears buzz. It is guaranteed to be effective. Spell 3. Tarantaligra. Mischief spell English name. Tarantaligra. The target's feet uncontrollably dance the tarantella, resulting in a comically absurd scene. Spell 4. Marauder's Map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Mischief spell English name. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Surely everyone is familiar with the Marauder's Map. During the era of Zambote, a mischievous prop was produced by a collaboration of the pointed fork, the insect tail, the large foot, and the moon face. The incantation just uttered was the key to unlocking its magic. After its use, one must declare. The prank includes: deactivate the active map, spell 5. The locomotor mortis, a binding charm that if you encounter an adversary along the way, you might consider employing it. Crouch in a corner and cast the locomotor mortis, and you shall witness your foe's legs come together, their terrified gaze fixed upon the ground, as their body tumbles straight down. Spell 6. Serpensortia. The prank charm at you recall the duel between Malfoy and Harry. Malfoy employed Serpensortia, and that foolish serpent nearly caused harm, serving as a potent catalyst for chaos. Spell 7. Descendium, a prank charm. You might find it amusing to use on the trousers of a sworn enemy. Who knows, it could create quite the tear. The results are often spectacular. Spell 8. Dinsajo, a prank charm. Do you remember Hermione's protruding front teeth? It was all thanks to this very spell. Today's weather is notably colder than yesterday. Upon rising this morning, a layer of mist adorned the windows. Yet, despite the barriers of window and wall, the chill still seeped in. Except for Harry, everyone else was snugly ensconced in their warm beds, indulging in dreams. Ron even mumbled in his sleep, possibly dreaming of delectable treats. At this moment, the air seemed weighed down by the cold, and Harry found it increasingly difficult to breathe as he ran. Once he warmed up, he returned to the dormitory only to find, unsurprisingly, that a few individuals remained in bed just as he had left them. Harry called out to them, "Wake up, it's time for breakfast." Yet, someone mumbled in response, "It's so cold. Let me sleep a little longer." Upon hearing the word cold, they all wriggled like a worm, wrapping themselves tighter in their blankets. Harry, with a sigh, he leisurely drew forth his wand. Suddenly, snowballs appeared and tumbled into their cozy beds. Rolling into their collars, Harry, being kind-hearted, gently closed the door, lest he disturb his 4 slumbering companions. "And no need to thank me. I'm called Hong Ling Jean." A blood-curdling scream echoed, reverberating throughout Hogwarts. Hermione sat comfortably in the common room, close to the warm fireplace. Startled by the horrific scream, she wondered, what on earth is happening in the boys' dormitory? Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, students from various houses tensed up, engaging in animated discussions that I surmised the source of this incident must be a magical creature. One proclaimed with conviction. Others were drawn to his words. Questioning the connection between the scream and a magical creature, one lad appeared skeptical. Anticipating such doubt, the first speaker, with a mysterious smile, replied, "You see, according to the books, that creature has a peculiar fondness for the rear ends of men." The others nodded in understanding, only to turn pale as the gravity of the implication sank in. "What? There's such a thing in the dormitory? How can we possibly sleep?" As the students hurriedly exited the dormitory, the informant muttered to himself, "I can't believe anyone would fall for such a ridiculous tale," that he shook his head, reasoning that it didn't concern him much anyway. However, the terror of rumors is unimaginable. Within mere minutes, the tale had morphed through countless versions, spreading like wildfire. During breakfast, Harry inadvertently overheard. "Did you hear about the incident in the first-year boys' dormitory?" "What incident?" Another inquired eagerly. The first whispered conspiratorially. It said that aside from Harry Potter, who went out for a morning jog, all the other boys were caught unawares. "What?" The other exclaimed incredulously, yet excitement flickered in his eyes. "Believe it or not, I heard from someone who claimed to have seen several boys, ashen-faced, bolting from their dormitory. Harry nearly burst into laughter upon hearing such absurd rumors. He hastily finished his meal and rushed out, determined to meet Professor McGonagall and inform her of his decision. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Pushing the door open, he found Professor McGonagall seated at her desk, clad in her black-framed glasses. Upon seeing Harry, she paused, then regained her composure. Have you made up your mind? Her tone carried a hint of urgency and anticipation. Yes, I've decided to join the Quidditch team, Harry declared earnestly. Excellent. Professor McGonagall stood. Your father would undoubtedly be proud, as he too was an exceptional seeker. With a light-hearted tone, she added, I initially thought you had come to decline my offer, yet here you are agreeing. Harry, of course, kept to himself that it was a girl he had met the previous day who had prompted this change of heart. To his surprise, Professor McGonagall promptly escorted him to meet Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Oliver, this is Harry, a first-year student and the seeker I mentioned a few days ago. Harry, this is your team captain, Oliver Wood. Wood, a robust fifth-year student, exuded an air of authority. Fantastic. At last, we have a seeker. After introducing Harry, Professor McGonagall departed, leaving Wood to inform Harry of their training schedule. They agreed to commence practice the following day before returning to their classes. Later, during dinner, when Hermione learned of Harry's sudden decision to rejoin the team, she pondered deeply, unable to fathom what had prompted such a change. That evening, in the boys' dormitory, Harry retrieved the broomstick hidden beneath his bed, still wrapped in brown paper. With deft hands, he untied the strings, and a beautifully crafted broomstick rolled onto the bed. Wow! Came an odd exclamation from beside him. Naturally, it was Ron, the most fervent Quidditch enthusiast in their dormitory. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the broomstick, hesitantly asking Harry, May I touch it? With a smile, Harry replied, of course. Ron eagerly seized the broomstick, inspecting it closely. It was a stunning piece, elegantly designed, gleaming with polish. Its handle made of mahogany, and its long tail crafted from neatly arranged twigs. The words Nimbus 2000 shimmered in gold at the top of the broom. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stuttered. This is the fastest and most expensive broomstick currently available. Neville and Moony, upon hearing Ron's words, could not help but draw closer, initiating a gathering reminiscent of a treasure appraisal. Harry lay in bed, observing the group of children huddled together, animatedly discussing their findings, which he found rather amusing. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep. Low Bay. I want recommendation votes. Spell. Defense magic spell 1. Full body bind curse, binding spell. English name, Petrificus totalis. This spell immobilizes the entire body, rendering one as motionless as a stone. Spell 2. Disarming charm. Defensive spell, English name, Expelliarmus. This incantation causes the opponent's weapon, such as a wand, dagger, etc., to soar into the air, disarming them. Spell 3. Locking spell. Binding spell. English name. Colloportus in the Order of the Phoenix. Harry's group utilized this spell to seal the door to the Department of Mysteries, proving effective against simple-minded foes who would find themselves ensnared as if bound by a jump rope. Spell 4. Finite Incantatem. Counterspell. English name. Finite Incantatem if your companion has fallen victim to a curse, such as the full body bind curse. You might attempt this spell. If successful, your friend will regain vitality, although insufficient magical power could lead to unforeseen consequences, perhaps even ensnaring yourself. Spell 5. Revealing spell. Counterspell. English name. Apparitium. Do you wish to pry into someone else's secret diary? Curious if the Christmas gift you received carries a curse. If your magical prowess reaches a certain level, you may attempt the revealing spell, which can help you dispel hidden enchantments. Spell 6. Ridiculous. Counterspell. English name. Ridiculous. This spell is employed against boggarts. First, envision the boggart in a form that brings you laughter, and when combined with the ridiculous charm, a hearty laugh will render the boggart powerless. Today, the boys' dormitory stirred to life unusually early, likely a consequence of yesterday's rumors. The portly Neville, since awakening, had been somewhat off-kilter. This peculiar state stemmed from the knowing smile Harry had bestowed upon him the previous night. Leaving him in a state of trepidation, as Harry savored his breakfast, he admired Hermione. Indeed, Merlin was right. When one is met with beauty during a meal, one's appetite is significantly enhanced. Note: Merlin's original saying was, when camping, if one is graced with beautiful scenery, even the most mundane food will taste exquisite. Harry shamelessly misinterpreted the notion of beauty, believing that had Merlin known of his actions, he would surely consider him a kindred spirit. Merlin would be bleeding internally. Hermione could no longer endure Harry's fervent gaze. Truly, why did she not choose a different spot? The dining hall was spacious enough. Rolling her eyes, Hermione remarked, "Harry, have you had your fill of staring yet?" Harry chuckled. How could I ever tire of it? A lifetime wouldn't suffice. He reveled in Hermione's flustered expression, delighting in teasing the young lady. After a considerable pause, Hermione finally spoke. When do you plan to commence your scheme? What are we waiting for? Naturally, it begins today. Have you already conferred with the professors? Not yet, but it's not too late to do so. Hermione sighed in exasperation. A few days ago, you shared your grand plan with me. Yet here we are, still waiting. How can you be so certain the professors will acquiesce to your demands? Harry declared, I am not violating any school rules. It's merely a trivial matter. Furthermore, the professors will surely recognize my intention for the benefit of my classmates and will not refuse. Hermione questioned, but will it truly work? Harry replied earnestly, I believe this is the best course of action. Neville's character is far too timid. He struggles with expression and lacks confidence. Only by taking this step can he begin to cultivate self-assurance. However, it is unlikely to transform his character overnight. It merely plants a seed within him, which will gradually foster bravery and confidence. Even if I did not intervene, I believe Neville would eventually become an excellent wizard. I'm simply expediting the process. Oh, you genuinely believe that? Hermione inquired. Harry nodded with a smile, recalling how, when everyone thought Harry was dead, Neville bravely stood up against Voldemort. Ultimately, it was he who drew forth the sword of Gryffindor and vanquished the basilisk Nagini. Harry first sought out Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor, to explain his intentions. Flitwick's face lit up with excitement. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to assist the savior. Harry, what an honor. Harry felt a twinge of exasperation, as he had prepared several remarks that now seemed unnecessary. During Charms class that day, an inexplicable event unfolded. Professor Flitwick assessed Neville's spellcasting, and Neville, visibly anxious, stood up, stammering through his responses and making several errors. The class had come to expect such performance from Neville whenever he was questioned. Malfoy snickered at Neville's predicament. However, to everyone's astonishment, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, as if he had won a fortune, Mr. Longbottom, you have made significant progress since our last session. He tantalizingly added, therefore, I have decided to award Gryffindor an additional 10 points. A wave of astonishment washed over the room, with students murmuring in disbelief. It was rare to award points based solely on improvement. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in disbelief that if points were to be awarded, surely a more substantial justification was warranted. Professor Flitwick raised an eyebrow. Then let us applaud Mr. Longbottom. He initiated the applause, and the students exchanged bewildered glances before following suit. The Gryffindor Lions, however, cared little for Flitwick's motivations. As long as points were added to Gryffindor, they were content. Malfoy, furious, slammed his book onto the desk and shot a venomous glare at a certain dazed Slytherin who was clapping along. Professor Flitwick cast a discreet glance at Harry, as if seeking validation, but Harry feigned ignorance. Throughout the week, Harry had prepared a truly momentous gift for Neville. If other professors could influence Neville's character, Harry's gift would undoubtedly create a profound impact on his tender psyche. This monumental gift was, of course, Severus Snape, who, if not the man known for relentlessly berating Neville as a fool and never offering him a kind word, would instill the deepest fear in Neville's heart. In the dimly lit dungeon, Snape's office exuded an air of foreboding. Clad in his black robes, he appeared to merge with the shadows, his head lifted slightly. Exuding an aura of arrogance and coldness, his pallid complexion, icy gaze, and the sardonic smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed his disdain for Harry. Yet, what simmered beneath the surface was his fury at the boy standing before him, who seemed oblivious, wearing a smile tinged with respect, as if he were blind to the animosity directed at him. Are you blind? Can't you see I've been targeting you? I utterly loathe you. He inhaled sharply, brimming with disdain. The illustrious Harry Potter. To what do I owe the pleasure? Harry grinned. I would like to request your assistance, Professor. Snape exaggeratedly remarked. Oh, how fortunate. Were you hoping I would say that? Unfortunately, I am not that fool Flitwick. I suggest you leave at once. The very thought of your presence here causes me to choke. Had the original Harry heard such words, he would have surely been reduced to tears. However, Harry couldn't help but appreciate Snape's unparalleled talent for mockery. Remaining motionless, Harry stood his ground, seemingly deaf to Snape's dismissal, as if he had become a mute. Finally, Snape could no longer contain himself, exasperatedly demanding, "You had better provide me with a good reason." Harry revealed a triumphant smile. As this had been anticipated, was it not? I would like to request that you award Gryffindor points for Neville's performance in potions class. Snape laughed derisively, as though he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Points for that imbecile's performance? Are you not aware of how many times he has blown up cauldrons in potions class? Even with Harry's thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment, for Snape was merely speaking the truth. Harry exclaimed angrily, "Author, clarify this for me. Who has thick skin? Who doesn't he know? Don't leave. Rest assured, I'll cover dinner." He chuckled awkwardly, saying, "That is precisely why I requested your assistance, Professor. Moreover, since the beginning of the term, I have performed admirably, yet you have not awarded a single point. Surely, it would be acceptable to exchange some of those for a few of Neville's points." Snape's face twitched slightly in the shadows. Though Harry was not entirely convinced, without uttering a word, Snape simply shut his eyes, and the office fell into silence. Harry suddenly mused if someone were to point a wand at him at that moment. Be it Hermione, Dumbledore, or even Voldemort, Snape would undoubtedly produce his wand without hesitation and cast the killing curse. Observing the professor's demeanor, Harry turned and exited the dungeon, closing the door gently behind him. Only then did Snape open his eyes, darker than the surrounding gloom, lost in thought. Upon leaving the dungeon, Harry found Hermione standing outside, looking poised and awaiting his arrival. She inquired, "How did you come to think of Professor Snape?" Regardless of which teacher might entertain such a request, Professor Snape would never acquiesce. It is already fortunate that he did not mete out a punishment without a reason. Hermione's words were not spoken lightly. 2 days prior, at the library entrance, Hermione blushed as she handed a book to Harry, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" Hermione feigned nonchalance, replying, "Did you not suddenly express a desire to join the Quidditch team? I thought you might not know much about it. So I borrowed this book, which contains a wealth of information on Quidditch that I just finished reading it, and I believe it will be quite beneficial for you." Harry flipped the book over, revealing the origins of Quidditch. Its cover adorned with an image of a figure soaring on a flying broomstick. "Thank you." Harry affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. Yet, unbeknownst to Harry, the truth was quite different. Many girls held a passion for Quidditch, and Hermione had overheard her dormitory mates discussing this very book, prompting her visit to the library in search of it. Despite the meticulously organized sea of books, Hermione spent over an hour locating it. She would never divulge this to Harry, as she did not wish for him to feel indebted to her. However, even in ignorance of these details, Harry's feelings for Hermione remained unchanged, their gazes intertwined, infused with tenderness, a scene of poetic beauty. Yet, as Merlin wisely stated, the heavens can be capricious, and man may encounter tragic times. It seemed the universe could no longer bear witness to their display of affection. Had they not realized that the Chichi festival had passed? Thus, a pair of dark hands emerged, abruptly shattering the idyllic atmosphere. Luo Bei. Oh ho ho, how beautiful. The malice of these hands could be likened to the Jade Emperor's interference in the love of the broken-hearted San Sheng Mu and Lu Yanchang. Or to the Queen Mother of the West disruption of the romance between Yolong and Jinu. Luo Bei. What kind of couple are these? Snape appeared silently beside them, snatching away the origins of Quidditch, and, with a sardonic smile, declared, "Hogwarts regulations prohibit taking books out of the library. Surely you were aware of this? Gryffindor has lost 5 points due to your foolishness." He afforded no opportunity for Harry and Hermione to respond, coldly scoffing before departing. His dark cloak trailed behind him like rolling waves. Harry and Hermione exchanged resigned, bitter smiles. Such a regulation did not exist. Moreover, If he truly had witnessed the incident, he would have known that Hermione had borrowed the book. It could only be concluded that he sought to express his disdain for Harry. Returning to the matter at hand, Harry confidently asserted that is not necessarily the case. Hermione replied, "Could it be that Professor Snape actually agreed?" "I find that hard to believe." "Well, he did not say anything at all," Harry clarified. "Then he must have refused you." Hermione was certain. With a faint smile, Harry countered, "I believe he would certainly agree if you don't believe me." "Let us make a wager." Hermione hesitated, biting her lip. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" The professor said nothing. Harry swore, "By Merlin." "All right," Hermione resolved. "But what shall we wager?" she inquired. Luo Bay. When voting on a mobile app, one can see who cast recommendations. One reader named one Shiji voted 6 times, while another voted 8 times. "I am immensely grateful to each individual. I extend my blessings that I wish to collect and recommend votes." "Thank you." Today there was a comment on the Cheatian platform and replying grants experience. "I received 1 experience, which is double yesterday's substantial amount." "What joy!" Harry pondered for a moment, grinning mischievously as he leaned into Hermione's ear. Whispering softly, as she listened, her face grew increasingly red, akin to a kettle about to boil over. After a moment's thought, she bit her lip and acquiesced, regardless of what he wagered, with her understanding of Professor Snape. She was confident of victory. Thus, if that was the case, his proposal was of little concern. Hermione reassured herself inwardly. She then stated, "If I win, you must give me your little darling." Harry was taken aback, but, upon envisioning his inevitable triumph, smiled in agreement. Poor little darling was blissfully unaware that she had already been sold by her dear master. Meow. At that moment, both were filled with confidence in their impending victory. The outcome remained to be seen. That evening, the winds howled harshly outside. The little kitten darted onto Harry's bed. Over the course of 2 months, she had grown considerably. From the moment Harry had taken her to the Hogwarts kitchen at the start of the term, she had deemed it her home, enchanted by the abundant fresh fish that rendered her utterly content. Harry longed to bring her to class, but she could not be expected to remain still, and her cries disrupted the lessons, rendering her presence untenable. Thus, he allowed her to frolic throughout Hogwarts, seldom returning to the dormitory at night. Sometimes, Harry would go days without seeing her. However, with the onset of colder weather, she had begun to remember her master, returning each night to curl up on Harry's bed. Naturally, Harry was delighted by this development. In the biting cold of winter, what could be more comforting than snuggling with a cat as warm as a furnace? Hence, when Hermione demanded his little darling, he found himself hesitating. After all, she was a natural pillow and hand warmer. Little darling with tearful eyes. Meow, meow, meow. "Does that mean I am of such little use to you?" Allow me to translate the kitten's words, according to the esteemed linguist Luo Bay. Cough, cough. According to my analysis, she is asking, "Master, am I truly so useless? Please do not praise me. I am simply that remarkable, having endured the elements." The little darling's coat gleamed with luster, and her fur felt silky smooth, a pleasure to touch. As Harry stroked her, she emitted soft, soothing sounds akin to a lullaby, and soon he drifted into slumber, in the early morning. The chill was even more pronounced. Harry fought against his drowsiness, hastily donning his icy robe to awaken himself at this moment. It was undoubtedly Harry's nightmare, banishing all traces of sleep from his mind. Reluctantly, he released the warm little creature, who was now curled up comfortably in the blankets. The second lesson of the morning was potions class, as Hermione observed Harry striding into the classroom with an air of confidence. Her own self-assurance began to wane. Since returning to the dormitory last night, she had pondered for an extended period, questioning how Harry could gamble on such a losing proposition if she were to lose. Then the wager. Professor Snape, as usual, exhibited an extraordinary disdain for Harry. This, to Hermione, was a source of comfort. Based on Snape's attitude towards Harry, there was no way he would approve of him. Neville had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and one could perceive a person's spirit through their gaze. Though it had only been a few days, it was as if he had become an entirely different person, at the very least. He no longer bowed his head in timidity when speaking to others. The class passed swiftly. Hermione believed this to be her most earnest potions lesson yet, as she listened intently to every word uttered by Snape, anxious that he might utter the very words she dreaded the most. When the bell rang, Hermione finally felt a sense of relief. However, twists of fate often occur unexpectedly. Snape donned an expression of profound annoyance, his voice hollow as he addressed Neville Longbottom. Neville's face turned ashen as he stammered, "Present, Professor." The professor furrowed his brow, his shadowy gaze fixed upon him. His expression was so devoid of emotion that it could terrify a multitude of students. He mocked. "Mr. Longbottom, surprisingly, has not blown up his cauldron." Laughter erupted around the room, yet Hermione remained solemn, her expression betraying her discomfort. To everyone's astonishment, the professor suddenly declared, 1 point for Gryffindor. With that, he strode out of the dungeon as if it contained the most repugnant substance imaginable. The students were left in utter bewilderment. Was 1 point truly insignificant? No, it was astonishingly substantial. Since the beginning of term, they had only witnessed Snape deduct points from Gryffindor. When had he ever awarded a single point? Regardless of Harry's stellar performance in potions class, he had only been met with mockery, never receiving a single point, a fact that contributed to Malfoy and his gang's fondness for potions. Yet now, a miracle had transpired, even if it were merely 1 point. Moreover, the one who earned this point was none other than the clumsiest student in potions class, Neville. The friends could only gasp in disbelief. Malfoy wore an expression akin to constipation. Thus, potions class erupted in excitement. Naturally, the happiest of all was Harry. As for Neville, he appeared merely dazed. Harry gleefully remarked, "Hermione, a bet is a bet." Hermione retorted, "I lost, but when did I ever agree to the wager? I make the rules, humph." She hurriedly departed, but her demeanor suggested a frantic lack of direction. Harry was left astonished. Oh, who knew she had such a trick up her sleeve? "Little darling, your master has exhausted all his strength to protect you." Luo Bei expressed discontent with the recent changes to the reward system that had come into effect several days ago. Previously, there had been 10 starting coins, but now they were absent. There used to be several individuals who would reward 10 coins every few days. Although it was of little consequence, it was a comforting sight. After the update, however, no one remained. Heartbroken. Suddenly, yesterday, for individuals gifted 100 coins, bringing him joy, this was the recognition he had longed for. "Thank you, I desire to collect. And I seek recommendation votes. As for the Hogwarts faculty, Albus Dumbledore, former headmaster and transfiguration professor, now deceased. Minerva McGonagall, former head of Gryffindor and transfiguration professor. Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff and herbology professor. Severus Snape, former head of Slytherin, former potions and defense against the dark arts professor. Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw and charms professor. Rubeus Hagrid, professor of care of magical creatures. Dolores Umbridge, former headmistress and senior investigator, former defense against the dark arts professor. Now dismissed. Kettle Byrne, former care of magical creatures professor, now retired. Grubbly Plank, substitute professor for care of magical creatures. Quirrell, former defense against the dark arts professor, now deceased. Gilderoy Lockhart, former defense against the dark arts professor, on medical leave. Remus Lupin, former defense against the dark arts professor, now dismissed. Alastor Moody, former defense against the dark arts professor, now retired. Binns, history of magic professor, now deceased, still employed. Sybil Trelawney, divination professor. Forenza, divination professor. Victor, arithmancy professor. Sinistra, astronomy professor. Hooch, flying instructor. Horace Slughorn, potions professor. Former head of Slytherin. Other staff members include Madame Pomfrey, nurse of the school hospital. Argus Filch, caretaker. Apollyon Pringle, former housemaster. Rubeus Hagrid, groundskeeper and keeper of keys. Irma Pants, librarian. A week prior, Harry had commenced Quidditch training. While flying skills were paramount for a Quidditch player, mastering how to play the game while in flight was an entirely different matter. Furthermore, coordination among players and various tactics necessitated collective training. Harry's training sessions were scheduled for every evening after 7. Minimizing the impact on his studies that on the first day, Captain Wood brought Harry to the pitch, explaining the nuances of Quidditch, its rules, and familiarizing him with the various balls locked away in the chest. Having engaged in basketball, football, and table tennis for decades, Harry found it somewhat disorienting to suddenly learn a new type of ball game. After all, in the Muggle world, sports typically revolved around a single ball. In a Quidditch match, 3 types of balls were used, totaling 4. The largest was the bludger, which Harry thought resembled a basketball. Throwing it through the hoop would score 10 points. The smaller ones were called bludgers, 2 in total, which would target and attack the nearest Quidditch player. The smallest was the golden snitch, roughly the size of a walnut, shimmering gold, with a pair of gossamer wings. Upon capturing it, one would receive 150 points. Marking the conclusion of the match, each team consists of 7 players, 1 goalkeeper, who acts as a guardian akin to the circular hoop, preventing the opposing side from scoring with the quaffle. There are 2 chasers, soaring through the skies, delivering the potent quaffle to their teammates. 3 seekers aim to propel the quaffle into the opposing team's hoop, thus earning points. Lastly, there is 1 seeker, whose task is arguably the most critical, to locate the swiftly darting golden snitch and seize it before the rival seeker can do so. Fortunately, Harry is the team's sole seeker. Even though the rules may be somewhat convoluted, he only needs to comprehend them, as they bear little relevance to his duties. Harry's innate talent for flying is indeed remarkable. After witnessing Wood's demonstration, he swiftly ascended to new heights, dazzling everyone with his aerial prowess, leaving Wood utterly astonished. This also instilled a profound sense of confidence in him regarding Harry's capabilities. Not only Wood, but a few days later, during a training session with the entire team, Harry's exceptional skills earned their unanimous admiration. They collectively believed that Harry possessed the potential to represent England in the World Cup. And perhaps, at that time, he would earn the title of the youngest seeker in history. Harry merely smiled at this thought, choosing to say little. As time passed, Harry's performance in Quidditch training continued to improve. With the first match of Hogwarts Quidditch season drawing near, within the school, there are 3 Quidditch matches each term. In the first half of the term, the 4 houses compete in pairs to determine 2 victors, who will then face off in the second half of the term to establish the ultimate champion. Gryffindor's opponents are Slytherin. However, even with the impending Quidditch match, a significant holiday looms closer, filling all students with genuine excitement. Halloween Eve. As one of the most vibrant celebrations of the year, the anticipation and excitement surrounding it need little elaboration. This sentiment is especially palpable among the first years, 700 of whom gather to celebrate Halloween together. Just imagining this lively scene ignites a fervor within them, as they eagerly await the arrival of Halloween Eve. In just 2 days. On Halloween Eve, they awaken to the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors. This enticing scent dispels their laziness and invigorates their spirits. On this day, during Charms class, Professor Flitwick begins teaching the levitation charm. Students pair up, and in the original text, Hermione and Ron are assigned to the same group. However, due to Hermione's stellar performance and her pointing out of Ron's mistakes, he becomes quite indignant and mocks her behind her back, leading to the scene where Hermione finds herself weeping in the girls' restroom. However, in the present, Harry and Hermione generally sit together during class, so even when the need arises to form pairs, the teacher often places them together. The levitation charm is considered the most challenging for first-year students. The incantation is lengthy, requiring careful attention to its pronunciation, accompanied by the precise movement of the wand. During the Quidditch practice 2 days prior, Wood, a 5th year, had utilized the levitation charm to send the ball soaring. He merely amplified the magical output and executed swift wand movements, resulting in the ball's remarkable speed. The first years, who are just beginning to learn the levitation charm, are unable to achieve such feats. They can only start by controlling a feather, coaxing it to float gently, and they certainly lack the ability to manage multiple objects simultaneously, observing their serious attempts to follow Professor Flitwick's demonstration. Harry stifles a laugh, knowing that in a few years, when they reminisce about the now seemingly simple levitation charm in this moment, they will surely find it amusing. As practice commences, the students excitedly wave their wands at the white feather. "Why isn't it moving? Are you daft? I didn't hear you utter the incantation. That's impossible. I remember now. I was just reciting in my mind. Oh, why isn't mine moving either?" Pay attention to your wand movements. How could you not know that? In summary, Most of them shouted the incantation numerous times, yet the feather before them remained utterly still. Only a handful of students managed to make their feather quiver slightly before it fell still again. This minor achievement, however, left them ecstatic. Their partners, filled with a mix of jealousy and admiration, exclaimed, "It must be the wind." With a seemingly casual flick, Harry uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa," and the feather soared high, not floating gently as demonstrated by the teacher, but shooting up rapidly to the ceiling, where it settled in a corner, not descending again. Hermione, refusing to be outdone, flawlessly controlled her feather, which floated gracefully 4 feet above the classroom, mirroring the professor's demonstration perfectly. "This is what we aim to learn," the classmates silently cheered. They had long ceased to view Harry as a role model. He was on a level they could not aspire to emulate. Unsurprisingly, Professor Flitwick awarded points to Gryffindor for both Hermione and Harry's accomplishments. The other students, witnessing the triumphant display, were consumed with a desire to master the charm themselves instantly. Thus, the incantation echoed throughout the classroom once more. Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Suddenly, an incongruous sound interrupted the practice. Everyone turned to see Seamus, covered in soot, with smoke still rising from his hair, appearing dazed. Even Ron, seated beside him, was caught in the aftermath. Seamus's feather had exploded. It is no wonder Ron had previously expressed his reluctance to be paired with Seamus. Being with someone so hazardous is indeed perilous. By the end of the class, barely half of the students had managed to achieve even a semblance of levitation with their feathers. Once they exited the classroom, it was as if they were under a spell, mumbling Wingardium Leviosa while waving their wands absent-mindedly. In the afternoon, hardly anyone could concentrate on the lessons, as their thoughts were entirely consumed by the feast plan for that evening, except for Hermione. Hermione was quite displeased with this distraction, initially intending to share a few words with Harry. However, before she could speak, Harry began discussing the delectable dishes that might appear at the banquet. During lunch, Harry, under Hermione's astonished gaze, hastily consumed a few bites before leaving the dining hall. "Oh, you have something urgent to attend to?" Hermione inquired with concern. Harry wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, "It's nothing too important. I can manage on my own. You should take your time eating." Over an hour later, Harry found Hermione, who was engrossed in reading in the library. "What's wrong?" Hermione looked up and gasped in surprise. Harry's complexion appeared slightly pale, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, and his eyes were vacant, as if he had suffered a severe injury and had not yet recovered. Harry pulled out a book to shield his face, sitting beside Hermione, at which point she noticed his breathing was rapid. "I can see that you're in poor health. You must go to St. Mungo's immediately," Hermione insisted, rising to assist him. "I'm fine." Harry weakly smiled, gripping Hermione's hand to pull her back down. "Don't worry. I merely overexerted myself with too many spells," Harry reassured her. Hermione, still unconvinced, pressed, "Are you truly okay?" "I'm fine," Harry insisted firmly. "What spell did you cast to end up in this condition?" "Ah, you will know in due time," Harry chuckled. Hermione could only cast a disapproving glance at him. Little did they expect that after casting merely a handful of spells, he would become so weak. Of course, the number of incantations was not limited to just a single one. Harry was blissfully unaware of the immense difficulty involved in casting so many spells at once for an adult wizard, even if they were merely simple charms from the 4th year and below. However, one cannot blame Harry entirely, as he had only just begun to delve into the knowledge of the 4th year, making it implausible for him to cast more advanced magic. Nevertheless, Harry felt that the over 100 jinxes unleashed in the 4th floor corridor could indeed affect Quirrell to some extent. Had he not thought of this too late, he would have procured the Half-Blood Prince's Potion textbook earlier, which contained a particularly powerful spell that Harry's overconfidence in his recuperative abilities resulted in him being unable to attend classes all afternoon. Thus, he remained in the library, marking his first instance of skipping class since the term began, though he was fortunate to have Hermione by his side. Of course, Hermione's incessant chatter was inevitable. The two of them spent the entire afternoon in the vast library, and when classes were dismissed, Harry felt well enough to rise and exit the library with Hermione. That evening, All the students made their way to the dining hall to partake in the Halloween feast. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the vibrant decorations adorning the room. Thousands of bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, while clusters of dark clouds swirled above the dining tables. Naturally, no Halloween celebration would be complete without jack-o'-lanterns. Carved into grotesque faces and illuminated by flickering candles, the flames danced in tandem with the clouds' movements, casting a whimsical glow. The students filed in, eagerly engaging in lively conversations and indulging in a sumptuous feast. The atmosphere in the dining hall was filled with joy and exuberance. This chapter is not part of the main narrative. Rather, it consists of comments from readers today and yesterday, along with my responses, which I find quite amusing and wish to share with you. There will be no shortage of chapters today. Comment: where is the author? Response: oh, the author's right here. Comment: author, you are so cruel. Hermione is only in her first year, and you already have the heart to do this, and you want to open the Crystal Palace, right? Bakiru. Response: why does your comment give me a peculiar feeling? If you're a girl, I sense you might actually be saying, author, you are amazing. Hermione is just a first year, and you've handled her so well. I love this. What? You still want to open the Crystal Palace? Shameless, but I like it. Keep it up. Author. Ahem, am I right? Comment: may I ask how often the author updates? Response: hee hee, I can only respond with a question of my own. What does the road lead? Such profound inquiry shall be addressed when I turn 18. Comment: Lu Yinchang is actually a heartless scoundrel, and his son initially lacked the courage to save his mother. It was only through the blessings of the three holy mothers and with the aid of good brother that Lu Yinchang became infatuated, gradually honing his strength, Chun Xiang. Furthermore, Buddhist elements are also intertwined in the story. In the end, Chun Xiang became some sort of Buddha, akin to Sun Wukong, a protector of the Buddhist gate. Response: enough already. I can't stand Lu Yinchang. When I first read about him, I found him utterly ordinary, rather annoying, and unworthy of the enchanting three holy mothers. Back then, I thought she was incredibly beautiful, and I adored her. Comment: today I saw someone disparaging the author, and I felt quite sad for the author. After all, a fanfiction is usually birthed from passion, not for profit, although I didn't get into Slytherin. I will always support you. Keep it up. Response: I don't know who you are, but I'm genuinely touched. When others insult me, I don't retaliate. I simply respond calmly that I remind myself that it's all rather amusing. However, upon reading your words, I felt a rush of excitement, joy, and a tinge of bittersweetness that turns out I've always cared. Thank you. Comment: to respond to Luo Bay 183. Author, stay calm. Fanfiction on Qidian cannot earn money. It is written out of passion that if it's well written and completed, readers will praise you, that if it's poorly written or abandoned, they might only express regret and leave. Those who curse or insult the author are simply lacking moral integrity. The author need not take it to heart. Response: thank you, I'm the author and 1T take it to heart. Comment: indeed, those who resort to insults generally possess lower moral standards. Let us not stoop to their level. Response: thank you, my spirits have lifted considerably, Ohaha. Comment: I dislike Zhang Xiao. Even when I read the books, I didn't like her. The portrayal of Zhang Xiao in the movie was even more disappointing. Response: everyone has different interpretations from reading the book. I will do my utmost to write in a way that doesn't make you dislike Zhang Xiao. Could you share why you feel this way about her? Comment: Luo Bei. After a few days without updates, are you considering abandoning the story? Response: oh, please refrain from using the term abandon so lightly. Have you not heard of Murphy's Law? I would never abandon it unless I were given the Sunflower Manual. And even then, I think twice. Oh, haha, it was just yesterday. Comment: by the way, how many people know that the actor for the old bee in Harry Potter was actually changed? I never noticed it. Response: I'm sorry. I didn't quite grasp your point. Perhaps my intelligence is lacking. I searched online, but found no results. What is the old bee? Are you referring to Professor Dumbledore? It seems he was recast from the third film onward. Comment: keep it up. What's wrong? Are you out of inspiration? Are you going to give up? Response: even if I run out of inspiration, I must finish it. I went back home yesterday. Comment: I haven't read it yet. I'll wait until it's more complete. That I've basically read all HP fanfiction, except for the original book. I have high hopes for you. Please don't abandon it. As a student, I can offer a reward of 100 to support you. Response: Thank you. D. Comment: Are there any recommendations for good writings? Response: Are you looking for Harry Potter fanfiction? Or just good books in general? Comment: Harry ended up with Ginny instead of Zhang Xiao or Hermione, and I'm truly baffled. Response: Yes, everyone understands. Ginny is a character often overlooked. If she were portrayed as beautiful in the films, perhaps fewer would speak ill of her. However, in one famous image, the four most prominent characters are Harry, Ginny, Hermione, and Zhang Xiao. Ginny is the most ordinary among them. It is quite perplexing. Comment: What a coincidence! An unassuming book title, a plain cover, yet the content is so engaging. It all began with a chance encounter while searching for books. And I'm grateful for that slip of the hand that prevented me from missing out. Author: Keep going. Please don't abandon it. Strive to publish soon. Automatic subscriptions are too much of a hassle. May I ask, on the mobile app, I didn't see an option for favorites. Does adding it to my bookshelf count as a favorite? Also, if I offer you a reward now, will you definitely receive it? Regardless, I'll give you a reward first. Response: It is my honor that you enjoy this book. On mobile, if it's on your bookshelf, it counts as a favorite. Thank you. I cannot receive it yet. This is my first book, and I'm still unsure how to collect reward money. Does it require publication? Question: Is your avatar based on Xiaomei? I'll stop here. Also, for student readers, please act within your means. I would be very happy if you could just cast a recommendation vote or sign in for coins and then offer a reward. Wealthy readers may ignore this. One last thing. I am the moderator, and I have almost diligently replied to over 200 comments, as long as they are not harsh insults. Whether it's criticism, suggestions, opinions, or praise, I have responded to all. And they have all earned experience rewards. Therefore, my experience points for this month are almost exhausted, with only a few remaining. I apologize if future comments do not yield experience rewards. Harry appeared to be savoring his meal with utmost seriousness. But in truth, his attention was far from it. Upon noticing that Quirrell was absent from the staff table, Harry chuckled to himself. Quirrell, I shall quietly observe your charade. Harry seized a baked potato and bit into it fiercely, akin to a wolf tearing into its prey. Engaging in lively conversation with his fellow classmates, he kept a watchful eye on the entrance of the dining hall, just as everyone was fully immersed in the joyful festive atmosphere. A figure burst through the doors. Wrapped in an oversized scarf, he entered, crying out in terror. Oh my goodness, a troll! A troll has entered the underground classroom. With a thud, he collapsed on the floor, sending dust swirling into the air. A girl's shriek pierced the chaos, igniting a torrent of disarray. Students swarmed like buzzing bees, colliding haphazardly throughout the hall, and several had already been knocked down. If this turmoil continued, it seemed likely that many would end up in St. Mungo's hospital. Panic-stricken cries filled the air, and the teachers, initially stunned by the sudden commotion, raised their wands, yet remained uncertain of how to proceed. However, in Harry's vicinity, a stark contrast prevailed, for no frantic figures dashed about. Merely a slight congestion was observed. Harry exhibited no overt signs of fear, and this calmness proved contagious, influencing those around him. Suddenly, Harry stomped down hard on Dean's foot, keeping it pinned and twisting his heel with vigor. Ah! Dean exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sudden pain, his scream echoing through the hall. Anticipating this, Harry cast a sonorous charm upon Dean, amplifying his cry. The continuous shrieks caused many to furrow their brows, pain coursing through their eardrums. The previous day's chapter had been truncated but has now been rectified. Those reading pirated versions, perhaps consider switching sources. As noon approached, news spread that Professor Quirrell had been injured while battling the troll the previous night, prompting cheers from the students. Professor McGonagall silenced them with a sharp glare, indicating the general lack of fondness for Quirrell. It was hardly surprising. Disregarding his character and abilities, the overpowering stench of garlic that clung to him was enough to deter anyone from approaching him. Ron whispered, "Goodness, thank Merlin. We won't have to endure that nauseating garlic smell any longer. It's a pity he won't be hospitalized for a bit longer." Many nodded in agreement. "Ron," Professor McGonagall interjected, evidently having overheard. Hermione piped up, "Professor McGonagall, what shall we do about our defense against the dark arts class this week?" It was then that the others realized this issue had yet to be addressed. Unfazed, Seamus suggested, why not turn it into a flying lesson instead? Harry was taken aback. McGonagall chose to ignore Seamus's comment and informed the Gryffindor students, I am discussing with Professor Dumbledore the possibility of appointing a temporary teacher for your defense against the dark arts class. A collective sigh emanated from the students. Once outside the dining hall, in a secluded stairwell, Harry spotted Professors Snape and McGonagall. Snape stated, I am willing to take on the role of temporary defense against the dark arts teacher. I trust you will support my request before Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall countered. I believe Professor Flitwick would also be a suitable candidate. After McGonagall departed, Snape's expression soured. Harry stifled a laugh, thinking, Professor, your job search isn't going smoothly. Is it? But persevere. After all, it took Leonardo DiCaprio 20 years to become an Oscar winner. Someone proposed an idea, and the group decided to visit Professor Quirrell at St. Mungo's Hospital that evening. Their exuberance suggested they were about to celebrate rather than express concern, which made Harry chuckle. Naturally, he was pleased, so when someone asked if he would join, he replied with a smile, of course. When an enemy is injured, the best course of action is to appear before him and sprinkle salt on his wounds. His disheveled state will surely be a sight to behold. Harry felt that kicking someone while they were down was indeed warranted. However, Hermione appeared somewhat discontented. We're supposed to be visiting our teacher. How can we be so cheerful? Harry smiled. Aren't you happy to know that the classroom will be free of garlic smell for a while? Hermione hesitated. Well, it's not that. Upon arriving at the hospital, the group was loud and boisterous. Madame Pomfrey emerged and delivered a stern reprimand. Quirrell lay in bed, utterly alone in the room, indicating that Madame Pomfrey was considerate of the other patients. After all, being in close quarters with Quirrell's peculiar odor could turn a minor ailment into something serious. The scarf remained tightly wound around Quirrell's head. Even if his skin were flayed, he would likely refuse to remove it. His face was pale, one leg encased in a plaster cast, suspended at the bedside. Seeing so many students come to visit him filled Quirrell with excitement as he stammered, Thank you for coming to see me. I'm truly overjoyed. As he spoke, his voice quivered, sending shivers down many students' spines and raising goosebumps. They suddenly regretted coming, realizing that witnessing Quirrell's pitiful state was hardly worth it. This fellow is quite the actor, Harry thought as he observed Quirrell's tearful expressions and smile, feeling he deserved a perfect score for his performance. The Weasley twins also arrived, and George squeezed to the front, saying, We had prepared some gifts for you. But Madame Pomfrey wouldn't allow us to bring them inside. Except for this one. George held up a string of garlic cloves. Crafted into a necklace, he jested, Professor Quirrell, I thought you must love garlic. But in the hospital, you might not get your hands on any, so I specifically asked the house elf for this. I hope you like it. Quirrell, overwhelmed with emotion, could only stutter, Thank you. This is undoubtedly the best gift I have ever received. George let out a loud whistle, proudly showing off to Fred. What do you think? My gift is splendid, isn't it? Harry, with genuine concern, remarked, Professor Quirrell, you must recover quickly. You still need to teach us powerful magic, so that if we encounter a troll, we won't end up as battered as you. Hermione and Neville exchanged astonished looks, while Ron and Seamus were equally taken aback. Many struggled to suppress laughter, their faces turning red. Quirrell's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Harry continued, Not only trolls, but also wizards like Voldemort. It is only through your strength that we can defeat such scoundrels. Wouldn't you agree? Professor? Quirrell trembled, his voice cracking as he nodded. Harry chuckled. So even the professor thinks Voldemort is a scoundrel. After a while, the group exited the hospital, and Harry stretched lazily. For now, since we can't deal with Voldemort, let's at least annoy him. Just as Harry had insulted Voldemort, he sensed a faint flicker of a soul's presence emanating from Quirrell, though it quickly concealed itself. Compared to his own, it resembled a flickering candle flame, weak and feeble. Even when insulted, Quirrell seemed to withdraw like a turtle, afraid to show his head. Harry was curious about just how enraged he was at that moment. Night fell, deep and silent, St. Mungo's Hospital. In a pitch-black room, a pile of ashes lay on the floor, the remnants of George's gift, which Quirrell had ignited in a furious blaze the moment they exited the hospital. This scene had now repeated itself for the second time, the first occurring the day prior. He harbored a desire to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, yet had never found the opportunity until now to distract the faculty. He unleashed a troll into the school, successfully diverting their attention. However, the reality unfolded quite differently than he had anticipated. Upon ascending to the 4th floor, he fell victim to a rather juvenile spell as he laboriously navigated through a multitude of vexing enchantments. Finally reaching the wooden door, he intended to use the spell Alohomora to gain entry. To his astonishment, a nearby stone statue suddenly swung an axe at him. He narrowly evaded the blow, yet not without consequence, as he sustained a grievous injury to his foot, losing several toes in the process. That moment, he heard footsteps approaching and, in a surge of desperation, ignited his own severed toes, watching in horror as part of his body turned to ash. To conceal his injury, he had to feign being harmed by the troll to add insult to injury. George, that fool, had the audacity to present him with garlic as a gift. How he longed to transform him into a slug. But alas, he could not, for he was the timid, cowardly, and stuttering Quirrell. Bay. I want recommendation votes. Thank you. Quirrell knelt on the bed, trembling uncontrollably, truly weeping from fear this time. Master, you know. This afternoon, that was not what I intended to say. Quirrell stammered in terror. He could feel the master's presence, and a deep hatred for Harry consumed him. Silence. A raspy voice suddenly echoed. Quirrell. Yes, master, Quirrell replied humbly. I have granted you too many opportunities, yet you have failed to accomplish a single task. The raspy voice reverberated eerily within the solitary room. Quirrell's heart quaked as he trembled. Master, it is not that I do not wish to fulfill your commands. Both stealing the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts and Hogwarts are exceedingly challenging endeavors. Without an opportunity, success is impossible, for Snape and Dumbledore are ever watchful. Voldemort retorted, since the Philosopher's Stone is temporarily out of reach. Procure some unicorn blood for me instead. Quirrell shuddered at the thought. But master, unicorn blood is cursed. Is there no better alternative? Voldemort's fury was palpable, that I understand, master. The conversation dissipated into darkness, as true winter set in. The weather grew increasingly frigid following November. The mountains surrounding the school appeared shrouded in a gray haze, encrusted with frost, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, the ground was blanketed in frost. From the upper windows, one could see Hagrid, swathed in a long, moleskin coat, donned in rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver-skin boots, de-icing the Quidditch pitch. In such biting weather, Harry was compelled to continue his Quidditch training, a most arduous task. Fortunately, after numerous requests to Professor McGonagall, she conceded to one of his conditions, allowing him to fly on his broomstick over Hogwarts during non-class hours. Upon learning of Harry's special privilege, Wood and the others expressed their envy, collectively beseeching Professor McGonagall for the same treatment. The outcome, however, was a stern reprimand from her, followed by a punishment of cleaning the trophy room 10 times, without the use of magic. Days passed, and the fervor surrounding the Halloween troll incident waned. For no topic remains eternal. Yet, the atmosphere grew increasingly buoyant as the Quidditch match approached. The only unfortunate aspect was that Quirrell had been hospitalized, forcing everyone to endure the nauseating stench that lingered in the classroom. A new day dawned, heralding the arrival of the Quidditch match. The air was cold and dry. Harry sat in the dining hall, slathering sauce on a tantalizingly aromatic sausage, spearing it with a fork as he listened to the din of conversation revolving around one shared topic. Many were fervently debating who would emerge victorious today, with the odds favoring Slytherin. Hermione, munching on a strawberry jam-covered piece of bread, inquired curiously, "Aren't you even a little nervous?" Harry took a sip of juice, responding nonchalantly, "What is there to be nervous about?" Hermione countered, "But this is your first Quidditch match, and you're the seeker." "What if you lose?" Harry chuckled, as Merlin says, "Only those who care become anxious." "I view it merely as an enjoyable game. The outcome is of little consequence, though winning would certainly be preferable." At 11 o'clock in the morning, all the teachers and students gathered in the Quidditch pitch stands. Seated orderly in the locker room, Wood was delivering a pre-match pep talk. Harry felt his words were something along the lines of, "Comrades, the situation is dire. Our opponents are formidable, yet we shall not falter. For United we stand, would turn to Harry, asking, feeling nervous? Harry smiled faintly and shook his head. Very well, Wood replied. You should know that when I first took to the field, my legs could barely support me. Laughter erupted, easing the pre-match tension. Let us enter, he declared. Clad in resplendent red uniforms and grasping their brooms, they emerged from the dim locker room. As they stepped into the blinding light, Harry instinctively closed his eyes against the brightness. Then he was greeted by a deafening roar from the crowd. Harry opened his eyes to behold a venue reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, though the ground beneath him was a full 20 meters from the tiered seating, a significant distinction from the ancient arena. The field was circular, and due to the distance, he could only make out vague shapes in the higher tiers. Harry discerned the locations of the various houses, which explained why many students were equipped with telescopes. Once the match commenced, and both seekers began their chase for the golden snitch, they would soar even further away, rendering any unprepared spectators unable to witness the thrilling contest. Gazing toward Gryffindor's section, he spotted a large banner being waved by a group of students, inscribed with the words, Harry Potter for the win. This was the rallying cry of Gryffindor, and as one of their finest. It was only natural they would cheer him on. Despite Harry's indifference toward the match, witnessing the support of over 700 people stirred something within him. He understood why so many yearned to stand in the spotlight. Whether as singers or actors, they relished the adulation, the flash of cameras, and the smiles that accompanied fame. Such an experience was indeed intoxicating. Malfoy, peering through his telescope, glared at Harry's triumphant grin, his nostrils flaring in indignation. Next, approaching us is the Slytherin team, commentator Jordan announced. Look at them, still clad in their green attire. I recall suggesting last year that they might consider a change of color. Jordan, Professor McGonagall interjected. My apologies. Professor, I simply couldn't help myself. The teams aligned, mounting their broomsticks. Madame Hooch stood in the center, her demeanor serious as she proclaimed, I expect this match to be fair and just, without any infractions. She cast a pointed glance at the Slytherin captain. Seemingly a warning, Marcus, with a smirk, provocatively eyed the Gryffindor players, his derision intensifying upon spotting Harry. When you fall from your broom, don't soil your trousers, little one, he mocked, laughter echoing among his teammates. Wood and the others wore grim expressions. Shut it, Marcus, George retorted angrily. Harry merely smiled, finding the exchange rather amusing. Was it not? However, this situation reveals the lack of rigor in Quidditch's regulations. Were it in the Muggle world, such behavior would certainly warrant a yellow card as a warning. Yet here, there exists no definitive code to govern the various aspects of the game. Thus, Madame Hooch could only resort to conveying her disapproval through a stern glance to avert any potential conflict between the teams. She refrained from granting them further opportunity for dialogue. Instead, she produced her silver whistle and, with a forceful blow, sent the quaffle soaring into the air. The players simultaneously pushed off the ground, hurtling towards the sky. Students raised their arms in unison, erupting into cheers that resonated throughout the entire arena. The match had commenced. Luo Bei. The incident involving Wang Baoqiang and Ma Rong has now entered its fourth day, relentlessly dominating the headlines. Has it not? The more I read the news, the more poignant it becomes. In light of the current reports, I feel a profound sense of injustice for Wang Baoqiang. This simple rural man may have never even contemplated the notion of divorce. Yet, reality has struck him a harsh blow. Alas. Chapter 50. The ingenious Flint, a multitude of figures surged toward a solitary black ball. Would the swiftest among the three chasers reach the ball first, executing a swift sweep to direct it toward a teammate below? In perfect coordination, they propelled the ball towards the Slytherin goalposts, with several players trailing closely behind. Gryffindor seized the initiative. The Slytherin players cursed vehemently, pivoting their brooms to intercept the Gryffindor players and thwart their advance. Johnson barreled forward, deftly controlling the quaffle with her body, while Wood and his compatriots soared around her, obstructing the Slytherin players from breaching their formation. The Weasley twins emerged as the ideal beaters. Operating in seamless harmony, armed with their wooden bats, they sent the bludger hurtling into the Slytherin ranks, disrupting their flight. The spectators erupted in continuous cheers, their excitement palpable as if they themselves were on the field. Each time the ball was seized or someone was struck by the bludger, The gasps of astonishment intensified. Amidst the chaos below, while players collided, Harry remained unfazed, for as the Seeker, his sole responsibility was to capture the golden snitch. Jordan had essentially become a professional commentator, and with his animated narration, he heightened the already charged atmosphere of the match. However, despite his commendable commentary, he had already been called out by Professor McGonagall several times. Whenever the ball was in Gryffindor's possession, his face lit up with exuberance, but the moment it was seized, he would audibly lament that in the stands. Several Slytherin students hurled insults at him through the throng. Whether it was the overwhelming noise of the crowd or his deliberate pretense of deafness, he showed no sign of alteration. Suddenly, George's voice boomed with excitement as he exclaimed, "The ball has gone in. Gryffindor scores first. Could it be that Slytherin is underperforming today, or have their abilities waned? That is a question." Professor McGonagall called his name once more, but it was evident that she was in high spirits. In the stands, Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers, in stark contrast to the Slytherins, whose expressions darkened and remained silent. Harry soared at the highest altitude, keenly observing the golden snitch's movements. Opposite him was Slytherin's Seeker, Higgins, who was also scanning the ground for the elusive snitch. Noticing Harry's gaze upon him, Higgins flashed a menacing grin, truly sinister, as his teeth resembled those of a shark. Harry contemplated recommending a remarkable dental clinic from the Muggle world to him. Higgins mouthed, "Just wait and see, kid." Infuriated, Harry resolved to withhold any further information about the clinic. Though he was a senior, Higgins displayed a level of immaturity that rivaled that of a first-year student. Had he been aware of Harry's thoughts, he might have charged at him without hesitation. A golden glimmer appeared in the arena. While many spectators remained oblivious, Jordan had already caught sight of it and excitedly shouted, "The golden snitch! The golden snitch has appeared!" Instantly, the audience began to scour the field for the snitch. The golden light flickered, hovering above the arena, revealing its true form. A small golden ball with a pair of transparent wings. Fluttering at a frequency imperceptible to the human eye, emitting a soft, buzzing sound, as the snitch emerged, silence enveloped the arena. Both the spectators and the players on the field held their breath, fearful of scaring away the elusive snitch, for should it escape, its next appearance was uncertain. Harry and Jordan spotted it almost simultaneously, both quicker than Higgins, placing Harry ahead in the chase. Despite Higgins's desperate pursuit, he remained behind Harry. The golden snitch hovered serenely in the air, flapping its wings, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. As Harry drew closer, the ball gradually enlarged in his vision, and he suddenly imagined the snitch resembling his beloved pet, crouched on the bed, licking its front paws while using them to wash its face. Shaking off this trivial thought, Harry extended his gloved right hand towards the snitch. Many held their breath, wondering if the match was about to conclude. Higgins, unwilling to concede, relentlessly chased after Harry. Just as despair began to settle upon him, he noticed a figure moving beside him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. This moment, Harry's focus was solely on the golden snitch. If he failed to grasp it accurately, it would surely flee, and the likelihood of seeing such a stationary ball in the air again was nearly impossible. Thus, his initial vigilance towards Slytherin waned, and he failed to notice a shadow hurtling towards him from the side. Bang! It was as if two cars collided at an intersection, one approaching while the other veered in at a 90-degree angle. Crashing into its side, Slytherin's captain, Flint, deliberately barreled into Harry from above. He believed himself clever, thinking that without his interference, victory would surely belong to Gryffindor, a thought he could not abide. For Harry, caught off guard. He was sent tumbling through the air, flipping several times before regaining control, nearly plummeting to the ground. Once Harry stabilized his position, he shot a cold glare at the instigator of the incident. Flint, perched on his broom with a smug grin, looked down upon Harry, showing no remorse for the potential harm he had nearly caused. Flint, seeing that Harry had not uttered a word, took it as a sign that he had intimidated him, filling him with pride as he turned to rejoin his teammates. Exchanging high fives in celebration, that a frosty smile crept across Harry's lips as he observed Flint's mocking gaze from above, his eyes narrowing slightly before he ascended into the sky once more. The entire arena erupted in a frenzy. Shouts of outrage directed at the Slytherin players for their foul play filled the air. Foul play. Did he intend to harm Harry? Slytherin was resorting to such tactics again. Last year, Hufflepuff's Weasley had been injured and spent half a month in St. Mungo's. This was utterly outrageous from the Muggle world. Dean stood up in fury and shouted, "Red card! Red card!" Ron, perplexed, asked, "What is a red card?" Dean explained the significance of a red card, to which Ron lamented, "That rule does not exist here." Upon witnessing Harry being knocked down, Hermione's heart leaped to her throat. Thankfully, Harry was unharmed, yet she seethed with hatred for Flint, wishing to transform him into a turtle and kick him away. When Hermione saw Madame Hooch merely admonishing Flint, she felt both disappointed and disheartened. Nevertheless, she understood that this was simply due to the absence of such rules, and she bore no ill will towards the referee. An idea suddenly struck her. She resolved to write to the Ministry of Magic, suggesting improvements to the Quidditch regulations. Although she recognized the slim likelihood of success, she was determined to give it a try. Luo Bay. I wish to collect and seek recommendation votes. At that moment, Hagrid arrived. He took a seat at the Gryffindor table, with her classmates making room for him, though his large frame barely fit. Angrily, Hagrid exclaimed, "I never expected to arrive and witness such behavior from a Slytherin student." He leaned closer to Hermione and murmured, "I am aware of the rules in your world, which are quite impressive. However, it is a pity that those in the Ministry of Magic are utterly disinterested in learning about Muggle affairs." Hermione, lost in thought, was already contemplating how to express herself in a way that would resonate with that group. Jordan, indeed a passionate boy, unabashedly criticized Slytherin's despicable actions, unperturbed by Professor McGonagall's presence beside him, as he seized a megaphone and vociferously labeled Flint a murderer. Surprisingly, Professor McGonagall refrained from intervening, her lips trembling with indignation. As the match progressed, the crowd's outcry began to diminish. After all, the game had to continue. The golden snitch had vanished, yet Harry bore no expression of regret or anger. Ascending into the sky, he was soon joined by Wood and the others. Wood clapped Harry on the shoulder, concern etched on his face, and asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "No need to worry, I'm fine," Harry nodded. George interjected, "Slytherin is a bunch of scoundrels. When you next spot the golden snitch, be cautious, but rest assured we will not allow such incidents to recur." Harry merely hummed in response, his mind adrift in contemplation. While the Slytherin house should have been celebrating Harry's misfortune, two individuals harbored contrasting thoughts. They were Snape and Malfoy. Upon witnessing Harry plummet from the sky, Snape instinctively reached for his wand, poised to stand and rescue him. Yet he restrained the impulse to cast a spell, remaining motionless. This was due to his and Dumbledore's suspicion that Death Eaters lurked within Hogwarts. All his subterfuge was aimed at earning Voldemort's trust should he return, enabling him to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Fortunately, Harry was unharmed. The tension on Snape's face dissipated as he turned his gaze towards Flint with a shadowy intensity. He yearned to cast a jinx upon him. Flint, meanwhile, reveled with his teammates, interpreting the crowd's curses as cheers, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling presence behind him, causing him to freeze. Akin to a venomous snake poised to strike, its forked tongue flickering ominously, he dared not turn to look. The sensation was fleeting, and once the oppressive stare vanished, Flint realized to his horror that a large wet patch had formed on his back. Malfoy, witnessing Harry's predicament, felt an overwhelming urge to stand and shout, much like every other person around him. However, when he opened his mouth, no words came forth, and even the urge to celebrate dissipated, for reasons unbeknownst to him. He found himself reluctant to mock Harry at that moment. This was not his intention. He reflected on his many encounters with Harry, feeling a sense of confusion, though he remained unaware of the reason behind it. Surrounded by the fervent cheers, he felt distinctly out of place. Zhang Qiu sat among the Ravenclaw spectators, her heart clenched with worry for Harry. "Zhang Qiu, you're squeezing my hand too hard," one of her classmates suddenly exclaimed. In her excitement, she had been gripping her companion's hand tightly. Her friend shook off her hand, leaving white imprints where her fingers had pressed. "You're so anxious about Harry," her friend teased, laughing. Zhang Qiu quickly retorted, "Not at all. Don't say such things. Haha. You're not the only one who likes Harry. But if you pursue him, then we're out of luck," her friend added. Zhang Qiu playfully reached out to tickle her companion, and the two became embroiled in a light-hearted scuffle. After her encounters with Harry, Zhang Qiu returned to her usual spot multiple times, but regrettably, she never saw him again. Behind the Ravenclaw section sat several boys from their house, who watched the match with solemn expressions, occasionally sneaking glances at the charming Zhang Qiu before hastily averting their eyes, pretending nothing had occurred. After a brief moment, they would glance again, repeating this cycle. Madame Hooch granted Gryffindor a penalty shot, which would successfully converted, eliciting a chorus of cheers. The Slytherins, naturally, were not in high spirits, yet they maintained their villainous facade, casting malevolent glares at Harry and his companions, filled with threats, warnings, and disdain. The match continued, seemingly imbued with an undercurrent of tension following the earlier incident, intensifying the rivalry between the two sides as a flurry of figures darted through the sky, with Jordan periodically announcing which house had scored. Occasionally, a player unfortunate enough to be struck by a rogue ball would spin dizzily in the air, recovering before rejoining the fray. Harry and Slytherin's seeker, Higgins, remain aloft, with Higgins regarding Harry with utter contempt. Having witnessed the earlier events, he deemed Harry a coward for not protesting even once, convinced that there was nothing to fear from such a person. However, recalling his earlier belief that Harry could be a formidable seeker, he felt a surge of indignation, believing he had been deceived. Thus, he envisioned a moment when he would seize the golden snitch, approaching Harry with an air of arrogance, presenting the snitch before him for all to see. Declaring that Harry would never have the chance to touch it, he imagined how Harry might react, perhaps even shedding tears. The thought of such a scene filled Higgins with delight. Harry, perplexed, glared at Higgins, who wore a revolting grin, feeling an urge to flatten his face. His thoughts were preoccupied with the rules of Quidditch. It struck him as absurd that Flint had faced no repercussions for his actions. Madame Hooch had merely scolded him. Harry understood this was not favoritism, but rather a flaw in the rules, the unspoken norms of Quidditch. Even when collisions resulted in injuries, no penalties were enforced due to the absence of explicit regulations against such conduct. Conversely, such incidents were common in matches of all levels. Even if the referee deemed it wrong, the spectators' outrage yielded no results. They all acknowledged that such behavior was unacceptable, yet failed to contemplate why or how to address it, a habit ingrained over time. Thus, Harry found the situation both amusing and intriguing. Luo Bei, I wish to collect and seek recommendation votes. Thank you. Beyond the temporary moderator, and the experience points for this month have already been awarded. I would like to pass the moderator role to Nan Shan Luo Yi, as I hold great admiration for him. I have seen all his comments in the reviews. Thank you. His recommendation of this book and other novels proved effective. I'm contemplating whether I should gather more support. One reader claimed that Qing Fengdi Yin is a sock puppet, and I can only say they have keen insight. The reader Qing Fengdi Yin is someone I hired online for 2 dimes. And for 10 years, he is obligated to speak well of me, exemplifying what it means to be a sock puppet. This secret must never be revealed. Yesterday, a reader complimented my writing style, and I felt quite embarrassed, too shy to accept it. However, I will write diligently. There's a fellow reader named Zhang Weijia, whose comments I have come across that I am not angry. Truly point one of your statements was, considering the author's writing style. They are no novice. How could they commit such a foolish act? Although your words may not be pleasant, I perceive the essence of your message as a recognition of my efforts, for I am indeed a novice. It would be even better if you could offer your suggestions in a calm manner, that I will not refrain from responding just because you do not use vulgar language. What brings me joy is the support I receive from fellow readers below, such as Nanshana, Bli, Fengzi Daibu, and Reader 160-814-0711. I suggest modifying your nickname. That in particular, the comment from the reader Fengzi were quite commendable. Thank you. Additionally, to the reader Belui, is that beautiful figure in your avatar. Meanwhile, the competition on the field is fierce, with players from Gryffindor and Slytherin chasing one another, and the score gradually widening the gap. Slytherin holds the upper hand over Gryffindor, while Gryffindor's players are not inferior in strength to Slytherin. The latter employs underhanded tactics without a hint of hesitation. Each time I witness the frustrated and powerless expressions of Gryffindor players, I cannot help but chuckle. Harry soars high above, observing everything. Others believe Harry is in pursuit of the golden snitch, oblivious to the fact that he is actually watching the Slytherin players flaunt their antics on the field. His attention is entirely focused on Slytherin, leaving no room to search for the snitch. He is there to enjoy the game, not to be subjected to their treachery. Quidditch, let them play on the sidelines. The bludger is sent crashing away, quick as a flash, with darts toward the bludger, closely pursued by Flint. The two are neck and neck, jostling for position, neither relenting. Flint suddenly flashes a mischievous grin at Wood, his intentions far from innocent. Sensing impending danger, Wood attempts to distance himself from Flint. But before he can react, Flint collides with him forcefully. Wood is sent sprawling aside, while Flint seizes the bludger that he races forward, arriving at the 3 Gryffindor goalposts. Already envisioning what is to come, he has no intention of shooting. Rather, he plans to slam the ball into the Gryffindor goalkeeper, knocking him aside, allowing his teammates to swiftly catch the bludger and shoot it into the goal. Without the bothersome goalkeeper, that would be quite entertaining. As for the synergy between him and his teammates, he harbors no doubts, considering their previous successful collaborations. 10 seconds earlier, Harry witnessed the bludger being pushed aside in the scuffle, saw Wood and Flint make their move, and observed Flint's underhanded tactic, realizing that Flint was about to score. Thus, he made his move that he had been fixated on Flint for quite some time. Yet previously, Flint always blended into the crowd, leaving Harry with no opportunity to act. Although Harry believes he ranks 3rd in flying skills at Hogwarts, with no one daring to claim the 1st or 2nd positions, his sole focus now is on accelerating, disregarding everything else if by chance he were to collide with one of his own. That would be unfortunate. You ask me what I intend to do? Naturally, it is to exact revenge. Harry adjusts the handle of his broom downward, initiating a free fall, with his head pointed toward the ground. He accelerates under his control, the wind whipping against his face, his hair flowing upward, resembling a deity of vengeance, akin to a meteor plunging toward Earth without hesitation. Harry's speed reaches its zenith. He does not slow down, but charges forward. Even when Flint had collided with him moments ago, Flint had merely skidded to a stop, using inertia to send Harry flying. Had he not slowed down, a mutual demise would have been inevitable. But Harry refuses to entertain such an outcome. As he descends, a thought suddenly crosses his mind. Have you heard of the technique that descends from the heavens? The two draw closer, and Flint suddenly senses a shadow looming overhead. He raises his gaze and sees Harry's handsome face and those cold, unyielding eyes, denying him any chance for fear. The two collide. There is no earth-shattering impact, only a brief pause in Harry's speed. In that moment of contact, Flint seems to endure an immense amount of damage, his eyes bulging like a frog, his body curling in on itself. Harry, maintaining his posture, continues to drive Flint downward on his broom. Resembling a martyr charging forth. Boom! They hit the ground. Though the surface is sandy, the violent collision Harry experienced in midair, coupled with the jarring impact of landing, inflicts a tremendous pain that is nearly unbearable. He lets out a pained groan, his body curling up like a shrimp tossed into hot oil, beads of sweat covering his brow. His complexion pale, even more so than Snape's. The entire audience in the stadium rises to their feet. Not out of anger at Harry's actions, but rather from sheer astonishment at the event itself. However, there is something even more shocking. Is this enough? Harry questions himself, and certainly, it is not. This was something he had anticipated from the very beginning. While the crowd is still in shock over the incident, Harry does not hesitate. As he and Flint crash to the ground, he immediately takes flight once more. Then, he dies again. Once is not enough. Wouldn't you agree, Flint? And I bet you are in considerable pain right now. How could I bear to witness your discomfort? Allow me to assist you in putting an end to this suffering. Remember, I am known as the Red Scarf. Flint's entire body feels as though it has been shattered, and he sees Harry descending once more, before his vision fades to black, and he loses consciousness. The spectators are utterly dumbfounded, mouths agape in disbelief. Initially, they were merely shocked by Harry's actions, yet they all understand that Harry is enacting revenge, and due to Slytherin's conduct, no one speaks up for Flint. When they witness Harry plummeting from the sky a second time, their minds become a whirlwind of confusion, leaving them at a loss for words, and thus they stand there with their mouths open. the stadium descending into an eerie silence. Some begin to take action. Naturally, it is the medics from St. Mungo's. Madame Pomfrey arrives with 2 aides, checking Flint's condition that he merely fainted. She instructs the aides to carry him away and turns to Harry, who stands aside. Are you injured? Harry had also endured 2 collisions, but he had a protective barrier. Although he felt some pain, it remained within his tolerable limits. Thus, he declined to seek treatment at St. Mungo's. Out on the field, Slytherin players glare at Harry, their faces filled with rage, itching to confront him. Yet Harry remains composed, realizing that it is too late to regret. They protest to Madame Hooch, but she merely reprimands Harry a few times, penalizing Gryffindor with a free kick. The Slytherin players are naturally dissatisfied, as their captain has been sent to the hospital, and they find the punishment far too lenient. However, Madame Hooch calmly states, the penalties I impose on both teams are identical. Do you think my punishment is too light for you? They can only swallow their grievances in silence. Wood and the others are taken aback to discover this side of Harry during previous training sessions. He had always been polite. They did not expect him to be capable of such actions. Though their feelings are tinged with confusion, excitement is undoubtedly in the air. The match continues. Higgins glares at Harry, realizing he has underestimated him. Yet the desire to teach Harry a lesson has not dissipated. Wait, what is he planning to do? Wells finds himself at the back, contemplating how to turn the tide as their captain has exited and they are at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he hears someone shout, "Watch out!" It sounds like a teammate, yet he has not turned to look. Then he steps into Flint's path. Bang! He fell heavily onto the sandy ground, his eyes clouded with confusion, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. It was only upon catching sight of Harry soaring into the air that clarity dawned upon him, accompanied by a sudden, searing pain that coursed through his body that a free kick was certainly inevitable. However, the Slytherin team had already been reduced by 1 player, and resuming the match felt like an exercise in futility. Even conceding 10 points seemed like a significant gain under such circumstances. Harry ascended into the sky, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This was the essence of the game. Low bay. I wish to collect this. I wish for recommendation votes. Thank you. Although no one believed Harry was attempting to challenge the entire Slytherin team, they remained on high alert. Harry focused on one individual and charged forward once more. Since a sneak attack had failed, he would resort to sheer force. However, the opponent was prepared at the moment of impact. He evaded, then insidiously matched Harry's pace, positioning himself shoulder to shoulder with him. Given his stature, a direct collision would surely favor him. The spectators discerned his intentions, and concern for Harry began to mount. He leaned outward before forcefully colliding with Harry. Yet, Harry had vanished. As his adversaries surged outward to gather momentum, Harry descended, slipping beneath him, and, taking advantage of the moment, shot upward with fervor, his shoulder thrusting upward and catching the opponent off guard. The Slytherin player plummeted from his broomstick, panic setting in as he flailed his arms helplessly, watching the sky recede further away. Suddenly, he spotted Harry hurtling toward him. Was Harry coming to his rescue? However, gratitude was far from his mind. A malicious thought crossed his mind. He would seize Harry and drag him down. To his astonishment, Harry approached, but instead of extending a hand, it was a foot that he raised. Harry matched his speed, lifted his right foot, and in the face of the terrified gaze, brought it down with force. The impact was thunderous. He fell as if a fragile flower crushed underfoot, stirring a cloud of dust. Subsequently, Madame Pomfrey whisked him away for treatment. Madame Hooch blew her whistle once more, her anger palpable. Naturally, the Slytherin players were even more enraged, their fury reaching a boiling point. With 7 players on the Slytherin team, 3 had already been sent to the hospital, leaving only 4, 2 of whom were still in play alongside the goalkeeper. How could they possibly continue? Was this not sheer bullying? Wood and the others had never anticipated the match would devolve into such chaos, and they felt a twinge of sympathy for the Slytherins, truly not wishing to torment them. Strangely enough, when Harry knocked the 3rd player down, many in the crowd erupted with excitement, as if his actions were more exhilarating than scoring a goal. It seemed Merlin's words rang true. Within everyone lurked a beast. The 2 remaining Slytherin players exchanged glances, and a silent pact was forged between them. They had to take Harry down. Thus, as the match commenced. They charged straight at him, disregarding the ball entirely. What unfolded on the field was a spectacle. Two Slytherins clad in green pursued Harry through the air, while the Gryffindors relentlessly scored into Slytherin's hoops. Despite the presence of goalkeeper, one had to wonder what good that was. The Slytherin keeper leapt and dove in a futile attempt to block the goals, but a group of players loomed before him with ill intentions. No matter how skilled he was, he lacked the ability to be in multiple places at once. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. George was now spitting words in excitement, exclaiming, "Gryffindor scores! Gryffindor scores again! Gryffindor scores yet again!" Bored, George floated above, pondering aloud. "Shouldn't we assist Harry? He all alone." Fred, tossing his broom to wood, retorted, "Do you think Harry needs our help?" George thought for a moment, recalling their practice sessions with Harry, and shook his head. Not at all. Higgins watched the goalkeeper being toyed with, swallowing hard, uncertain of what to do. Should he assist the keeper? That seemed futile. What could he do alone? Helping the other two seemed equally pointless. This match was destined to be lost. Thus, his best course of action was to locate the golden snitch and conclude the match. That was the only way to secure victory, not if he delayed any longer. Even if they scored 150 points, it would likely result in defeat. Just as he pondered this, a buzzing sound filled his ears. The golden snitch had reappeared, nearly bringing him to tears with gratitude. The golden ball shimmered before him. He reached out, but it darted away. He pursued, the ball evaded, and, as he accelerated, the snitch seemed to toy with him. Higgins' vision narrowed to the golden snitch, and regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to seize it. He chased the elusive snitch, tracing arcs through the sky. This should have captivated the attention of all present. Yet two resounding thuds echoed, sounds the audience recognized all too well. Two green-clad players tumbled to the ground. Cheers erupted from the crowd. This collision was far more entertaining than scoring a goal, except for the Slytherins. Several girls blushed, their bodies aflame, casting alluring glances at Harry. With no rivals left in sight, one might ask, who else could challenge him? Harry soared high, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, captivating the onlookers below with his solitary figure. The surge of loneliness washed over him, an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Life was like snow. Harry spotted Higgins in pursuit of the golden snitch. Last, it had emerged. Harry approached Higgins and suddenly shouted to George, "George, the bat!" "Oh, right." George quickly comprehended as they drew near. George tossed the bat to Harry. Harry surged forward, causing Higgins to startle at the sight of Harry wielding the bat, radiating an aura of menace. "He wouldn't hit me." Would he? Impossible. No one could intentionally harm another on the field. That wouldn't be Quidditch, that he must be afraid I might catch the snitch, and is trying to intimidate me. I'm too clever for that. You won't scare me. Higgins bolstered his confidence. Unyielding as he advanced, that I'm destined to be a hero. Once I capture the golden snitch, I will have saved Slytherin, and all the girls will adore me. Higgins thought optimistically. Harry found it peculiar that Higgins could still smile at such a moment. Perhaps he was delusional. Regardless, he worried whether his own baseball skills had diminished. The two charged toward one another, the golden ball hovering between them. Harry raised the bat, and in that fleeting instant, he swung with all his might. Thwack! The bat struck the golden snitch with precise accuracy, sending it rebounding back and striking Higgins squarely in the face. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. Harry watched as the snitch collided with Higgins' nose, shattering his nasal bone and causing blood to pour forth. Merely witnessing this made Harry wince in sympathy for Higgins. "Young man, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Do you believe me?" "I certainly do." A wave of satisfaction surged within Higgins, tears streaming down his face, oblivious to his descending body. "Mom, it hurts. Surely he would be fine at least." That was what Harry hoped. After all, he had once lost bones, only for Madame Pomfrey's magic to restore them. Perhaps this was Higgins' fortunate chance to acquire a higher-nose bridge, something many would envy. Harry pondered whether Higgins might express gratitude, even if he harbored resentment toward Harry. It mattered little. After all, he was a good Samaritan. How could he allow misunderstandings to deter him from doing good? A sudden cry erupted from an unexpected classmate, prompting many boys to join in. It appeared they had begun to view Harry as a leader. The golden snitch, momentarily stunned by Harry's blow, swayed unsteadily, and Harry effortlessly seized it. The entire crowd rose in applause. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling Quidditch match yet. Harry glanced toward the last remaining Slytherin player, who covered his nose in distress. George announced, "In this match, Gryffindor emerges victorious." Cheers erupted. The Gryffindor members leaped into the air, waving their banners with exuberance. Harry felt a tinge of regret for not achieving a grand slam. Lou Obey exclaimed, "I want to collect this. I want recommendation votes." "Thank you." The Olympic Games had concluded, and a new school term was about to commence. Were they not excited? The collection had scarcely changed. Was it only the current book friends who were still engaged? The Gryffindor players soared high above, welcomed by the thunderous cheers from below. Each one was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on how long it had been since they had triumphed over Slytherin, and to do so with such an overwhelming display of dominance. They all understood that this was due to Harry's influence. George grinned and remarked, "Harry, you truly are the savior of Gryffindor." The others nodded in agreement, laughter echoing among them. With Harry on their side, they would be invincible, for Harry was the most audacious among them. Harry shot them a sidelong glance and inquired, "Are you all harboring some unwholesome thoughts?" They were drenched in sweat, vigorously shaking their heads, chuckling nervously, "Of course not." At that moment, Harry's broomstick suddenly jolted, nearly throwing him off. It began to oscillate violently, twisting and turning like a rampaging bull in a bull ring, exerting tremendous force upon Harry. Suddenly, he recalled another matter. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced at Quirrell seated at the teacher's table, who was intently fixated on him. This was a form of dark magic, a curse. Fortunately, it was not Quirrell directly casting it upon Harry, for he lacked the capability to confront him at that moment. Of course, Quirrell also lacked the audacity to do so, lest he attract the headmaster's attention. This curse effectively hijacked the broomstick's control through mental energy, rendering it unresponsive to Harry's commands. If it were the original Harry, he would have been powerless against it, but he was different now. His mental fortitude was formidable. Harry extended his consciousness to the broomstick and indeed sensed a malevolent presence influencing it, preventing it from obeying his control. Following this disturbance, he traced it back and encountered a soul weaker than his own. Without hesitation, Harry collided with that soul. He felt it receding like a tide. In an instant, the broomstick settled down. Amid the cheers and shouts below, Harry seemed to faintly hear a weak, anguished groan, akin to a pebble falling into the sea, causing only the slightest ripple, completely unnoticed by those around. Harry smirked coldly. It served them right. Snape's lips pursed in confusion, his typically lifeless face flickering with puzzlement. He had been the first to notice the broomstick's irregularity and understood that someone had cast dark magic upon it. Yet, just as he was about to assist Harry, he observed that the broomstick had returned to normal. Was there someone else aiding Harry? Or was it? In those fleeting seconds, no one perceived anything amiss, believing it to be merely Harry's exuberance manifesting in some daring maneuvers, a common display of joy among players after a victory. Hagrid looked at Harry with bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Harry's earlier behavior. But upon seeing him calm, he buried his confusion deep within expressions of regret painted the faces of many. The Quidditch match drew to a close. However, Harry's remarkable feat was just beginning to take on a legendary aura, destined to be recounted through word of mouth. The students gradually departed the grounds, leaving the arena empty and desolate, a stark contrast to the earlier vibrant atmosphere, evoking a sense of melancholy. Wood and the others had already soared away on their broomsticks. The throng of spectators pushed through the exit, and Zhang Xiu found herself jostled within the crowd. She bit her lip, glancing back at Harry at the rear, yearning to breach the tide and speak with him. What would she say? Would she inquire why he hadn't visited the library? Would she ask if he remembered her? Zhang Xiu's mind raced, striving to envision how she might greet him, initiating a conversation that both would cherish. Suddenly, her face paled, and her feet faltered, unable to move further as the surging crowd swept her away, obliterating Harry's figure from her sight. Hermione dashed up to Harry, her hair disheveled from her scramble through the throng. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Congratulations, the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history." In stark contrast to Harry's calm demeanor, it seemed that she was basking in the limelight of victory. Harry, appearing contemplative, soon broke into a smile. Indeed, your congratulations bring me more joy than the victory itself. At that moment, Hermione found herself unable to withstand such sweet words, feeling utterly flustered. Harry reached out, gently smoothing Hermione's hair. She gasped, "What are you doing?" Harry replied, "Stay still." Hermione retorted, "Why should I listen to you?" Yet, despite her protests, her feet remained firmly planted. Hermione's flushed face glistened with perspiration, her hair clinging to her skin, a testament to the fervent cheering she had given for Harry. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers inadvertently tracing her brow and sliding down her cheek. Hermione, unable to muster a sound, kept her gaze lowered, enduring the sensation as her heart raced. Harry gazed at the charming Hermione, becoming increasingly aware of some impure thoughts. And upon witnessing her bashful demeanor, he quickly suppressed such notions. Internally, he recited a calming mantra. 1 becomes 1, 2 becomes 2, 3 becomes 3, 4 becomes 4, 5 becomes 5, and indeed, it proved effective. Harry exhaled quietly, thinking to himself, "I am destined to become the Pirate King of Hokage." She was still young. He must wait a little longer, perhaps 5 years, or 4, or even 3. 2 years at no, not again. 1 becomes 1, 2 becomes 2, 3 becomes 3, 4 becomes 4, 5 becomes 5. As Harry lowered his hand, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He turned to see a cascade of black hair vanish from view. Who could it be? Perhaps one of my admirers. Hermione assumed a serious expression, gazing into Harry's eyes, but recalling the ambiguous atmosphere between them made her glance away. "You asked me about Professor Snape, and I believe your instincts were correct," Harry inquired. "What do you mean?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "It's about the attitude Snape has towards you." Harry expressed surprise. "And what of it?" Hermione glanced around, standing on tiptoe, and whispered, "I believe Professor Snape wishes to harm you." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated Hermione would share such sentiments. He chuckled. "How could that be? Have you forgotten what you said?" Hermione, exasperated by Harry's nonchalance, retorted, "Do you think I am unaware? But today, I saw Professor Snape cast a spell on your broom." After saying this, she looked at Harry with a triumphant expression, as if expecting him to be greatly alarmed. However, Harry merely displayed a hint of surprise, devoid of any panic. This left her feeling as though she had struck a pillow with her fist. Harry was indeed astonished. He had not realized that Hermione had witnessed Snape saving him, leading to such a misunderstanding. Their perspectives on Snape had been completely reversed. Harry had no intention of concealing the truth, stating, "You have misunderstood Professor Snape." "How have I misunderstood?" Hermione protested, feeling slighted for her concern for Harry, which he seemed to disregard. Harry smiled. "When my broom was out of control, Snape did indeed cast a spell, but he was not trying to harm me. He was trying to save me, that I am certain of it." Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione dismissed her suspicions of Snape, yet still incredulously remarked, "Professor Snape saved you? That is simply unbelievable." Luo Bei interjected, "I want to collect this. I want recommendation votes that, oh, thank you, that a bunch of rascals dare to use me as a wager. Do you all wish to lose?" A book friend named Xiao Bai mentioned that Madame Pomfrey is not a healer from St. Mungo's, but rather the nurse at Hogwarts. Therefore, it is unlikely that a healer from St. Mungo's would be on standby during the Quidditch matches at the school. That I apologize. I may have misunderstood that I always thought that St. Mungo's Hospital was the same as the hospital at Hogwarts. Thank you, Xiao Bai. However, in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Madame Pomfrey appeared immediately after Harry was injured during Quidditch. What could this mean? Does anyone know the answer? It is no wonder Hermione displayed such an expression. After all, Snape's attitude towards Harry is quite evident, and it would be difficult for anyone to accept such words. She then expressed her growing concern, asking, "Who exactly wants to harm you?" To which Harry calmly replied, "I already know." Hermione, taken aback, asked, What did you say?" "We should hurry and inform Dumbledore." With a wry smile, Harry grasped Hermione's arm and said, "Don't rush. If we tell the headmaster now, then the dragon egg, the Mirror of Erised, and the Philosopher's Stone will all be lost, won't they? Besides, watching Quirrell and Voldemort acting foolishly every day is quite entertaining. Rather than frightening the soul of Voldemort, allowing him to recruit followers outside and become uncontrollable. It is better to keep him at Hogwarts, right under our noses, where we can gather information about him without any danger. More importantly, only by ensuring he remains quietly within a magical school can I utilize him to have a chance at obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. It is just like the saying by Merlin. The yellow bird captures the mantis, while the hunter lurks behind. This is Harry's plan, but Hermione fails to comprehend it. She insisted, but we can't delay. There are people within Hogwarts who wish to harm you. If you don't go, I will go myself. Harry felt a headache coming on, regretting having shared all this with her. Let her misunderstand Snape. After all, Snape won't lose anything, so why bother explaining? It's just idle talk. Harry firmly held Hermione back, saying, "Trust me, I won't be endangered. I'm not an idiot. How could I possibly put myself in harm's way?" Hermione asked, "You really won't be in danger?" Harry nodded emphatically, truly, more genuine than pearls. Yet, she remained unconvinced, insisting, "I still can't shake my concerns. I will tell the headmaster." Seeing Harry's anxious and helpless expression, Hermione chuckled, "I was just teasing you. But you must tell me who that person is." Harry hesitated, knowing that if he revealed Quirrell's intentions to Hermione, who knows if she might impulsively rush off to confront him. But observing Hermione's determined expression, he sighed and said, "I can tell you. But you must pretend you never heard this, and you must not act on it. Do you understand?" Hermione eagerly agreed. "All right, but you must not ask anything further." "Fine," Harry conceded. "It's Professor Quirrell." Indeed, Hermione looked bewildered. In her mind, Quirrell was merely a coward, timid and stuttering. She could never associate him with a plot against Harry. Yet, Hermione had unwavering faith in Harry's words, for he had long given her the impression of knowing everything while revealing nothing. Whenever she inquired about certain matters, Harry would always respond, "You will know in due time," which left her feeling helpless and frustrated. Hermione could not help but ask, "But why would Professor Quirrell want to do that?" Harry looked at Hermione with an amused expression, and she instantly realized her earlier words. Her face flushed, and she retorted, "Fine, if you want to say, then I want to press." Harry replied earnestly, "You must not exhibit any unusual behavior in front of Quirrell. Nor should you attempt to uncover his secrets. It is very dangerous." Harry spoke with great seriousness. Although Hermione feigned indifference, she couldn't ignore the flicker of joy in her heart at Harry's concern for her. That evening, the Great Hall was filled with an unusual atmosphere. The Gryffindor students were jubilantly celebrating their hard-earned victory, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shared a sense of camaraderie in their mutual disdain for Slytherin, who had dominated for so long. They drank juice from large goblets and devoured chicken legs with glee, exuding a sense of conviviality. In stark contrast, the Slytherin table was shrouded in gloom, each member's countenance dark and unapproachable. Despite the lavish spread of food before them, none had an appetite. Especially when juxtaposed with the laughter and merriment of Gryffindor, it felt as if a storm cloud loomed over their hearts. Had it not been for Professors Snape and McGonagall seated at the front, a skirmish might have indeed erupted. "Harry, you were absolutely brilliant today. Does that even need saying? Harry is the most formidable among us Gryffindors." Someone remarked, "I wonder if the Slytherin players will carry any psychological scars from this." Laughter and praise echoed through the hall, yet Harry, who understood his own desire to quietly savor the banquet, was not particularly concerned with such trivialities. However, seeing Harry's discomfort, Hermione's irritation melted away. It became her small act of retribution for all the secrets he kept from her. Just then, a group burst into the hall. Flint and Higgs strode in with great fanfare, though they lacked the flair of a certain Peeves and made no slow-motion entrance. Instead of heading to the Slytherin table, they advanced toward Gryffindor, causing many to tense up. "Are they here to duel with Harry?" George and the others stood, blocking the aisle. Wood, with a stern expression, inquired Flint, "What do you want? If you're looking for a fight, let us settle it tomorrow." Internally, he lamented his lack of a wand. If a brawl broke out, he hoped the professors would intervene swiftly. Flint, still suffering from an upset stomach, rubbed his belly and declared, "I have no intention of brawling with you dimwits. I am here to meet the illustrious Harry. Step aside." His words undoubtedly provoked the ire of everyone present. Harry sighed inwardly. Even if it were true, such a statement should not be uttered aloud. Knowing the other party lacked intelligence, yet daring to say so, His own wit did not shine any brighter, especially amidst a chorus of ridicule. After uttering those words, Flint immediately regretted it, but there was no way he would apologize. The Gryffindors, hearing this, could not remain indifferent, yet drawing their wands to teach him a lesson would have dire consequences. Thus, both sides exchanged heated glares, trapped in an impasse. Just then, a voice as sweet as music rang out. "Flint, what business do you have with me?" Both Flint and Wood breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yet, Flint soon wished to slap himself. After all, Harry was his adversary. Why should he feel grateful? A group approached Harry, and stepping out from behind Flint was Higgs. Higgs looked quite comical at the moment, with a bandage wrapped around his head, covering his nose, leaving only his small eyes and jagged teeth visible. He pointed a finger at Harry's nose, threateningly saying, "Watch your nose." Though meant to be menacing, the sound emerged as if he were suffering from a severe cold, which, combined with his appearance, elicited some snickers from the onlookers. He had come to deliver threats, and Harry understood this well. Harry smirked slightly, brushing Higgs's finger aside, and said, "Sorry, even if you are so concerned about me, I have no interest in engaging with you. You ought to go find Flint." No one expected Harry to utter such a retort. Higgs nearly spat blood. "Am I concerned for you? I am threatening you." They emerged from the hospital with the intent to salvage a semblance of dignity after their failure. 6 individuals had been utterly bested by Harry. A mere first-year student, if they did not re-establish some semblance of authority, they would become a laughingstock at Hogwarts. However, their plan to reclaim their last shred of respect through a display of toughness had completely unraveled. All it would have taken was for Harry to exhibit a hint of fear, and they would have considered themselves victorious. But they were taken aback by his unexpected demeanor. T.A. lost for words. They stood there awkwardly. Harry, with a friendly reminder, said, "Are you done? You may leave now." They turned to depart, their foolishness palpable, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon them, as if they were being roasted over an open fire, wishing to vanish from sight. Such humiliation! It felt as though they had been toyed with like mere dogs, obediently leaving on command. Yet to turn back now, that would only invite further disgrace. Luo Bay. "I want to collect. I want recommendation votes. Thank you." That evening, in the Gryffindor common room, the fire blazed brightly, and voices filled the air. The crackling flames in the fireplace rendered the room warm and inviting. It was a celebration for Gryffindor. Harry, though momentarily captivated by the delightful foreign atmosphere, felt no particular joy worthy of celebration like the others. Thus, he stayed for a while, but eventually excused himself, citing exhaustion from the day's events. His friends, understanding his fatigue, did not urge him to linger. After Harry's departure, Hermione smiled at her companions, announcing her intention to return to the dormitory for some rest. Upon entering the spiral staircase, a chill enveloped her, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the common room and the cacophony beyond the door, as if she had stepped into another realm. Harry ascended the stairs briskly, entering their room. The adorable little creature lifted its head, gazing at Harry as he pushed the door open. Feeling undeniably weary, Harry quickly shed his clothes and, like a monkey, leapt into bed, gasping in surprise at the icy touch of the sheets. He shivered slightly, drawing the little creature into his embrace, finally feeling a measure of warmth. Startled by Harry's abrupt movement, the little one mewed a few times. Gradually, Harry succumbed to slumber, unaware of when Ron, Neville, and the others returned. And foregoing any meditation, as he opened his bleary eyes to greet a new day, Harry stifled a large yawn, stretching his arms out of the covers. The weather was cold, prompting him to don his winter school uniform, a white shirt beneath a blue fleece shirt. Topped with a black winter robe, he retrieved his firebolt 2000 from beneath the bed and descended the staircase. Upon exiting the tower, Harry mounted his broomstick and soared into the sky, a cherished pastime of his. Each morning, he leisurely glided above Hogwarts, gazing down below, flying towards Hagrid's hut, the Whomping Willow, and the distant mountains. He spotted a lake frozen in ice, pondering when the snow would finally fall, suspending himself in midair. Harry inhaled deeply, the brisk weather invigorating his senses. Before long, he felt his fingers grow cold. He gradually flew back to Hogwarts. Hovering outside their dormitory window, a thin layer of frost coated the glass, obscuring the view within. Harry exhaled onto the icy surface, causing it to melt and reveal the interior. Gently, he cracked the window open, a gust of cold wind rushing in. Though his friends remained in slumber, they distinctly felt the sudden chill. Dean murmured, "Cold." Harry produced a letter from his pocket and tossed it inside with a mischievous grin before swiftly flying away. Moments later, a booming voice erupted from within. "Don't hide in there and be silent. I know you're home. If you can sleep in, why can't you open the door? Open up. If you can sleep in, you can open the door. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Humph. If you can sleep in, you can open the door. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Ugh. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door." Listening to his own recorded song while airborne, Harry could hardly contain his laughter upon entering. He was met with a chorus of forlorn gazes from his friends. Neville lamented, "I'm feeling awful. You need to take responsibility." Ron echoed, "Me too." Dean chimed in, "Same here." Seamus added, "Me too." Harry retorted, "Responsibility for you lot." He flung his broomstick at them and vanished from sight. Tea breakfast. The little creature wandered across the table, sniffing at everyone's food with disdain, ultimately refusing to eat and strutting away with an air of arrogance. A sudden, crisp sound resonated through the air as a house elf appeared, small in stature and bearing a platter filled with fish that it dutifully presented the dish to Harry. Upon detecting the fishy aroma, excitedly rushed over to devour the offering. "Thank you," Harry said. The little elf was moved to tears, exclaiming, "The great Harry Potter has thanked me." For house elves, such praise from their master was the greatest gift. This scene had long ceased to astonish the others. It had become a daily occurrence for the kitchen's house elves to bring food for Harry's pet. Watching the little creature meander through the dining hall had stirred the affections of many girls, who lamented their choices, pondering why they hadn't opted for an adorable kitten instead of an owl. Harry had become immune to the elf's gratitude and casually inquired, "What happened to your injuries?" The elf bashfully replied, "We resolve disputes over who gets to deliver food to Harry through physical means daily." Harry responded, "Oh, ahem, then you should return to work." "Yes," the elf replied obediently before vanishing in a flash. Harry continued his daily routine of dashing between classrooms, herbology, charms, potions, transfiguration, and the library. While he could not ascertain how others felt about such a life, Harry found his days in the magical realm infinitely more thrilling than those in the Muggle world. The enchanting Hogwarts and the wonders of magic captivated him entirely. Though each day was demanding, it was also fulfilling, and Harry felt himself making progress. Unbeknownst to him, time flew swiftly that a month had already passed since the Quidditch match in November. The rumors that had circulated wildly within the school due to Harry's one remark had faded into obscurity. It was not that they had been forgotten, but rather that everyone had come to accept them as truth. Flint and Higgins had become close friends. Since then, both had taken to avoiding Harry whenever they spotted him. That evening, the lights shone brightly. After enjoying the most important meal of the day, many students opted to return to the common room. While they could have gone to the library to study, the frigid weather made them prefer the warmth of the common room. Harry and Hermione made their way through the crowd towards the Gryffindor dormitory. At this temperature, even speaking would cause breath to crystallize into ice. The evening fog was particularly pronounced. Harry noticed several lower-year students who seemed amused, exhaling long columns of white vapor. Hermione was also engaged in this somewhat childish activity. As Harry walked, he suddenly halted, prompting Hermione to question, "What's wrong?" Harry gazed upward, admiring the pitch-black night sky, where twinkling white lights seemed to appear. He couldn't help but smile, looking down at Hermione and exclaiming, "It's snowing!" Hermione, drawn in by Harry's unintentional, bright smile, exclaimed in surprise, "It's snowing?" Her words sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd, as students looked up in astonishment, unconsciously repeating, "It's snowing." Harry extended his hand, and a pristine snowflake descended into the warmth of his palm, imparting a fleeting chill before it gradually melted away, vanishing from sight. "I must collect this. I must cast my vote," declared Luo Bay with enthusiasm. The following day, an expanse of white blanketed the outside world. Harry was awakened by the jubilant cheers of his friends. Turning his head, he saw Neville, Ron, and the others, all clad in pajamas, standing by the window, their eyes gleaming with delight as they gazed at the snow. Seemingly oblivious to the cold, Harry looked outward, his gaze stretching into the distance. and was met with a dazzling sea of white. After a moment, his eyes began to blur from the brilliance. The snowfall was indeed substantial. Hogwarts had awakened from its slumber, discovering itself cloaked in several feet of snow, while the lake's surface had frozen solid. Harry spotted the Weasley twins, bundled in thick clothing, joyfully frolicking in the snow. They had enchanted a few snowballs, sending them hurtling after Quirrell. Striking him on the back of the head beneath his scarf, Harry's mouth fell agape, as he contemplated the tumult of emotions that must be flooding Voldemort at that moment. Stupefaction, shock, rage, perhaps all at once. Who was he? The legendary Dark Lord, whose shadow had loomed over the wizarding world for a decade, ruling an era fraught with turmoil, plunging countless wizards into the abyss of death and flames. His name alone sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. How many times had he faced death? How many assassination attempts had he survived? Yet he emerged victorious time and again, while his adversaries lay lifeless. But even amidst his most perilous encounters, none could incite his wrath like this moment. He had been struck in the face by two insignificant insects whom he would never deem worthy of his attention. What enraged him further was the realization that he would have to endure in that instant. His animosity toward the Weasley twins eclipsed even his disdain for Harry. In Quirrell's office, as he stepped inside, an enraged roar erupted from him. "I shall make them pay. They shall die." Quirrell knelt in submission, exclaiming, "How dare they offend the great master? This is unforgivable. Master, please bear with me a little longer. Once we secure the Philosopher's Stone, I shall see to their demise. This is the price they pay for their insolence." Voldemort rasped. "No. Oh no. Leave them to me. I will extract their hearts and allow my little snakes to devour them, letting them taste the agony of 1,000 serpents feasting upon their souls." "Yes, master," Quirrell replied. As Harry sat in the great hall, he overheard two boys engaged in conversation, and it dawned on him that the year was rapidly drawing to a close. One boy exclaimed excitedly, "It's already mid-December. In 10 days, Christmas will arrive, and soon we'll be heading home for the holidays." "Holidays, what a delightful word." The other boy chimed in. "Why parents wrote to say that our family is traveling to America for Christmas." The first boy enviously replied, "That sounds amazing. I wish I could go out with my family on Christmas Day." The second boy assured him, "Don't worry. I'll bring you back plenty of souvenirs." "Arigato," the boy responded. Harry turned his gaze away from the pair of childhood companions and softly remarked, "Time flies so swiftly." Hermione, seated beside him, inquired, "What do you mean by so swiftly?" "I mean time," Harry said, lifting his head slightly. A faint smile gracing his lips, traversing through Platform 9, boarding the Hogwarts Express, the sights along the way, Professor McGonagall's stern expression upon our first meeting, entering the Great Hall, donning the Sorting Hat. Each moment is still vivid in my memory, as if it all transpired just yesterday. Although Hermione was yet to grasp the notions of nostalgia and reminiscence, the subtle smile on Harry's face was infectious, prompting her to smile innocently in return. "Of course, there's also you. What about me?" she asked. "It's been half a semester. I've spent 1/5 of my life thus far with you," Harry teased, grinning mischievously. "Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." Everyone eagerly anticipated the holidays. Though the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were ablaze with roaring fires, the corridors, buffeted by drafts, had turned bitterly cold, and the classroom windows rattled against the biting wind. The worst part was that Professor Snape's classes were held in the dungeons. An absolute nightmare, their breath condensed into white mist before them, forcing them to huddle close to their steaming cauldrons. Before one class, Malfoy resumed his customary taunts toward Harry, this time with a particularly good reason. "I heard some people are staying at school for Christmas. How pathetic, since their families don't want them," Malfoy boasted, seemingly reveling in his ability to return home for the holiday. Not long ago, Professor McGonagall had collected a list of students remaining at school for the holiday, and Harry had added his name, that he had little connection with the Dursleys anymore. He disliked that home, which felt nothing like Hogwarts, a place he considered his true home. This information had fortuitously reached Malfoy. As Harry measured out the spine of a lionfish for grinding into powder, he paused, dismissing Malfoy's juvenile provocation. He knew the boy merely sought to reclaim some dignity after having been bested repeatedly in Harry's presence. It was simply childish, Harry regarded Malfoy, who instinctively took a step back, his face flushing with embarrassment at his own cowardice. Harry chuckled. True, I cannot return home for Christmas because I have no home. Yet I am not upset, so you are mistaken in calling me pathetic. Upon hearing this, their peers realized that in the ongoing struggle against Voldemort, Harry's parents had perished, leaving him without a home. Yet, due to Harry's ever-cheerful demeanor and his inherent brilliance, many had overlooked this fact. Now, as they recalled everything, a swell of sympathy arose among the girls gazing at Harry's smiling face. Neville shuddered. His experiences were so similar to Harry's. Yet his own parents were still alive. Why could Harry endure such painful memories with a smile, while he could not? Deep within, Neville resolved to learn from Harry. Hermione suddenly felt the urge to cry. She wished to grasp Harry's hand, though she was uncertain of what it might accomplish. Ron said, Harry, you can spend Christmas at my house. My family would surely welcome you. Seamus chimed in, me too. My brother adores you. Thus, Harry became the center of attention, eagerly claimed by his classmates. Witnessing their concern, despite being mere children, Harry felt a warmth swell within him. It turned out, he was quite well liked. Harry graciously declined their offers. To Malfoy, he quipped, on Christmas Day, perhaps I shall bestow upon you a most special gift. In his mind, Harry maliciously mused, if he were to suddenly show up at Malfoy's home to celebrate the holiday together. It would indeed be an extravagant present. Malfoy was taken aback by Harry's brotherly smile, a chill creeping up his spine. That evening, in the Ravenclaw second-year girls' dormitory, Zhang Qiu, why are you staying at school this year? A classmate inquired curiously. Zhang Qiu smiled gently. My parents are abroad on business this year, so I cannot be with them, but I see that won't you be bored? Zhang Qiu replied with a smile. I will be in the library the entire time. How could I possibly feel bored? Another girl sighed. I knew that would be your answer. Besides, we can always write letters using owls to keep in touch, right? Another girl added with a laugh. Our owls must be quite unfortunate. Having to fly in this node, if only we had an eagle like Harry Potter to deliver our messages, one girl fantasized. Zhang Qiu's dark eyes flickered with intrigue. Harry Potter? Why did a mere fleeting encounter leave such a profound impression on her? On that day, a twinge of melancholy unexpectedly welled up within me. That girl named Hermione must have had quite a close relationship with him, right? Luo Bei. I wish to collect this. I need recommendation votes. Oh, thank you, recommendation. The sun dash and dash law. It seemed that as time drew nearer to the end, it felt increasingly sluggish. Many students were counting down the days to their vacation on their fingers. What is going on? I distinctly remember counting 6 days left last time. Why is it still 6 days now? One classmate remarked. His neighbor, with a look of utter disbelief, replied, for heaven's sake, don't even mention last time. Even the time before that. And the time before that, it has always been 6 days because you just counted this morning during breakfast, and you must have done at least 10 times. Oh, is that so? He chuckled sheepishly. Then the two sighed in unison, exclaiming, how slow it is. In the grand hall, Harry was diligently poring over a book borrowed from the library, with several others scattered haphazardly across the table. As Hermione approached, she glanced at the title, A Guide to the Dragon Species of Great Britain and Ireland, Raising Dragons for Leisure and Profit, Indulging in the Affection of Dragons. Confounded, she inquired, I've noticed you've been reading various books about dragons lately. What is the reason? Harry closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. I'm seeking a method to make a young dragon recognize its master. As for why, it's because Hagrid is about to acquire a dragon egg. Hagrid had cared for many pets, but dragons were strictly prohibited. The Ministry of Magic had relevant regulations, so the inevitable conclusion would be that Hagrid would have to part with the dragon. However, if Harry could make the little dragon acknowledge him as its master, then even if the dragon was sent away, it would still remain his pet once it matured. Could there be anything more exhilarating than having a dragon as a pet? Hermione asked, Have you found anything? I have, Harry replied weakly. Then why are you still reading? Hermione pressed further, puzzled. Harry lay his head on the table and muttered, Page 348, From Egg Hatching to Rebirth. You can read it yourself. Hermione picked up the book and flipped to the page Harry mentioned, indeed finding a method. But as she continued reading, she understood why Harry had dismissed it. The book briefly described the process without much detail, But it was evident that this was a sinister form of magic, requiring some bizarre potions. In the worst-case scenario, the little dragon might turn to blood within the egg. Hermione closed the book, saying, "I really don't understand why you're searching for this. I know you will just say I'll find out later, right?" Harry smiled awkwardly. Hermione rolled her eyes and pointed to another book. "What about this one?" On the table lay a book entirely unrelated to dragons, and the only one of its kind, large in size, with a terrifying creature depicted on the cover. Its title read The Behavior of the Three-Headed Dog. Although it was merely an illustration, the fearsome visage and its enormous, bell-like eyes deterred Hermione from looking directly at it. Observing Hermione's fearful expression, Harry couldn't help but muse that such a fearsome creature would certainly not appeal to any girl. "I want to see if the legendary three-headed dog has a habit of falling asleep upon hearing music. How could that be possible?" "That's the hellhound," Hermione exclaimed, bewildered. "You never know. Perhaps some three-headed dogs are like that." Hermione chuckled. "Then let me see such a three-headed dog." Suddenly, Harry's expression shifted, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he spoke in a whisper. "I've heard from the ghosts at school that in a pitch-black room at Hogwarts, there resides a colossal hellhound with glowing red eyes. Every night, it emerges to hunt, devouring at least 5 students daily. It's exceedingly ferocious, but it listens to its master, for as soon as its master sings, it will quiet down," Harry intoned ominously. Hermione trembled at Harry's words, tightly shutting her eyes as if a fierce three-headed dog were crouched before her. Laughter erupted around her. Hermione felt utterly embarrassed, having been so frightened merely by Harry's tale. She picked up a book and hurled it at Harry, exclaiming, "How dare you!" before hastily fleeing from this mortifying place. After perusing the books, Harry had to concede that he had initially overestimated his chances. He had no means to forge some arcane bond with the hatchling dragon. The only way to develop closeness with a dragon was through nurturing it, as enduring interaction could earn a dragon's trust. Yet, Harry did not have that luxury of time. However, the thought of giving up was intolerable, for it was no ordinary creature he sought to bond with. It was a dragon. As Harry made his way to the library to return the books, he pondered whether there might still be a solution that in the corridor. A cold wind mingled with snowflakes, brushing against him, when suddenly he noticed a movement in the snow-covered courtyard, initially suspecting it to be an illusion. He squinted for a clearer view. Indeed, a patch of snow was shifting rapidly. Harry widened his eyes and realized it was none other than the adorable creature, its snow-white fur camouflaging it against the snow. The little creature was rolling in the snow, playfully biting its own tail and spinning in circles, leaving a flurry of snowflakes around it. Its sky-blue eyes sparkled like jewels amid the vast whiteness. Standing out strikingly, Harry stepped onto the snow, approaching the little creature. Upon hearing his footsteps, it perked up, immediately standing alert. Recognizing Harry, it shook off the snow and mewed, then scampered to Harry's feet, rubbing its little head against his leg. Harry was utterly smitten by the adorable creature. He scooped it up, tapped its head, and chuckled. "Are you trying to be cute again?" The little one responded with a sweet meow, finding a comfortable spot nestled in Harry's embrace. Thus, Harry cradled the little creature as he continued on his way. The cat in his arms captured the attention of countless compassionate young women. Upon entering the library, Harry informed Madame Pants that he was there to return books. After Madame Pants recorded the return, Harry took the books and walked towards the rows of shelves, placing each one back in its rightful spot. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. She stood quietly before a bookshelf, her gaze moving slowly as her fingers traced the spines, earnestly searching for the book she desired, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. Though Harry stood right beside her, she remained unaware, reminiscent of their first encounter. Seeing Zhang Qiu again filled Harry with a sense of delight. He felt a familiar connection with her, yet it was merely his perception. In reality, they were quite strangers, having exchanged little conversation. Their only interaction had been when Harry had held Zhang Qiu. Thus, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words on how to greet her. "Luo Bei, please collect this book. I need recommendation votes." Recommendation. Hidden kill. Fortunately, Zhang Qiu noticed him first. She offered a smile that was neither overly familiar nor distant. "Greeting, Harry." "Hi, Harry." Although Zhang Qiu did not exhibit any intentional aloofness, her demeanor, akin to that of stranger, fostered a sense of distance it reminded Harry of saying by Merlin. Among lovers, the most heart-wrenching words are not "I hate you," but I do not know you. This subtle sense of estrangement unsettled Harry. His intuition warned him that if he wished to become close friends with Zhang Qiu, he must dismantle the barrier she had deliberately erected. With a sudden burst of inspiration, Harry exaggeratedly feigned anger, exclaiming, "How dare you? You should refer to me as the illustrious Harry Potter." As a matter of fact, Zhang Qiu could not suppress a chuckle. She quickly composed her expression, feigning nonchalance, yet the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. Upon witnessing Zhang Qiu's smile, Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although he had no concrete basis for it, he sensed a subtle difference in her demeanor compared to earlier. Now free from his initial awkwardness, he inquired, "What book are you searching for? May I assist you?" "Sure," Zhang Qiu replied, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "I'm looking for a book on the history of magic, specifically regarding the migration journeys of medieval wizards." Harry gazed at her in astonishment, mixed with a hint of admiration. Confused by his scrutiny, Zhang Qiu shyly asked, "Is there something on my face?" She brushed her hand across her cheek. No girl is indifferent to her image in the eyes of others, whether Eastern or Western. Harry chuckled lightly. "No, your face is pristine, even cleaner than the snow outside." Flattery came naturally to Harry. Zhang Qiu quickly turned her face away, resuming her search for books to mask the blush that had crept onto her cheeks. "What are you staring at? I'm simply surprised that a girl could find the tedious history of magic engaging," Harry replied candidly. Zhang Qiu was taken aback. "Really? I have always found the history of magic fascinating. Perhaps it's a matter of personal preference, but reading about magic history certainly has its merits. History serves as a mirror to understand rise and fall, while studying others offers insight into gains and losses." Zhang Qiu was astonished. "You can speak Chinese, and so fluently." Indeed, Harry's last sentence had been spoken in Chinese, merely a spontaneous expression. Harry nodded and replied in Chinese, "My Mandarin is even more refined than yours." Zhang Qiu's eyes sparkled with surprise. In this magical school where loneliness often lingered, encountering someone who spoke her language stirred emotions within her that words could scarcely describe. Yet she hesitated. "You don't only know a few phrases, do you?" A wave of melancholy washed over Harry. As a Chinese person, being asked if one could speak Chinese evokes a complex array of feelings. Of course not. My Chinese proficiency has long surpassed level 99, that I can recite the entirety of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, and I could write down the 300 Tang poems by the age of 2. I am well acquainted with the 4 great classic novels. Zhang Qiu was somewhat bewildered by Harry's declaration. "Then shall we converse in Chinese?" "Certainly. It has been a while since I used Chinese," Harry responded. Thus, the two began to communicate, occasionally drawing curious glances from passing students who were utterly perplexed by their conversation. In those moments, Zhang Qiu felt a sense of secret delight, as though she were engaging in a clandestine affair, a sensation that brought her warmth rather than discomfort. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding blossoming between them. "Oh, dear, we haven't found the book yet," Zhang Qiu suddenly exclaimed. Harry remained silent, turning away to retrieve a black-covered book from 2 shelves over and presenting it to Zhang Qiu. "Is this the book you were looking for? How did you know it was here?" Zhang Qiu asked curiously. Harry retorted playfully, "Is there a rule that this book is only for Zhang Qiu to read?" "Just kidding. I had seen it before, which is why I knew its location." That a silence enveloped them as Zhang Qiu's book had been located, and naturally, she would have to depart, yet neither wished to broach the subject. At that moment, the adorable creature seemed to intuit its owner's feelings, leaping from Harry's arms to land in Zhang Qiu's embrace. She instinctively caught the little creature, preventing it from falling. Truly, the little darling was a heartthrob, and Zhang Qiu was instantly captivated. She gently stroked the creature, showering it with affection, while it nuzzled against her, prompting peals of laughter from Zhang Qiu. Harry ground his teeth in frustration. Was this truly what a female cat ought to do? "It seems my little darling has taken a liking to you. Could you watch over it for a while?" "Of course. Do you have something to attend to?" Zhang Qiu raised her gaze to meet Harry's, her left arm cradling the little creature while her right pinky tucked her hair behind her ear. This simple gesture exuded an unexpected charm that belied her age. Harry was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "I wish to explore this tower." "All right, I shall wait for you here." After their farewells, Harry ascended to the next abandoned floor, determined to search for the Mirror of Erised. He had never relinquished his quest. Every few days, he would scour a different building. Yet to no avail, he had previously searched the building housing the library, and today was merely a routine inspection. Ascending floor by floor, he absent-mindedly pushed open a door on the 5th floor and was struck dumb by the sight before him. In this unused classroom, numerous desks and chairs were haphazardly piled against the wall, and an overturned wastebasket lay nearby. However, on the wall directly in front of him rested an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of storage. It was an imposing mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, adorned with a lavish golden frame, supported by 2 claw-like feet. To the top, an inscription read, "Eristra eru oit ube cafru oit onwo sir." This was indeed the Mirror of Erised. Had he not been concerned about being overheard, Harry would have nearly shouted in delight. In a moment of serendipity, the mirror appeared before him when he least expected it. A joy beyond words. Harry clenched his fists, striving to calm the tumult of emotions within him. Approaching the mirror with a mix of anxiety and reverence, he felt an overwhelming curiosity about what image this magical mirror, capable of reflecting one's innermost desires, would unveil when he stood before it. He inched closer until his entire figure was captured in the grand mirror. Harry fixated his gaze upon the Mirror of Erised, eager to discern what his deepest longing might be. Then his expression froze, his eyes narrowing in fury. Damn it! Harry had never felt such rage. He raised his foot and kicked the mirror with all his might, only to be met with a painful rebuff from the metallic edge. Ouch! In the chill of winter, Harry's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as a lyric echoed in his mind. The north wind blows, and the snowflakes dance. Why not keep it? The data remains unchanged, bittersweet. I require votes of recommendation. Thank you, recommendation. The king's avatar. The mirror reflected nothing but emptiness. No, to be precise, it only mirrored the handsome, imposing figure of Harry himself. Devoid of any other imagery, it was truly just a mirror. Harry refused to believe it. Surely it was a matter of stance. He prodded and poked, made faces at the mirror, reciting incantations that even he did not comprehend. Mirror, mirror, you are the most beautiful mirror in the world. Reveal your true form, Demacia. Eventually, Harry surrendered, standing there disheartened and dejected. When he lifted his head, the reflection of Harry in the mirror mirrored his action. This truly was a magnificent mirror, exquisitely crafted, gleaming brightly, and capable of displaying his entire figure. However, good heavens, this is not what I wish to see. This was definitely not the Mirror of Erised. It was likely counterfeit. Harry stroked his chin, adopting an air of expertise. Pondering whether it was genuine or not, he realized verification was quite simple. He dashed down the stairs and into the library. Zhang Qiu stood by the bookshelf, cradling the little creature, when she suddenly noticed Harry sprinting towards her. Before she could react, Harry seized her hand and tugged her outside. Thud! The book in her hand fell to the floor. "Harry, wait for the book!" Zhang Qiu exclaimed, but Harry did not pause. "We can discuss that later." Zhang Qiu cradled the adorable little one in one arm, while her other hand was grasped by Harry, evoking a sense of elopement. With hurried steps, the two raced breathlessly to the doorway of a classroom on the 5th floor. Zhang Qiu, catching her breath, inquired, "What are you doing?" In his heart, Harry mused, "You are now my little guinea pig. You have no voice in this matter." Harry replied, "I wish to show you something truly marvelous." "What is it?" Zhang Qiu asked. Harry gestured towards the adjacent classroom door, saying, "It is within this room." "This?" Zhang Qiu questioned. "Yes, let us enter and see," Harry encouraged. Gently, Zhang Qiu pushed the door open, revealing a classroom long since abandoned. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the imposing mirror standing against the wall. Unable to resist, she approached it, and suddenly her breath caught in her throat, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Harry, come quickly. You must see this," she exclaimed. As she turned, she nearly collided with Harry, who felt a tickling sensation on his neck from her excited shout. Realizing how close they were, Zhang Qiu quickly stepped back, lowering her gaze, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. After a moment, she said, "I saw my parents in the mirror. It is simply enchanting." Once more, she gazed into the Mirror of Erised, her expression softening into a gentle smile. Observing Zhang Qiu, Harry began to understand why people could become so entranced by this mirror. It reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. Who could resist such temptation? Even the gentle and serene Zhang Qiu, who beheld the love of family, was captivated. What might others see if they gazed upon their heart's desires? Harry, although confident that Zhang Qiu would not fall prey to the mirror's allure, spoke slowly. This mirror is known as the Mirror of Erised, a magical artifact imbued with profound power. It reveals to each individual what they most wish to see, but it imparts no wisdom nor reveals the truth. People can easily lose themselves before it, becoming obsessed with what they see, even driven to madness, as they remain oblivious to whether the reflections are real or attainable. The inscription at its top, "Erased," when reversed, becomes desire. Just as you said, you can see what you desire. The inscription, when viewed in reverse, reads, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." Does it not? "Harry," she said with a twinkling smile, her eyes clear and devoid of any obsession. Harry chuckled wryly. "I seem to have forgotten that you are a Ravenclaw student. How could you not know of the illustrious Mirror of Erised?" Zhang Qiu mischievously blinked. "What did you see in the mirror?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "I only saw myself," Harry replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an elderly gentleman entered, clad in a long robe and a purple cloak that brushed the floor, his bright blue eyes twinkling behind crescent-shaped spectacles. This was a wise elder, the guardian of the school, known as Albus Dumbledore. His name evoked immense respect, and anyone who laid eyes on him could not help but feel admiration. Yet at that moment he was engaged in a rather undignified act, licking a pudding, with remnants adorning his beard. Harry scrutinized Dumbledore, recalling their previous encounter at the opening ceremony, where they had been separated by a great distance. Dumbledore was typically elusive, leaving Harry with few opportunities to see him. Now, Dumbledore regarded Harry with those clear eyes, unclouded by age. The two exchanged looks, and Harry realized he felt no fear in Dumbledore's presence. Perhaps enchanted by the elder's benign demeanor, Harry broke the silence. "I never imagined Professor Dumbledore would choose to eavesdrop on a couple's conversation." Dumbledore was taken aback. "What are you rambling about?" Zhang Qiu blushed crimson, stepping on Harry's foot with considerable force. Harry winced, grinning through the pain. Dumbledore took another lick of his pudding and chuckled. "It was not my intention to eavesdrop. You summoned me." Harry was puzzled until he noticed a faint line drawn at the doorway. Realizing it was a magical alarm, Dumbledore, with a glimmer of admiration and a hint of concealed relaxation in his gaze, asked, "You truly only saw yourself?" "Of course," Harry affirmed. Dumbledore approached the mirror, caressing its surface, and mused, "The happiest individuals can regard the Mirror of Erised as an ordinary-looking glass, seeing only their own reflection. I have never believed this notion, for no one has ever achieved it." Zhang Qiu gasped at Dumbledore's words, her mouth agape in surprise, an endearing sight. Harry interjected, "How can I be happy? My parents are gone. I have no family, no home, and my possessions barely suffice." Dumbledore gazed intently at Harry, stating, "Happiness is determined by one's inner thoughts. Whether one feels happy or not depends solely on one's perspective, and nothing else matters." Merlin once said, "A true warrior, even standing amidst flames, feels only warmth." Harry quipped, "That must be because Merlin never stood in the flames himself." Zhang Qiu erupted into laughter, covering her mouth in delight. Dumbledore, too, chuckled and said something that took Harry by surprise. In recognition of her knowledge and exemplary conduct, "I shall award Gryffindor 50 points." Harry raised his eyebrows in astonishment, chuckling. Merlin once remarked, "Muggles do not have good intentions when celebrating Christmas with wizards." He then pulled Zhang Qiu closer, grinning at Dumbledore, and inquired, "What about Zhang Qiu?" Dumbledore replied, "Of course, she shall receive 20 points as well." Zhang Qiu graciously expressed her thanks. Harry, dissatisfied, remarked, "That still leaves 30 points to account for." Zhang Xiao, with her petite hand behind her back, pinched Harry's flesh with a gentle twist. Harry gritted his teeth, casting a sidelong glance, while Zhang Xiao wore a bright smile, betraying none of the playful torment she was inflicting upon him. Harry thought to himself, "You pinch me, and I'll retaliate." He reached out, playfully grabbing her in a rather inappropriate manner, and although she was clothed in wizarding robes, he could still discern her form beneath. The sensation was delightful, and Harry could not resist indulging again. Zhang Qiu stiffened, momentarily immobilized, her hand slipping away from Harry's grasp. Dumbledore stroked his long beard and remarked, "Let that 30 points be a reward for your discovery of the Mirror of Erised." Harry curled his lip in disdain, as if to say, "Do you think this is a game of hide-and-seek with prizes for the finders?" Nevertheless, it mattered little to me, so I shall not concern myself overly much with it. The jeweled hourglasses. These 4 colossal hourglasses symbolize the scores of the 4 houses, their contents, gems of various hues, fluctuating in accordance with the professor's rewards and punishments. That it is abundantly clear that Gryffindor currently leads in points. Hence, whenever a Gryffindor student passes by, they walk with their heads held high. A cacophony of clinking gems resounded, echoing for quite some time, leaving those beside the hourglasses in a state of astonishment. What had Gryffindor accomplished to warrant such a surge in points? Meanwhile, Ravenclaw felt somewhat reassured. Although our contributions were modest, we had still made some progress. The top spot was beyond our reach, especially with Harry in the mix. Who could possibly rival them? As long as we weren't in last place, that would suffice. Harry and Zhang Xiu were blissfully unaware of the considerable commotion outside. Stirred by Dumbledore's actions, he seemed oblivious to Zhang Xiu's peculiar demeanor, whether by design or forgetfulness, and when Zhang Xiu withdrew her hand, Harry's remained in place. Harry inquired of Dumbledore, "When do you intend to use this mirror? May I borrow it for a couple of days?" Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, "I am afraid, Harry, that it serves a very significant purpose. I intended to use it myself, and now that you discovered it, I certainly cannot leave it here." It sounded as though he believed I might abscond with it. To which Harry responded with a dismissive scoff that Harry's eyes gleamed with mischief. "If that is the case, then when the day comes that this mirror is no longer of use, will you let me play with it for a while?" Clearly, Dumbledore had never considered such a scenario, for he did not respond immediately, instead contemplating for a moment before saying, "If that day ever arrives, I shall gift it to you as a birthday present." Harry had merely jested, for the Mirror of Erised was far too precious. Its centuries-long existence, its formidable magical properties, and its extraordinary abilities made it a coveted treasure among wizards. Were it to be auctioned, the final bid would likely reach astronomical sums that ordinary folk could scarcely fathom. "Surely you jest," Harry exclaimed incredulously. Observing Harry's expression, Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, winking like a child as he replied, "What do you think?" Harry took a deep breath. Others might be unaware, but he certainly was not. By the end of next year, Dumbledore would destroy the Philosopher's Stone, rendering the Mirror of Erised useless as well. After all, Dumbledore had acquired the mirror precisely to provide the Philosopher's Stone with the most secure hiding place. With the stone gone, what purpose would the mirror serve? Naturally, Harry would never witness the destruction of the stone by the professor. Harry smiled mysteriously. "My birthday is on July 31 SD. Don't forget," Professor Dumbledore remarked, "you seem to already believe that the mirror is yours for the taking." Harry replied, "I merely feel a strong connection to this mirror." Dumbledore stated, "Very well. If there ever comes a time when the mirror is no longer needed, how would you feel about receiving it?" Though Dumbledore expressed this sentiment, he himself did not believe it, for he knew that as long as Voldemort remained alive, the Philosopher's Stone would never be safe, and the Mirror of Erised would continue to fulfill its purpose. Zhang Qiu had seemingly grown accustomed to the touch on her arm, perhaps due to the repeated contact. Curiously, she asked, "Professor, this mirror allows one to see their deepest desires. What did you see within it?" "Oh, I beheld countless woolen socks, for I never have enough to wear." Dumbledore replied, his gaze tranquil, concealing the thoughts swirling within. Together, they exited the vacant classroom. Zhang Qiu could no longer endure. "Have you finished groping my arm? What are you doing?" Harry turned his back to Zhang Qiu. He twisted his head back, an apologetic expression on his face. I'm sorry. If you feel slighted, then you may come over and touch my backside. Zhang Xiu placed her hand on her forehead. I knew you were a good person, Harry remarked. Zhang Xiu queried, do you truly believe what Dumbledore said? Of course, he is Dumbledore after all. That if he says he will give me the mirror, then he certainly will. Zhang Xiu realized she had been swayed by others' opinions, considering Harry Potter to be a paragon of perfection in every regard, and wondered if perhaps she was the one lacking in judgment. I was referring to the woolen socks. Oh, that? It hardly needs saying. It must be a fabrication. How do you know? Zhang Xiu countered. Are you not aware that every man has a sorrowful secret he wishes to keep hidden? Do you have one? Harry inquired. Of course. What is it? The time I wet the bed when I was 3. You can go to hell. Zhang Xiu pronounced slowly that I am being serious. Harry grasped Zhang Xiu's delicate fingers, his gaze soft and tender, reflecting her calm, dark eyes, as he spoke gently. Then let me tell you, I have loved. Zhang Xiu gazed into those emerald eyes, her lashes fluttering, seemingly entranced. Their faces inched closer together. Just as they were about to kiss, a sudden gust of cold wind blew in through the window, momentarily cooling the air around them. Zhang Xiu opened her eyes, pushing Harry away. She felt a flush of heat coursing through her body, as if she had not taken a breath in ages. Gasping for air, both felt a tinge of awkwardness, uncertain of what to say next. Harry cleared his throat twice. Let us resume our discussion from earlier. Zhang Xiu smiled, eager to dispel the tension. All right. Harry analyzed power, status. To others, these may appear as lifelong pursuits, but Dumbledore would surely scoff at such notions that he has been repeatedly solicited to assume the position of Minister for Magic. And yet he has declined, being universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard of our time, a recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin, an honor beyond imagination, that if he were to see himself as Minister for Magic in the mirror, that would indeed be a jest. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement with Harry's insights. Harry continued, thus, it must be a pursuit of immense power, yet it is well known that Professor Dumbledore's mastery of dark magic rivals that of Voldemort. At this, Harry looked to Zhang Xiu. Well, I'm a bona fide muggle. I did not grow up hearing tales of Voldemort. His name holds no significance for me. Harry smiled slightly and remarked, in any case, Dumbledore is already quite powerful, yet we have seen no evidence of him wielding that power for malevolent purposes. To continue seeking power seems rather unreasonable. As their conversation progressed, the earlier awkwardness gradually dissipated, and both became engrossed in their discussion of the topic. Zhang Xiu reminded, let us not forget, there is still one very important matter we have yet to address. Harry understood what Zhang Xiu referred to and smiled. This is precisely what I believe he might see, for no one can escape the confines of this particular truth that it is human nature. In the abandoned classroom housing the Mirror of Erised, Professor Dumbledore faced the mirror, his wise eyes lacking their usual tranquility, instead filled with boundless longing and regret. The glass before him fogged over, not from the chill of the outdoors, but from his tears, Dumbledore's tears. His voice trembled like that of a solitary wolf, desperately suppressing the tumultuous rise and fall of emotion. Ariana, a cat, crouched on the ground, gazing into the mirror where countless fish swam, her eyes sparkling, drool incessantly flowing. In these final days, the students appeared increasingly distracted, leaving the professors helpless to remedy the situation. Fortunately, there remained Harry and Hermione, a diligent pair of scholars, offering a modicum of solace. Harry's demeanor was shaped by the fact that even during the holidays, he chose to remain at school, finding little excitement in this. As for Hermione, have you ever seen a top student neglect their studies? The Great Hall suddenly became exceedingly popular, despite the warmth provided by the fires in both the hall and the common room during the frigid winter. Students still preferred the comfort of their house common rooms. The hall was frequently interrupted by students coming and going, each opening and closing of the door ushering in a gust of cold air, rendering the temperature inside quite uncomfortable. In contrast, the common room was entirely secluded from the outside chill, yet it bore a significant drawback: its inadequate lighting. Unlike the Great Hall, which boasted large windows allowing a clear view of the outside world and the enchanting snowfall, the flickering flames within the common room would leave one's eyes dry after prolonged reading. However, Harry transformed this predicament. He too had grappled with the issue, ultimately opting for the Great Hall, choosing a seat far from the entrance. Later, he contemplated that his light element could indeed impart warmth, so he gathered a sphere of luminous energy around him, unexpectedly finding it quite effective. His body felt pleasantly warm, and the gentle yet radiant light was perfect for reading. When Harry finally finished his book and stood to leave, he realized a large circle of people had gathered around him. Noticing his departure, they lamented, "Harry, what sort of magic is this?" Harry replied, "This is a little spell of my own creation, primarily used for illumination." "Wow, how impressive. No wonder it's Harry Potter." "Harry, can you teach us?" "What nonsense. Every new spell created by a wizard is precious. How could one simply teach it?" Harry smiled gently. "Actually, there's no harm in sharing this spell with you." He then proceeded to explain the incantation and wand movement to his classmates, who expressed their gratitude. "This spell is something I have yet to master completely. It has a high failure rate, so you must practice diligently." Harry smiled as he departed. This spell was, of course, a mere fabrication, and the incantation was entirely invented by Harry, for he could not divulge the truth about the light element to others, as it would undermine the very foundations of the magical world. Moreover, even if he were to share it, success was not guaranteed. Hermione had yet to succeed despite her daily meditations, and Harry had long since encouraged her to abandon the effort. It was possible they would come to believe Harry was merely deceiving them, unwilling to reveal the secret of his created magic. Harry was confident that even if he shared this fictitious spell, once they failed to achieve success, they would likely think he had been lying. Such petty minds were beneath his consideration. When Harry re-entered the Great Hall, he resolved to no longer be content with the status quo. He gathered a substantial amount of light energy, elevating it to the center of the hall, where it hung high, resembling a colossal light bulb. The milky glow illuminated the hall, rendering the space warm and inviting. Word of this spread swiftly, and within a morning, the entire school was aware. Students no longer retreated to the common room, but flocked to the Great Hall. Eager to enjoy this rare privilege, Professor Snape, with a look of triumph, declared, "Harry Potter has used magic in the Great Hall, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor, without allowing Harry a chance to defend himself." He turned and strode away. "Professor, this is not magic," Hermione called out from behind. Snape halted, turning back with a cold smile. "Miss Granger, are you attempting to instruct me?" Hermione fell silent, with a flourish of his robes. Snape departed. However, Harry noticed that Snape did not leave the Great Hall, but instead took a seat at the staff table, summoning a house elf from the kitchen to prepare him a steaming cup of coffee. The faintest hint of a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of Snape's mouth. Harry could only respond with bemusement. Soon, Professor McGonagall arrived, evidently pleased with the atmosphere of the hall. Professor Sprout approached Harry, exclaiming, "This spell is marvelous. I've been worried about the temperature in the greenhouse tonight. Lighting a fire there can easily scorch the plant's leaves. So," Harry asked, perplexed, "from now on, you must cast this spell in the greenhouse every night." "All right, I understand," Harry replied silently, holding the key to the greenhouse, while Hermione stifled a laugh. The Great Hall had become slightly chaotic, with none other than Dumbledore making an appearance, indulging in a cream cake, as he remarked to Harry. "It seems I shall have to move my office here. It is far more comfortable than my headmaster's office." Many students gazed enviously at Harry. After all, Dumbledore was a living legend, an idol to all. Yet he shared a unique bond with Harry. They knew they could never compare to him. Luo Bay. I want recommendation votes. This is from yesterday, that I never understood how anyone could speak ill of old Dumbledore, portraying him as either a pure villain or a genuine hypocrite in the world of Harry Potter. The tragic figures are Severus Snape, who could be ranked second, while Albus Dumbledore undoubtedly takes the first place. Recommendation. Luo Fu. As the final day approached, Harry could sense that the temperature within the school had risen, reflecting the students' eager spirits. The night prior, Harry had not slept well, as the 4 occupants of his dormitory had debated how to arrange their winter break nearly until dawn. This bewildered Harry, for they were known as lazybones, falling asleep at the slightest opportunity. Where had their energy come from? Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, as their excitement escalated, they became almost incoherent, animatedly gesturing. even attempting to pull the barely awake Harry into their discussion. Thus, Harry declared, "Silencing charm." Instantly, silence enveloped the room. He could even hear the gentle sound of snowflakes falling outside, finally granting him the peace needed for a restful slumber. Dean, Ron, Neville, and Seamus exchanged resigned glances, mouths agape yet unable to utter a word, and reluctantly nestled into their blankets, contemplating, where did we leave off? We must continue tomorrow. Without a doubt, today was the most thrilling day since the beginning of the term. However, for the Gryffindors, there was a slight blemish on this otherwise perfect day. They had a potions class with Professor Snape that it seemed that Snape was determined not to let Gryffindor students leave in high spirits. As his entrance into the classroom wore a smile colder than the winter air outside, foreshadowing a lesson designed to torment the young lions that in this class, Snape exhibited an air of bravado, as if wielding a sword, daring anyone to speak up. At the very least, the students of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw dared not lift their heads. Malfoy observed his beloved Professor Snape wreaking havoc in class, exuding authority. Had the circumstances been different, he would have laughed uproariously, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Harry fell silent, noticing Snape's gaze fixed intently on him. Who would dare provoke his ire? If there is, then he is undoubtedly a fool, and one should definitely keep such individuals at a distance in the future. Professor Snape's voice was significantly louder than usual during this lesson, seemingly due to the impending departure of his treasured possessions, which left him quite irate. Thus, he intended to deliver a grand surprise before they could leave him. It was later calculated by observant individuals that the points deducted by Professor Snape during this class were sufficient to leave everyone momentarily blinded. While the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff found solace in the fact that Snape's main onslaught was directed towards Gryffindor. Gryffindor lost a staggering 73 points during this session. Even Harry, often regarded as the embodiment of Gryffindor wisdom, was penalized 5 points for a trivial matter. Indeed, it was merely a trivial matter. In class, Professor Snape instructed everyone to brew a particular potion. As anticipated, Harry was the first to complete his task. His concoction was identical to the one described by Professor Snape, in terms of hue, procedure, and aroma, all affirming that it was a flawless potion. However, as Snape approached Harry, he suddenly shouted in a fit of rage, "Potter, look at the mess you've created." Truthfully, Harry was taken aback. According to precedent, Snape would typically scoff disdainfully and move on. So why was he confronting Harry today? Instinctively, Harry retorted, "I didn't do anything." Snape's anger intensified upon Harry's defiance. "Are you not aware of the consequences of adding hair to this potion?" "I didn't add any hair." Snape's face darkened. "Look at your long hair. It's about to fall into the cauldron, and you dare claim you didn't." Harry, brushing his enviable black hair that all the girls at Hogwarts admired, was left speechless. "Remember, from now on, tie that damned hair back in my class," Professor Snape declared with disdain. Harry, displaying his intelligence, did not object but merely nodded. Students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff speculated that it was likely due to Gryffindor's possession of Harry and Hermione, two formidable forces that could potentially thwart Slytherin's 7-year streak of winning the House Cup, prompting Snape to suppress Gryffindor and Harry. However, why did Professor Snape consistently target Harry rather than Hermione? "You're so foolish. Hermione is a girl. Do you think Snape cares about whether Hermione is male or female? You make a valid point." Finally, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. The previous disparity in points had left him in despair, and the thought of his bet with Harry filled him with an impulse to have his father arrange for a transfer. As for pretending that the wager had never occurred, Malfoy would never entertain such a notion. Although no one bore witness, he was unwilling to evade responsibility, for this was the pride of their pure-blood lineage. Such pride surpassed the shame of being Harry's sidekick. Fortunately, today Professor Snape had provided him with a glimmer of hope. When Harry exited the potions classroom, he found the corridor ahead obstructed by a massive fir tree. Spotting the 2 large feet protruding from beneath the tree and hearing the loud huffing and puffing, he immediately deduced that Hagrid was behind it. The tree had recently been cut down, its branches still adorned with white snow. As Hagrid moved, the snow began to tumble off. "Hey, Hagrid," Hermione greeted him. Hagrid heard her voice and moved the enormous tree aside, revealing his tousled hair and beaming face. "Harry, Hermione, it's been ages. We just saw each other last week. If you want some pie, just say so." Harry called him out. Hagrid showed no sign of embarrassment, laughing heartily enough to shake the snow from the eaves. "When do you guys get a break?" "Don't you know? It's today," Hermione responded. "Then you must enjoy your time at home," Hagrid said earnestly. "I need to deliver this to the Great Hall. Would you like to join me? You would believe how beautifully the hall has been decorated in just a few hours." Noticing Hermione's interest, Harry seized the moment, saying, "All right, let us go take a look." Upon entering the Great Hall, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, "It's beautiful. This decoration must be countless times more splendid than my home." Inside the hall, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning it with Christmas decorations. Once Hagrid placed the enormous fir tree in its proper position, there were now 12 trees of similar stature in the hall. The hall appeared magnificent, with walls draped in garlands of holly and mistletoe, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly, some adorned with shimmering icicles and others twinkling with hundreds of candles. Professor Flitwick conjured a cascade of golden bubbles with his wand, hanging them on the branches of the newly positioned tree. As if it were aglow, the hall radiated brilliance. These 12 Christmas trees were enchanting, and Harry nearly had to pull Hermione away to leave. The afternoon hours passed swiftly, marking the conclusion of the first semester. Winter break was about to commence. Students rushed to their respective dormitories to gather their belongings for the journey home. That evening, they would board the Hogwarts Express, returning to their warm homes, with the train expected to arrive at Platform 9 by the following morning, where their families awaited them. First-year students dashed towards the dormitory. Despite the myriad wonders within Hogwarts, they had not seen their parents in 4 months, and their eagerness was entirely understandable, as they were still merely 11 years old. This was their first prolonged separation from their parents. The older students were more composed, chatting and laughing as they walked to their house dormitories, their conversations differing from those of the younger students. They had developed enough independence to make plans with friends during the winter break. Though Harry did not feel sorrow over the absence of family, seeing his classmates' eager expressions left him somewhat disheartened. He pondered whether he should travel the world during the break, but the thought of embarking on a journey alone filled him with an overwhelming sense of loneliness, leading him to abandon the idea. Standing in the dormitory, he watched as his friends rummaged through their belongings. "What's the rush? The train won't be back for over an hour," Harry remarked. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled toward him. Harry deftly dodged, only to find himself staring at a pair of underpants on the floor. "Which idiot threw their underwear at me?" His words fell upon a stunned silence in the dormitory. They all followed Harry's gaze to the floor, where indeed lay a pair of underpants. Meeting each other's eyes, they chorused, "That's definitely not mine," admitting it would surely lead to their doom. Infuriated, Harry pointed his wand, and the underpants instantly turned to ash. The 4 students shuddered, their movements slowing. It was wise not to provoke Harry's anger at that moment. Harry sat on the edge of his bed and asked, "Ron, didn't you say your parents were going to visit your brother Charlie this year, and you and Fred and George were staying at school?" As Ron stuffed clothes into a tattered box, he replied, "That was the plan, because Charlie's workplace wouldn't be closing for the holidays, and my parents wanted to see him. But a few days ago, they wrote to tell me that Charlie's workplace has now allowed employees to return home for Christmas. So he's back now." Harry nodded slightly. Before long, they had packed their belongings, and observing them struggling under the weight of their numerous bags, Harry felt a sense of exasperation. He lamented, "Why can't you all use magic? I truly wonder what you have been doing this past semester." Suddenly they had an epiphany. They then utilized the levitation charm, and one by one, their luggage floated behind them as they descended the stairs. The room instantly appeared desolate, and Harry let out a sigh, realizing he was left alone. How dull. Subsequently, Harry too made his way downstairs, as he still had to bid farewell to Hermione. Within the schoolyard, students bustled about, and a multitude of suitcases floated in the air. Hermione stood out like a little princess amidst the crowd, radiant beside the fountain, occasionally glancing around. When she spotted Harry, her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, an adorable sight that left many captivated. After about half an hour, as many gathered in the courtyard, Hagrid's towering figure appeared before them. He gruffly announced, "Follow me." The enormous doors of Hogwarts slowly swung open, and although they had passed through many times during broomstick lessons, this time felt distinctly different, for they were departing for home. A procession of hundreds exited Hogwarts, retracing their steps along the path they had come. They traversed the stone steps, crossed the snow-covered lawn, and stepped onto a gravelly terrain, arriving at the dock beneath the castle, where many small boats awaited Hagrid's command. The students boarded the boats, which began to glide forward. First through a dark tunnel before emerging from a concealed opening. They gazed up at the ivy-clad cliffs above, and soon they found themselves in the center of the Black Lake, catching sight of Hogwarts. The majestic castle loomed on the hillside, its turrets reaching for the sky, and windows twinkled under the starry night. As the students realized they were truly departing from Hogwarts, a wave of nostalgia washed over them, reminiscent of the emotions they felt when leaving home 6 months prior. Vivid memories of their 4 months of life at this enchanting academy played in their minds, and they had come to discover their profound affection for this remarkable institution. They disembarked from the boat, taking a narrow path flanked by towering trees, enveloped in darkness, until they reached a clearing, revealing the platform where they awaited the train. Looking back, their view was obscured by the foliage bordering the railway. Hermione appeared somewhat hesitant, as though grappling with a decision. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired, noticing her unusual silence throughout the journey. "It's nothing," Hermione replied, feeling frustrated with herself. "Hermione, why are you so timid? You are going to be apart from Harry for so long. If you want to do it, don't hesitate." At last, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, the headlights of the Hogwarts Express. The sound of the train grew louder. Choo! Choo! An ear-piercing screech of brakes ensued as the train gradually slowed. Coming to a halt precisely at the platform, students surged towards the train like a swarm of bees. However, Hermione remained still, unaffected by the throng passing her by. "Harry," she called him. Harry looked at her in confusion. Hermione faced him, her expression laden with questions, but ultimately, she found herself too shy to articulate them. "It's nothing. It's nothing. I want." Hermione was abruptly jostled by someone passing by. Stumbling towards Harry, he instinctively caught her. And as she regained her balance, he did not release her. "If you have something to say, hurry up," Harry whispered close to her ear. Hermione leaned against him, too bashful to meet his gaze, and with a voice smaller than a whisper. She murmured, "That bet we made." Harry, supporting Hermione, smiled warmly. "I thought you had forgotten. Well, let us make it quick. I want recommendation votes. Thank you. I'm introducing you to books, not pushing them. I've read these books and found them delightful." Recommendation: The Path to Heaven. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione felt as if she could bury her head in the snow. Summoning her courage, she instructed, "You must turn your face away and close your eyes." Harry, unsatisfied, protested, "Why only a kiss on the cheek?" As Harry continued, Hermione seemed on the verge of tears, prompting her to say quickly, All right." Harry complied, turning his face to the side as Hermione anxiously reminded him, "You must not open your eyes." "Understood. If you don't hurry, the train will leave." Hermione noticed that students on their side had already rushed to the other side, crowding onto the train, which fortuitously meant they wouldn't be discovered. Staring at Harry's handsome face, her heart raced, and finally, she slowly rose onto her toes, pressing her soft lips against his cheek. However, unexpectedly, Harry turned his head, and their lips brushed against each other, sending a jolt of electricity through them. Though it was night, Harry could still see her face gradually reddening. But this was far from over. Harry smiled gently, pulling Hermione closer. Their bodies melded together, faces inches apart. He could even see the delicate fuzz on her cheeks and smell her faint fragrance. His breath growing warm as their lips slowly met. Harry shivered involuntarily, witnessing her wide-eyed astonishment. Hermione's lips parted slightly, revealing her glistening tongue, a pure yet alluring sight that made Harry unable to resist leaning down to capture her lips. Tenderly entwining with her tongue, the two became lost in a tender embrace. The train's whistle jolted them from their kiss, and Hermione regained her clarity, suddenly realizing what she had just done. Stammering, she exclaimed, "I." But before she could finish, she fled with her luggage. The train departed, and Hermione found herself alone in a carriage, covering her face with her hands, her cheeks ablaze. She felt as though she had lost something precious. Yet simultaneously, warmth filled her heart, leaving her gaze bewildered. After a moment of struggle, she leaned out the window, searching for familiar faces, but saw only darkness consuming the distance. Harry continued to reflect on their recent kiss, realizing it was his first in 2 lifetimes, and unexpectedly, it had been with a little girl. When he saw Hermione's dazed expression from their brief contact, an impulsive surge of emotion surged within him, leading him to take what he thought was an innocent kiss from a girl. "Harry, let us go," Hagrid said after the train had vanished from view. "Okay," Harry nodded. The 2 figures, a towering giant and a small boy, walked steadily through the snow. The silence of the night was punctuated only by the crunch of snow beneath their feet and their breathing. Upon returning to the school, they discovered that dinner had already commenced. However, the grand hall was sparsely populated, with only a few dozen students, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. Despite the hall being beautifully adorned, it could not mask the loneliness felt by the students. Others had returned home to be reunited with their families. While they remained for various reasons, unable to share in the joy, such a holiday is hardly better than none at all. Harry gazed at the teachers seated at the staff table, and to his surprise, Dumbledore was present as well. Typically, at this hour, the students from the 4 houses would be creating a ruckus in the Great Hall, occasionally engaging in minor squabbles. Initially, Harry found this atmosphere quite disheartening, but as he relished the newfound tranquility that replaced the usual buzzing noise, he realized he did not feel the joy he had anticipated. Instead, a sense of boredom washed over him, leaving him lethargic and devoid of spirit. He could not help but mock himself for being so peculiar. After a number of students had quietly finished their meals, they gradually returned to the common room. Alone, Harry made his way towards the Gryffindor common room. Images of the vibrant scene within floated through his mind, a roaring fire crackling cheerfully, surrounded by several classmates, with Hermione nestled among them, engrossed in a book. Others were engaged in lively conversation, playing wizard's chess, or simply daydreaming amidst the merriment. As Harry approached the entrance, he suddenly recalled the password. He scratched his head and exclaimed, "My lady, you are truly beautiful." "Little one," the fat lady replied with a benevolent smile, swinging the door open to let him in. Upon entering the common room, Harry found it empty. The embers in the fireplace were nearly extinguished, casting a dim light throughout the space. This somber atmosphere was one he detested. Prompting him to conjure a brilliant light that illuminated the entire room, he sighed in relief. Yet, as he glanced at the 2 doors, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Might there be a lurking shadow beyond them? Would someone be standing at the foot of his bed while he slept? The more he pondered, the more unsettling the notion became, and he hastily dismissed it. Indeed, it is often our own fears that haunt us. Merlin once said, "Humans are social creatures." How true that sentiment rings. Just the solitude alone can drive anyone to madness. Reluctant to return to the dormitory, Harry could not fathom why he had always harbored such an intense fear of darkness since his previous life. Thus, he ventured out once more. "Harry, where are you headed?" the fat lady inquired from within her portrait. "Oh, I'm off to Hagrid's for the night," he replied, and then he vanished from sight. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid opened the door, peering out to see Harry, and said, "Harry, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Upon seeing Hagrid, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. "Huh, can I come to see you without a reason?" He joked, knowing full well he would never admit to being afraid alone. Of course not, he added as he stepped inside. "Hagrid, I'm staying here tonight." Hagrid looked puzzled. "Why aren't you resting in the student dormitory?" "Oh, I was feeling quite bored and couldn't sleep. I thought I'd come over for a chat," Harry replied, sounding entirely sincere. "All right then, but there's only one bed." "Simple enough. Blanket, come to me," Hagrid called, and a blanket flew into his hands. Hugging the thick blanket to himself, Harry said, "That's fine. Just find me a wooden board." Hagrid watched Harry perform magic with a glimmer of hidden envy in his eyes, his gaze drifting to a pink umbrella resting on the bedside. Before long, Harry had made his bed and lay down, contentedly sighing. "Hagrid, don't turn off the lights." "Okay." Though Hagrid was curious, he did not inquire further, deeming it a trivial matter. Suddenly, the urgent meowing of a cat echoed at the door. Harry perked up, quickly flipping over to open the door. A gust of cold wind swept in, causing him to shiver. The little cat was crouched at the entrance, and upon seeing the door open, it dashed inside. Hagrid produced a fried fish to feed the little creature, stating, "Your cat sometimes comes here looking for food." Once the cat finished eating, It licked its little paws and nestled in a Harry-esque blanket. Harry, too, snuggled into the warmth, patting the little cat's head. "Sleep now. We'll play tomorrow." The next morning, Harry was roused from his slumber by the tremors caused by Hagrid moving about the room. He opened his eyes to find the sky outside still shrouded in darkness. "Why are you up so early?" he mumbled. Hagrid was busy tending to his stove, seemingly boiling water, turning his head with a grin. Hagrid replied, "I'm already quite light on my feet. I didn't expect to wake you. I usually rise around this time, that if you're still sleepy, feel free to rest a bit longer." Harry sighed. Oh well, it's not that early anymore, and he had always thought of himself as an early riser, but compared to Hagrid, he was still lagging behind. Harry considered asking if Hagrid didn't feel cold, but upon observing his thick fur and layers of blubber, he swallowed the question. After getting out of bed, Harry tidied up the sleeping area. Hagrid had already boiled the water and poured it into a small kettle, and soon a delightful aroma filled the air. Harry poured himself a cup, savoring its sweet flavor. Hagrid had not always prepared tea this way. When Harry and Hermione first arrived, Hagrid had served them a rather peculiar tea brewed from roots, which Harry could hardly endure. He had subsequently discarded that concoction and purchased various teas commonly used by wizarding households. Now, Hagrid had come to enjoy this new brew. Feeling warmed by the steaming cup of tea, Harry rolled up the blanket and returned to Gryffindor Tower. The little cat wrapped snugly within, leaving only its head exposed, clearly intrigued by the floating sensation. The snow that had blanketed the ground due to the previous day as holiday had been trampled down. But overnight, fresh snow had fallen, covering the previously visible footprints. Delicate white snowflakes danced in the air, landing on Harry's hair, creating a striking contrast against the dark strands. Upon entering the dormitory, Harry did not bother to make his bed neatly. Instead, he tossed the sheets onto the bed and grabbed his Firebolt 2000, eager to play outside. In the light snowfall, the prospect of soaring through the sky felt even more exhilarating. Harry mounted his broomstick, pulling the hood of his cloak over his head, and shot forward, surveying the expanse around him, which was entirely blanketed in white, devoid of any signs of life. As he flew, a thought struck him about the legendary mistress of the harem, Marissa Kirasame, who often rode her broomstick around Jinsokyo, effortlessly captivating the hearts of several girls without uttering a word. Truly, she was a master of romance. Lost in his musings, Harry played for a while longer before returning school. While soaring above the grounds, he suddenly noticed a girl below whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Xiao. Intrigued, he halted mid-air. The girl was heading to the Great Hall for breakfast, and the more he looked, the more convinced he became that it was indeed Zhang Xiao. He descended and called out, "Zhang Xiao?" Walking alone in the corridor, Zhang Xiao was startled by the sudden voice behind her, and when she turned around, she was surprised to see Harry. Harry felt equally astonished, not expecting Zhang Xiao to remain at school. As their eyes met, smiles blossomed on both their faces. "Merlin, are you truly urging me to pursue a harem?" The Great Hall was even less populated today, with only a handful of students present. Most likely, the others were still nestled in their warm beds, savoring the luxury of sleeping in during this frigid winter month. Harry and Zhang Xiao sat facing each other. Harry felt entirely at ease, having shared such moments with Hermione over the past months, while Zhang Xiao felt a bit awkward. Throughout her life, she had never sat so close to a boy during a meal. Each time she glanced up, she was met with Harry's face, so near to her own, an intimacy reserved for only the closest of friends. However, seeing Harry's nonchalance allowed her to gradually relax. Harry savored a delicious soup and inquired, "Why didn't you come to the dining hall for dinner last night?" Yesterday, there were only a handful of people. If Zhang Xiao had arrived, he undoubtedly would have noticed her presence, which is also the reason why he found it hard to believe that what he saw today was indeed Zhang Xiao. He had never anticipated that she would choose to remain on campus during the Christmas holiday. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Zhang Xiao remarked, "I wasn't hungry last night, so I went to bed quite early." She felt somewhat embarrassed, as it might give the impression that she was rather lazy. "Why didn't you go home?" Harry inquired at why parents are currently not in the UK. "Even if they were to pick me up, they wouldn't be able to take care of me. Rather than that, it's safer for me to stay at school," Zhang Xiao explained. Harry detected a hint of dissatisfaction towards her parents in Zhang Xiao's words. She believed she was no longer a child and could take care of herself. Yet her parents still regarded her as a child, worried that she would struggle without them. This sentiment stemmed from the universal desire of every child to gain their parents' recognition rather than their mistrust. What about you? Why don't you return to your home in the Muggle world? Zhang Xiu swiftly dispelled her earlier frustration, showcasing her empathetic nature that, oh, I don't like that house. The IT doesn't truly feel like my home. It's merely a place where I reside. As I cannot sense familial warmth there, Harry replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Zhang Xiu said, I don't mind at all. Why are you apologizing? Harry responded, So, what do you plan to do after lunch? He asked. Zhang Xiu, biting her silver spoon in deep in thought, soon realized it was inappropriate and quickly set it down, sticking out her tongue. Harry found her mischievous demeanor utterly charming. I haven't decided yet that I suppose I'll spend most of the month in the library, she said. Harry fell silent, feeling as if he were witnessing a beautiful woman wasting her youth in the dim glow of a lamp. Resigned to a life of endless study, IT seemed an immense waste to squander such vibrant years in books that can't you go out and have some fun. It's winter break, not a study break. That's quite amusing. I suppose it's a habit I formed in elementary school. Did you attend elementary school in China? Yes, the notorious Chinese education system. In a way, you must enjoy yourself. I will keep an eye on you. Harry insisted. Zhang Xiu smiled brightly and asked, Then tell me, what can we play at school? Harry was momentarily at a loss. Well, I don't know. You could sneak into the forbidden fourth floor or run into the forbidden forest. Anything but reading all the time. Zhang Xiu laughed. Professor Dumbledore is still seated at the staff table. You know, he isn't a listening ear. He won't hear us. The two continued to chat for a long while, yet they still hadn't decided what to do during the winter break, eventually settling on playing chess that morning. Zhang Xiu gazed in astonishment at the chess set Harry had laid out on the table. Where did you buy this chess set? She asked, as Harry arranged the pieces. He replied, I had Hagrid help me make it. Once set up, he asked, You know how to play, right? Of course, and I'm certainly much better than you, Zhang Xiu said confidently, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. Harry chuckled. Well, I hope you won't end up crying and asking to go home to find your mother. Zhang Xiu shot him a cool glance that left him somewhat taken aback. She made the first move, pushing her rook into the center of the board. Harry was surprised, realizing that Zhang Xiu's understanding of chess went beyond mere rules. When he played chess with Hermione, she would move pieces at will, only learning from her countless defeats how he opened the game. Have you studied chess? Harry couldn't help but ask that no, but my father taught me. He's quite skilled and was once a member of the National Chess Academy. Are you intimidated? Harry felt a tightening in his chest. He wasn't a professional chess player. He merely relied on his intuition to predict the last few moves. If she had learned extensively from her father, it could be a close match that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Harry's forehead. Losing would be a tremendous embarrassment. Afraid? I, Harry Potter, have never feared anyone in my life. You better hope you don't lose too badly. He retorted. The two began to play seriously. The chessboard transformed into a battlefield, with their pieces clashing fiercely, cannons and knights battling valiantly. Time flew by, and when the clock chimed, they finally looked up, after sitting for an entire morning. Harry felt a bit stiff. He stood up and stretched, saying so. Are you ready to concede? Zhang Xiu, slightly petulant, replied, Who knows, maybe I'll win this game. Come on, let's continue. Harry smiled at her pouting expression, reminiscent of a little girl denied candy. Truthfully, he was genuinely concerned about losing. Fortunately, Zhang Xiu hadn't fully grasped the strategies her father had imparted. Zhang Xiu, don't you dare be mischievous, Harry teased, winking at her. Zhang Xiu blushed fiercely. Who is being mischievous? You tell me that wasn't there a time when the little beauty was about to lose and insisted on taking back 5 moves? 5 moves. That certainly wasn't me. Zhang Xiu insisted, determined to play the blame game. Although she felt a bit disheartened after numerous defeats, hearing Harry compliment her beauty filled her heart with sweetness, though her face would never betray such emotions. Unexpectedly, the entire morning passed, and it felt as if they had accomplished nothing. Zhang Xiu carefully packed the chess pieces away, resembling a gentle little wife. Harry remarked, Merlin once said, Time flies when you are with someone you like. You were secretly hoping to say that. Whereunto you? Zhang Xiu playfully tossed a piece at Harry, declaring, You're the one who wanted to say that. Harry caught it and placed it back on the board. It felt as if breakfast had just concluded, and they were about to embark on lunch. If the entire month continued in this manner, it would be dreadfully mundane. Harry sighed. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement. While she didn't mind spending all her time reading, she wouldn't refuse if life could be more engaging. Harry clapped his hands. Right? I still haven't picked up that book? What book? Zhang Xiu inquired. Harry replied with a mysterious smile. Let's go eat first, and you'll find out this afternoon. Zhang Xiu nodded in confusion. All right. If Hermione were to witness Harry's demeanor, she would undoubtedly exclaim. That infuriating smile. Zhang Xiu's face flushed, and feeling a bit guilty, she whispered, Why are you using my spoon? Harry scooped up some pumpkin soup with the spoon, savoring it before nonchalantly saying, Oh, this? I dropped mine on the floor. His tone suggested it was a matter of course. But you have an unused set of cutlery right next to you. She countered, I find it dirty, Harry explained. Zhang Xiu nearly fainted, threatening, Let me tell you I have AIDS. Harry smiled faintly, took another sip of soup, and nonchalantly remarked, That sounds perfect. Let us do it together. Zhang Xiu felt it prudent to refrain from discussing the topic further, as it seemed no matter how one looked at it, she would be the one at a disadvantage. After the two had finished their meal, Zhang Xiu inquired, What book are you referring to? Isn't it available in the library? Indeed, just follow me, Harry replied. He glanced at the impassive Snape before exiting the Great Hall. Are we heading to the basement? Zhang Xiu said, recognizing the familiar path. Yes, if it weren't for retrieving Snape's potion notes, Harry would not have ventured out at this time. His ears felt as though they might freeze off. Yet, gazing at the thick blanket of snow in the courtyard, Harry placed his hands before his mouth, exhaled twice, and suggested, Zhang Xiu, let us build a snowman tomorrow morning. Sounds delightful. Zhang Xiu was quite taken with the idea. The two made their way to the dimly lit basement, which was even colder than outside due to several broken windows allowing the biting wind to seep in. Upon entering the gloomy space, with jars filled with animal organs, Zhang Xiu instinctively edged closer to Harry. Harry strode directly to a dusty cabinet in the corner, its glass surface sticky, piled high with tattered textbooks. As Harry opened the glass door, a musty odor wafted out. Zhang Xiu coughed a couple of times. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just the smell is unbearable, Zhang Xiu said, pinching her nose. That is the book you seek in here? Yes, but it seems it will take some time to find it. Let me assist you. Which book are you looking for? A potion notebook filled with the owner's insights. It should be titled The Half-Blood Prince. The Half-Blood Prince? Sounds like a rather ambiguous individual. You are quite perceptive. Harry used his wand to arrange the books on the floor. The two began to crouch down and search, relying on Harry's Lumos charm to illuminate the darkness. After flipping through half of the books, Harry opened a volume on advanced potion making, and his first impression was that it was quite filthy. Much of the text was smeared with ink, though thankfully the annotations remained legible. Almost every page was densely annotated. At the bottom of one page, Harry spotted a minuscule inscription that read, This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Zhang Xiu observed Harry intently examining a particular book and asked, Did you find it? Harry smiled at Zhang Xiu and said, Yes, no need to search further. Let us take this book to the library for a more thorough study. With a flick of his wand, all the books on the floor were levitated back into the cabinet, and then Harry closed the cabinet door before leaving with Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu leafed through the book, exclaiming, Are you certain this is the right one? It's so dirty. I only know it is this one, but I cannot fathom why it's so filthy. Perhaps other students have carelessly spilled ink on it while consulting it in the cabinet. Let us not dwell on that. Let us delve into the content of the book. Zhang Xiu opened the book, where the previous owner had scribbled and doodled extensively, the handwriting so small that she had to squint to decipher it. The owner had crossed out certain ingredients from the recipes and provided annotations below, explaining why such materials were unnecessary or suggesting alternatives that yielded better results. Some pages even seemed to contain spells the owner had devised. Zhang Xiu remarked in astonishment, If the modifications to the potions recorded here are genuine, then this individual must be a true potion prodigy, capable of simplifying formulas that have been passed down for generations. Such talent is extraordinary, and considering he was likely just a student when he used this book, I am truly curious about who this Half-Blood Prince is that it appears our winter break will be filled with activities. What do you mean? We could experiment with each of the modified potions recorded in this book, but these are advanced potion-making concepts typically studied in the 6th year. It's alright. It's just an experiment. And there's no risk involved. With our intellect, we might succeed easily. Ignoring Harry's last remark, Zhang Xiu countered, but we lack the ingredients. Why not simply ask the potion professor for them? Harry suggested nonchalantly. Do you think I'm unaware that Professor Snape detests you most? Convincing him to provide us with materials is less feasible than purchasing them ourselves in Diagon Alley. Not necessarily. Perhaps he might be inclined to let us use his supplies. Seeing our enthusiasm for potion making, I refuse to believe such a fortunate scenario exists. Time will tell. But for now, let us transcribe these potion notes. This book is far too filthy. Harry fetched 3 notebooks and 3 quills. Casting a simple copying charm, the quills began to write automatically, lines of text appearing on the pristine pages at a speed surpassing that of human handwriting. Whenever the ink ran low, the quills would automatically dip back into the inkwell before continuing to write. Harry was intrigued by the mechanics of this phenomenon, wondering how a mere spell could yield such results. But after staring at the quills for a while, he resigned himself to the mystery. Prioritizing the outcome over the process, Zhang Xiu inquired, "Who are the 3 copies for?" "For me, you, and, that girl named Hermione, right?" Zhang Xiu replied with an even tone, revealing no hint of emotion. "Yes, indeed." Zhang Xiu blinked innocently, feigning understanding, which sent a chill down Harry's spine. As the notes were being copied, the 2 of them perused the book. An hour later, all 3 notebooks were completed simultaneously. Harry handed one to Zhang Xiu, and they both began to examine the potion notes. The more Harry read, the more he realized just how formidable Snape truly was. For instance, when extracting juice from sleeping draft beans, the common method is to slice them. However, Professor Snape asserted that squeezing would yield more juice. While this seemed straightforward, almost no one had attempted it. Given that sleeping draft beans are quite dry, most would assume squeezing them would yield no juice at all, making slicing the more logical choice. Furthermore, the preparation of the hellish brew was a complex potion with intricate instructions, yet the annotations described stirring counterclockwise 7 times before stirring clockwise once, and repeating this process would quickly yield a perfect potion. There were numerous such modifications, and Harry resolved to read more carefully when he conducted the experiments. He wished to master the spell concocted by Snape himself, particularly the infamous Sectum Sempra, as it was emphasized in Snape's notes for its remarkable potency. Particularly against adversaries, Harry was exceedingly curious. He attentively observed the method of spell casting. Drawing out his wand, he focused intently and uttered, "Sectum Sempra." A dozen golden blades surged forth from the wand, slicing through the air. It resembled a knife cutting through tofu. The long table was cleaved into several pieces. Harry reached out to touch the edge of the table, which felt as though it had been severed by a machine. The cut smooth and precise. This was merely a demonstration of Harry's casual attempt. If he were to channel greater magical energy, the spells would surely be amplified. As Harry pondered this, Zhang Xiu rose with a book in hand, preparing to leave. "Zhang Xiu, where are you going?" Harry inquired, bemused. "I certainly do not wish to incur deductions from the professors for damaging school property," she replied as she walked away, upon seeing the table that was now deemed irreparable. Harry hastily called out, "Wait for me." Shortly after their departure, a man clad in a long black robe, his face shrouded in shadows, entered. He was immediately drawn to the fragmented table, approaching it and gently running his fingers along the edges before striding off towards the basement. Zhang Xiu and Harry hastened to the Great Hall, and after a brief wait, they realized that no one had come to seek them, which put them at ease. "It seems no one saw us destroy the table." "Wait, no. It was you who did it," Zhang Xiu remarked. "Did you just use the spell recorded in the potions textbook?" she asked, her interest piqued. Wizards. None could remain indifferent to such formidable magic. "Yes, the Sectum Sempra." "You might as well give it a try," Harry encouraged. "Are you trying to dram me down with you?" "No worries. I will restore it to its original state, if it can indeed be restored after being damaged by magic." "What is the point of running away?" "Zhang Xiu, if a girl is too clever, no one will like her." Ignoring him, Zhang Xiu focused intently on the Half-Blood Prince's notes. time swiftly passed to evening. After enjoying a hearty dinner, the two strolled along a path in the yard, trampled by snow. Once we return to the dormitory tonight, let's refrain from reading, all right? Understood, Zhang Qiu replied. Harry, you've arrived. They reached Gryffindor's dormitory. Harry stated, I won't be staying in the dorm. I've been sleeping in Hagrid's hut these past few days. Why is that? Zhang Qiu inquired. Harry chuckled awkwardly, because I'm the only one left in my dorm. And I'm scared being alone. Don't you find that amusing? Harry expected Zhang Qiu to mock him, but she merely responded with an "Oh, not at all." As she said this, her expression was somewhat unnatural, as if she wanted to say something but held back. They walked a few more steps until they arrived at Ravenclaw Tower. Good night, Harry bid farewell. Zhang Qiu nodded and walked down the corridor. Don't forget tomorrow. We are making snowmen, Harry called after her. Got it. Zhang Qiu did not turn back. Harry headed towards Hagrid's hut outside the school. Harry, Zhang Qiu suddenly called out, her voice trembling slightly, appearing so fragile. Harry turned, and there stood Zhang Qiu in the shadows, her figure indistinct. Good night. That was all she said before slipping into the common room. Zhang Qiu gripped her wand tightly as she entered the dormitory, then burrowed under the covers without even undressing. It was an eerily quiet room, almost hauntingly so. Like Harry's, this dormitory was now occupied by only one person. The silence and darkness were not merely Harry's fears. Luo Bei, I want recommendation votes. Thank you, recommendation. Fiery King, I am freshman this year. Today at school, everyone said not to bring a computer at the beginning of the semester and to wait until the holiday in November to bring one. Therefore, I will not be able to update for the next 23 days. If I get to know my dorm mates, I will borrow their computers to update for you. Feel free to mock me. Let all manner of insults be hurled at me. That feeling must be quite exhilarating. I can hardly wait. In the early morning, Harry awoke in Hagrid's little wooden house, reflecting on the day spent with Zhang Qiu. He felt quite cheerful. With snow blanketing both the schoolyard and the outside, Harry had dismissed the idea of running a few days prior. He rose, returned to the dormitory to wash up, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. He then headed to the greenhouse behind the school to check on their plants. The day before, he had begun using what the professor referred to as a warming charm to keep the plants cozy. Inside the greenhouse, everything was growing normally, and it seemed to have grown a bit. Today, there was no snow. The sky was a vast expanse of white. Though the sun was absent, looking up at the sky was blinding. Harry playfully entertained the adorable creature. Harry, a voice echoed from afar. Zhang Qiu was approaching. She was not in her uniform, as it was already the holiday. She wore light blue jeans on the bottom, a knee-length red down jacket on top, and black ankle boots. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, topped with a grayish-white fuzzy hat. However, Zhang Qiu did not wear warm gloves, so as she bounced over, she held her little hands in front of her mouth, using her breath to warm them. Harry gazed at Zhang Qiu, who looked entirely different from her usual black attire. Her youthful exuberance seemed to transform her into someone else. The wretched school uniform, Harry mused. However, thinking of the school uniforms from certain nations made him feel a bit better. Regrettably, there was no magic to swiftly conjure a perfect snowman, nor were there any magical tools of that sort. Yet if such things did exist, Harry would have to ponder whether to use them. After all, the joy of building a snowman lay in rolling snowballs with hands turned red from the cold, accompanied by laughter and occasional snowball fights, didn't it? Before long, Harry had completed the snowman's body, while Zhang Qiu, despite feeling her snowman's head was not quite round and remaking it time and again, refused to let Harry assist her. Harry carefully used the levitation charm to guide Zhang Qiu's snowball atop the larger one. Then they began adding embellishments, placing 2 large red dates atop the snowman's head, which instantly gave the snowman eyes that seemed to bring it to life. Next, they added a long yellow carrot for the nose and a curved sausage for the snowman's silly smile. As Zhang Qiu inserted 2 brooms into the snowman's body, she nervously said, "Do you think Professor Hooch will really not mind us using flying brooms for this?" Harry replied calmly, "Don't worry. Professor Hooch has taken leave from the school. She absolutely won't see this." "That's good." Zhang Qiu sighed in relief. A diligent student. She would never have attempted such a thing without the guidance of a bad influence. The two then made some small adjustments to make the snowman's body appear more rounded. Stepping back, Harry and Zhang Qiu took in their creation. Not bad, very good. Harry expressed his satisfaction with their work. However, after carefully observing the snowman, Zhang Qiu appeared contemplative before fixing her gaze on Harry. She reached out, wrapping her arms around Harry's neck. That it was too sudden. W, what are you doing? This is inappropriate. It has become evident that Harry's imagination had run wild. Zhang Qiu removed a thick scarf from around Harry's neck and proceeded to adorn the snowman with it. Nodding in satisfaction, Harry, on the verge of tears, felt the biting wind relentlessly penetrating his collar, making him shiver. This was the latest model from the esteemed wizarding brand Dr. Lamp, crafted from pure wool, boasting 100 cold resistance, and produced through a meticulous process involving numerous techniques, devoid of any preservatives. That at this moment, Zhang Qiu gazed at the adorably befuddled snowman, nodding in approval. She did not overlook the great benefactor, Harry Potter. Instead, she rose on her tiptoes, her gaze flitting about as she helped Harry adjust his collar and wrap it snugly around his neck, then tugged at the still pitifully gazing Harry. Stop staring. Do you wish for a scarf laden with snowflakes? In retaliation, Harry scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and playfully stuffed it down Zhang Qiu's clothing, bursting into laughter as he dashed away. Harry, Zhang Qiu shrieked, bouncing up and down as she shook the snow from beneath her clothes, gritting her teeth as she pursued him. For the entirety of the morning, the two continued their examination of the Half-Blood Prince's notes in the library. Had it not been for Harry's gentle urging, Zhang Qiu could have easily immersed herself in her studies until nightfall. What are we doing? Zhang Qiu reluctantly departed from the library. Do you intend to study incessantly until school resumes? Incorrect. Even after school begins, I shall continue my studies in this manner. Just as Harry was about to impart a lesson on the importance of balancing work and play, he caught sight of Zhang Qiu's uncontainable smile and realized he had been outwitted. Let us traverse Hogwarts entirely during this winter break. It's been ages since I last explored the school thoroughly, Harry suggested. Indeed, Zhang Qiu acquiesced, though unbeknownst to Harry, she was already quite familiar with Hogwarts, a fact she chose not to disclose. Hogwarts was indeed vast. Harry had recognized this upon the commencement of the term, but it was only today, as he measured the expanse with his own feet, that he truly grasped its magnitude. Towering turrets, countless classrooms, layers of staircases, and winding corridors. Harry and Zhang Qiu wandered through the desolate yet enigmatic castle, and by the end of the afternoon, they had barely covered a fraction of school. They encountered a plethora of peculiar items and magical artifacts with wondrous properties. Though Zhang Qiu was well acquainted with the school's layout, she had never explored it with such thoroughness. However, both were utterly exhausted. Their steps heavy, the two found themselves dining in the great hall in a rather disheveled manner. Despite the sparse attendance, the hall was adorned so beautifully that it did not feel desolate. With the night of peace approaching tomorrow, the remaining students animatedly discussed their festive plans, creating a lively atmosphere. Harry contemplated a trip to Diagon Alley the following day, as he had numerous items to procure. Low Bay, it has been 42 days since the last update. Traveling to London via the Hogwarts Express, there were few passengers on the train to AT this hour. The streets remained largely deserted. Outside the train, thick snow lay undisturbed, and the leaves of the trees had turned white, creating a seamless expanse between them. While the snowy scenery was refreshing, prolonged gazing at it made one's eyes uncomfortable. Thus, Harry leaned against the window, allowing the cold air to invigorate him before settling back into his seat. Time passed as he recalled the intricate methods of potion making. Suddenly, the train came to a halt, dressed in a black cloak. Harry pulled the hood over his head, enveloping himself snugly, with even his shoes concealed beneath the ample fabric. If it were nighttime, he would resemble a ghost. Harry had his reasons for this, though the media frenzy surrounding Harry Potter had subsided since the initial stir upon his return to Hogwarts. The aura of mystery surrounding him continued to attract attention in a few years. Once the public became accustomed to his presence across various platforms, he would be able to traverse the wizarding world with ease. Additionally, Harry was cautious of the Death Eaters. Although Voldemort's minions were unaware that their master had returned and was plotting grand schemes, One could never be certain when a crazed foe might emerge. Wands drawn, ready to unleash an unforgivable curse upon him. For his own safety, Harry had to remain vigilant. This was also due to his perceived weakness. While he possessed some confidence in his magical control, he was acutely aware of his ignorance regarding combat. Yet, he had devised a plan concerning this shortcoming, though that was a matter for another time. Stepping off the train, King's Cross Station greeted him. The surrounding architecture remained unchanged, yet Harry felt an overwhelming sense of transformation within. Just half a year prior, during the sweltering summer, he had boarded the Hogwarts Express amidst a throng of people and heat. Now he returned to find the ground blanketed in snow, with a biting winter wind. After a moment of melancholy, Harry snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm only 11 this year, right in the bloom of youth. Why must I feign such depth?" He then strode away from the station. Amidst the taxi driver's bewildered gaze, Harry handed over a banknote and said, "Keep the change," before hastily exiting the vehicle as he walked toward the leaky cauldron. He muttered to himself, "Do you think I don't know Halloween has long passed? If not for my youthful voice, you'd likely assume I was either a villain or a lunatic. It's truly exasperating to encounter such low intelligence." The departing driver remained oblivious to the silent curses being cast upon him by a mere child. Harry pushed open a door that was invisible to muggles, its filthy glass appearing as though it hadn't been cleaned in decades. Inside, some snow lay on the floor, though it had already been trampled and discolored. Harry noticed patches of green peeking through and then realized the floor of the leaky cauldron was not black, but rather a deep green. The tavern was devoid of warmth, dominated by dark hues. Harry surveyed the greasy tables, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Old Tom was absent from the bar, and only a handful of patrons occupied the corners of the room. Quietly, Harry made his way to the backyard. Standing before the wall in the backyard, Harry extended his hand from beneath his cloak, tracing his wand across the bricks and gently tapping 3 times on one of them. The entire wall began to tremble, sliding apart to reveal a passageway. Harry once again found himself on the winding, narrow street. Diagon Alley was a world apart from the outside. Today, it bustled with activity. The snow and cold could not dampen the enthusiasm of the wizards bustling through the shops. Harry first made his way to Gringotts. As the year drew to a close, many were conducting business there. Like before, Harry presented his key to a goblin, and shortly thereafter, another goblin escorted him to his vault. Upon opening one of the numerous doors, Harry beheld the vast underground cavern once more. His face paled slightly, yet seeing the goblin already seated in the minecart, he reluctantly climbed aboard. With a jolt, the small cart shot forward. This was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster. The wind whipped past, causing Harry to turn his head away. The cart sped along, and Harry worried it might derail. After the ride came to a stop, Harry leaned against the stone wall, exasperated. "Why don't you install some doors down here? It would make entering and exiting so much easier." The goblin replied tersely, "For safety reasons. Doors would introduce many hazards." Unlocking the vault, Harry was once again greeted by the sight of piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. This time, Harry was mentally prepared and did not feel overwhelmed, but joy and excitement still welled within him. And no wonder the affluent proclaimed that their greatest joy lies in witnessing the accumulation of their wealth. However, as Harry gazed upon the cavern, aglow with the reflection of countless gold coins, a thought suddenly flickered through his mind. There exists an ancient saying among goblins: "Only spent galleons are true galleons." Storing such a vast sum in a vault, rather than allowing it to circulate, is utterly devoid of meaning, akin to its non-existence. As Harry pondered this fleeting notion, he found it increasingly plausible, though it felt like an eternity of contemplation. In reality, only 2 seconds had elapsed. He ventured into the cave, filling a sturdy cloth bag with coins. Then he addressed the goblin. "Could you assist me in tallying the amount of gold within the vault?" The goblin, seemingly taken aback by his request, paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, of course. Low Bay. Are you aware that Rowling's new film is currently in theaters? It narrates the adventures of magical creatures in Harry's former world." After confirming that Harry had retrieved his desired galleons, the goblin's gaze fixated on the vast wealth within the cavern. Harry suspected the goblin was perhaps boasting with its large, glimmering eyes. The goblin extended its hand. And a sudden wave-like sound reverberated through the air. Heaps of galleons, sickles, and nuts vanished without a trace, leaving only an odd green mist lingering, a testament to the use of a transfiguration spell. Harry felt a twinge of envy. Goblins possess an innate ability to wield spatial magic, a feat that even the most diligent wizards might struggle to master. Your coins have been relocated to Gringotts' counting room. Shall we proceed? The goblin inquired. Could you possibly use apparition to bring me there? Harry asked. The goblin replied succinctly. No. Harry then said, let us go. Before a row of identical doors, the guiding goblin accurately pushed open one. Inside was not the modest chamber Harry had envisioned, but rather a spacious hall adorned with gleaming floors and bustling with goblins diligently engaged at their workstations. One goblin, resembling a craftsman, meticulously scraped fine powder from a piece of natural silver or with a long, slender knife, while another recorded figures from a pile of accounts using a long quill dipped in ink. Aside from marveling at the vast expanse of Gringotts, what else could Harry articulate? In one corner of the hall lay his galleons, and alongside him, the goblin produced a large wooden contraption resembling an haphazardly assembled heap of planks. After some contemplation, Harry surmised it was a massive scale. This scale, constructed with multiple lever principles, appeared cumbersome, yet was surprisingly precise in its measurements. The goblin first employed a palm-sized scale to measure the mass of approximately 20 galleons, calculating the average weight. Subsequently, the goblin levitated a portion of the coins onto the large measuring device, which featured a small sliding weight at its base. With a gentle nudge, the scale began to fluctuate. Once it steadied, the goblin recorded a figure, repeating the process until the pile of coins had diminished significantly. Completing the tally for the galleons, the same method was then applied to the sickles and nuts. As the goblin scribbled in its record book, it looked up at Harry and stated, Sir, according to our calculations, you possess a total of 691,283 galleons, 138, 240 sickles, and 135,997 nuts. Harry was momentarily taken aback. He had always perceived his wealth as merely a heap, never contemplating the enormity of such a figure once quantified. This truly constituted a staggering fortune, 700,000 galleons, alongside 140,000 sickles and nuts. The average wizarding family barely earns 500 galleons a month. Harry mentally calculated the magnitude of his newfound wealth. Oh, understood. Please return my funds to my vault, Harry instructed. The goblin nodded. Certainly, sir. As Harry exited Gringotts, the cold wind mixed with falling snowflakes invigorated him. How should he spend such a fortune? Based on currency exchange rates, 1 galleon equates to 5 British pounds, roughly 50 Chinese yuan. When considering only the galleons, it seemed Harry's wealth was not overwhelmingly vast. However, once converted to yuan, it amounted to an astonishing 35 million. If calculated solely in nuts, the figure would likely reach astronomical proportions, given that 497 nuts compose a single galleon. That I recall seeing online that Rowling once stated the Malfoy family's total wealth, when converted to dollars, should be in the hundreds of millions. Quite a disparity, but it's no surprise. After all, they are an ancient pure-blood family. Harry mused to himself, blending into the throngs of Diagon Alley as snowflakes danced around him. Purchasing gifts is a task that demands time, effort, money, and energy. Yet, Harry felt no such qualms. His task was in essence quite simple. For his classmates from wizarding families, purchasing ordinary items from the Muggle world would elicit their greatest delight as Christmas gifts. As for those from the Muggle world, Harry was confident that Diagon Alley held an abundance of wondrous curiosities that would surely astonish them. Low Bay. Regarding Harry's financial situation, I scoured the internet for quite some time. First examining the exchanges between galleons, pounds, dollars, and yuan. Given the fluctuating rates over the past decade, numerous answers emerged, but I ultimately found one that was widely accepted and referenced in the original texts, with Rowling herself providing an official answer. Additionally, a crucial point is how I calculated Harry's wealth. There's much debate online regarding this. Some contend that Harry's funds are minimal, around a few thousand galleons, as he once mentioned needing to budget his expenses throughout school. Others argue that Harry is indeed wealthy, that I align with the latter perspective, In the original series, there was a scene where Harry casually tossed aside a pouch containing 1,000 galleons, indicating his nonchalance towards such an amount. Furthermore, let us not forget that Harry possesses a cavern of wealth. Though not entirely filled, it is still substantial, considering the size of the cavern depicted in the films. Let us assume we were to stack all of the coins within. Imagine a space equivalent to that of a public restroom, no larger than necessary to fill it completely, measuring approximately 1 meter by 1.5 meters, and 3 meters in height. A typical piggy bank, easily held in one hand, can accommodate around 800 1 yuan coins, with dimensions of 13.5 centimeters by 13.5 centimeters at the base and a height of 17.5 cm. A roadside green trash bin holds 250 liters, while a public restroom has a total volume of 4.5 cubic meters, capable of containing 18 such bins. The volume of a piggy bank is approximately 0.003189375 cubic meters that a trash bin can hold around 80 piggy banks. Thus, calculating this way, Harry possesses a total of 1,152,000 coins. Assuming 3/5 of these are galleons, 1/5 are sickles, and 1/5 are nuts, we arrive at the figures presented in the text. Thank you to my math teacher. Haha. Chapter 72. The purchase of Christmas gifts. Amidst the bustling crowd, Harry found himself drawn into a quaint little shop named Goo Goo Gwai Gwai. The clientele predominantly comprised students. Captivated by the eclectic array of peculiar items designed to ensnare the attention of youth, as Harry pushed open the glass door, a startling sight met his eyes. A white skull, adorned with a wild mane of tangled hair, plummeted from above. "Welcome!" The skull grinned, its jaw creaking open in a jovial manner. Bewildered and unable to grasp the greeting, Harry instinctively retaliated with a punch. Thud! The hair-clad skull soared through the air like a ball, crashing against the wall, and let out a faint groan. It dawned on Harry that this was simply the shop's unique way of welcoming patrons. That a portly man hurried over, retrieving the skull and casting a reproachful glance at Harry. "Haha, my apologies," Harry stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "And no worries. This has happened countless times before." The rotund proprietor waved dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate skull. The shop's configuration featured a glass-fronted cabinet along the wall adjacent to Diagon Alley, while the other 3 walls were adorned with an assortment of merchandise, items both large and small. The larger pieces were as substantial as 2 coat hangers, while the smaller ones resembled a child's fist. Each item was impeccably packaged and bore an eccentric appearance, leaving one to ponder their purpose. 2 towering display racks brimming with an assortment of goods filled the interior, displaying a chaotic yet appealing mishmash of objects. Despite the disorder, the establishment thrived, with a dozen young men and women perusing the wares. Harry, intrigued by several items he deemed amusing, decided to purchase them, believing his Muggle classmates would appreciate the gifts. Upon exiting, he noticed the shopkeeper carefully levitating the skull with black hair to hang it on the door. Shaking his head in disbelief, he departed. As Harry sought to leave Diagon Alley for the Muggle world to procure Christmas gifts for Neville and a few wizarding classmates. A sudden realization struck him. He had not a single pound to his name. He reluctantly detoured to Gringotts to exchange for pounds, where he was greeted by the same goblin, Grip Hook, who had assisted him 6 months prior in accessing his vault. Gringotts was renowned for its efficiency. Despite their rather unappealing appearance and often cold demeanor, the goblins approached their work with utmost diligence. In no time, Harry exchanged 2,000 galleons for 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds was certainly not a trivial sum, especially for a 12-year-old venturing out on his own. Presently, the average wage for a working individual in England barely reached a few £100s per month. While Harry had not intended to exchange such a large amount, given that pounds were rarely utilized in the wizarding world, he considered that he might find himself in the Muggle realm again in the future, prompting him to procure a bit extra. Leaving Diagon Alley, Harry re-entered London through the leaky cauldron. The moment he stepped outside, a gust of wind laden with snowflakes enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This was a stark contrast to Diagon Alley, which boasted a narrow, elongated street flanked by ancient, towering buildings. The throngs of people had created a thick layer of snow beneath his feet, and he could feel the temperature drop. However, the streets of London were a different story altogether. spacious and well-connected. The biting wind swept through him, compelling Harry to lower his hood as it relentlessly threatened to dislodge it in the Muggle world. He felt a measure of relief, free from the constant worry of Death Eaters lurking about. Strolling along the street, Harry observed the jubilant expressions on the faces of young men and women, children and the elderly alike, as the Christmas spirit filled the air. This relaxed him considerably. Bustling intersection. The ground bore the imprints of hooves and wheels, and a large department store stood proudly at a right angle. With a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting, Harry raised his gaze to the ornate wooden door, where a golden sign read John Lewis. This renowned British department store, famous for its advertising prowess, had even reached Harry's ears in his previous life. Grasping the brass door handle, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the expansive store, the warmth enveloped him like a comforting embrace. A stark contrast to the frigid outside air, Harry noticed numerous brand counters lining the interior. After inquiring about the location, he swiftly made his way to the second floor's children's section. He purchased a football, a basketball, a set of badminton rackets, and a set of tennis rackets. Gifts for those classmates whose names he could remember, but as for those he was less familiar with, he felt somewhat at a loss. He recalled Dean's reaction when Ron first heard about Muggle sports. Ron was astonished that their footballs did not move on their own, while they were amazed by the animated figures in wizarding photographs. The Muggles were equally perplexed and excited by the still images of their own. Thus, Harry was confident that his Christmas gifts would be delightful, that it was a serendipitous coincidence that the date in the book matched the real-world date. Today was the 24th. With Christmas just around the corner, Merry Christmas to everyone. Chapter 73. Gifts. Harry found himself in a quandary over what to purchase for Hermione and Cho Chang. While ordinary gifts might suffice for conveying well wishes, Harry yearned to give something special, something that would not simply be consumed or stored away after use. After meandering through the vast department store, he reluctantly admitted that the only section that truly caught his eye was the ladies' jewelry area. After all, what girl wouldn't appreciate adornments? Necklaces felt too mature, and rings were utterly out of the question. After much deliberation, he settled on a bracelet displayed in a glass case that was a circular piece, fashioned from silver metal with intricate cutout designs, adorned with a short chain ending in an inverted arrowhead. "Could you please take it out for me to examine?" Harry requested of the saleswoman, a young woman with chestnut hair. Upon seeing Harry, she flashed an understanding smile and winked. "Is this for your girlfriend, young man?" The term young man was indeed fitting, as Harry was just 11, and despite his serious demeanor, he exuded an air of youthful innocence. Unabashed, Harry nodded in affirmation. Noticing his lack of embarrassment, the saleswoman appeared somewhat disappointed. She had anticipated a more bashful reaction. She retrieved the bracelet, stating, "While you may wish to present it to your girlfriend, I fear you might not be able to afford it." "Why not?" Harry inquired. "This bracelet is adorned with 7 diamonds and is quite expensive," she replied. Harry furrowed his brow, not out of discomfort, but rather surprise. However, he was confident that he had sufficient funds. "How much is it?" he asked calmly. The saleswoman, irritated by Harry's composure, thought to herself, "Let's see how he reacts when I reveal the price. This bracelet costs £2,400. She declared, "To be honest, that was indeed a steep price." Yet, Harry was entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He only knew that he possessed £20,000, and this was merely $2,004. He could buy 8 of them. With that in mind, what was there to hesitate about? "I'll take 2. Please wrap them up for me." She widened her eyes in disbelief. "What did you say? You must have misheard me. I said 2,400, not 24. Her thoughts raced further. "You don't have 2 girlfriends, do you?" Harry neither nodded nor shook his head. "Did I understand? That amounts to £4,800, correct?" The saleswoman, her expression one of utter bewilderment, carefully placed the cold bracelet into a box for Harry, seemingly still in shock, muttering to herself, "How is this possible?" Subsequently, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, thinking, if my boyfriend were to gift me such a present, I would be utterly overjoyed. Just then, she heard, "Oh, could you please grab me another one?" 3 exquisitely wrapped boxes lay on the table as Harry produced £7,200, successfully completing the transaction. "Merry Christmas. This is a gift for you," he said, pushing one of the boxes towards her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Did he wish to pursue her? But he was still quite young. Perhaps that was not a considerable issue. Yet, it seemed he already had 2 girlfriends. Should she accept it? While she was lost in her thoughts, Harry had already exited the department store. Purchasing gifts for a stranger was merely a casual act for him. He perceived the longing admiration in her eyes. Since it bore no consequence for him and fulfilled one of her desires, why not indulge in it? After disembarking from the train and wandering about for a while, it was nearly noon. Harry decided to dine at a Western restaurant. Despite awkwardly entering the quiet establishment with a large bag of items in tow, he encountered none of the unfriendly service one might expect from a novel. After lunch, Harry could not think of any further business in London and prepared to head back. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, prompting a detour into a specialty store for brooms, where he purchased a Firebolt 2000. He then boarded a vehicle back to Hogwarts. Just as Harry was about to succumb to boredom, the train finally came to a halt, standing on a moderately sized platform. He watched the train continue its journey, stamped his foot in impatience, and turned to walk towards the school. Unlike the start of the term, when he traversed the narrow paths, crossed the lake by boat, and navigated the cliffs, he now unwrapped the broom he had just purchased, mounted it, and soared towards the castle, laden with his numerous packages. Before he could land, he caught sight of the distinctive snowman he and Zhang Xiao had crafted the day prior while passing through a courtyard. He guided the broom down to the Gryffindor common room and entered his dormitory. The bright windows were frosted, and Harry exerted considerable effort to raise one instantly. A cold breeze rushed in, grasping a whistle designed to summon his pet. He leaned out of the window, glancing around. He could see most of the buildings, all enveloped in a serene stillness. The grounds were blanketed in white, and the grayish-blue structures wore snowy caps, creating the impression of Hogwarts rising majestically from the winter landscape. Taking a couple of breaths of the frigid air, Harry placed the whistle to his lips and blew twice. Before long, he spotted a shadow in the sky. His pet soared to the window, its claws gripping the ledge, its sharp eyes fixed on Harry. He secured the packages to its legs and gave a gentle pat on its wing, instructing, "Off you go, if an owl were to deliver these gifts." It would likely require multiple trips. However, for his pet, it was a simple task. With a powerful flap of its wings, it shot into the sky, vanishing into a tiny speck. "A S for Luo Bay," he declared. "I do not wish to collect, nor do I seek recommendation votes." Chapter 74. Meeting Professor Snape? Harry, holding the gift designated for Zhang Xiao, pondered how to present it to her. Today was certainly out of the question. Christmas Day was tomorrow. However, if he were to deliver it in person then, it would diminish the surprise of her discovering his gift among a heap of Christmas presents upon waking. If only he had mastered the disillusionment charm. He could simply toss the gift into Zhang Xiao's dormitory. Yet he mused, if he had indeed learned the charm, what mischief might he engage in? "No, I am a gentleman. I am a good person on his way to the Great Hall." He encountered Professor Snape around a corner. Snape cast a stoic glance at Harry before continuing on his path. Inside the Great Hall, he soon spotted Zhang Xiao's graceful figure. As he was about to approach her, he suddenly halted, observing her from a distance. That moment, a boy nervously approached Zhang Xiao, his expression tense as he frequently glanced over his shoulder. Behind him, 2 boys urged him on, encouraging him. The boy reached Zhang Xiao, uttering something, though Harry could discern the awkwardness in his stance, guessing he must be blushing profusely. Zhang Xiao looked up, exchanged a few words with the boy, who then hurriedly retreated, almost as if fleeing the scene. Zhang Xiao, however, remained absorbed in her book, undisturbed by the commotion. Harry quietly pulled out a chair and seated himself beside her. Although Zhang Xiao did not raise her head, Harry was confident she had recognized him in his absence. Otherwise, she would have begun to shoo him away. Such encounters, with boys attempting to engage Zhang Xiao in conversation, had occurred numerous times. While Harry acknowledged their courage, he wished they would refrain from using the same opening line. "Is this seat taken?" To initiate dialogue, he felt such remarks revealed a lack of original thought. "You haven't been here since morning, have you?" Harry inquired. Zhang Xiao replied softly, "No, I returned to my dormitory to rest after lunch." "I've just arrived. That's a relief." Harry was reading Snape's potions textbook, captivated by the concise potion-making techniques. He felt a strong urge to experiment with them immediately, as these methods were far simpler than the step-by-step instructions in the book. He resolved that if the thought of brewing potions had entered his mind, he might as well act on it. Standing up, Zhang Xiu glanced at him, puzzled. Did we not discuss asking Professor Snape for some herbs to brew potions? I intend to do just that now. But the professor is unlikely to acquiesce. After all, we are only first and second years. He will surely think we're causing trouble. Zhang Qiu cautioned that Dio not worry. I am quite confident. Seeing Harry's determination, Zhang Qiu closed her book, her expression one of resignation. Very well, let us go find him together. She reasoned that even if the professor held a disdain for Harry, he might temper his response in the presence of others. In the dim, cold dungeon, Snape's office awaited. Snape leaned back in a chair, his right hand resting on the wooden table, an indistinct light casting a faint glow on his pallid face and gaunt hands. In a hoarse voice that seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees, he asked, "What is it?" This was Zhang Xiu's first encounter with Snape under such circumstances, far more intimidating than in the classroom. She felt the hairs on her body stand on end, and when Snape's gaze fixed upon her, it felt like being targeted by a venomous snake, sending her heart racing. She instinctively inched closer to Harry, who shielded her partially. "You may intimidate me, but do not frighten my young girlfriend," he said casually. "Professor, I found a book in the cupboard of our potions classroom," as soon as the words left his lips. Zhang Xiu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Harry's candor. She realized that if they were to approach Snape with such a pretext, he would likely think they were attempting to mock him. After all, the story was rather implausible. A basement filled with old tomes, one containing advanced potion-making methods, and the identity of its owner unknown. However, she failed to notice Snape's hand twitch slightly upon hearing the first sentence before he regained his composure, his expression one of indifference. Harry continued, "That book is on advanced potion preparation. Its owner is someone known as the Half-Blood Prince. Professor, do not be alarmed. While the name may sound malevolent, the book certainly does not teach dark magic." Snape's face, shrouded in darkness, appeared even more ominous. "I have encountered numerous enhancements in potion-making within the pages of a book and am eager to experiment with these methods to ascertain their authenticity. However, lacking the necessary herbs, I wish to beseech the professor for assistance, hoping he might provide me with some ingredients and, ideally, offer a few guiding insights as well." Zhang Qiu discreetly tugged at Harry's sleeve. Yet Harry remained blissfully unaware. He continued, "I can see your skepticism written all over your face, and I know you must think I am deceiving you. Yet, I believe that the information contained in this book is likely true. For the Half-Blood Prince devised several spells, and I have tested one of them to astonishing effect. Just consider it. Would someone who invents new magic scribble nonsensically in a book to mislead future generations? Especially a spell as formidable as Sectum Sempra. When my teacher questioned why I used a regular knife to cut watermelon, I confidently replied that I employ Sectum Sempra." This rapid-fire declaration left Zhang Qiu utterly bewildered. Such blatant teasing, particularly from a cobra, was unforeseen. She anticipated the professor's furious outburst, yet did not materialize. Snape maintained his usual calm demeanor, inscrutable as ever. Harry stepped forward, placing a grimy book upon the table and stating, "Professor, this is the book I found." Snape did not bother to open it. He merely gazed at Harry, who awaited his response, and said coolly, "You may come to me for any herbs you need in the future." What? Zhang Xiu was thoroughly perplexed that moment. Her confusion surpassed any sense of astonishment. How could this transpire? Harry smiled. "Thank you, Professor. I shall concoct the Hellfire Potion tomorrow. May I take 2 portions of herbs now?" "The herbs are in the cabinet by the wall. Help yourself," he replied coldly. Harry promptly noted the materials required for the resurrection potion and soon gathered them all. "Professor, we shall take our leave now," he declared, pulling the still-dazed Zhang Xiu out of the office. Snape pushed the book closer, utterly astonished. Just days prior, he had witnessed someone wielding the Sectum Sempra spell, and upon descending to the dungeon, he discovered that his notes had been taken. He had pondered the identity of the culprit, only to find it was Harry, who had unwittingly returned them to him. Snape's gaze flickered as he contemplated this revelation. He then retrieved his wand. Murmuring an incantation, Incendio, with a loud bang, A burst of flames erupted from the book, incinerating it entirely. From that moment forth, the Half-Blood Prince ceased to exist. Luo Bei. I want to collect this. I want recommendation votes. Zhang Xiao, dragged out of the shadows by Harry, was jolted back to reality by the stark, cold world outside. This was far too smooth. When did Professor Snape become so accommodating? Not only Harry, but even a Slytherin would not fare well in his presence. She glanced at Harry, who walked ahead with an air of nonchalance. Clearly, Harry was unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. This left the astute Zhang Qiu utterly bewildered. "Harry, what on earth is happening?" she inquired, her large, dark eyes filled with confusion. Harry replied, "Isn't the answer rather obvious? You simply haven't considered it from that perspective." Zhang Qiu retorted, "I don't understand what you mean." Harry explained, "When I handed the Half-Blood Prince's book to Professor Snape, don't you think most people would hesitate to do such a thing?" That was undoubtedly true, Zhang Qiu conceded. Why would they give it to the teacher? Everyone has their own selfish motives, though to call this a selfish act might be an exaggeration. However, if a student stumbles upon a book brimming with unique knowledge, it is unlikely they would simply hand it over. They would likely ponder it themselves, right? Even if they did consider giving it to the teacher, it would surely be after much deliberation. Why did I have no second thoughts about presenting it to Professor Snape? Zhang Qiu, though not dim-witted, soon grasped why Harry was so confident that Snape wouldn't perceive them as trifling fools, why Harry had not hesitated in disclosing the book's existence, and why Snape had acquiesced to Harry's audacious request. However, this truth was somewhat difficult to accept. She had never contemplated it in that light. Snape truly is the Half-Blood Prince? Zhang Qiu exclaimed, her surprise palpable. She had already come to this conclusion. But the sheer incredulity of it all compelled her to hear it stated outright. Indeed, Harry nodded. Now, a question arises, Zhang Qiu queried. But how did you know? It relies on my unparalleled intellect and 99% intuition. And once all improbabilities were eliminated, I arrived at this conclusion, Harry jested. Regardless, Zhang Qiu found little interest in this matter and chose not to dwell on it further. Had it been Hermione, true to her nature, she would not rest until Harry concocted a plausible explanation. Zhang Qiu mused, I never expected Professor Snape to be so adept in potions, let alone in spells. Moreover, considering he created these things during his student days, wouldn't he be even more formidable now? Why then does he not publicize them? This would surely enhance his reputation. Indeed, wizards of such caliber were held in high esteem within the magical community. Akin to scientists in the Muggle world, publicizing one's discoveries not only garners fame, but also wealth. Take Professor Dumbledore, for instance. Prior to his vanquishing of Voldemort, he was already a respected wizard, renowned for discovering 12 uses for dragoness blood. Therefore, if Snape had made significant contributions to potion-making and spell-casting, then publicizing such achievements would be an excellent choice, though Harry could not fully fathom the reasons. He speculated that it was likely due to Snape's temperament, that he was reclusive and insecure, yet aware of his own intelligence, that he despised ostentation, yet bore an innate pride. After the death of Harry's mother, he likely became even less inclined to seek recognition. As Harry and Zhang Qiu conversed, they made their way toward the dungeon where potions class was held. The environment in the dungeon was dismal. Cold winds howled, rattling the glass. The geographical conditions were abysmal. It felt like a wind tunnel. Harry could only comfort himself with the thought that summer would soon return. He was reluctant to conduct experiments in such a remote location, having to traverse several courtyards each time he visited. That on a day as frigid as this, he was unwilling to expose himself to the biting cold and snow. After some contemplation, he suddenly recalled a suitable place, one that was quiet, spacious, and devoid of clutter. The classroom where Professor Dumbledore kept the Mirror of Erised. However, due to its prolonged disuse, the abandoned desks were coated in dust. Yet, for a wizard, this was hardly an impediment. In reality, there existed another location that better suited Harry's objectives, the Room of Requirement. Harry could easily envision a space dedicated to potion-making, equipped with scales, cauldrons, and all the necessary apparatus for brewing magical potions. Even an endless supply of herbs. However, and here comes the catch, Harry was unaware of the room's location. How awkward. Aside from knowing that the Room of Requirement was hidden behind an ordinary wall and that one could summon it by walking back and forth in front of it, while silently contemplating their desire, Harry was entirely in the dark regarding its whereabouts, though he held great interest in it. The preceding months had been consumed with searching for the Mirror of Erised, leaving him no time to seek the Room of Requirement. Now, in retrospect, Harry suddenly realized something. He could have leveraged the room's power to locate the Mirror of Erised. What a blunder! Harry felt a pang of self-reproach. However, upon reflection, he realized he had overlooked a crucial point. He was not a novice in the realm of magic, naively believing that the Room of Requirement could fulfill every whim. While magic is indeed wondrous, the existence of such a bug-like phenomenon could hardly be genuine. If it were truly omnipotent, then surely the Room of Requirement would be the most formidable entity within the Harry Potter universe. Voldemort would not be in pursuit of mere Philosopher's Stones or unicorn blood. He would be after the room itself. Everyone would be revolving around it. Professor Dumbledore proclaiming, "I wish to resurrect my sister." Professor Snape lamenting, "I wish to bring back the woman I loved." And Voldemort asserting, "I seek the power to dominate the world." Meanwhile, Harry pondered, "I want to discover the means to defeat Voldemort. How could this possibly function?" To Harry's mind, the desires the room could realize should not encompass items of immense magical potency, such as the Mirror of Erised. After all, the mirror itself was a legendary artifact, its power exceeding the confines of what the room could contain. Yet, if he were aware of the mirror's precise location, then Harry could indeed find it. For instance, if the mirror were situated in his dormitory, and he wished at the entrance of the Room of Requirement, "I wish to return to my dormitory," then it would manifest as such. However, if his wish were, "I wish to discover the location of the mirror," it might not respond at all. This was greatly contingent upon the nature of the desire. Of course, all of this remained mere speculation on Harry's part, yet he was convinced it was close to the truth. With the Mirror of Erised now taken by the headmaster, further contemplation seemed futile. Nevertheless, the search for the Room of Requirement warranted earnest attention. Zhang Xiao and Harry relocated the various cauldrons to an abandoned classroom above the library, but a spell of rejuvenation was cast, and immediately, dust and debris vanished without a trace. The two arranged the cramped tables neatly along the sides of the room, transforming it into a clean and orderly space. They then set up the cauldron and organized the remaining items. By this time, darkness had descended. Potion making would have to wait until the morrow. The pair closed the door and descended the stairs. The atmosphere that evening was decidedly more vibrant than in the preceding days, as it was Christmas Eve, and it was likely that everyone was discussing the festivities of the following day. Having spent the morning in Diagon Alley purchasing gifts and the afternoon busily engaged, Harry felt quite fatigued. Dinner left him with little energy. As he departed, he touched the gift he had prepared for Zhang Xiao, yet he refrained from revealing it. Christmas gifts were meant to embody surprise. Presenting it now would diminish the occasion. It would be far better to hand it to her personally the next day. "Goodbye," Zhang Xiao waved, bidding farewell to Harry. In the early morning, Harry awoke to the thunderous knocks emanating from Hagrid. Nestled beneath his covers, he glanced towards the window. Outside, it was only dimly lit, a result of the thick blanket of snow covering the ground. Harry did not